Hello everyone, like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 1 Super God World, Dragon Ball shocks the system at the beginning. Chaiwu Star System, Earth. Tianhe City. With a loud boom, the air suddenly made a violent explosion, and a figure fell quickly from the air. The ground was covered with a cloud of dust. As huge cracks appeared on the ground, the figure of a man stood on the earth. "I'm wearing it again." When he landed on the ground, Liu Ya's expression was a little dazed. Looking at the familiar buildings, Liu Ya knew that he was back on Earth again. However, when he saw the huge floating battleship in the sky, he was stunned. However, it was not the Earth he traveled to, but the Earth in the Super God universe. In fact, Liu Ya has traveled through time 3 times. The first time he traveled from the original Earth to become a Dragon Ball Earthling. He obtained the blood of the Suns by making a wish. When Namek exploded, he thought he had not escaped, but in the blink of an eye he arrived here. Ding! Congratulations on activating the Dragon Ball shock system. Relying on the Dragon Ball system, popularize information about the Dragon Ball world, and shock the Super God universe to receive shock value rewards. Shock value reward, corresponding Dragon Ball skills can be obtained. The system's prompt sound surprised and delighted Liu Ya. After traveling through time for so long, did I finally get the golden finger? However, the reward for this thing actually came from the Dragon Ball world. That's not bad. Liu Ya, who was thinking happily, soon noticed an armored figure attacking him at an extremely fast speed. Oh! Liu Ya didn't even look at it, he just raised his hand and released a terrifying energy, which completely evaporated the existence in front of him in an instant. Oops, sorry, I used too much strength. Looking at the Daudi that had turned to ashes, Liu Ya shrugged and said in a contemptuous tone, "Who still wants to try to fight me?" At this moment, the power unleashed by Liu Ya completely surpassed that of the so-called Daudi. Boom boom boom! Fierce battles are taking place everywhere now. Call! His body rose into the air, and a gluttonous soldier came towards Liu Ya again. A shot was fired, carrying tremendous force, and it went towards the lure. Facing the Daudi's cannon, Liu Ya raised his hand, and a visible energy ball flew towards the Daudi's cannon in the blink of an eye. Boom! A ship seemed to be made of paper, and a terrifying energy burst out in the air like the sun exploding. This scene made the staff of the Super Seminary feel stunned. What's going on? When did we have such a powerful warrior? Reina was stunned for a moment, and noticed the conspicuous lure on the battlefield. Beast body? There's a tail behind him. It's not the Super Seminary, where did it come from? 1,000-meter-long Daudi battleship was in the air, and Liu Ya was facing the Daudi army that filled the sky. But soon, the body moved, turned into a residual image, and quickly attacked the sky. The Daudi mothership had already felt the extremely strong energy fluctuations rising at this moment. On the mothership. General. The enemy is not friendly. It seems that our strength is not enough to fight against him. The opponent's energy value is beyond our expectations. It seems that he is relying on biological instinct to exert his power. The sudden appearance of the Daudi mothership and Liu Ya disrupted the Daudi's plans. At this moment, Daudi's analysts will analyze and test the information about lures. What can be found is that Liu Ya seems to have a strong biomagnetic field. This magnetic field is much more terrifying than those guys in the Super Seminary. Open fire with all your strength, using the mothership's main fire power cannons. General Daudi gritted his teeth. I wonder how he can withstand the onslaught of all the artillery fire. Powerful energy storage. This one shot is enough to raise Tianhe City to the ground. Those Daudi guys, do they want to turn this city into ruins? Reina was furious. Even if the Super Seminary was powerful, they couldn't resist. Not to mention the opponent's mothership, it also contains countless fighter jets and large steel floating battleships. Where is the Xiangbinglian? With just a few people, what can they use to compete with each other? Monkey, I may have to ask you for help next. Reina's gaze could not help but fall on Son Goku. If we can't stop those damn Daudi, we'll all be doomed. Xiao Lun, Lu Chuang, and Xiang Binglian, all of you should come together and destroy the enemy's mothership with all your strength. Reina's order frightened the entire heroic company. Buzz! The golden light shone on Sun Wukong's body. Leave everything to me, old Sunday. The vast Dharma world was constructed only at this moment. Swinging the stick, the monkey was about to smash the Daudie's mothership. But, Liu Ya moved at this time. Just before the Daudi cannon was launched. Turtle. Group. Gas. Achievement. The blue-white beam of light turned into a violent shock wave, which flowed from Liu Ya's hand with an unstoppable momentum towards the Daudi warship in the sky. Boom! The Daudi warships that were visible to the naked eye collapsed at this moment. The fortress mothership, which was like a steel fortress, was suddenly destroyed at this moment. This scene shocked everyone present. Ding! Congratulations on using Kamehameha to destroy the Daudi mothership and obtain the primary shock treasure chest. Do you want to open the primary shock treasure box? The system prompt sound appeared in Liu Ya's ear. Liu Ya did not hesitate and immediately chose to confirm. Ding! The primary shock treasure chest is opened. Rewards: King Fist, Spirit Bomb. The scene before him brought a hint of joy to Liu Ya's face. Needless to say, King Fist is a move taught by King Kai, which increases one's own strength on the basis of original combat power. The energy bomb gathers the natural energy of all things in the universe to fight. It also has a special and powerful effect on evil people. These two rewards are pretty good for lures. Outside the battlefield of Tianhe City. With such an energy level, when did such a powerful person appear on Blue Star? Angel Yan saw Liu Ya's move. With just one move, the Daudi mothership was defeated. Not only that, the existence of Liu Ya cannot be explained by the angels at all. It was as if Liu Ya existed outside this universe. In terms of energy levels, Liu Ya's energy level can basically reach the level of the main god. Sister Yan, are we going to help those Blue Star people? No need, they can handle the Daudi. Angel Yan shook his head and said, don't forget our mission. The most important thing is to keep a close eye on Morgana. Angel Yan's beautiful eyes were looking towards the distance. She narrowed her eyes slightly, as if thinking about something. Morgana also saw the scene where Liu Ya displayed his prowess. Chapter 2. Not far from Tianhe City, on the top of the mountain. What's this kid's trick? How can he be so powerful? Morgana had a look of shock on her face. The Daudi's mothership, facing the attack of Liu Ya, was like a piece of paper and was easily destroyed by the man. It's like, not worth mentioning. Boom! Several more light bombs flashed in the air, and in just the blink of an eye, it seemed as if an extremely powerful power exploded. Suddenly, all the Daudi troops within sight were destroyed. It was as if a hole had been opened in the sky, and the clear blue sky made people feel incomparable fear. Liu Ya stood there. The terrifying voice, like that of a god, makes people feel extremely afraid. Juxia City, military base. The Daudi's mothership was destroyed in 2 seconds. Lian Feng looked at the images from the satellite in shock. Judging from the tail, the other party may have some characteristics of a beast. Can you negotiate with him? Try to communicate with him. Tokyo listened to his subordinates' reports and made judgments, and soon spoke in a deep voice at this moment. We have only dealt with one Daudi mothership and fleet. There are more Daudi armies outside the solar system. For the Earth, the current situation is still quite serious. At this moment, Tokyo couldn't help feeling under great pressure. This time, the invasion of Daudi made Tokyo realize that the Earth would never be peaceful again. Tianhe City is not far away, on the mountains. This queen has to meet this boy. It seems that he is not the toy of Kesha's high-class bitch. It's really interesting that my demon number 1 can't read his data. Morgana stared at Roya for a long time. The only information that demon number 1 could detect was that Roya's body seemed to have stellar-level powerful energy. Monkey and Reina are now on the battlefield. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was a little dumbfounded. Fuck, what kind of boss is this? Ge Zilun felt that he had to curry favor with someone powerful. Oops, I guess I didn't control my strength well. Liu Ya moved his body at this time. It is quite easy for Liu Ya to kill the Daudi mothership with one shot. At the same time, the shock caused by the lure was so great that for a moment, the other members of the Xiangbing company didn't know what to do. Angel Yan, on his part, contacted Mellow Heaven. Liu Ya successfully destroyed the Daudi mothership, and Yan quickly reported everything he encountered to Kesha and Heii on the Angel channel. An existence whose data cannot be read by the Angel's dark plane, burst out with powerful power with just one strike. It is not a fourth-generation divine body, but it has extremely powerful destructive power. Various data spread to the vision of Kesha and Heii. Very funny. Feeling that lures have great research value, Heii couldn't help but express his emotion on the communication channel. There doesn't seem to be any technical modification on his body, but he can rely on a special biological force field to burst out with the power to destroy the Daudi mothership. It looks a bit like a beast, but there is no record of its existence in the known universe. Kesha couldn't help but speak, and naturally she showed a strong interest in Liu Ya. Test that guy and see which civilization he comes from. If there is a way, bring him back to the Mellow Heavenly Palace for study. She said this and gave Angel Yan a clear order. Yes, Your Majesty, King Tianhe. Angel Yan nodded quickly. As for Liu Ya, she naturally had the idea of contacting him, but in addition to the angels, the Xiangbing Lion and the demon camp also showed strong interest in Liu Ya. Ato, this guy is really powerful. If he can transform into a demon, he might be able to become the strongest demon that surpasses you. Morgana held her chin with her hand and said with a playful look, Queen, would you like me to bring him here? No, this queen will meet this guy in person. Morgana felt that Ajuo, a ruthless man who could destroy the Daudi, would not be able to last more than one round given his ability. Simultaneously. Ding, due to your outstanding performance, a special gift package will be issued to you. Do you want to open the special gift package? Looking at the system prompts, Liu Ya did not hesitate. Turn on. As the choice was made, in just a blink of an eye, Liu Ya heard a new system prompt. Ding, the special gift package is opened. Congratulations on winning the reward, Super Saiyan God. In the Super Saiyan God state, you will be protected by a special divine body and can survive in outer space. Super Saiyan God. This is even more powerful than the Super Saiyan. Liu Ya can sweep the universe without even the Kaioken. Whoosh. Just when the others had not yet made up their minds how to approach the lure. Micro-wormhole travel. In just a moment, Morgana came in front of Liu Ya. Boy, you are amazing to be able to kill so many Daudi in one go. Are you interested in working under this queen? Morgana's words made Liu Ya raise his eyebrows slightly. He looked up and noticed the demon queen in front of him with smoky makeup. Sorry, I'm not interested in becoming a demon. Liu Ya's words made Morgana angry. Good boy, please don't be ungrateful. I, the queen, have condescended to invite you. This is already a great honor for you. Morgana said seriously. This is the Xiangbing Lion. No, what does Morgana want to do? Reina's expression changed as she noticed the situation not far away. Maybe she wants to recruit that guy. Sun Wukong was a little surprised, that guy is very powerful, so he was favored by the devil. Angel Yan also noticed this situation at this time. On the battlefield. Oh! Liu Ya heard what Morgana said and resisted the urge to laugh. I'm sorry, but as a god, I will not serve under someone else. The moment Morgana stepped forward, a terrifying energy surged out from Liu Ya's body. Have you ever heard of Super Saiyan God? Boom! A golden beam of light pierced through the sky and earth, causing the clouds tens of thousands of meters high to open up. The Super Saiyan God suddenly appeared. The fiery red aura covered the entire body in the blink of an eye. A terrifying pressure spread out in an instant. Boom dash! Morgana's face turned pale, and at this moment he felt the heavy pressure on his body. What happened? Her face turned green because Liu Ya actually made her feel scared. To her, it was simply incredible. Chapter 3. Super Saiyan God. When did the universe have such a god? This is the Xiangbing Lion. What a terrifying energy. Sun Wukong took a deep breath. He could feel how powerful the momentum released by Liu Ya was. Ordinary people cannot feel the breath of God, but the keen sense of danger, coupled with the invisible pressure emanating from Liu Ya. All of these made Sun Wukong feel suffocated. Boom dash! In just a blink of an eye, Liu Ya just casually waved his palm, and unparalleled power seemed to explode at this moment. By Chi! Morgana cursed. The next moment, her body flew away and headed straight into the sky. His own fourth-generation divine body was knocked out of the atmosphere by the powerful attack of the Super Saiyan God. Call! At this moment, Morgana was breathing heavily, her face looking very embarrassed. Her fourth-generation divine body was actually injured. Half of its body was about to be crippled by the attack from the lure, and the engine and devil number 1 had no time to react. The speed can be said to be extremely fast. My goodness! Ge Zilun exclaimed and looked at the scene in disbelief. Liu Ya, what kind of monster is this guy? He is so powerful. Outside the atmosphere, Achuo also followed at this time. My queen, how are you now? A look of worry appeared on Achuo's face. The fourth generation of divine bodies were all destroyed, and Liu Ya's power is a bit too strong. This bitch! When did my divine body recover so slowly? Morgana had witnessed the terror of the Super Saiyan God, and at this moment she still felt a lingering fear. Her heart was beating fast and an inexplicable feeling of fear surged into her heart. Hurry back to Devil 1. Now, Morgana just wants to recuperate. The fact that she was able to defeat the fourth generation of divine bodies is enough to show how terrifying Liu Ya's power is. At the same time, on the battlefield. Heii, it's really powerful. Feeling the power of this force, Liu Ya finally understood the posture of the Super Saiyan God and why he was able to compete with Beerus in the Dragon Ball Super Universe. Although Beerus did not use his full strength at that time, the power of Super Saiyan God does have the power to destroy the universe. And with Liu Ya, he completely transformed into Super Saiyan God. Ding! Since you defeated Morgana, the Super Saiyan God state will gain the Super Saiyan Universe Dark Plane Suppression effect. Open your personal data panel. His attention quickly fell on the template presented by the system in front of him. Name Liu Ya. Race, Saiyan. Physique, purebred Saiyan. Form, Super Saiyan God. Skills: Breath of God, Qigong Bullet, Kamehameha, King Fist, Spirit Bullet, and Mastery of Melee Combat Skills. Shock Value, 0, gain shock value. You can unlock stronger forms and skills. He felt the divine breath surging in his body. With just a wave of his hand, Liu Ya felt the overwhelming power that could be easily exerted. This force was so powerful that neither the Xian Binglian nor Angel Yan dared to make any move. In order to gain shock value, Liu Ya must popularize the power of the Dragon Ball world and demonstrate the shock of the Dragon Ball system in order to gain more shock value. The data panel has just been opened, so naturally there won't be any shocking data displayed. A smile appeared on Liu Ya's face. The great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. Looking at where Sun Goku was, the fighting spirit of the Super Saiyan God made Liu Ya want to move his body. Fight with me. He could feel that as long as he defeated Sun Wukong, he would be able to obtain the corresponding shock value reward. Do you know me, Sun? Sun Wukong looked at Liu Ya with great interest. Liu Ya was the most powerful being he had ever seen, and the monkey also felt a little pressure at this moment. Yes, Xian Binglian also has the Super God Academy, and you are the only one who can catch my eye. Liu Ya said with an amused smile, I'm not satisfied with the battle just now, so I'll ask you to help me stretch my body. If you beat me, I can do whatever you want to me. If you lose, Super Seminary, submit to me from now on. These words made Sun Wukong angry. Wait, monkey, this kid. Reina was about to dissuade him. Whoosh! However, in a flash, the monkey grasped the golden cudgel and attacked where the lure was at an extremely fast speed. I, old Sun, have long wanted to try you. The huge golden cudgel fell down like a mountain pressing down on one's head, bringing with it the power to crush everything. Boom! Liu Ya raised his hand, and the red aura suddenly gathered in his hand. Boom dash! As the golden hoop and Liu Ya's palm collided, a circular shock wave spread out from the center of the collision. The great sage's golden cudgel was actually blocked. Lu Chuang was not far away, and he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. The Xianbinglian naturally knew how heavy Sun Wukong's golden cudgel was, and it fell vertically at such a fast speed. At least on the ground, there is no problem in creating a hole several hundred meters deep. But Liu Ya actually blocked it. Pretty good power, Liu Ya said, with a slight smile on his face, but, compared to me, it's still too far away. But in the next moment, powerful and terrifying force erupted in the blink of an eye. Liu Ya's figure flashed, and he came in front of Sun Wukong at a speed that exceeded the sound barrier. He raised his foot and suddenly kicked in the direction of Sun Wukong. The next second, Sun Wukong's body flew backwards tens of thousands of meters. Then, Sun Wukong's body just stopped at this moment. His body had already flown out of Tianhe City and arrived at a wilderness. Before he could react, Liu Ya appeared again. I am so mad at you, old Sunday. Sun Wukong was angry, and the Dharmakaya of heaven and earth suddenly unfolded. The huge body gives people a strong sense of impact. Boom! Liu Ya was calm and composed, and seemed quite capable of dealing with Sun Wukong's attacks. No matter how Sun Wukong attacked, it seemed like it was all in vain facing the lure. At this moment, Sun Wukong became even angrier. The initial advantage turned into a disadvantage. Liu Ya seems to be honing his skills through competing with himself. The monkey also understood that he was doomed to lose. This scene made Sun Wukong very angry. He was also very resentful in his heart. He didn't understand why he lost, and he didn't know how to win so that he could defeat the lure in front of him. However, no matter how angry he was, he did not want to retreat, but continued to kill Liu Ya. Bang! 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 The battle between the two continued again and again. Boom! A terrifying shock wave spread out. Liu Ya stretched out a punch with such incredible force that in the blink of an eye, he knocked Sun Wukong away. Chapter 4. Juxia City Base. The battle between Sun Wukong and Liu Ya is clearly visible in the satellite images. Did the great sage and that unknown person fight each other? Dokao's mood seemed much heavier. It can be judged that the other party does not seem to have undergone divine body transformation. But that posture is like that of a god. He frowned, his eyes filled with uneasiness. Lian Feng, inform Qiangwei, Reina, and the others to assist the Great Sage if necessary. Great Sage, there's a chance that we won't be able to defeat that guy. The existence of Liu Ya seems to be born for fighting. Reina is at the center of the battlefield. As the commander of this battle, the situation before her made her a little panicked. Wow, how can we help? That guy is so powerful. I have a feeling that even if we launch a solar flare, we can't defeat him. Lian Feng's voice came from the communication headset. Ge Zilun, Zhao Xin, prepare for battle. Kylin, use your sniper skill and see if you can take down that man. If that's not possible, we can only pray that the other party will be kind enough to let us go. Reina's words made Zhao Xin couldn't help but complain. Reina, please don't encourage others like this. How do you know you can't win if you haven't fought before? Then go ahead and fight. This goddess doesn't want to die. Didn't you see Morgana was knocked away? Being able to slap Morgana away already shows Liu Ya's ability. I suggest you wait and see the fight between that man and the monkey. Qiangwei reminded during the call, so, it's best not to act on your own right now. If the great sage loses, let's see what that person plans to do. Rose's words made Reina understand immediately. Okay, then do as Qiangwei said. Originally, the huge difference in strength made Reina feel that she could not win. Reina happily agreed to Rose's opinion. Ah, I'm so pissed off. Sun Wukong was furious at Liu Ya. However, no matter how he attacked, he couldn't control the lure, so he was naturally very angry. Is this all you have? Liu Ya raised his head and looked in the direction of Sun Wukong, with a mocking look on his face. You are really weak. If this is the case, there is no way you can be called the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. He. Anger made the fighting Buddha's eyes red. I, old Sun, fought against Ling Xiao and caused havoc in the heavenly palace. How could I be defeated by you like this? The divinity of the fighting Buddha grew bigger again, and he clenched the golden cudgel tightly and swung it towards where the lure was. Drink ah. As the Ruyi Jingbang was swung, Liu Ya once again felt the force of a mountain pressing down on him. Call. Liu Ya's body floated in the air, facing the Ruyi Jingbang that was coming towards him. He opened his hands into a calyx shape, and then quickly gathered them around his waist. Came haha. A dazzling light gathered from his hands in the blink of an eye, and suddenly surged out with devastating power. The power of this Kamehameha burst out in just a moment. The powerful blow landed on the Monkey King's golden cudgel, burning the cudgel red. Far away. The fighting Buddha is getting pushed into a corner. Ge Zilun and the others all noticed the fight between Sun Wukong and Liu Ya, and it was obvious that the Monkey King was going to lose. That kind of guy is a god. Reina thought with lingering fear. You know, even Reina herself couldn't withstand a few hits from Sun Wukong's Ruyi Jingbang. Under the huge energy impact, Sun Wukong's body flew out again, and then landed on the ground. Juxia City Base. It's impossible to detect the energy composition. It seems that the person just waved his hand and released a light skill exceeding 10,000 degrees. This temperature has exceeded the measured temperature threshold and cannot be resolved at all. Under the light of Dokeo, Jana operated the detection system to detect the situation on the battlefield. However, the energy level of the lure is too high, and the strongest ones are simply impossible to explore. Which civilization is this guy from? Even the knowledgeable Dokeo couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Boom dash! In the blink of an eye, a huge pit appeared on the ground. Sun Wukong was lying on the ground, with a wisp of black smoke coming out of his mouth, and his expression looked extremely embarrassed. At this moment, the monkey felt like he was dreaming, and it was a nightmare. He could see that Liu Ya was playing tricks on him, and was even trying to hone his strength by competing with him. He suffered repeated setbacks in front of the lure, so much so that for a while, Sun Wukong was unable to resist. For him, this was a truly disastrous defeat. Roar! The power burst out in just a moment, and dozens of Sun Wukong's clones suddenly appeared. Waving the Ruyi Jingbang, the huge Dingai Shenzhen was raised high again. The game ends here. A huge amount of energy transformed into an orange-red palm, like a five-fingered mountain, pressing towards Sun Wukong. Together with his clone and his original body, Sun Wukong was defeated again. For Sun Wukong, it was indeed extremely painful. The pride of the fighting Buddha was directly crushed. At this moment, Liu Ya also gained shock value. Defeat the Monkey King Sun Wukong and receive a shock value bonus of 500 points. Opening the shock value store for you. The system prompts allowed Liu Ya to quickly open the new function. Shock value store. Super Saiyan gift pack unlockable with 500 points. Super Saiyan 4 unlockable with points. Super Saiyan Blue unlockable with 300,000 points. Super Saiyan Rose unlockable with 50 points. Super Saiyan Blue Full Power. Super Saiyan 4 Limit Breakthrough. Ultimate Instinct, Megalosoma. The rewards provided by the shock value store are quite rich for lures. Whether it is Ultra Instinct, the God of Destruction form, or even the power of an angel, they can all be obtained with the help of the shock value store. As long as the shock value is sufficient, the lure can get more shock rewards. Looking at these rewards in the shock value store, Liu Ya's eyes became more and more eager, but it was a pity that his current reward shock value was too little, and he could not redeem these at all. I have to think of some ways to increase the shock value. As for how to increase the shock value, of course, Liu Ya needs to use the skills of the Dragon Ball world to popularize information about the Dragon Ball world and bring shock to the world. Chapter 5. The Dragon Ball system is much stronger than the Super God world. The power of the God of technology may not necessarily defeat the God of concepts. At this time, Angel Yan had already noticed the confrontation between Liu Ya and Sun Wukong. The contest was so extraordinary that even Angel Yan himself felt greatly shocked. Brother Monkey lost. Ge Zilun and the others looked at each other. Now, they didn't dare to make any sound at all. The power of the Super Seminary was completely vulnerable when facing an existence like Lu Xiu. Do you want us to go together? We can't beat them. They've pushed Brother Monkey into that state. If we go up, won't we just be eating our own food? Master Xin is right. I would be scared too. Lu Chuang was also under a lot of pressure. Meanwhile, Angel Yan has already transmitted the video of Liu Ya's battle back to Mellow Heaven. Merlot Heaven, Angel Star. The three-dimensional projection turned on, and Kesha and Heii's eyes were fixed on the fight between Liu Ya and Monkey. With the Angel's technical level, they were still able to capture the battle scene between Liu Ya and Monkey. Moreover, the lore was just for fun and not really taken seriously. Did you see anything, Heii? Kesha raised her head and looked where Heii was. Heii is the Sky King of the Angels, and the only one who still stands on Kesha's side after Liang Bing left and became Morgana. The original Holy Right Wing and various advanced technologies of the main biological era are all under Kesha's control. The treasure trove of sacred knowledge, which Heii also assisted Kesha in developing, was shaped by the sacred atoms in her hands. From the current situation, he may have mastered a special dark energy conversion technology with a conversion rate of over 90%. Our current technical level is totally beyond our reach. Judging from his appearance, if he goes all out, he might be able to blow up a star. Heishi's words gave Liu Ya a high evaluation. 90%. Kesha fell silent. She didn't expect that Liu Ya could convert 90% of the dark energy. I still need to study the rest of the data, but what is certain is that this person is not within the known universe. At least within the known universe, I don't see any race that needs to rely on transformation to gain power. He is obviously also a god, but his concept of being a god is different from ours. Heii said, his eyes fell on Kesha. I think I need to leave Angel Star and go to Earth to confirm the situation. For such an existence, we can only make friends with him. If I guess correctly, he has the power to easily destroy the known universe. These words made Kesha fall into deep thought. She knew that the fact that she gave such a high evaluation was enough to show how special this guy Liu Ya was. How is it possible, to have the power to destroy the universe? At least his body should be able to accommodate the dark energy of a universe. But can the current technology really do that? Kesha couldn't help but murmur. Angel civilization is nothing compared to such an existence. If Liu Ya really came from outside the known universe, then the power of angels, existing outside the known universe, is nothing but a joke. Why, are you suddenly feeling a little unbalanced? Seeing this, she couldn't help but smile and saw some of Kesha's thoughts. It is indeed unbalanced, but it may also be an opportunity for the angels. A gleam of light flashed in Kesha's eyes. For angels, Kesha has already seen the wonders of the known universe. In today's universe, there is no civilization greater or more powerful than angels. But the unknown universe still arouses Kesha's strong interest. Then let Yan contact that person and try not to conflict with him. No matter what, if the angels could get in touch with that being and make him feel a certain favor towards the angelic civilization, it would be quite good. Earth, mountainous area of Tianhe City. Sister Yan, how is it going? Is there any news from the Queen? The two angels following Yan couldn't help but speak at this moment. Not yet. Angel Yan shook his head, with a hint of sadness in his heart at this moment. Whoosh! She didn't notice Liu Ya running towards her. For a moment, Angel Yan's pupils shrank slightly and he almost didn't react. Angel Yan, holy left wing. A smile appeared on Liu Ya's face. Let's fight, Angel. I am very interested in you angels. As soon as he opened his mouth, the two angels behind Angel Yan moved at the same time. Liu Ya just raised his head and gave a look, which seemed to burst out with a surge of pressure, and blew the two of them away. Angel Yan felt under tremendous pressure. Only by facing Liu Ya directly can one feel Liu Ya's power and how terrifying it is. Angel Yan even has a feeling that Liu Ya is more dangerous than her, a veteran angel who has been fighting for 7,000 years. What civilization are you from? The dark red and white flaming sword was immediately summoned by Angel Yan, which stimulated the resonance with the solar energy. A raging flame was burning at this moment. The fireworks containing the power of the stars suddenly slashed down towards where Liu Ya was. Buzz! Liu Ya raised his hand and easily blocked the edge of the flaming sword with just his index and middle fingers. The next moment, Angel Yan could not move forward. The sacred fiery red air covered Liu Ya's body, and the angel's flaming sword did not cause any damage to Liu Ya. You, actually blocked the flaming sword. At this time, Angel Yan began to doubt his life. The blazing sword is a stellar weapon with a supercomputing core. Ordinary people can't stop it at all. Can you tell that I am an ordinary person? Liu Ya smiled slightly, looking at Angel Yan with a teasing look in his eyes. You are definitely at the level of a fourth-generation divine body. Angel Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at Liu Ya's expression with a little more fear. After spreading the flaming sword, Angel Yan retreated several hundred meters away and looked at Liu Ya with vigilant eyes. As a stellar weapon, the power of the flame sword is self-evident. Even a divine body can be easily cut through it. The mainstream third-generation divine bodies are unable to defend against the power of the flame sword, but the fourth-generation divine bodies can definitely withstand the flame sword. Divine body? Maybe. Liu Ya raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Angel Yan and said, however, I am not sure what kind of divine body I control. The Super Saiyan God divine body completely surpasses the fifth-generation divine body, and may even be at the level of the sixth or even seventh-generation divine body. The fourth-generation divine body is completely inferior to the Super Saiyan God. But I am certain of one thing, I am a god. You can call me Super Saiyan God. Chapter 6. Super Saiyan God. Angel Yan was stunned when he heard the name. She couldn't remember when such a god had appeared in the known universe. The existence of the Super Saiyan God really surprised Angel Yan. As far as I know, there is no so-called Super Saiyan God in the known universe. Angel Yan blinked and couldn't help but ask, where are you from? She had no intention of having a direct conflict with Liu Ya, and the fact that she was able to knock Morgana away directly was enough to show the power that Liu Ya possessed. Super Saiyan God. Seeing this, Liu Ya chuckled, perhaps you are curious about what Super Saiyan God is. The existence of the Super Saiyan God was born in the Saiyan civilization. The Saiyans are an ancient fighting nation, but their numbers are small. Super Saiyan God is the most powerful being among the Saiyans. He clenched his fists, and the fiery red aura quickly spread out. At a close distance, Angel Yan even felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. I, Liu Ya, come from outside the known universe that you know. With the power of Super Saiyan God, Liu Ya's strength is enough to suppress the angel civilization. Beyond the known universe. Liu Ya's words gave Angel Yan a strong psychological shock. How is this possible? The existence of something outside the known universe is too incredible. In that case, wouldn't the lore be softer and more mysterious than the so-called void? You seem very suspicious. Liu Ya chuckled, seeming to see Angel Yan's doubts. If you have any doubts, do you think you can rely on the power of your eyes of insight to see through me completely? His words were spoken with a teasing smile, as if he was mocking Angel Yan's incompetence. I'm just too surprised. Why did you come to this known universe? What is the existence outside the known universe? The lore shrouded in mist really interested Angel Yan. Want to know? That's another price. If you want to know more, let Heii and Kesha come to me. Liu Ya pursed his lips and said, for the next period of time, I will still be on Earth. If you want to know more, you will naturally have to pay a price. With his understanding of the Dragon Ball universe, Liu Ya has an information gap about the Super God universe. As the Holy Left, I am qualified to represent the Mellow Celestial Court on Blue Star. Angel Yan frowned and quickly spoke at this time, her tone seeming to be dissatisfied with Liu Ya. But the price I want is not something you can afford. As soon as he finished speaking, he came in front of Angel Yan in the blink of an eye, then gently stretched out his hand and tapped Angel Yan on the forehead. The snow-white skin suddenly became red and swollen. Angel Yan felt a sharp pain in his forehead and his body fell backwards uncontrollably. Boom! The moment Angel Yan fell, a pit hundreds of meters wide appeared on the ground. Yan! Oh no, this guy is so scary. The guard-level angel accompanying Angel Yan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at this moment, as if he felt an intense sense of oppression. God's pressure makes people breathless. Let Kesha or Heii come here. You are not qualified to negotiate on behalf of the Mellow Heaven Court. A smile appeared on Liu Ya's face. See you next time, Angel Girl. In the blink of an eye, Liu Ya's figure disappeared in front of Angel Yan, leaving Angel Yan with a look of astonishment. Ding! Character detected. Angel Yan has generated enough shock to the Dragon Ball world information. Ding! Character detected. Morgana has a sufficient amount of shock to the Dragon Ball world information. Congratulations to the host for winning the first reward, a 4-star Dragon Ball. Reward 2, Chi Yuan/modified. Note, this skill is derived from Krillin in the Dragon Ball world. The host uses Chi Yuan/ to expand the characteristics of Chi Yuan/, while maintaining the super strong severing characteristics. It also has the special function of annihilating space. 2 reward prompts immediately appeared in front of Liu Ya. There is no need to talk about the Qi Yuan Zhan modified. While its power has been enhanced, it also has the ability to annihilate space. It feels somewhat similar to Black Goku's skill of cutting through space in Dragon Ball Super. But, there are some differences. With the 4-star Dragon Ball in hand, it means that if Liu Ya obtains all the Dragon Balls, wouldn't he be able to gather 7 Dragon Balls and summon the Dragon God? Thinking of this, Liu Ya's expression became extremely excited. If he could summon the dragon, he would definitely find a way to use the power of the Dragon Balls to further optimize his Saiyan power. Although he now possesses the power of a Super Saiyan God. However, Liu Ya prefers the appearance of Super Saiyan 4. In his eyes, Super Saiyan 4 is more wild and more in line with the characteristics of the Saiyan race's transformation. Not bad. Feeling the skill of Qi Yuan Zhan Gai, and knowing it completely by heart, Liu Ya at this moment couldn't help but want to try it. Aboard Devil 1. Super Saiyan God. That kid, is he from outside the known universe? Morgana was recuperating on Demon number 1, and the contact between Angel Yan and Liu Ya was soon detected. Liu Ya did not hide the fact that he came from outside the known universe, which naturally aroused Morgana's interest. Projection screen. The scenes of the battle between Liu Ya and Fighting Buddha were clearly recorded by Demon number 1 and used for analysis by Morgana. This is really troublesome. Should we contact this guy again? Morgana hesitated. Morgana was naturally annoyed that the 4th generation divine body was almost destroyed by Liu Ya. However, no matter how angry she was, Morgana understood one thing. That is, with your own strength, you can't control the lure at all. Humph, Achuo, do you think this boy has a crush on those little bitches of the angels? Morgana patted Achuo on the shoulder and said quickly, in this case, I will have to step in again and seduce him with my beauty. My queen, I don't think you need to go this far. Listening to Morgana's words, Achuo smiled awkwardly. That person really doesn't know what's good for him. He really doesn't know what's good for him. I invited him so sincerely, but he didn't even give me face. Morgana huffed. She blinked and looked at Liu Ya on the screen. No, we can't let that bitch Kesha get there first. Maybe Liu Ya doesn't like her smoky makeup. If Morgana removes the smoky makeup, she will be so beautiful that Liu Ya will not be able to recognize her. Morgana has always had a strong sense of confidence in her beauty. Chapter 7. All of the Xiangbinglian came over at this moment. Brother Monkey, are you okay? What did that person eat to grow so strong? I couldn't even stop you, Brother Monkey. In the eyes of Ge Xiaolun and his friends, monkeys were almost invincible. However, when faced with lures, they were defeated miserably. The monkey has a black face and looks unhappy. Whoosh! A figure turned into a stream of light and moved towards the group of monkeys that were nearby. Seeing this, the Xiangbing company became nervous. Reina and Rose appeared in the blink of an eye and blocked Liu Ya's way. You guys, are you going to fight again? Reina said while looking at Liu Ya with a wary look. Call. Qiang Wei took a deep breath and aimed the weapon in her hand at Liu Ya. Oh, don't worry. Liu Ya chuckled and signaled the Xiangbing company to let down their guard. I have no ill will towards you. The fight with the monkey just now was just a spur-of-the-moment event. After all, as a Saiyan, I really enjoy fighting. Liu Ya said, his eyes falling on Reina and Rose, you should be curious about my origins. Saiyans? As far as I know, there seems to be no such race in the universe. Reina, who knew something about the known universe, thought about the information in her mind, but for a moment, she didn't have much of a clue. Because Suns do not exist in the known universe. That's because I come from a universe beyond your cognition. His words, in the blink of an eye, caused a storm of shock in the hearts of the Xiangbing company. The universe outside our knowledge. Rose, who had some insight, was even more shocked. What does he mean? Why don't you understand at all? Ge Xiaolun scratched his head. Perhaps because of his low level of education, he had no idea about the Lu Chuang that Liu Ya mentioned. Stupid, that person said it came from outside the known universe, doesn't that mean it came from another universe? Zhao Xin patted Ge Xiaolun on the forehead and said, in short, this guy is really amazing. I see. Ge Xiaolun suddenly realized. So they are visitors from other universes? My goodness, aliens appear, but visitors from other universes also come. What's going on? Lu Chuang widened his eyes in disbelief. Kailan, Rui Mengmeng, and the others also looked confused. Would you like to cooperate, Earthling? A smile appeared on Liu Ya's face, and at this time Liu Ya noticed the prompt that appeared in his mind again. Ding, spread the Qi cultivation method and give the Qi cultivation seeds. Reward, depends on the completion of the task. For Liu Ya, contacting Xiangbinglian is also a good opportunity to complete the reward. The practice of spreading the Qi means that there is no need for Liu Ya to worry that someone can surpass him. Because, as the Super Saiyan God, Liu Ya can be said to be the most powerful existence. Aboard the Grand Canyon. Cooperate. Hearing the information sent back by Qiangwei and his group, Dokeo couldn't help but frown. What do you think, Mr. Huang? Dokeo's gaze fell on everyone in the conference room. At this time, a review of the Tianhe battle was being conducted on the Juxia. Frankly speaking, without Liu Ya's participation, the Earth would have suffered heavy losses in this Tianhe battle. Let me see, if the other party has no malicious intentions, we can make contact with it. Mr. Wang's voice sounded. At this moment, he did not have any ill feelings towards Liu Ya, not to mention that the Daudi army was destroyed by Liu Ya alone. After all, Liu Ya saved the Earth, didn't he? Then let Reina and Qiangwei contact him first and see what he wants. After some discussion, Dokeo and his team quickly made a decision. Simultaneously. Cooperate. Rose asked on behalf of Dokeo, what do you want to gain from Earth? I just happen to be stranded in this universe and need to settle down for a while. Liu Ya said calmly, I can improve your strength until you can fight against Daudi. You know, Earth is just a pre-nuclear civilization. War is the reorganization of civilization. You need my help. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if he had already conquered the Super Seminary. Besides, I will not interfere with your rule. I have no interest in ruling others. For the Suns, fighting is a persistent pursuit. Buzz. A terrifying aura locked onto all the members of the Xiangbing company present, putting the company under tremendous pressure. Ah ha ha ha, let's not get into a fight. Ahem, since you plan to help the Earth, then we're partners. Reina coughed, trying her best to ease the embarrassment. There are some things we can't decide on right away. How about we go back to the base and discuss it? She is the main god of the fiery sun star, but she cannot represent the Earth's civilization. Reina was quite clear about this. And Liu Ya nodded. For him, it was just a way of expressing his attitude. After 1 hour. A closed manor base, this is the place where the Super Seminary and its entourage provide Liu Ya with temporary residence. Liu Ya was lying leisurely on the recliner. Unconsciously, Liu Ya noticed that his shock value reward had increased again. Ding! Character detected, Holy Kesha has caused enough shock to the Dragon Ball World information. Ding! Character detected, she has a sufficient amount of shock to the Dragon Ball World information. Reward, 1 shock value. Immediately, Liu Ya opened his data panel. Name Liu Ya. Race, Saiyan. Physique, purebred Saiyan. Form, Super Saiyan God. Skills Breath of God, Ki Bomb, Kamehameha, King Ken, Spirit Bomb, Ki/Kai, and Mastery of Melee Combat Skills. Shock value 10500. Adding the rewards Liu Ya had received before, Liu Ya now had a shock value of 10,500. The Super Saiyan gift pack only has 500 points, so use it up. Liu Ya plans to accumulate the remaining shock value points to unlock the Super Saiyan form. Ding! Congratulations on spending 500 points to unlock the Super Saiyan gift pack. You have obtained all the forms of Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3. Synchronize the Z-Time Goku combat power for you. The system prompt sounded. But the next moment, Liu Ya felt a strange breath surging out of his body. The tremendous power in his body made him feel refreshed. Chapter 8. Compared to Super Saiyan God. The burden of a Super Saiyan can be said to be relatively small, and with the power of a Super Saiyan, it is enough to deal with the enemies of this universe. No matter how powerful the Super God world is, it cannot be stronger than the Dragon Ball system. It was just that some theories of the Super God system aroused some interest in him. Dragon Ball. Playing with the 4-ball star in his hand, Liu Ya was looking forward to the scene where he obtained all the Dragon Balls. The power of Dragon Balls can fulfill any wish. It can help Liu Ya use the Dark Plane technology of the Super God world to open up a dimension similar to that under his control. Therefore, just like the Lord of Dimensions in the Marvel worldview, he can continuously gain power from the dimension. In this way, he can also take into account his own Saiyan power and make progress on both ends. At the Giant Canyon base. Chief, are you sure you want to meet with that person in person? Lian Feng's voice sounded, and there seemed to be a little more concern in her tone. After all, the other party is a ruthless person who can defeat Morgana. See, this is an opportunity for Earth and Xia country. If he didn't go to see Liu Ya in person, he was worried that Liu Ya would feel that the Super Seminary looked down on him. That person is a god after all. Although he was not clear about the concept of Super Saiyan God, with the technology to travel between different universes, the technical level mastered by Liu Ya was much higher than that of the Super Seminary. In order to continue the civilization of the Earth, Dokyo must take action. Now, no matter whether it is angels, demons, or the god of death Karl, they have all set their sights on the planet Earth. Dokyo, who is caught in the middle, feels under tremendous pressure. The Super Seminary is his own hard work, and Dokyo does not want it to be destroyed in an instant. But before that, let Qiangwei go and explore the way. Dokyo considered Lian Feng's proposal and finally made a decision. Let Qiangwei explore the way first, and communicate with Liu Ya through holographic projection. Boom! Before the formal contact, Rose twisted her black motorcycle and came to the manor base. She wanted to explore the way on behalf of Dokyo and test Liu Ya's ideas at the same time. After all, a god from another universe is indeed too shocking. Liu Ya soon saw the eye-catching fiery red hair, the tall figure of the woman, and the military uniform, which was bold and exotic at the same time. Remembering Dokyo's warning, Qiangwei took a deep breath and walked into the reception room of the base. At this time, Liu Ya had been waiting in the living room for a while. Liu Ya sat leisurely on the chair, lazily looking at the scenery outside the window. Looking from the side, one could notice the man's strong and handsome face. The facial features are sharp and angular, as if carved, giving people an unusual sense of refinement. Call. Thinking of her previous meeting with Liu Ya, Qiangwei couldn't help but take a deep breath at this moment. Coming. The leisurely man quickly turned around, his indifferent black eyes reflecting the figure of the woman. Rose? Are you guys ready? He smiled slightly, his eyes gleaming with an unfathomable light. Neglecting a god will not end well. Liu Ya's words suddenly became much colder, and for a moment, Rose seemed to feel a huge sense of oppression. I have come to further engage with you, sir. Qiangwei suppressed the inexplicable panic in her heart and asked, are you really from another universe? It's no wonder that Qiangwei doesn't believe it. In this world, the multiverse is only theoretical. The scope of the known universe is already very large, exceeding the known universe and even the multiverse. Well, I can only say that ignorance limits your imagination. Liu Ya raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Qiangwei and said, the universe is much more vast than you think. His words made Qiangwei's expression twitch, and she fell into silence all of a sudden. At this moment, it didn't take long for Qiangwei to receive the command, and under the holographic projection device, the image of Dokeo appeared in front of Liu Ya. "Father!" Rose whispered something, then saluted Dokeo and stepped back. Dokeo's gaze fell on the leisurely Liu Ya. "What's your name, sir?" Dokeo spoke. Dokeo still respected the god very much, especially this god, who might be able to defeat Morgana. When it comes to lores, Dokeo naturally has 10,000 questions he wants answered. However, Dokeo also knew that there was no time to rush. "I said, cooperate." Liu Ya raised his lips, looked at Dokeo in front of him and said, "Your Super Seminary has spent so much energy, but you only trained a few warriors who form a company of heroes. And I can give you more warriors to fight against alien civilizations." He spoke calmly, his tone seeming casual. "War is the reorganization of civilization. You should understand the goodwill that a god represents. I will not interfere directly with your rule, but I will be the main god of this planet and even the solar system, that's all." Liu Ya's words made Dokeo pause, and he didn't know where to start for a moment. "Why, do you like this tiny planet, Earth?" Dokeo's tone couldn't help but sound a little puzzled. "But because my friend from another universe is also from Earth." Liu Ya smiled and said to Dokeo, "You should know that it is beneficial and harmless to the people on Earth. Or do you want to reject my proposal?" His eyes were fixed on Dokeo. Even though he was at a long distance, Dokeo could feel the overbearing pressure. Just a look seemed to make Dokeo breathless. "So let me be frank. I have a straightforward personality." As he spoke, Liu Ya stared at Dokeo in front of him with a deep gaze. "Your super warriors need to be trained by me. I will not directly interfere with your rule. I only need you to submit to me, the god. You should be thankful that as a god, I am merciful. I can easily destroy the Daudi mothership, but I can also easily destroy the planet under my feet." He raised his hand, and a ball of fiery energy suddenly appeared in his hand. "Once the energy ball falls, this planet will completely turn into fireworks." Rose, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but change her expression. She could feel how terrifying Liu Ya's power was. "You should be curious about my power, right?" Liu Ya grinned, looked at the silent Dokeo and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you, as long as I want, I can destroy a universe in the blink of an eye. So, it only takes a second for the solar system to turn into ashes." The horror of the Super Saiyan God is even more powerful than the so-called angel. Liu Ya has never had any intention of hiding his own strength. Chapter 9. Destroy the universe. The corner of Dokeo's mouth twitched. He did not doubt the truthfulness of Liu Ya's words. Being able to destroy the universe meant that Liu Ya's power was much more terrifying than he thought. A god is an absolutely terrifying existence that cannot be provoked in the known universe. "I agree. I will report your request to the higher UPS. Could you please become our special advisor?" Dokeo extended an invitation to Liu Ya. "Can?" Liu Ya did not refuse this. "Then I will continue to discuss with you." Dokeo's figure quickly disappeared from Liu Ya's sight, leaving the rose behind. Dokeo still has considerable power in the military, and Liu Ya also believes that Dokeo can convince his superiors. As the conversation ended, Liu Ya's gaze fell on Qiangui. "Are you interested in following me, Qiangui?" Liu Ya raised his eyebrows and invited Qiangui, "You have very special genes. I can help you use the space-time gene more perfectly." His words seemed to make Qiangui's heart move. "I will think about it." Bang! Qiangui closed the door and turned to leave. What a fiery personality! Looking at the leaving Qiangui, Liu Ya raised the corners of his mouth, picked up the wine on the table, poured it into the glass, and drank it all. "This red wine tastes really good," Liu Ya muttered, feeling the red wine churning in his stomach, wondering if he should have time to test how strong he really was. With the power of the Super Saiyan God, it is no problem for Liu Ya to defeat Morgana's 4th-generation divine body. As for the power of Super Saiyan, Liu Ya had only mastered it for the first time. Now he really needs a suitable opponent. Lonely. The Saiyan bloodline makes Liu Ya's heart always full of the passion to fight. At the same time, "Brother Monkey, next time you fight that god named Liu Ya, can you win?" Old Du said that this guy is quite scary. He is said to be our special advisor and instructor. That's a god, a ruthless person who can even defeat Morgana. No matter how strong Monkey is, it will be difficult for him to win. Of course, I definitely don't look down on Brother Monkey. Several people from the Xiangbing company were talking about the matter at once. Monkey was secretly angry and gnashed his teeth when he thought of the scene of being beaten up by Liu Ya. If I want to beat Liu Ya, my strength is still too weak. I am the fighting Buddha, the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. I will get my revenge sooner or later. The monkey clenched his fists and thought silently. Come to think of it, Reina, you are also a god. How do you compare to that god? Aha! I've only been a god for a short time. I'm still very young for a god. Reina couldn't help but complain when she heard Zhao Xian's question. You don't think I can beat that guy, do you? It's true that she is a god, but there are differences between gods. The Grand Canyon, Operations Meeting Room. Qinwei, you have met that person. What do you think of him? Tokyo couldn't help but ask. You mean, my impression of him? He looks like an easygoing guy, but his eyes always seem to be filled with the desire to fight. Rose said immediately. Is that so? The Daudi suffered heavy losses in this attack. They will definitely make full preparations and act again. I discussed it with everyone and agreed to his request for us to train a special team, starting with the heroic soldier company, to deal with the attack of the Daudi army. Tokyo raised his head and his eyes fell on Qiangwei. How about you become his secretary? Tokyo's words made Qiangwei's face change. Why should I go? If you want to go, go by yourself. I don't want to have anything to do with a strange man. Rose's expression was cold as she stared at Tokyo. Rose. Tokyo didn't expect that Qiangwei would be so dissatisfied. You've never asked for my opinion since we were little. Where were you when our mother passed away? Have you ever fulfilled your responsibilities as a father? All you did was fight. Faced with Tokyo's words, Rose began to rebel. Rose, what are you doing? Have you forgotten your duty as a soldier? Tokyo was inevitably at a loss for words, and tried to soften his tone. I just want you, as his secretary, to understand his living habits. I have had my own difficulties over the years, and you should understand. He could see that Qiangwei had a great deal of resentment towards him. No, don't think I don't know what you are planning. Do you treat me as your daughter? I'm not feeling well and don't want to talk to you. Qiangwei slammed the table heavily, turned around and left. Tokyo was left with a complicated look on his face. Commander, isn't this too unfair to Qiangwei? If you ask me, Lao Du, our demands on Qiangwei are a bit too much. Besides, the other party is another cosmic god. There is no guarantee that the two of us will develop feelings for each other. Qiangwei has a bad temper, maybe she's been in a bad condition these past few days. Well, let her be. If she doesn't want to, we can only consider other people. Tokyo rubbed his forehead. I don't know if it's okay to let Kylin contact her. If I let Qiangwei contact her, it's only because Tokyo felt that Liu Ya had the idea of giving it a try based on the look in Qiangwei's eyes. Tokyo felt a little uneasy about this strange god. Simultaneously, deep in the universe, the Angel Nebula. Have you decided yet, Heii? Kesha couldn't have imagined that Heii would plan to go to Earth in person. Of course. She lifted her hair and said, you should be more interested in that person than I am, Kesha. Let me explore the way first this time. There was a strange gleam in Heishi's eyes. The information about other universes naturally made Heii very excited. Heii is a scientist, so he is naturally very interested in information about other worlds. Especially since the other party is a god from another universe. For angels, the known universe seems to have been explored to the extreme, and there is no civilization more powerful than angels. If civilization becomes complacent, it will lead to its own destruction. In Heishi's eyes, Liu Ya's existence gives angels the opportunity to witness a wider universe. The world is big and the universe is small. Kesha also wants to see the wider scenery of the universe. Becoming the king of gods, making angels the strongest of all civilizations, and creating a just order. After a long time, Kesha's heart was stirred by the appearance of Liu Ya, the Super Saiyan God. Chapter 10 Ding! Due to your outstanding performance, the system function, the Virtual Universe Training Ground, is enabled for you. Through the Virtual Universe Training Ground, high-intensity combat training can be carried out. The system's prompt brought Liu Ya back to his senses immediately. A Virtual Universe Training Ground, this is pretty good. His eyes lit up, but at this time Liu Ya was still worried about how to stabilize himself and improve his strength. However, feeling the opening of the new function, Liu Ya couldn't wait to enter and start trying it out. SHH. In just a blink of an eye, the image of the Virtual Universe Training Ground appeared in front of Liu Ya. Ding! Welcome host to open the Virtual Training Ground function. You can start a Virtual Universe battle from the following screen. Do you want to continue? Namek, the future Western capital, Cell's game venue, King God's planet, scenes from the Dragon Ball world flashed before Liu Ya's eyes. Choose Cell game venue. The Dragon Ball timeline that Liu Ya traveled through before was still in the Namek period, and he did not encounter Cell. With his Super Saiyan powers, Cell is a qualified opponent to hone his skills. Ding! Congratulations on completing the scene selection. The character matched for you is Cell, Lightning Cell. Host, please fight with all your strength. If you win, you can complete the reward settlement for this scene. Liu Ya narrowed his eyes, then smiled. It's the form of Lightning Cell, then let me see how strong this cell is. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Ya discovered that the world before his eyes had changed dramatically in the blink of an eye. And the next moment, Cell's figure suddenly appeared in front of Liu Ya. Sun Wukong? No, you are not Sun Wukong. Cell seemed to have consciousness and began to act on his own. I'm not Son Goku, but I am a Super Saiyan who can kill you, Cell. Liu Ya grinned, then he clenched his fists, and a surge of energy burst out of his body. Boom! A punch was thrown out, as if containing endless pressure. At this moment, the heaven and earth seemed to collapse. A boy who doesn't know how high the sky is. Cell snorted coldly, then I'll deal with you first. Golden aura surged from Cell's body. He clenched his fists and burst out with terrifying power. Boom 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 boom. The two men's fists collided quickly, and with the fierce collision, a circular shock wave swept everywhere. Liu Ya only felt that his whole body was shaking. The terrifying force even knocked him dozens of meters away before stopping. Call. After standing firm, Liu Ya took a deep breath. What a powerful force! Is Cell really that strong? He looked at the other person and saw that Cell looked not much different from him, except that he was much more muscular than him. Cell, you are very powerful, but I am not weak either. Liu Ya smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. I want to see how you can deal with me. As the words fell, an even more powerful aura burst out from Liu Ya's body. Boom boom boom. The two powerful forces collided again, and this time the collision was even more violent than the last time. The two powerful forces continued to collide, and each collision caused the atmosphere to explode and the space to distort. Along with the violent collision, the terrifying force spread, causing violent waves. Click. After one punch, Liu Ya and Cell both groaned and took a few steps back. It has to be said that Cell's power was so terrifying that it even paralyzed his right hand. But Cell's face was gloomy, and he stared at Liu Ya with a sneer. Although you are very powerful, it is not difficult for me to kill you. After saying that, he pounced on him again. At this moment, Cell was like a mad dog. Boom! The two men's fists collided fiercely again, and this time the force was even more terrifying than before. Don't be so arrogant, Cell. Liu Ya snorted coldly, raised his foot and kicked out fiercely. Boom! An even stronger force burst out from Cell's body and collided with Liu Ya again. As expected of Lightning Cell. Liu Ya sighed secretly, but he did not retreat. Instead, he continued to move forward and swung his fists again. Boom! Boom! The two figures entangled with each other and fought each other. The air around them was shaken by the power of the two. Boom! Boom! Click! The two figures kept colliding, and a fierce fight broke out in the Virtual Universe Training Ground. This was a real battle. Oh! The entire land collapsed in an instant, and a large amount of rubble splashed out. Boom! A terrifying force burst out from Liu Ya's body, and his right hand instantly condensed with endless golden light. Destroy it for me! Liu Ya punched out, hitting Cell directly in the body. Hoo 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 hoo! Facing this punch, Cell roared to the sky. A terrifying force gathered in his fist, and then he swung it fiercely. Boom! The two collided in the air, and a powerful wave swept out in all directions. Boom! A loud roar resounded through the heaven and earth, and two figures flew backwards at the same time and fell heavily to the ground. Is this Cell's power? Liu Ya couldn't help but feel amazed in his heart. The power of this punch is indeed not simple. The lightning cell simulated in the virtual universe training ground is naturally the most perfect cell in every sense. And through the confrontation with Cell, Liu Ya could feel that his control over his power had improved a lot. Call! It's time to fight with all our strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fists, and a surging and terrifying aura burst out from his body again. Die! Liu Ya let out a low roar, then rushed out again and punched the opponent. Boom! The fists of the two men collided fiercely again. Boom! After a violent collision, Cell's figure flew backwards again and hit the distant mountains heavily, causing the halfway point of the mountain to collapse. Countless rocks pressed down on Cell, making him feel an incomparable sense of oppression. Boom 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 boom! Cell roared angrily, and the rocks pressing on him shattered into pieces. Just when Cell came to his senses and tried to find Liu Ya's trace. Buzz! The next second, Liu Ya's body disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he had already reached Cell's side, and his fist blasted out without any fancy moves. Boom! A loud bang was heard and the whole earth was shaking. The terrifying force, under the collision of the two people's power, spread out in all directions again. It's time to finish. As Cell was knocked away again, Liu Ya gathered his hands at his waist, and the blue and white light ball in his hands became brighter and brighter. Turtle Pa Qigong! A blue and white light wave suddenly cut through the sky and headed towards Cell. Not good. At this moment, Cell's pupils shrank slightly as he sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Chapter 11. Ding! You defeated the Cell game character Cell. Rewards: Instantaneous Teleportation, Ultra Instinct, Trial Version, Instant Teleportation and Ultra Instinct, Trial Version. Needless to say, instant teleportation can cross the universe, sense the distance coordinates of Qi, and travel to any place at any time. Ultra Instinct, Trial Version, this form can be activated for 5 minutes and is a divine control skill. It is a special state that can be achieved by being calm and free of distractions and returning to one's true self. Although it is not the true ultimate freedom, it is enough for lure fishing. Relying on the power of Ultra Instinct, he can generate divine power in his body. Sooner or later, his Super Saiyan God will be able to transform into real divine power. Come to think of it, my shock value seems to be more than 10,000 points left. After looking at the items offered by the shock value store, Liu Ya couldn't help but curl his lips. The points nowadays are still too few. He clenched his fists, and other thoughts suddenly popped up in his mind. That is, one must gain a wave of shock value as soon as possible. Speaking of which, let's try out the teleportation technique first. Liu Ya pointed his finger at his forehead and began to concentrate on imagining the places he had been to. At this moment, Liu Ya sensed a familiar breath. That is the scent of roses. SHH. In just a moment, Liu Ya disappeared in the room. Then, I accidentally saw a scene I had never seen before. Why are you here? The girl's cheeks suddenly turned red. The water from the bathroom flowed through the shower head and fell on Liu Ya's body, soaking both Qiangwei and Liu Ya. The girl who was honest with Liu Ya was angry and furious. Excuse me. Liu Ya quickly sealed Qiangwei's lips with his hands. Qiangwei looked so ashamed and angry that she seemed to want to eat Liu Ya. Don't scream, I just ran over here accidentally. Next to Qiangwei, Liu Ya leaned close to Qiangwei's ear and said, if you are discovered, you will be the one who suffers. Ahem, don't look at me like that. At worst I'll take responsibility. I can teach you some special techniques. How about that? Just consider it as my compensation to you. If you have any requests, I can help you realize them. If you agree, just blink your eyes. His words made Rose silent for a moment, and then she blinked. Don't let me go yet. Rose said quickly, and at this moment Liu Ya also let go of his attitude of suppressing Rose. Feel sorry. With his fingers on his forehead, Liu Ya's figure disappeared in front of Qiangwei in the blink of an eye. What's that move? Can you teleport to another place instantly? Qiangwei suddenly understood why Liu Ya was here. Perhaps it was because of testing his skills that he accidentally broke into his bathroom. This bastard! The girl couldn't help but grit her teeth. However, I remembered what Liu Ya said before, I'll settle the score with him later. The angry Rose thought of the beautiful scene just now, and her cheeks seemed to turn red again. Do we really have to agree to what they say? After thinking for a long time, Qiangwei finally made a decision. As Liu Ya's secretary, Qiangwei quickly agreed. At the giant canyon base. Old Du, why did Qiangwei agree so quickly? Did she take the wrong medicine? The Navy commander couldn't help but speak at this time. The others also looked at Dokeo. Dokeo rubbed his forehead and said, who knows what she is thinking. However, if Rose could agree, it would be good for Dokeo. But he couldn't help but feel a little guilty towards Rose. If it weren't for me, Qiangwei would never have agreed to such a thing. If you can take some time off, you should compensate Qiangwei. Dokeo didn't know that Qiangwei didn't become interested in lures because she had figured it out. When Qiangwei came to Liu Ya and said that she would become his secretary, Liu Ya was quite surprised. What were they thinking, sending you here? Liu Ya shook his head and couldn't help but smile. Come to think of it, I don't think I need a secretary. You are a special advisor to the Super Seminary, and you have certain privileges in the military. Qiangwei said slowly, also, I'm only doing this for what you said before. Tell me, how can I learn a move like yours? Teleport. Qiangwei was obviously interested. To her, this move seemed to be made for her. Want to learn? Liu Ya raised the corner of his mouth and moved closer to Qiangwei. How about giving me a kiss? A vicious smile appeared on Liu Ya's face. Never. Qiangwei turned her head away and ignored Liu Ya's teasing. You teach me or not? If you don't teach her, Rose can't do anything about Liu Ya. Don't worry. Since I'm your special advisor, I have to guide you well. Liu Ya chuckled and said, hold my hand and I'll take you somewhere. Where to go? A puzzled expression appeared on Rose's face. Of course, a place to help you train. As he said this, Liu Ya picked up Qiangwei with a wicked smile, and before Qiangwei could refuse, his body instantly flew into the air. Qiangwei, have you been? Ji Zilun, who mustered up the courage to invite Qiangwei, saw Liu Ya flying away holding Qiangwei. No. The goddess in my heart seemed to collapse. At the training base. When did Qiangwei hook up with that Sun God? Reina, who had sharp eyes, quickly noticed Liu Ya and his group flying in the air. Not long after, Liu Ya brought Qiangwei to the coast. I was actually flying just now. Rose, who was carried away, felt the situation just now and her heart seemed to be beating non-stop. This is the air dance technique. As long as you learn to master the power of Qi, you can basically learn it. Liu Ya smiled slightly, you have the time and space gene in your body, it's only a matter of time before you learn to use Qi. Qi? Are you talking about the kind in martial arts novels, or the true Qi in Taoism? The corner of Qiangwei's mouth twitched. Isn't this thing fake? You can understand it as something similar. If you want to learn the air dance technique or master my teleportation, mastering the Qi is the key. Liu Ya quickly said, take my hand and feel the feeling of Qi. If I put it directly, Rose probably wouldn't understand. Without a doubt, Qiangwei quickly took Liu Ya's hand. The next moment, Qiangwei felt a warm current in her body, and a power different from her common sense appeared in her body. Chapter 12. Is this power the so-called Qi? Looking at this scene in amazement, Rose's expression showed surprise. She could feel an unusual force that seemed to be affecting her body. At this time, Liu Ya let go of Qiangwei's hand. Boom! At this moment, an unprecedented aura began to roll and surge out from Rose's body. Imagine the feeling of flying, as your body slowly becomes airborne and floats. Liu Ya guided Rose. All he did was to stimulate Rose's potential, allowing her to feel the powerful feeling brought by Qi more quickly. The feeling of freedom, as if she could roam freely between heaven and earth without any restraint, made Qiangwei feel as if she was dreaming. 5 centimeters, 2 meters, 10 meters. Qiangwei's body flew higher and higher. She was so excited that her body quickly soared into the air. However, because of her disordered breathing, she accidentally fell rapidly from the air. SHH. In just a blink of an eye, Rose's body quickly fell from the sky. Not good. Qiangwei closed her eyes, and the moment she landed on the ground, she fell into someone's arms again. Is everything okay? Liu Ya's gentle words seemed to comfort Qiangwei's heart. Strange emotions continued to surge in Qiangwei's body. You've just learned how to be angry, so don't be too impatient. Liu Ya looked at Qiangwei speechlessly. You were too anxious just now, which caused your breathing to be unstable, so you almost fell down. His words made Qiangwei feel embarrassed all of a sudden. Sorry. The embarrassed and angry Rose pushed Liu Ya away when Liu Ya put her down. I will send you back. Looking at Rose's appearance, Liu Ya couldn't help but laugh. Without waiting for Rose to refuse, he picked her up again and went straight back to the dormitory. Whoosh! Then, just leave. This bastard! At this moment, Rose gritted her teeth, but her face couldn't help but blush with shyness. In the next few days, Qiangwei practiced with Liu Ya. The skills of mastering and using Qi naturally became more and more familiar, and by utilizing the characteristics of Rose's own time and space gene, she also developed some unique skills. Her relationship with Liu Ya also made rapid progress because of this. A boys' dormitory. The night was dark and gloomy. Ji Zilun saw the bright moon through the window, and his heart felt quite uneasy. The goddess in my mind is with someone else, and the more I think about it, the more uncomfortable I feel. In 2 days, Liu Ya will officially take office as the special consultant of Super Seminary. Other people in the Super Seminary were also sleepless. Yellowstone Park, America. This place has been completely blocked by the American military because a mysterious black hole was discovered here. There, it seems like you can lead to another world. This place has been completely blocked off to prevent others from discovering it. The military has set up many obstacles here to prevent anyone from discovering the secrets here. Commander America, with his hands behind his back, looked towards the closed research base. Have you found anything about space-time wormholes? The Commander-in-Chief couldn't help but ask. Commander-in-Chief, our scientists are studying the space-time wormhole. According to scientists, this space-time wormhole may lead to another world. That is a new planet, and our people are already preparing to explore and develop everything on that world. The Secretary-General opened the report in his hand and reported the information on the space-time wormhole research to the Commander-in-Chief one by one. Very good, let's succeed as soon as possible. Those guys from the Super Seminary have already made America lose its advantage on Earth. Those angels, demons, and gluttons all regard Xia country as the representative of the Earth. The Commander-in-Chief gnashed his teeth and said, once we can obtain resources from the space-time wormhole, sooner or later, America will once again become a beacon for mankind. At the same time, the Supreme Commander has decided to allocate more resources to the alliance of haters in order to fight against the Super Seminary and the danger of the universe's attack. Speaking of which, how do we get more shock value points? When Liu Ya came into this world, he had thought about this problem. However, the problem that troubled Liu Ya was solved not long after. Ding! The mission to expand the shocking influence of the Dragon Ball worldview has been released. Open a new feature for you, Bad Guest Scenario. Scenario of the villain's visit. The host can randomly select a powerful boss from the Dragon Ball universe and drop him on Earth. You can choose any location on Earth to drop the boss, and the boss will exist according to its original personality. Defeat it and you will get a huge amount of shock value as a reward. The system prompted him to take unusual actions. In the current scenario of the evil guest comes to the door, Liu Ya can choose from 3 characters. the Emperor of the Universe Frieza, the ultimate android cell, and Black Goku Zamasu. Looking at the information in front of him, Liu Ya was a little hesitant. The first two bosses were okay, Black Goku and Zamasu. He could only transform into Super Saiyan God now, so what could he use to fight Black Goku? Not to mention, this guy will get stronger along the way. The Universe Emperors Frieza and Cell are mostly at the early stage of strength level, and Liu Ya can easily deal with them with the power of Super Saiyan 2. But this feature is really good. With this function, Liu Ya can also create characters in the universe and trigger various major events. This allows the horror of the Dragon Ball worldview to penetrate deeper into the hearts of the people in the Super God world, and this is also the key to Liu Ya's ability to gain shocking value. After looking at the world map and choosing the lore, I finally selected a piece of land. Just choose America. A vicious smile soon appeared on Liu Ya's face. You have completed the loading of the evil guest script. It will take 3 days to load the evil guest script. Please wait patiently. Listening to the system prompt, Liu Ya nodded. 3 days later, the powerful boss of the Dragon Ball world will truly arrive. Liu Ya chose the Emperor of the Universe Frieza, who had previously fought with Cell in the virtual universe training ground. This time, Liu Ya wants to confront Frieza in reality. When I traveled to the Dragon Ball world before, I relied on Son Goku to defeat Frieza. At that time, Liu Ya accidentally traveled to Dragon Ball and became an Earthling. Later, he made a wish with the help of Dragon Ball and became a Saiyan. When he came to the Dragon Ball timeline, it was after the Saiyan invasion when he reached a combat power of 10,000. He also planned to collect the Dragon Balls himself and see if he could go back to the Dragon Ball world again. In the Dragon Ball world, Liu Ya still has many plans to realize. Chapter 13. Yellowstone National Park, America. In the originally peaceful space-time wormhole, a ball of black mist formed in the wormhole. Then, King Frieza, who was short in stature and came from another universe, set foot on this land. Oh my god, is this my king dead? Frieza's voice rang out at this moment, and everyone in the research base seemed to have seen that thin white figure. The important parts are covered with dark purple mysterious lines. The smell here is really disgusting. Frieza laughed wildly, and then seemed to remember something bad. Son Goku, Super Saiyan. Damn wild monkey, be prepared to face the wrath of this great king. His eyes seemed to be burning with blood-red anger. Stop him. Time and space wormhole, when did such a monster appear? The American army immediately noticed the dire situation before them. Then, Frieza raised his head and looked at the Earthling soldiers' attack, making a ridiculous mockery. Boom! He just raised his hand, and endless power burst out at that moment. Die, you stupid monkeys! A violent explosion suddenly occurred, and the area around Yellowstone Park turned into ashes in just an instant. A huge explosion suddenly occurred on the ground. Ha 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 ha! An evil laugh emerged from the dust cloud produced by the explosion, and Frieza's figure leaped high into the air in an instant. At this moment, all human beings witnessed Frieza's horror. What is going on? Why would a monster like that emerge from a space-time wormhole? Attack, you must attack, let that monster know how powerful the human lighthouse America is. The commander-in-chief roared. In the office, a phone call was quickly made. League of Haters, it's time for you to take action. The words of the Supreme Leader informed the Alliance of Haters and simultaneously caused an intercontinental missile to be launched. Whoosh! An intercontinental missile came towards Frieza with terrifying power the next moment. Ridiculous! Frieza raised his head, and his eyes instantly released purple light. Boom! The next moment, a horrific explosion suddenly spread out in the blink of an eye. The power of nuclear weapons is completely ineffective against a monster of Frieza's level. Just a boring world. However, this planet is still quite nice, with beautiful scenery. If it is sold, it should be able to fetch a considerable price. Frieza grinned. As a qualified cosmic real estate developer, he soon set his sights on the Earth in the Super God world. Oh wow, let me see how much strength I can exert in this world. Frieza looked at the attacking fighter planes and just waved his hand and chopped them down. 20 fighter planes were cut in half in an instant. A purple arc of light fell to the ground at this time. The ground shook. In the America area, a huge crack suddenly appeared, stretching for dozens of kilometers. Looking down from the sky, it can be seen that the huge ravine is quite obvious on the satellite image of the Earth. On the Great Gorge. What is that monster? It is said that the guy called himself the Emperor of the Universe Frieza and easily split America in two. How can we defeat that kind of monster with our strength? Command. Everyone was discussing the appearance of Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe, at this moment. Old Du, besides angels, are there any other cosmic emperors in the universe? The American army was completely wiped out in 3 minutes. Even the alliance of haters they cultivated couldn't hold out for more than a few moves. If that guy named Frieza comes to Xia country. The heads of all military branches spoke at the same time. Heii, monkey is still recuperating, I wonder if he can go into battle. Tokyo rubbed his forehead. In his impression, there didn't seem to be anyone named Frieza in the universe. Old Du, Qiangwei has initiated an emergency communication. Lian Feng's voice sounded, causing Tokyo to raise his head quickly. What's going on? On the big screen of the giant canyon. My dear leaders, Mr. Liu Ya said that he knows the guy called the Emperor of the Universe. Rose's words made Tokyo's expression change immediately. Do you know Mr. Liu Ya? He looked up and Liu Ya's face suddenly appeared on the big screen. Hello, Tokyo and everyone, if I'm not mistaken, the Cosmic Emperor of America should be from my universe. Don't go into battle to get yourself into trouble. That guy is quite powerful. He can easily turn this planet into cosmic fireworks. Liu Ya said casually. Turn the Earth into cosmic fireworks. Tokyo raised his brow. Mr. Liu Ya, can you explain the details? Now, Tokyo is eager to obtain information about Frieza from Liu Ya. Well, that guy is a space real estate developer who specializes in conquering other indigenous planets and selling them to aliens. In that world, he has taken control of an entire galaxy. Of course, it is not the same concept as the Milky Way in this universe. In a sense, Frieza can indeed be called the Emperor of the Universe. The seventh universe of Dragon Ball is composed of 4 major galaxies, and the vastness of the northern Milky Way is much larger than that of a single Milky Way. He calls himself the Emperor of the Universe, so of course that guy's power is so strong that he can roam the universe. Able to survive in outer space and destroy planets with ease. Compared to the angels, Frieza is even more powerful. The corner of Tokyo's mouth twitched involuntarily. If that's the case, how do we fight monsters of this level? If you want to let the Super Seminary go on the field, I don't mind, but even if it's a monkey, it will probably be knocked down in 5 seconds. Liu Ya grinned, do you need my help? I can definitely handle that guy. Tokyo was about to speak. Chief, the American League of Haters has been completely destroyed. Morgana appeared on the land of America and started fighting with the guy who called himself the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. But the situation is a little bad. The satellite imagery opened, and the figures of Frieza and Morgana suddenly appeared on the big screen. Morgana. At this moment, Liu Ya also felt Morgana's breath. He didn't expect that Morgana would find Frieza. Was she going to turn Frieza into a demon? Thinking of this, Liu Ya's expression became interesting. Chapter 14. Morgana did find Frieza. With such a big commotion happening in America, how could Morgana not notice it? At this moment, Frieza is only in the first form. Although he is short, the aura he exudes is not comparable to that of an ordinary divine warrior. Even the devil doesn't have a body as perfect as Frieza's that can make Morgana's heart beat fast. A body like this is simply a perfect animal body. Hey, you are the so-called Emperor of the Universe, right? Morgana stood in front of Frieza with her hands on her hips. I'll give you a chance. How about swearing allegiance to me? I can let you reincarnate as a demon. The Demon Queen's words made the originally calm King Frieza burst into laughter. Oh my, how stupid! Someone actually dares to risk his life and come to recruit me, the king. Frieza crossed his arms and looked at the Demon Queen in front of him with some amusement. Do you think, woman, you have something that can make this king's heart move? He could see that the world today did not seem to be the universe he lived in. Although it was the Earth mentioned by the Saiyans, Super Saiyans did not exist at all. Liu Ya's information was kept secret by the Super Seminary, so no one in America knew about the existence of the Super Saiyan God. Of course, you can do whatever you want as long as you follow me, the Queen. Morgana said quickly. Unfortunately, I don't need to be a demon to be able to rule the universe. Frieza snorted coldly and moved his body quickly. Fuck, what on earth does this guy do? How can he be so fast? Morgana's face changed, and the moment Frieza attacked, the Devil's Claw suddenly appeared. The huge Devil's Claw, as if carrying infinite power, fell at this moment in the blink of an eye. The giant claw was like a huge mountain, and under the powerful dark energy, it pressed directly towards Frieza. Boom! Caught off guard, the demon's claw with a dark energy shield hit Frieza. A giant cavity with a diameter of hundreds of meters appeared on the ground. However, the demon's claw only blocked for a second. Frieza raised a finger, and the horrible demon's claw was blown away by the huge force in the blink of an eye. Nani! Morgana's face changed. Before Morgana could react, Frieza's body appeared in front of Morgana in the blink of an eye. Boom! With just one kick, Morgana was kicked from the air to the ground, and several buildings collapsed rapidly at this moment. Hold the grass! Morgana felt an urge to cry but had no tears. At this moment, her whole body was shaking violently and her expression became even paler. The sudden terrifying aura from Frieza even made Morgana feel unable to resist. Located high in the sky, Frieza stared at Morgana in front of him with cold eyes, and a vicious smile appeared on his face. Let this city turn into ashes together. He raised his hand, and an energy bomb suddenly gathered in his hand. Morgana became very alarmed for a moment. Boom! The next moment, the energy bomb, carrying enormous power, fell towards Morgana. How can it be so fast? Morgana quickly summoned the demon claw, and the energy bomb fell in the blink of an eye. The ground collapsed in an instant, and the demon claw was severely damaged under the terrifying high temperature. Her fourth-generation divine body was blasted deep into the ground by Frieza's energy bomb, and a huge pit several thousand meters across was formed on the earth. Oh my, I should have restrained my power. If I destroy this planet, I won't be able to sell it. Frieza held his chin with his hand, looking at the huge pit on the ground, and couldn't help thinking, this planet should be able to sell for a lot of money. Satisfied, Frieza planned to destroy another wave of forces on this planet and completely turn the Earth into his slave planet. At this moment, Morgana quickly moved to Demon Number 1. My queen! Atto hurried over, but the power of the fourth-generation god was completely unable to withstand Frieza's fierce attack. Just now he was worried that Morgana would be killed by Frieza. I'm fine. Damn it! Prepare the god-killing weapon for me. I don't believe that I can't control that bastard. Morgana, who was vicious, was filled with resentment when she thought of the hateful Frieza. The tattered clothes were put together again with a thought. The low-cut leather jacket was put on again. My queen, I don't think we need to take action, because someone has already come to deal with that guy. Achuo's words made Morgana quickly notice a figure. The image of the earth was projected on Demon Number 1. Is it that guy? When Morgana saw Liu Ya's appearance, her expression changed immediately. Can that kid deal with that monster? Earth, on the sea. Long time no see, Frieza. As soon as he finished speaking, a white-hot energy bullet cut through the sky and attacked Frieza in the blink of an eye. Who is it? Frieza raised his hand. He was fully capable of blocking this level of attack. He looked up, and the figure in front of him made Frieza's eyes widen. The man was wearing a black martial arts uniform, with flowing black hair, and staring at Frieza with deep eyes. Oh wow, I didn't expect that there is someone in this world who knows me. Frieza stared at Liu Ya. Boy, I don't seem to have any impression of you. Is there any human being in this world who can master Ki? Would you like to become a member of Frieza's army? He made his customary invitation. I'm really sorry, I'm not in the habit of submitting to others. Liu Ya pursed his lips, looked at Frieza and said, also, Frieza, you seem to have made a mistake. I am not a human from this world. Rather, what you fear most is the Super Saiyan. Next moment, Liu Ya's eyes turned a turquoise blue, a golden aura rose, and a terrifying aura spread from his center. Boom! Under the violent energy explosion, the entire planet seemed to be shaking because of the influence of this breath. The horror displayed by Liu Ya shocked everyone. Aboard the Grand Canyon, on the satellite images, you can see a figure as hot as the sun deep in the center of the Pacific Ocean. Frieza, who was originally calm, suddenly had his pupils shrink. This world is impossible. How can there be a Super Saiyan? Frieza was speechless at this moment. Chapter 15. Aboard the Grand Canyon. Commander, there is a huge energy reaction in the middle of the Pacific Ocean near Xiaowei Island. Jana was operating the computer keyboard. Mr. Liu Ya has taken action and has already run into the guy who calls himself the Emperor of the Universe, Frieza. Jana's words made Dokeo stand up. Send the satellite imagery. Have you observed the scene? Dokeo's words made the others operate the computers quickly. Call up the live video now. After a while, Frieza and Liu Ya were seen confronting each other, and a terrifying purple aura emanated from Frieza's body. Liu Ya's body was burning with golden flames, and his whole body looked like a little sun. Gold, a form I've never seen before. Is that also the form of Super Saiyan God? Dokeo couldn't help but ask. No, that's Super Saiyan. According to him, it's the weakest transformation after Super Saiyan God. Rose's voice sounded, and at this moment she was connected to Dokeo. Liu Ya said that he can deal with the monster by himself without the help of the Super Seminary. So, just watch. Rose's words made Dokeo look at Liu Ya's figure on the screen and said, I don't need a Super Seminary. At the moment Liu Ya transformed into a Super Saiyan. He. Why, there are wild monkeys like you in this world. You, the haunted wild monkeys, should all go to hell. You and Sun Wukong too. You are so abominable. The angry Frieza roared, and the evil aura quickly exploded in his body. Realizing how powerful Liu Ya is, Frieza directly advances from the first form to the final form, bursting out with terrifying power. Boom! With just one punch, Frieza met Liu Ya. Liu Ya clenched his fists and immediately met Frieza's attack. With the collision of the two forces, the sea surface was shaken by the aftermath of the terrifying power, causing huge waves. Boom 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 boom. Frieza and Liu Ya collided fist to fist, and the power of the two was like two volcanoes exploding, and endless power spread wildly. The sea water also surged wildly during the battle between the two, creating huge waves. Bang bang bang! Under the confrontation of two terrifying forces, the two figures kept retreating, but every collision brought about a huge wave. The power of the two people was like two stars colliding with each other, cancelling out and consuming each other. Boom! Boom! After another round of collision, Liu Ya and Frieza retreated several hundred meters again. How can it be? Frieza felt his arms go numb and painful. This kid is so strong. He originally thought that after transforming into his final form, he would be strong enough to easily crush his opponent. But what about the results? His strength, however, was not at all an advantage. This guy named Liu Ya is so strong. Another damn Super Saiyan. Frieza gritted his teeth, and one could imagine the anger in his heart. Liu Ya wants to train his skills and try to better control the power of Super Saiyan 1. Otherwise, with the strength of Super Saiyan God, Frieza could be easily crushed by him. The Super Seminary is also paying close attention to the competition between the two. Brother Monkey, can you defeat that monster called Frieza? Ge Zilun asked the question at an inappropriate time. The monkey's face was blue and white, and it was unclear whether it was because of anger or for some other reason. Although the monkeys are powerful, their strength completely exceeds the level of the third generation of divine bodies. Only a fourth generation divine body can contend with it. Reina sighed. She could feel the fierce battle in the distance. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, the battle between Liu Ya and Frieza crossed thousands of miles and arrived above the Super Seminary. Then, it flew several hundred kilometers away. The fight between the two men circled the earth in just a few seconds. Far Eastern Island country. With an explosion of terrifying power, Liu Ya's punch knocked Frieza to the ground and directly smashed several mountains. Then, Frieza sank into the mountainside. Boom! The next moment, Frieza exploded and flew out, pointing the death ray at Liu Ya, but Liu Ya flashed and avoided Frieza's attack. Whoosh! With a turn, Liu Ya appeared in front of Frieza and kicked him fiercely. Boom! Frieza raised his hand to block Liu Ya's attack, then turned again and gave Liu Ya a fierce whip kick. The two men engaged in a fierce battle, and in the blink of an eye they were dozens of kilometers away. Clap! Bang bang bang! The two men fought on the sea for 5 minutes, and finally Liu Ya was kicked away by Frieza. Haha, you damn wild monkey, now you know how powerful I am. Frieza looked at Liu Ya who was kicked away by him and laughed arrogantly. Frieza's words made Liu Ya sneer in disdain. His body rolled in the air, and after stabilizing himself, he rushed directly towards Frieza. Bang 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 dash! The two figures collided violently in mid-air. Every strike was accompanied by a deafening sound. Although Frieza is very powerful, his speed is much slower. Shwa shwa shwa! And beside Frieza, Liu Ya's figure kept flashing, and every attack was exquisite. Frieza had no time to react, and every one of his moves was neutralized by Liu Ya. Moreover, Liu Ya's speed was so fast that Frieza couldn't keep up with him. Rumble! Frieza kept swinging his fists, but Liu Ya's strength was stronger than Frieza's. Boom! Boom! After another collision, Liu Ya kicked Frieza away with one kick, and then chased him again. Bang bang bang! Bang! Liu Ya stepped on Frieza's chest, and then kicked down again, pushing Frieza directly into the sea. Frieza's figure was also submerged in the sea. Hwalalalal! The sea water was constantly bubbling and evaporating, and smoke was constantly rising above the sea surface. Whoops whoops! After spitting out mouthfuls of sea water, Frieza emerged on the surface of the sea. Damn wild monkey! I'm going to kill you! Frieza seemed even angrier, with a white aura lingering around him. A terrifying force spread out in all directions with him as the center. Wherever it passed, the sea water cracked and evaporated, and huge deep trenches appeared on the seabed. All of Frieza's fighting power explodes. Chapter 16. 1 billion. Frieza's combat power value can reach this level in his final form. Liu Ya obtained the Super Saiyan gift package and also synchronized all the combat power of Son Goku in the Z time and space. Naturally, his strength can surpass Frieza. However, looking at Frieza's furious look, Liu Ya had an urge to laugh. He wanted to see how much potential the current Frieza could unleash without reaching the golden Frieza state. Go to hell! There was no extra momentum, the cutting disc that could cut everything was constructed in Frieza's hands. The combined power of the cutting disc seems to be able to cut the planet in half. Liu Ya knew that Frieza definitely had the power to cut the earth in half. Facing the attack of the cutting disc, there did not seem to be any fear on Liu Ya's face. On the contrary, there was a hint of ridicule in his eyes. Haha, you ignorant wild monkey, you will never be able to withstand this attack from me. Frieza immediately spoke, his tone seemed to be full of mockery towards Liu Ya. Go to hell, wild monkey. His words were filled with madness, as if in the next second, he would see the lore cut in half by the force of the cutting disc. What a terrifying power! The angel Chixin could feel how terrifying Frieza's attack was. Sister Yan, can we stop that kind of monster? Her words made Angel Yan's mouth twitch. How can I possibly stop it? The guy who can fight that kind of monster is a real monster. Her eyes were fixed on the farther direction, looking at the figures of Liu Ya and Frieza, with a very complicated expression. Even a dark silver level weapon can't withstand this attack. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Angel Yan. King Tianhe. Seeing Heishi's appearance, Angel Yan was surprised and delighted. When did you come here? Just 2 days ago, did you say that guy could withstand a blow from that monster? Heishi smiled and looked towards where Liu Ya and Frieza were fighting. He was able to injure Morgana's 4th generation divine body, so his strength should not be underestimated. Angel Yan nodded. So, don't be nervous. Tianhe King Heii folded his arms across his chest, standing on the top of a distant mountain, waiting for the end of the battle. Chiang! The power of the cutting disc, with its terrifying destructive force, fell on Liu Ya in an instant. Liu Ya raised his hand, and the scream that Frieza had imagined did not seem to happen. Liu Ya's golden flame became stronger and stronger at this moment, and the jet-like flame made his golden angry hair float wildly because of the lingering flame. Crackling! The blue and white electric arcs wrapped around Liu Ya's body, and the attack of the cutting disc was grasped in Liu Ya's hand. With just one hand, Frieza's attack was completely crushed by Liu Ya, as if the attack launched by Liu Ya had never existed. What a disappointment, Frieza! Liu Ya raised his head and looked towards where Frieza was. Is this the limit of your power? I thought there was something special about you. Liu Ya's words dealt a heavy blow to Frieza. Looking at the scene in front of him, Frieza's face turned pale. The look in his eyes was clearly one of disbelief. You, how could you possibly stop it? It's just a damn wild monkey. A huge panic seemed to spread at this moment. He became panicked and looked in the direction of Liu Ya. Then Frieza felt extremely angry. Fear turned into the power of anger. The arrogant and unwilling emperor of the universe clenched his fists. I am going to kill you. I want you to die. The roar instantly resounded throughout the heaven and earth. As soon as he finished speaking, Frieza attacked again. However, as fast as he is, Liu Ya's speed is even faster than Frieza's. With a powerful punch, Liu Ya, in the Super Saiyan 2 state, hit Frieza's chest with one punch. Pfft! The powerful force caused Frieza to spit out blood and fly into the sky. Frieza drew an arc in the air and slammed heavily into the ground. He flew directly for several kilometers and landed under an island on the sea level. Bang! The violent tremors, accompanied by cracks in the ground, seemed as if the whole world was shaking. Boom! Then, before Frieza could react, he noticed Liu Ya's approaching figure. As soon as he stood up, Liu Ya raised his right foot and suddenly hit Frieza with his knee, and then hit Frieza's face hard with a straight punch. With a knee strike, Frieza was knocked to the ground. Ah! Fleabag let out a heart-wrenching roar. He struggled and tried to get up, but he couldn't even do such a simple thing. Boom! The next second, a force was transmitted and Frieza was knocked to the ground again. Liu Ya stepped on Frieza's chest and said, "You should fight me with your true strength, or is this what you are like after you show your true strength? I am very disappointed in you. What's wrong? Is the power of the Emperor of the Universe so insignificant?" Liu Ya stood on top and stomped hard, and every time he stepped on it, Frieza would groan in pain. Every word he spoke was like a sharp sword, piercing Frieza's chest and causing him unbearable pain. "Who the hell are you? Looking at you like that, could it be that you are also a Super Saiyan?" The Super Saiyan 2 state is significantly different from the Super Saiyan 1 state in that it is more aloof. "Please spare me." Infinite humiliation surged in Frieza's heart. However, Liu Ya's strength had completely exceeded his expectations. He is a man who knows the current situation. If he loses, he will naturally be able to bend and stretch. At the same time, he is also betting in his heart that the Saiyan in front of him may be as stupid and kind as Sun Wukong. "I promise I won't do evil, let me go." Now Frieza was almost on his knees begging for mercy, but his body was being stepped on by Liu Ya and he was completely unable to move. Frieza wants to escape, he absolutely cannot die here. One day, he will gain greater power than Son Goku and the Saiyan in front of him. Then, take revenge on the damn wild monkey. The planet that the Saiyans care about will also be completely destroyed. He wanted Liu Ya's companions to die in front of him one by one, so that they could experience the horror and despair of hell. However, Frieza seemed to have predicted wrongly, Liu Ya was not a good Saiyan. Chapter 17. Save you. Liu Ya chuckled and looked at Frieza with a hint of teasing in his eyes. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you think I'm one of those guys, Sun Wukong? He always kills his enemies without mercy." Before Frieza could react, his body was lifted high by Liu Ya and thrown into the air. Frieza's body flew out to a height of 4,000 meters like a cannonball. Frieza wanted to escape, he couldn't die here. Aboard Devil 1. "Oh my goodness, what is that guy going to do?" Morgana's eyes widened as she stared at the figure of Frieza running away on the screen. "Ato, that Saiyan God, is he stupid enough to let his enemy go?" Morgana turned around and asked Achuo. I don't know, but he shouldn't be stupid. Achuo shrugged. When a hunter is teasing his prey, he will always use some tricks to make it die less painfully. Oh, then I really have to look forward to seeing how the Emperor of the Universe will die. Morgana suddenly realized, looking at Frieza who was constantly fleeing in the picture, how come the style of this Saiyan God is more like a devil than me? Then, Morgana saw the Kamehameha bursting out from the earth. Boom! Golden light shot up into the sky, and at the moment when Frieza rushed into the universe, the huge amount of energy completely engulfed Frieza in just the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the evil guest scenario boss Frieza. Ding! Character detected, he/she is sufficiently shocked by this battle. Ding! Character detected, Angel Yan is sufficiently shocked by this battle. Ding! Character detected, Reina has been sufficiently shocked by this battle. A series of prompts sounded at this moment. Ding! You gain 80,000 shock value points. The system's prompt brought Liu Ya back to his senses immediately. Did it actually get that much shock value? At this moment, the shocking points obtained by Liu Ya directly reached 8 points. The next moment, Liu Ya opened the data panel and looked at the data panel in front of him. Name Liu Ya. Race, Saiyan. Physique, purebred Saiyan. Form, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Ultra Instinct, Trial Version. Skills Breath of God, Ki Bomb, Kamehameha, Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, Ki/Kai, Instant Teleport, and Mastery of Melee Combat Skills. Shock value 90,000. Combined with the remaining accumulation from before, the lore has accumulated a shocking value of 90,000 points. Now, we can unlock the Super Saiyan 4 form. A smile appeared on Liu Ya's face at this moment. Liu Ya chose to unlock Super Saiyan 4 without hesitation. Now that he has mastered Super Saiyan 3, it is natural for Liu Ya to master the power of Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 5 only costs points to unlock, so after it's activated, Liu Ya will still have points of shock value left. Ding! Congratulations to the host for his outstanding performance in this battle. A special reward is being issued to you, the Kesha template. You will comprehend the power of creation and can combine it with the Super God Dark Plane system and rely on the Kesha template to open up the Dark Plane yourself. Dark Plane. In the Super God world, the special technology developed, the so-called Dark Plane, is nothing more than a special space that does not belong to the main material world. In the Super God world, one can use the power of technology to invest resources and bind them to super soldiers, giving them godlike combat power. The difference between a god and a super soldier is nothing more than super genes plus super weapons plus super computing power. However, Liu Ya does not need Super God's Dark Plane system, but can use Super God's Dark Plane ideas and develop according to the ideas of the Lord of Dimensions in American comics. In that case, there will always be someone providing power for the dimension created by Liu Ya. Compared to the Super God world, which requires time to build the Dark Plane, it is much easier to invest resources. The arrival of the Kesha template is a huge win for lures. Feeling the surprise brought by the Kesha template, Liu Ya noticed the arrival of a person. Don't mind if I interrupt you for a moment. He/she's voice sounded, and at this moment her tone seemed humble, without any arrogance in her eyes. Let me introduce myself. I am the angel He/she, the king of the heavenly base of the mellow heavenly court. I am currently just a retired old man. He/she said with a smile, her beautiful eyes fixed on Liu Ya. How should I address you, Saiyan God, or just call me Liu Ya? Liu Ya didn't waste any words, he looked at He/she and said, what do you want to talk to me about, Angel's heavenly king? He grinned, his eyes scrutinizing, this woman must be coming for him. Can't we get to know each other? He/she's face seemed to show a sad look, don't get me wrong, I have no ill intentions, I am just a scientific researcher, I am curious about the god from another universe. She blinked and explained to Liu Ya, I want to know more about the Super Saiyan God from you. He/she was naturally interested in information about the unknown universe, but what interested He/she the most was Liu Ya, the Super Saiyan God. What kind of super gene is the Saiyan? He actually has the power to destroy stars. She is not sure at this moment whether Liu Ya can destroy the universe, but through the confrontation between Liu Ya and Frieza just now, he also has the power to destroy Frieza's explosion. Our King of the Sky Base feels that if Liu Ya is willing, this planet and even the entire solar system can be transformed into cosmic fireworks. This is no joke for Liu Ya, because he really has the power to destroy the solar system. In the world of super gods, the most powerful thing is the technology of the fourth generation of divine bodies, but the fourth generation of divine bodies still cannot withstand the stellar explosion. If you die, like Kesha in the metaverse, it will take 200 million years to recover your body. After 200 million years, everything will have changed and any civilization may no longer exist. It is uncertain whether angel civilization existed at that time. Liu Ya had some guesses about Kesha at that time. Was Kesha tired of living, so she didn't run away and volunteered to die? Aboard Devil 1. Missed grass. Morgana was almost about to curse. What's wrong with this woman she? Shouldn't she be living in the mellow heavenly palace? What is she doing on earth at this time? Could it be that it was for the Super Saiyan God? Cunning woman. Morgana was angry and was really afraid that she would get there first. Chapter 18. Morgana could only complain that she was insidious and cunning. No. Morgana became angrier the more she thought about it, and felt that she needed to take action, otherwise she would be at a great loss. The power displayed by Liu Ya naturally shocked the Super Seminary greatly. Aboard the Grand Canyon. Now, all the top military officials have gathered here, and even those who are not present at the scene have started an emergency meeting. Super Saiyan God. As Dokeo's voice sounded, at his signal, the subordinate next to him opened a video. The screen shows two scenes of Liu Ya's battle. A figure, with a fiery red aura flowing through his body, defeated the fighting Buddha with just a light punch. A figure, golden aura burst out, and the terrifying power easily crushed the Emperor of the Universe, even when Frieza rushed out of the universe. Accurately find Frieza's coordinates and use Qigong waves to completely destroy Frieza. There is no doubt that this person is a super gene carrier. Although we do not have any information about Super Saiyans at present, the only thing we can speculate is that this Saiyan God is indeed from outside the known universe. Otherwise, there is no other possibility. Dokeo said, looking around, what do you think about this person who agreed to become our special advisor? First it was the angels, then the demons, and then the Daudi army from Tianhe City. And there's that universe emperor. Mr. Huang looked worried. Old Du, tell me, with the power of the earth, can we resist the invasion of those advanced alien civilizations? It's hard. Dokeo was silent for a moment, and then he spoke up, the existence of demons and Daudi has already threatened the earth. Their ideas are not in line with today's earth humans. As for angels, they are the opposite of demons. According to their beliefs, they can still come to help us. Dokeo explained everything he knew to the respected Mr. Huang. Perhaps we should start the Black Great Wall project ahead of time. Of course, with the help of the Saiyan God, the strength of the army and the Super Seminary can also be enhanced. He sighed and said to Mr. Huang, from what I can see so far, Mr. Liu Ya is quite kind to us humans. But the continuation of civilization cannot rely on the goodwill of the powerful. Once that person leaves Earth, those advanced alien civilizations will hear of it and come. Huang Lao added what Dokeo hadn't finished saying, I have no objection to that person becoming our special advisor. If that person has any requests, please let Qiangwei mention them to the higher UPS. As long as it is possible, Xiaoguo will naturally try his best to help Liu Ya achieve it. On the Xia country's side, naturally, they want to try their best to win over Liu Ya. Liu Ya also wants to use the technology of Xia country to develop super genes, promote the method of practicing Qi, and obtain a wave of shock value faster. Teaching them one by one would take too much time for Liu Ya, so he decided to follow the method of the Marvel world, which is to develop an air magic dimension related to air. In this way, the practice of Qi cultivation can be promoted faster by just chanting the mantra. All Liu Ya needs is the energy provided by others to expand the dimension of Qi magic until it completely affects the super god universe. With the power system of Dragon Ball and the accumulation of Super God civilization, Liu Ya can achieve the unprecedented God of creation and destruction in this world. His goal is to surpass the God of destruction in the Dragon Ball system, and even surpass the angels. Angels, of course, are not angels from the Super God universe, but angels that can serve as mentors to the God of destruction in the Dragon Ball universe. Becoming a God of destruction, or a Dragon Ball angel level figure, then Liu Ya can truly be considered above the universe. Otherwise, it is just a powerful beast. In the Dragon Ball's tournament of power, in the eyes of the God of destruction and the angels, it was nothing more than a fight between mortals. Only when Kakarot displayed his ultra instinct in the across time and space could the God of destruction and the angels look at him with awe. For lures, transformation is a path, and developing dimensional power is also a path. It is the best thing for lure fishing to have two paths going hand in hand. While Liu Ya was thinking about it, at the same time, the angel from the Super God world was entangled with Liu Ya. Who are you? Heishi's interest in Liu Ya remained unabated, and even after Liu Ya refused, he still tried to pester her. She thought that no one could resist a charming angel. As far as I know, there is no Saiyan civilization in the known universe. I learned from Yan that you come from outside the universe. She paused and continued to ask Liu Ya, according to your request, I have come from the mellow heavenly palace now. Can you help me answer this question? Free answers are, of course, not allowed. Liu Ya chuckled, looked at Heishi and said, Miss Heishi, what can you give me? What do you want? Heishi lifted her hair. It must be said that the angel's beauty is one of the best in the universe. Weapons, resources, or technology. I can achieve whatever you want. As the king of celestial base, Heishi still has certain privileges in the angel civilization. Technology. Resource. Arms. These things are not worth mentioning to Liu Ya, but there are still some things on the angel that are worth Liu Ya's care. I want a sky blade battleship, can you give it to me? Liu Ya raised his eyebrows and said to Heishi. It's not impossible, but it requires an equal exchange. Heishi smiled slightly. If I want it, I can just snatch it away. Liu Ya pursed his lips, which made Heishi stunned for a moment. She believed that Liu Ya had this ability. However, resources are valuable only if they are exchanged. How about handing over the technology of the sacred atoms and the treasure house of knowledge to me? The only thing Liu Ya was interested in was the technology of the holy atom. In exchange, I can provide a super gene from a god, which is quite valuable. The holy atom was developed by Heishi. Kesha used the technology of the holy atom to create her own holy body. Each molecule of the holy body possesses enormous energy. As long as one molecule exists, it can be resurrected under the same energy. However, if the energy required is not enough to support resurrection, the aggregation time will be quite slow. He plans to use the technology reference of the sacred atom to create an immortal body similar to Majin Buu's level. Chapter 19. Can consider it. She nodded. However, I need to discuss this with Kesha. You can propose some other conditions. She was naturally a little hesitant about the technology of the sacred atoms and the treasure house of knowledge, but the super genes of a god did arouse her great interest. Okay. Liu Ya was not in a hurry, because the only person he needed was Heii. Even if Heii refused to give it to him, Liu Ya could easily get the technology of this world after getting the Dragon Ball. In fact, with the power of the Dragon Balls, he can do things that even the big clock can't do. Currently, the lure only has 4-star balls, so we have to find a way to get more shock points and exchange them for Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls of different levels can achieve different effects, and what Liu Ya wants most is the Super Dragon Ball. But the shock value that Super Dragon Ball requires is something that Liu Ya simply cannot obtain. Then, give me Suyan's armor first. Liu Ya said calmly, in exchange, I can answer 3 of your questions. With your strength, you shouldn't need protective gear. She looked at Liu Ya, but still followed Liu Ya's instructions and conjured up a set of dark silver armor for Liu Ya. It's true that it's not necessary, but if you only wear the martial arts uniform, it will easily get dirty. Liu Ya grinned. He was not used to seeing Saiyans without armor. The martial arts uniform was obtained from Master Roshi, but Liu Ya is essentially a Sun, and a suitable combat uniform will make fighting easier for him. First question, besides the Super Saiyan God, are there other gods? She asked a more crucial question. Other gods? Of course they exist. It depends on what level of god they are. The king of hell who controls life and death, or the king of Kai who created planets, galaxies, and even guided the birth of life. Or, the god of destruction who destroys the galaxy, and the angel who guides the god of destruction. Liu Ya's words made she look surprised. In your world, there are still angels. Of course, but they are not angels like you. The god of destruction in each universe is followed by an angel attendant. They are the attendants and teachers of the god of destruction, maintaining the order of the universe. The status of the angels in Dragon Ball is naturally much more powerful than those in the Super God world. Angels do not participate in the struggle between good and evil, and maintain the principle of neutrality. The key is the god of destruction who supervises and guides their own education. Reversing time, resurrection, the normal state is to be extremely free and omniscient. All things in your own universe can be checked with a thought, and even past records can be read. In comparison, the super angels failed completely. Maintaining the operation of the universe. She's face was shocked. In this way, the angels in the Dragon Ball universe can be said to be quite powerful. At present, the angels have not even fully explored the known universe of the Super God universe, let alone controlling the universe. What Liu Ya said also revealed a lot of information, that is, even if Kesha arrived in Liu Ya's world, she would be killed instantly. More importantly, Liu Ya also mentioned each universe, which means different universes, and different gods of destruction and angels exist. A multiverse that is more vast than the Super God world impacts she's worldview. She thought about it and then asked the second question. What is the power of Qi? The power of Qi can refer to the life potential in the body, which is equivalent to the dark energy that exists in the human body. According to what you said, if you continue to cultivate Qi, you can make your life essence stronger. The body of a living being is equal to a universe. As long as it is a humanoid creature, it has a certain degree of Qi. If the Qi is developed to the extreme, it is only a matter of time before it can cross the void and destroy the galaxy. To develop Dragon Ball Qi, there is physical training as well as spiritual training, but it relies more on one's own potential. The essence of Dragon Ball life is that the universe it lives in is quite suitable for developing the power of Qi in this vast universe. Many powerful people like Frieza who can destroy planets are born. In the 11th universe, there even appeared a character who surpassed the god of destruction. Learning to breathe is still a little difficult in this world, but it can be done with the guidance of Liu Ya. Even the breath can be sublimated and upgraded to divine breath. If the divine breath can be transformed into divine power, then it will become a god that truly touches the rules of the universe. The third question is, besides this universe, are there many other universes? She said. Nature. Liu Ya nodded, then smiled, and said, my previous universe was the 7th universe, which consists of 4 infinite galaxies, divided into the world of the living and the world after death. From what I understand, there are still many universes. You indigenous people's worldview is still too shallow. Indigenous. She was actually called a native. Listening to Liu Ya's words, although she wanted to be angry, she had to admit the fact that her knowledge was too shallow. The technological gods in the Super God world are not at the same level as the powerful gods in other universes. Dragon Ball, the god of destruction, the angel, the high priest and the top Omni King, Marvel's 5 great creator gods, the 4 legendary Ultramen in the Ultra world, too many to count. Take Dark Plane technology for example. Different universes have different rules. The Dark Plane in this universe may be very effective, but if you leave the Dark Plane, you will be useless. What is the Dark Plane? If we compare the Super God world to a game world, the Dark Plane is the character card loaded on the character. Relying on the character card setting, the character can be given various powerful and special powers. If you want to upgrade the character card, you need to invest more resources, build it, and bless the character. Different universes follow different rules. The power of Qi may be very important, but in other universes, it may be a superpower or the power of destiny. Destroying planets, destroying galaxies, and collapsing universes, that is the true battle of gods. His words made Heii look extremely shocked. There is more than one universe. The number of unknown universes is too terrifying. According to your understanding, which universe can this current universe be called? Heii asked curiously. Well, if you consider the part where I am, you can call it the 13th universe. Liu Ya chuckled and quickly replied to Heii. If Super God is listed alongside the 12th universe of Dragon Ball, provided that the God of Destruction and the Angel appear in this universe, then this universe can be included in the Dragon Ball worldview and exist as the 13th universe. However, this world does not have the Destroyer God and angels, and in a sense it is also an independent universe. But who knows whether this independent universe exists outside the universe? Chapter 20. The number of universes is as vast as the grains of sand in the universe. No one knows how long the Super God universe can last, but as for Dragon Ball, as long as the Omni King of the Ceiling gets impatient, he can easily destroy a destroyed universe. According to what you said, the universe is just like the planetary civilizations in different galaxies, with countless numbers. Heii broke out in a cold sweat. At this time, she seemed to have realized something. You could say that. Liu Ya nodded calmly. Terrible. With so many universes, if other universes noticed Super God, it would be difficult to stop him given Super God's power level. Moreover, interstellar battles are just child's play. Destroying the universe is the simplest contest in the vast universe. Heii feels that the technological content of the gods in his world is much weaker than that in other worlds. Heishi's cognition was completely shattered. How can I be sure that what you said is true or false? At this time, Heii forced a smile, but it seemed a little forced. Is it necessary to lie to you? Besides, as a god, there is no need to lie. Liu Ya raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Heii in front of him. The fiery red flame wrapped around Liu Ya's body, and the Super Saiyan God brought a huge sense of oppression. Now, Heii felt an unprecedented tremendous pressure. If you want to fight me, I'm ready to fight you anytime. I only need one finger. Liu Ya raised his index finger, and just one finger seemed to contain unparalleled pressure. With the benefits brought by the Kesha template, Liu Ya was able to easily break through Heishi's dark plane suppression. It's a magical power. Heii took a deep breath and paid attention to Liu Ya's terror. She could feel the difference between Liu Ya and herself, which was the difference in energy levels. The breath of God covered Liu Ya's body in just the blink of an eye. The oppressive feeling he exuded from his every move made Heii feel suffocated. Not only that, he couldn't even open his own dark plane. In front of Liu Ya, all his power seemed to be suppressed. In front of the absolute powerful, the dark plane's methods can be easily cracked. So, why did you come to this world? Heii couldn't help but speak. That's not part of my answer. I don't need to tell you. Hearing this, Liu Ya looked at Heii and couldn't help but smile. Unless you can give me more of what I want, then I will also reveal more about other things in the universe. Understand? He smiled slightly, his tone much more arrogant than that of the angel. There are many distinctions in communication. But, if we classify them, there are only 3 types. There is communication from top to bottom, communication on an equal footing, and communication from bottom to top. Heishi's attitude was strong and arrogant, communicated from top to bottom, which might be a common problem in angel civilization, but now Heii was the one who needed help. And Liu Ya is far more powerful than Heii, and more dangerous than the angel civilization. When the status is unequal, Liu Ya is the strong one who is in a superior position and can communicate from top to bottom. Obviously Heii has realized this. Call. Heii took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and turned back to the topic. You taught me a lot of interesting things. So what do you think of angels and their justice order? Heii smiled slightly and said to Liu Ya. Justice and order? Then I want to ask, do you believe in justice and order? Liu Ya turned the topic to Heii. Will the angel make everyone believe in justice? The order of justice was created by Kesha, but in my opinion, each civilization has a different kind of justice. The order of justice of the angels is theocracy. She lifted her hair. She completely understood the justice order of the angels. We will never force civilization to absolutely believe in justice, because justice cannot be forced. However, with the existence of a just order, the universe can maintain peace for tens of thousands of years under the leadership of angels. Apart from the competition with demons, angels are the strongest and most terrifying God-level civilization in all cosmic civilizations. There should be no conflict between the angel and you. We may have a basis for cooperation. She continued. She wanted Liu Ya to stand in the camp of angels, a god who could shake the existence of the universe and gain a foothold in this world. No matter how Liu Ya moves, it will affect the angels. Do you want to form an alliance? She's words made Liu Ya laugh. Why do you think that angels are qualified to be my allies? The next moment, a heavy feeling of oppression seemed to be coming towards He, like an overwhelming pressure, making He feel as if he couldn't breathe. Then, this feeling of oppression quickly disappeared. He maintained a calm expression. Angels have a lot of things that are worthy of praise. Angels' technology and resources can help you. Beings that can come to the Super God universe from other universes should also have a way to go back. Based on the other cosmic information that Liu Ya possessed, plus his terrifying combat power at the top of the universe, she felt that he needed to let Liu Ya become a part of the angels. Can you decide? She's words made Liu Ya raise his eyebrows, and he said with interest, alliance, it's not impossible to consider it. But the angel must show sincerity that satisfies me. His words made He frown slightly. You want to? Ge Xilun's galactic power, I am still very interested in that power. Liu Ya said, looking at He and said, I heard that the development of the power of the galaxy is related to you angels. If I go in contact with you, there should be no problem. Liu Ya, with a half smile on his face, just stared at He and said, I will convey your words to Kesha. As the Sky King of the angels, I also have the final say among the angels. He had no objection to Liu Ya's decision to use the power of the galaxy. If Liu Ya could replace the power of the galaxy, it would be the best thing for the angels. There are some things I need to go back and discuss. See you next time, Super Saiyan God. He spread his wings and quickly flew high into the sky. This contact was just a test. After understanding Liu Ya's attitude, Heii knew how to deal with Liu Ya. No matter what, she will find a way to promote the relationship between Angel and Liu Ya, perhaps even at the cost of sacrificing herself. Chapter 21. Just wait a little longer. Liu Ya watched He leave, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly. At the same time, a wave of shock value is also gained. Ding! Character detected. He has a sufficient amount of shock to the Dragon Ball world information. Reward, 5-star, Spirit Time House. The system's prompt shocked Liu Ya's spirit. The 4-star and 5-star planets gathered together, and Liu Ya obtained the Spirit Time House again. In the Spirit Time House, the time inside is different from that in the outside world, and the gravity is 10 times that of normal. If 1 year passes here, it is only 1 day in the outside world. Theoretically, one can only practice in the Spirit Time Chamber for 2 days, but in reality it is only 2 days. Not bad. If you want to find an opportunity, Liu Ya needs to materialize the Spiritual Time House and practice. He was quite clear about the function of the Spirit Time Chamber. For Saiyans, training was not boring at all. Today's lore also has 2 Dragon Balls. However, it is still unlikely to gather 7 Dragon Balls to summon a dragon. Would you like to exchange 2 Dragon Balls for the right to make a wish with Cyril Star Dragon Ball? His attention was on the shock value store. The Namekian Dragon Balls require 1 million shock points to redeem for a chance to be used, not to mention the Super Dragon Balls, which require 10 million shock points. Today's lore still has a shocking value of 50,000. The previous lore had obtained a 4-star Dragon Ball, and now with this 5-star Dragon Ball, there are 2 Dragon Balls that can be used. 2 Cyril Star Dragon Balls are needed to make a wish come true. Theoretically, with the Cyril Star Dragon Balls, as long as you make a wish, you can easily realize the wish to be the number one in the universe. However, the number one in the universe refers to the person number one under the god of destruction. However, the 2-star Dragon Balls require a price, as they draw on the host's future potential and one's own lifespan. Using 2-star Dragon Balls does feel a bit uneconomical for lures. Liu Ya decided to put it aside for the time being and see if he could get more Dragon Balls later. After all, it was much more cost-effective to exchange them for Earth Dragon Balls. Although the 2-star Dragon Balls have no CD, they require a certain price to pay, and the Earth Dragon Balls have more abilities to achieve. Now we should consider the matter of the Super Seminary. Liu Ya held his chin with his hand. The Super Seminary was essentially the legacy of the planet Dinar on Earth, and it was not enough to enhance the overall strength of the Earth. He is planning to split up the Super Seminary and build a martial arts school to formally spread the Dragon Ball training system. As for the name of the martial arts gym, let's call it Extreme Martial Arts Gym. The Super God universe is still too small in Liu Ya's eyes. Liu Ya's goal is to yearn for a more advanced universe. The role of the system is to help Liu Ya realize his ideal of surpassing the god of destruction and approaching the existence of a Dragon Ball angel. Liu Ya will not help the people on Earth too much. Disasters are the driving force for progress. Otherwise, like in the Dragon Ball world, the martial arts on Earth will regress and the ones protecting the Earth will be a group of Suns. When the Suns are gone and humans on Earth are invaded, can they still survive? That is of course impossible, just like in the future time and space of Dragon Ball, all the Suns died and the people on Earth did not accumulate enough power. He was destroyed by Black Goku and even had the future time and space erased by the Omni King. Both living humans and dead souls no longer exist. This world is the hometown of the parallel world, but in Liu Ya's eyes, it is never his original hometown. With a little care, Liu Ya is still willing. But, his interests cannot be affected. King Tianhe, what's the result? Yan's figure came to Heishi's side. Are you worried that I'll fight with him? Seeing Tianhe Yan's worried look, Heishi couldn't help but smile. Don't be nervous, we get along pretty well. This Super Saiyan God is worthy of the angel's close friendship. Her words made Angel Yan a little stunned. So, do you want us to contact that god, or? I'll discuss the rest with Kesha first. I hope the angels can form an alliance with him, but I don't know if Kesha will agree. She said this without paying attention to Angel Yan's questioning. She now wanted to contact Mellow Heaven and explain her contact with Liu Ya to Kesha. Merlow Heaven, Angel Nebula. How's the situation, Heishi? Kesha crossed her legs and sat leisurely on the throne. Have you made formal contact with him? How should I put it? Judging from his attitude, he seems to be dismissive of the angels' justice and order, but we can still interact with them. Heishi obtained a lot of information from Liu Ya. You mean, other universes? It had been expected that Liu Ya came from another universe, but when it was confirmed by Heishi, Kesha was still surprised. That's right. My suggestion is that it would be best for the angels to form an alliance with them. If they become enemies, it will be difficult for the angels. Heishi took his time to express his concerns and worries. I suggest you come to Earth in person. I understand. Come back and we'll discuss this. As for the situation on Earth, let Yan keep an eye on it. There are many things that require Kesha and Heii to communicate face to face. Whether to form an alliance with Liu Ya, Kesha has to contact Liu Ya in person before making a decision. Liu Ya had no idea what the angel camp was planning, but the military approved Liu Ya's suggestion to become a special advisor. And what Liu Ya wants is not only to teach in the Super Seminary, but to establish a martial arts school on Earth to spread the methods of chi-related cultivation. At the same time, relying on the effect of the Kaishin template, he is also trying to create his own dimension. The dark plane of the Super God world is a bit similar to the dimensional space in American comics in Liu Ya's eyes, and Liu Ya has to rely on the creative ability of King Kai. Relying on the power of creation to bind the dimensional space he discovered to himself, he can better spread the methods of cultivation related to Qi. The Qi in the Dragon Ball system can be regarded as a kind of dark energy in this world. How to develop this dark energy requires the power of technology in this world. However, it is different with the help of lures. As the price for the lure to help awaken the Qi, the user of the awakened Qi only needs to allocate some Qi to help the lure better expand the dimension of its own development. Liu Ya does not possess the Super God Dark Plane technology, but he has the creative power of King God. As a qualified god, he can feel the existence of dark energy. Entering the dark plane is also easy for Liu Ya. The moment he stepped into the dark plane, Liu Ya felt the surging dark energy coming towards him like a tide. Create. Under the expansion of the creative divine power, the unstable dark energy suddenly stabilized. Under the power of Liu Ya, this dimension was given some special characteristics. If we have to give it a name, this dimension can be called the latitude of life. Chapter 22. Juxia City. Super Seminary, Xiangbinglian Training Ground. As a special consultant, Liu Ya has become an instructor at the Super Seminary, and his position here is naturally the final word. In addition to the Super Seminary, the Army's Black Hawk Squad and many special operations battalions also gathered here at this time. I heard that the special consultant will come to train us starting today. Rui Mingmeng's voice sounded, I don't know if it's easy to get along with you. You seem so nervous. Qiang Wei said that his personality is quite good, but besides our Xiangbing company, are there other teams that can train together? Su Zili is naturally quite interested in lures. Strong body, handsome appearance. There is no doubt that Liu Ya can be said to be the ideal type. Okay, stop being a nympho. Reina curled her lips, her eyes fixed on the square, thinking that it should be around this time. Why hasn't the instructor come yet? It should be soon. If we can learn even a little bit of the instructor's skills, we will be able to defeat the Daudi. Zhao Xin and Lu Chuang were discussing, while Zhao Xin patted Ge Zilun on the shoulder and said, Zilun, what are you looking at? I'm looking at Qiang Wei. She should be with us. Why can't I see her? Ge Zilun was about to say something when he soon noticed that Liu Ya and Qiang Wei suddenly jumped down from the sky in the center of the square. Did they fly here? The shocking scene frightened the others. After all, some teams had never seen such a scene. Nice to meet you all, everyone from the Super Seminary, and the military special operations team who have volunteered to become members of the Extreme Dojo. I'm Liu Ya, your special advisor. He stood with his hands behind his back, looked at the others and said, and I will teach you the practice of Qi today. Even ordinary people can use the power of Qi to become extraordinary super warriors, even without the help of super genetic engineering. These words made the teams in the square look stunned. How is it possible to become a super soldier without the help of super genetic engineering? Nothing is impossible because I am an example of this. Qiang Wei stood up, and a burst of aura attracted everyone's attention to the girl floating in the air. Qiang Wei will serve as your guide and lead you into the realm of Qi. Liu Ya smiled and said to the crowd, I need to see results within the next half-month. You will be eligible to enter the Spirit Time House for training. Relying on the shock value, Liu Ya exchanged for general outline of turtle-style breath techniques training, general outline of crane-style breath techniques training, and general outline of Dragon Ball Universe breath training. The path of breath practice. After Liu Ya developed the life dimension, it naturally became easier. He also referred to the worldview of devouring the star and modified the general outline of Dragon Ball Universe breath cultivation. It can also allow humans to have the opportunity to cross to a higher level of life. As long as they practice through the general outline of Dragon Ball Universe breath cultivation, if they are talented enough, they can even surpass 1,000,000 points of combat power. Compared to warriors who have undergone genetic engineering, ordinary people can practice general guidelines for training the aura of the Dragon Ball universe and see a much more obvious improvement in their strength. With the Qi training system, as long as one is strong enough, crossing the universe will not be a problem. In the Xiangbing company, the only ones who can grow to the main god level are none other than Your Excellency Lun and Lu Chuang. The others were nothing more than their foils under genetic engineering, but the role of the breathing cultivation method naturally made up for these gaps. What is that Qi? Is it so difficult to comprehend it? Reina's expression was a little conflicted. Compared to other people who had smoothly entered the practice of Qi, Reina, the main god of the fiery sun star, was much slower in entering the realm of Qi. Perhaps because of Reina's pride as a member of the Fiery Sun Star, she didn't study too hard. Rose, how did you train with him? If you think about it, you can fight a monkey now. These days, Reina's progress has been even slower. She is too young to fight me against the Buddha. The other side. The monkey's figure had arrived without anyone noticing. I, old son, heard that you taught these children to practice Qi. Can the power of Qi really make people become super soldiers? The monkey was very interested in this. Maybe you could have a fight. Liu Ya chuckled and looked towards where Rose and the monkey were. You must have learned a lot of skills in the spirit time room. It's a good opportunity to compete with the monkey. Qiangwei was the first one to use the spirit time chamber with Liu Ya's permission, but she only lasted 3 hours before running out. If that's the case, I really want to fight the monkey. Qiangwei could feel herself getting stronger, but there was still a huge gap when facing Liu Ya. Heii, do you want to fight with me, old son? Qiangwei. Monkey's eyes fell on Rose. I don't mind practicing a few moves with you. Do I need to prepare a weapon for you? Fighting, I want to try it too. As the main god of the Fiery Sun Star, Lena still has some strength. How about fighting me first? Reina didn't study Qi seriously, because she couldn't understand general outline of Qi training in the Dragon Ball universe. In addition, as the main god, she could become a god beyond common sense with the help of the Fiery Sun Star. The energy in Reina's body can cause the sun to explode. Let me fight the monkey first. Rose looked at the scene in front of her with deep eyes. Let's go to the sea. Her body flew into the air, and the monkey followed Rose's footsteps and flew away quickly. I gonna go see. Although she didn't understand the principle of how Rose flew, she was still interested in witnessing the fight between Rose and the monkey. Come to think of it, you seem to be pretty good at it, would you like to practice with me? Reina is naturally quite interested in lures. You can't beat me. Liu Ya chuckled, naturally showing some disdain for Reina's challenge. How will you know if you don't try? Reina's eyes were as sharp as torches, and seeing this, Liu Ya knew that he couldn't refuse. Looking at the goddess who was full of fighting spirit, Liu Ya pursed his lips and said, then I will fulfill your wish. Four-body punch. The four-body fist is Tian Xinyan's unique skill, so it is naturally easy for Liu Ya to learn it. Doppelganger? Something's wrong. What's going on? Reina looked at Liu Ya in confusion. Liu Ya created a clone in just a moment. Is this also an effect that can be achieved by the power of Qi? The girl was shocked at this moment. Chapter 23. South China Sea Fleet, on board the Juxia. Why are Rose and Monkey fighting? Tokyo looked at the scene on the screen with a look of shock. It seems that Rose and Monkey have issued a challenge. Lian Feng's mouth twitched. From Qiangwei's side, she immediately understood the situation. It seems that he wants to fight with the monkey to hone his skills. Qianwei is the first person to step into the breath practice method. Lian Feng knew that he couldn't stop it, so he could only notify Tokyo to come over. At this moment, the battle between Rose and Monkey has begun. Boom! In the atmosphere, the air made continuous explosions. The battle between the monkey and the Rose on the sea was quite intense. The white flame lingered around Rose's body. From the beginning to the end, Rose was able to follow the monkey's footsteps at an incredibly fast speed. She did not use any weapons, but relied on the defense built by Qi to resist the attack of the monkey's Ruyi Jingbang. Why is it so powerful? Sun Wukong held the golden cudgel in his hand, which suddenly became as huge as a mountain and pressed towards where Qiangwei was. Rose crossed her arms to defend against Sun Wukong's attack. Boom! With the terrifying explosion of energy, the Qi cannon was aimed at Sun Wukong. In just a moment, Sun Wukong was knocked away by the shock wave released by Rose. Humph, you're still a long way from defeating me. As the monkey spoke, he waved the Ruyi Jingbang with both hands and started moving again. Boom 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 boom. Rose suddenly launched an attack, and the collision of the two forces caused huge waves in the surrounding sea water. The two forces formed circles of ripples on the sea surface, which continued to spread. So strong! Lian Feng opened his eyes wide. This is also the first time I've seen Qiangwei use her full strength. Although Dokeo knew that Rose was practicing with Liu Ya, he didn't know the details, but through the confrontation with the monkey. At this time, Dokeo realized one thing, that is, the power of Rose is even stronger than he thought. Chief, do we need to intervene? Lian Feng was a little worried, and the two of them started fighting with real anger. Let's take a look first. I think they know their limits. Dokeo shook his head. At this time, Sun Wukong rushed towards Qiangwei again, and at this time, Qiangwei also exerted all her strength again and knocked the monkey away again. Boom! After a muffled sound, the monkey's figure appeared 1,000 meters away. His eyes were wide open with an expression of disbelief. He had never thought that he would be controlled by a little girl. You have made great progress, but I, old son, will not lose. As he spoke, he stepped his legs toward the sea surface and rushed out directly. The Ruyi Jingbang in his hand also shone with a golden glow and smashed towards Qiangwei. Boom! A terrifying force exploded, and Rose's body was knocked back more than 10 steps, and was also knocked away by Sun Wukong's sudden stick. The violent collision instantly exploded the entire sea area, creating a tsunami-like sound that echoed between heaven and earth. The battle between the two was difficult to resolve for a while. For a moment, the sky and the earth changed color. Hey! The monkey roared continuously, and every muscle in his body seemed as hard as if they were made of steel. He smashed down with his stick, bringing up a powerful sound of breaking through the air. Boom! Dash! A stick fell, and huge waves rose on the sea. Call! Qiangwei cried out, crossing her arms across her chest with a cold light in her eyes. Bang! 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 The collision of the two forces caused huge waves on the sea, one after another, spreading out in all directions like a tide. Crack, click, click. Under the force of the two, the stone wall on the seabed cracked directly. Cracks emerged in the sea water and soon spread throughout the entire sea area. Boom! 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 The collision of the two forces caused not only the sea level but also the seabed beneath it to experience violent turbulence, causing a huge ripple in the ocean that spread wildly in all directions. All of this happened in less than 10 minutes. Bang! 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 When the two forces collided, a violent explosion sounded in the air, creating ripples on the sea surface. Boom! The next second, the two energies collided with each other, and Sun Wukong's body flew backwards again. Is Rose's strength that strong? At this time, Dokeo's heart was also filled with shock. The power of Rose's is really too strong. This level completely surpasses the level of the third generation of divine bodies. Boom! The monkey's body fell on the sea, but then flew out of the sea. Come on, come again! Sun Wukong was full of fighting spirit and swung the Ruyi Jingbang in his hand again. Boom! Bang! 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 Dash! The collision of the two forces made the heaven and earth tremble. At this time, the monkey's body was constantly retreating. No, we have to make a quick decision. Monkey didn't expect that Rose's strength would be so outrageous. At this moment, he felt that he needed to go all out. A huge explosion resounded over the sea. At this moment, the waves surged even more violently, and huge waves appeared on the sea surface. The fierce confrontation started again. It's over. The monkey swung the Ruyi Jingbang in his hand and attacked Qiangwei fiercely. Bam! The mushroom cloud rose in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous explosion, two powerful energies collided with each other in an instant, forming a terrible explosion. The terrifying force swept over. Boom! There was another earth-shattering explosion, and in the mushroom cloud, Rose's figure appeared again, but this time, she was a little embarrassed. Her clothes were torn, her hair was messy, and there were many injuries on her body, which made her look a little miserable. However, the monkey's condition does not seem to be much better. Call! Qiangwei raised her head and took a deep breath, concentrating all her strength at this moment. Qigong Cannon plus Kaioken. The red aura lingered on Rose's body in the blink of an eye. She crossed her hands and pointed her palms at the monkey. The hot energy was released suddenly and hit the monkey. Boom! An astonishing ray of light burst out from the sea surface. Under the impact of this force, the seawater within a radius of 100 miles was directly evaporated. What? Sun Wukong's face changed as he looked at the blazing blue-white light. He didn't expect that Rose's Qigong would be so terrifying. In just a moment, Rose burst out with such terrifying power. However, even so, Sun Wukong was not afraid. The Ruyi golden cudgel suddenly smashed down towards Qiangui. Ugh! Along with the swing of the Ruyi golden cudgel, the power of the Qigong cannon exuded an unprecedented heat at this moment. At this moment, the Dingai Shenzhen became hot and turned into a red-hot iron rod. Boom! Under this powerful force, Sun Wukong was blown away. Chapter 24. Simultaneously, Monkey and Rose were fighting fiercely, and Liu Ya also started a confrontation with Reina. As the main god of the scorching sun, Reina does not have any aversion to the earth. She is wholeheartedly committed to acting for and protecting the earth. But the situation on Liang's side is not necessarily the same. After all, the people of Liang have always been thinking about the land of Blue Star. Liu Ya also wanted to use the confrontation with Reina to lure out Liang's people. Boom! The clones transformed from the four body fists fought with Reina easily. Reina could feel the heavy pressure as if coming from all over her body. The leisurely Liu Ya, tapping his legs, watched the collision between Reina and another him. His expression was very interesting. The main function of the four-body fist is to do multiple things at once, dividing up a quarter of the original body's strength. Even if Liu Ya does not transform, he can still suppress Reina. SHH. A tang sword suddenly slashed towards Liu Ya. Liu Ya raised his hand, and condensed his aura on his index finger, surrounded by pure white aura. Every sword attack from Reina was blocked by Liu Ya. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this guy? Even the third-generation divine body couldn't withstand such a beating, but he actually relied on his flesh to resist the weapon in her hand. Although Liang does not have the resources of angels, as the main god of Liang, Lina possesses the highest level configuration of the third generation of gods. Boom 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 boom. The collision of their strength lasted for 100 moves in the blink of an eye. Liu Ya showed a smile on his face. Your strength is good, but it's still far from enough. After saying that, he suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared behind Reina. Reina suddenly turned around, and the long sword in her hand cut through the void and stabbed behind her. Laugh! The tip of the sword pierced through the void, but the next moment, Liu Ya's figure disappeared again. Impossible! Reina was shocked. She had clearly hit him just now. How could this happen? Whizzing! A strong wind blew, and Liu Ya appeared behind Reina, slapping her head hard. Reina quickly turned around to block it. But Liu Ya's strength was so great that Reina was directly knocked away by Liu Ya's strength and fell heavily to the ground. Bang 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 bang! Oh! There was a loud noise, and a deep groove was smashed into the ground. Reina lost. As the main god of the fiery sun star, she was defeated by others. The other side. The confrontation between Monkey and Rose also came to an end. The two could be considered to be in a draw, and the Qigong Cannon and King Can had already exhausted Rose's full strength. Coast Edge. Seeing Rose panting, Monkey also looked a little uncomfortable. Although she was a third-generation divine body, the fact that she was beaten into this state also allowed Monkey to witness the terrifying power possessed by Rose. The battle between Reina and Liu Ya only took a short time before the winner was decided. How terrifying! With your strength, you can even suppress me with your clones. Reina couldn't help but exclaimed, and relied on the energy in her body to recover a little. It's just that my body is still a little stiff. The chi system is a little too strong. Reina's exclamation made Liu Ya smile. Well, since you lost, are you going to compensate me something? Liu Ya approached Reina with a smirk on his face. What do you want to see? Don't touch this goddess. It's okay if I grant you a wish. Reina swallowed and suddenly became nervous. Is it? Liu Ya nodded. I haven't thought about it yet, but remember you said you would grant me one wish. When I think it over, you'll agree to it. His words forced Reina to agree. Don't worry, I'm the goddess of the fiery sun star. I keep my word and am trustworthy. Reina patted her chest with a serious expression. But can you teach me together with Rose? Reina really wanted to study with Qiangui, if she could go further with Liu Ya than with those other fellow students. Then, my strength as the Lord God of the Fiery Sun Star should become even stronger. Liu Ya didn't rush to answer Reina, but took Reina with him and teleported to where Rose and Monkey were staying. Eat the senzu beans. Liu Ya threw the senzu beans to Rose, and helped her recover her strength. What is this? The monkey looked at the green beans in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. This is a senzu bean. If you eat one, you will be able to recover to your best condition instantly. As long as you don't have a broken arm or hand, you can recover. The power of senzu beans is still effective in this world. Kaka. Rose ate the senzu beans without hesitation. She could feel that the damage she had suffered was quickly repairing itself, and her originally tired and injured body was restored to full health in an instant. This is amazing. Rose soon realized the magical effect of the senzu beans. The monkey was also quite surprised at the power of the senzu beans. If they could be popularized throughout the army, the death rate from injuries would not be so high when facing an alien invasion. Aboard Devil 1. I should be able to hook up with him if I'm like this. In the mirror, Morgana looked at herself. She had changed a lot now. Not only did she change into human clothes, but she also took off her smoky makeup. The queen is always the most beautiful. The sword demon Ajuo remained loyal to the queen, and words of praise kept coming out of his mouth. Hearing what Ajuo said, a smile appeared on Morgana's lips. Although she didn't want to use the beauty trap, Morgana didn't want she to get there first and let that bitch Kesha win over Liu Ya. At the same time, Morgana also wanted to make sufficient preparations to test Liu Ya's strength and see how strong he was. As for the fact that Liu Ya was able to destroy her 4th-generation divine body in one go, Morgana was most interested in Liu Ya's super genes. Styx Galaxy. Death God Karl already knew something about what was happening on Earth. Even using the big clock, he couldn't read the lore's information, which made Karl wonder if the lore came from the void. Maybe it's time to start that plan. Karl has always intended to destroy the Just Order. He contacted Morgana before, but did not receive a response from Morgana. So, he chose to find other allies. Ruaning. The female angel was once the left-wing guard. She is a veteran beside Kesha and they used to be very good sisters. In the past when male angels were kings, they even sacrificed themselves in exchange for being humiliated by the heavenly king Heii. Later, in the Battle of the Raging Sea, Kesha relied on the help of the Tianhe civilization to overthrow Heii and completely shattered the Order of the Angels' heavenly palace. A just order led by female angels was established. Chapter 25. Aboard the Grand Canyon. The competition between Liu Ya and his group shocked Dokeo, especially Dokeo, who couldn't believe that his daughter could suddenly become so strong. Everyone gathered together and began to discuss the results of popularizing the Qigong practice method. According to information from the special operations teams of various military branches, the popularity of the Qi training method has enabled many people to master the power of Qi. As long as a person's body can support enough energy, telekinesis can be more effective than military tanks in terms of destructive power. Lian Feng said, reporting the information he had collected to the leader in front of him one by one. Compared to genetic engineering, popularizing the aura training method may be a way to quickly create super soldiers. In theory, the existence of the breathing cultivation method can make up for the shortcomings of the genetic god-making project. Genetic engineering. In any case, there are still flaws, and it is necessary to rely on extracting stellar energy to activate the powerful super gene. Just by practicing, you can achieve the effect of super genes. In terms of improving strength, the effect of Qi training is faster than genetic engineering. In that case, let's popularize the extreme martial arts school as soon as possible and let the military cover society in all aspects. After listening to Lian Feng's report, Mr. Huang quickly made a final decision. The changes that the breathing cultivation method has brought to the military are indeed huge, and in order to better fight against aliens, humans also need to cultivate more super soldiers. For the extreme martial arts school, more resources will definitely be allocated than for the super seminary. Although Dokeo wanted to say something, it was true that the genetic engineering project was very costly. Relying solely on the power of the Xia kingdom, it was already the limit to cultivate a company of heroes. The popularization of Qi cultivation methods will enable Xia Guo to better master the Qi cultivation system. At the same time, Liu Ya's attention was focused on the scenario of an unwelcome visitor. Today's function has some more options, and can even load other worldview bosses and join the Super God universe. Golden Horned Beast script. Originating from the devouring world, the Golden Horned Beast can appear in the universe. If a stellar-level Golden Horned Beast is killed, it can definitely achieve a higher shock point. In addition, there are Godzilla scripts, new Ultraman worldview scripts, and Star Railway ferry boat scripts to choose from. However, although these script functions have been added, the keys for enabling these scripts to summon bosses are still grey. The only options currently available are Bu's scenario and the Evil Mind Wave scenario. If Bu were to land on Earth, it would easily destroy the Earth, so Liu Ya did not intend to place Bu on Earth. However, the abilities of infinite resurrection and immortality are much stronger than the sacred body or the 5th generation divine body. If you defeat Bu and perform well enough, you can get an S rating and receive a super high and shocking reward. If the evil thought wave is activated, the evil thought wave will be the gathering of evil energy in the universe, which can manipulate the order of life and death and even interfere with the laws of life and death. If this power spreads to the universe, it will definitely earn a wave of shocking value. By completing the strategy guide for Evil Thought Wave and achieving the most perfect rating of S+, you may even have a chance to gain a series of abilities related to Evil Thought Wave. This made Liu Ya's heart beat. Why don't you try to activate the Evil Thought Wave script? Liu Ya is hesitant and has not yet decided which script to use. The big boss appears in the Super God universe. What surprised him was that Morgana would actually find an opportunity to lurk around him. Even Qiangwei didn't notice that she had changed her appearance. She learned the power of Qi, but Qiangwei is still a half-baked person at present. However, through the different aura, Liu Ya recognized the demon queen Morgana. However, now it should be Liang Bing. When Liu Ya revealed Liang Bing's identity, Liang Bing showed a surprised expression on her face. I thought I was hiding well, but I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. Lifting her hair, Liang Bing's eyes fell on Liu Ya. I was obviously disguised, how did you find out? It's naturally the difference in aura. Although the appearance has changed, the aura that creatures are born with is naturally different. Liu Ya seemed quite calm. Qi? What do you mean? It's the difference between dark energy and Qi. Don't make it sound so mysterious. Liang Bing couldn't help but feel like complaining about this. So you want to arrest me, or what? Liang Bing could see that Liu Ya didn't want to reveal his identity. Come with me. Liu Ya took Liang Bing with him and moved away from the Super Seminary training camp in the blink of an eye. However, the current Super Seminary training camp should be called the Extreme Martial Arts Training Camp. Micro-wormhole technology, or something. After experiencing the power of the lure, Liang Bing felt it was outrageous for the first time. Almost in an instant, she left the Extreme Martial Arts Training Camp and came to the suburbs of Tianhe City, 50 kilometers away. This is the power of Qi. Liu Ya pursed his lips and explained to Liang Bing, are you coming here to cause trouble for me this time? Well, I wanted to learn from you how to master the power of your so-called Qi, but I didn't expect to be discovered on my first day. Liang Bing sighed, and seeing Liu Ya's appearance, she felt a little more resentful. If you want to learn, how about I teach you? Liu Ya thought for a moment, then said to Liang Bing, in exchange, give me your demonic skills. Liu Ya plans to obtain a copy of the techniques of demons, angels, and the Super Seminary. I thought you would be so generous, but it turns out you have requirements. Liang Bing looked at Liu Ya, if you want the devil's skills, that's fine, but you have to tell me your origins and why you are so strong. Liang Bing has many questions about lures. Liu Ya repeated what he had said to Heii to Liang Bing, and then Liang Bing was the one who was confused. Is it so outrageous? Liu Ya, it really looks like it's from another universe, and there are many monsters like Liu Ya in other universes who can easily destroy the universe. Is this a joke? Hehe, in that case, let's have a fight. At this time, Liang Bing's eyes fell on Liu Ya, I was not prepared last time, I will not lose to you this time. Although she knew the origin of Liu Ya, Liang Bing was still unwilling to accept the fact and wanted to avenge herself. In the previous competition with Liu Ya, Liang Bing felt that she was careless from beginning to end. Boom! Deciding to fight Liu Ya, she transformed into the demon queen Morgana again and immediately activated the demon claw. As a god-killing weapon, the destructive power of the demon claw is self-evident. It was incredibly fast and could easily tear through the defenses of the third-generation super soldiers, but facing Liu Ya, the devil's claw was totally no match for it. He did not transform, but a white aura burst out, and the terrifying air wall resisted the attack of the devil's claws. Chapter 26. Boy, do you look down on me? Transformed into the demon queen, Liang Bing was very angry. At that time, Liu Ya had transformed into a Super Saiyan God and suppressed her. The power of the wormhole covered the demon's claws, which disappeared in the blink of an eye, and it suddenly slapped towards the location of Liu Ya from two directions. In just a moment, the space froze. Liang Bing and Liu Ya were unable to escape and were completely flattened by the devil's claws. Boom! But how could such a trick possibly control Liu Ya? With the release of the terrifying aura, an aura of combat power exceeding 1,000,000 levels spread out. The moment the devil's claw attacked, Liu Ya was directly blown away. Liu Ya blocked the devil's claws with one hand, and even blasted one of the devil's claws several kilometers away. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Liu Ya came in front of Liang Bing. Boom dash! With just one finger, Liu Ya knocked Liang Bing away. Then Liang Bing could feel the overwhelming momentum pressing towards her. Here you go again, your hair is turning red. Liang Bing's face was shocked. In the Super Saiyan God state, Liu Ya's power is the strongest. As the breath of God spreads, it seems to create some kind of domain, and even Liang Bing's dark plane is suppressed and cannot be activated at all. Previously, Liu Ya defeated Liang Bing. The Super Saiyan God state has an additional function, which is the ability to suppress the dark plane. What's more, Liu Ya now possesses the power of a dimension, which is equivalent to the dimensional demon. Holy shit, what's going on? An invisible gravity field seemed to cover Liang Bing's body, making her unable to move. How come you are so ridiculously strong? His own dark plane was still suppressed and he couldn't enter it at all. If he used Devil Number 1, his computing power would not be enough to resist the methods Liu Ya used. Still fighting. The corners of Liu Ya's mouth curled up as he looked at Liang Bing in front of him with a bit more amusement. No more fighting, you better let go of the suppression. My god, even the genetic engine can't remove your gravity field. What the hell is this? Liang Bing regarded the pressure displayed by Liu Ya as a means of controlling the gravity field by Liu Ya. How about I talk to you, queen? Looking at Liang Bing begging for mercy pitifully, Liu Ya couldn't help but smile. Okay, how do you want to talk? Having released some of the suppression on Liang Bing, Liu Ya was not worried that Liang Bing would escape, since he could always catch her at any time anyway. Even if she ran back to her demon number 1, Liu Ya would be able to run to demon number 1 and defeat Liang Bing. The power of the Super Saiyan God is invincible in this world. It seemed that Liu Ya performed well, and at this moment he received a system prompt again. Ding, character detected. Morgana feels a strong shock wave from the power of the Dragon Ball world. You get the reward, Universal Capsule X100, a chance to make a wish for the Namek Dragon Ball. Hearing the prompt sound from the system, Liu Ya's eyes lit up. Needless to say, the Universal Capsule is special in that, compared with the technology of the Dark Plane, it can be used to create various modern tools. It can be said to be one of the products of the darkest technology in the Dragon Ball universe. A wishing opportunity for the Namekian Dragon Ball, Liu Ya can use the power of the Namekian Dragon Ball to summon Porunga to make a wish. Although it is only once, it is possible to fully utilize this opportunity to better optimize your Saiyan power. I wonder if I can use the Namekian Dragon Balls to gain the chance to learn the power of a god of destruction. Compared to the power of the Super Saiyan God, the power of the God of Destruction can be called the true power of God. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Liang Bing grumbled, looking at Liu Ya with eyes that could not stop. But, tell me, how did you become so strong? Can you become a god like you by practicing what you call qi? Liang Bing got a copy of the breathing cultivation method, but when she spread it to the demons, it had no effect at all. Liang Bing had no idea that the power of qi needed Liu Ya to open up the dimension of life to help stimulate it. Compared to other worlds, if one wants to practice cultivation in this world, the cost and energy spent will naturally be quite high. However, it is different if Liu Ya develops the life dimension. As long as he follows the method of Dragon Ball Universe breath training outline, he can enter the life dimension and gain power. It is equivalent to that Liu Ya mass-produced wizards similar to Marvel's Camartage in the Super God universe, but they learned air magic. However, if someone is able to gain power without relying on the dimension of lures, then they can also enter the realm of qi, but if they want to continue to improve, then it depends on their personal potential. That's true, but if you want to learn qi, the most important thing is to develop the dark energy in your body and trigger the body's life potential. Liu Ya shook his head and said to Liang Bing, without my guidance, even if you practice step by step, you will not be able to awaken your qi. Then you can teach me. If you want anything, I can give it to you. Then let me touch your evil. A smile appeared on Liu Ya's lips. Ah, so simple. Liang Bing suspected that Liu Ya was playing a trick on himself. For a moment, countless storms arose in Liang Bing's mind. If you want to touch it, then touch it. Liang Bing was also very bold and took the initiative to approach Liu Ya. Of course, it's not that simple. Although you are beautiful, I'm not horny. Liu Ya pursed his lips and said, I can help you awaken the power of qi, but in exchange, give me some devil's skills. If you want more, how about taking your devil number 1 as a dowry? Liu Ya's words made Liang Bing's mouth twitch. Give me some of the devil's technology. Do you want to give it to Daxia? Her eyes fell on Liu Ya. It's not a problem to give it to you, but devil number 1 is my capital. It doesn't seem worthwhile to use it as a dowry. Liang Bing remained quite calm in the face of Liu Ya's teasing. You are flirting with me here, aren't you afraid that little girl she will get jealous? The dark silver inner armor you are wearing is something she wears very close to her body. Seeing Liu Ya wearing armor, Liang Bing wanted to say, she, that woman, has such a good relationship with Liu Ya that she even gave him her own inner armor? Close-fitting inner armor. The corner of Liu Ya's mouth twitched. At that time, he just wanted she to give him a set of Sun-style armor. He didn't expect it to be she's inner armor. Why, don't you know? Liang Bing's expression was quite interesting. Yeah, after all, that woman is better at talking than me. I can't compare to that bitch Kesha and Heii in pretending to be pure. On Liu Ya's side, Liang Bing naturally spoke ill of Angel without any hesitation. Chapter 27. Liu Ya, Liang Bing naturally wanted to win him over. However, the strong have their own pride, and Liang Bing is quite clear about this, so Liang Bing is not in a hurry. If she was too impatient, Liang Bing would be worried that she would be disliked. Moreover, Liang Bing had a lot of questions to ask about the origin of lures. It seems that you are quite disgusted with angels. Liu Ya couldn't help but smile. Listening to Liang Bing's words, he found it very interesting. I wouldn't say I hate her. We have different philosophies. Originally, that bitch Kesha didn't bother me, and I wouldn't cause trouble for her. The war between angels and demons has been going on for 14,000 years. It was so hard to cultivate a demon civilization and spread the concept of decadent freedom, but it was destroyed by Kesha. How could Liang Bing not feel resentment towards Kesha? At the beginning, Liang Bing and Kesha were sisters, but now they have become enemies. In the 4 wars between angels and demons, the angel camp suffered a crushing defeat only once, and the subsequent wars ended with Liang Bing's continuous failure. If I steal she's man, I wonder if she will kill me. The evil demon queen approached Liu Ya with a wicked smile. Can I show you my evil, Heii? Can you show me your legs? Is it? Liu Ya looked at Liang Bing's expression and couldn't help but smile. What if I want both? She hasn't shown me her legs yet, but I'll be able to touch them sooner or later. He stroked his chin with his hand. For Liu Ya, what he wanted could be obtained in this universe. You have a beautiful thought. Liang Bing snorted softly and frowned. Speaking of which, you come from another universe, so do you know the ultimate fear? The ultimate fear? The Super God universe view originally came from a certain game. Although it later deviated from the setting of the game, there is inevitably a connection between them. Ultimate fear, are you talking about the question of where civilization came from and where it is going? Liu Ya raised his eyebrows, and he could understand Liang Bing's question. In the Super God universe, there is a hypothesis that all kinds of civilizations, whether angels, demons, humans, sticks, Fraser, triangle, etc. will move forward. However, the ultimate will come no matter what, and no matter how advanced the civilization is, it cannot be surpassed. Yes, there seems to be a supreme rule in the universe that cannot be crossed. If civilization crosses a certain limit, it will face destruction. Liang Bing sighed, you should have been to that place, that is, the dark matter plane. Have you found that kind of thing, such as void creatures? Jilin, he disappeared while exploring the dark matter plane. He should be dead now. Karen is the principal of the space school, a scientist of the Heii civilization, and the god of time. Jilin was the first to master the super gene code, and it was also because of Jilin that the research results of the Heii civilization could be spread throughout the universe. Void creatures from the dark matter plane? No, perhaps it's because I'm too strong. Void creatures, that kind of thing has absolutely no effect on lures. In the dark matter plane, void creatures are invisible creatures in theoretical research. The concept of afterlife does not exist in this world. In Liu Ya's eyes, void creatures may be a transformation of matter after death. Super God's dark matter plane is similar to the dimension of the American comic worldview, or the subspace of the Warhammer worldview. Liang Bing listened to Liu Ya's words and didn't know what to say for a moment. However, it is a fact that Liu Ya is powerful. As for the ultimate fear, it may be because your universe has not developed a supreme god to maintain the universe. Liu Ya smiled slightly, ultimate fear can be said to be a supreme rule. If the basic rules of the universe operate according to the basic laws of physics, then the higher rules of the universe are under the control of a certain god. If you can interpret and crack the higher rules of the universe, you will be able to completely become the supreme being above the universe, surpassing you, the technological gods. Liu Ya's words made Liang Bing understand something. Who are you talking about? Liang Bing suddenly realized something was wrong. Listening to Liu Ya's words, Liang Bing felt as if she was being mocked. To your world, they are indeed indigenous. Liu Ya smiled slightly. Humph, so you have seen a lot of gods. Liang Bing looked at Liu Yadao suspiciously. No, but I know a lot about gods. The universe I once lived in has 12 universes, and in each universe, there is a god of destruction and an angel. The god of destruction and the angel? Are their abilities very powerful? Listening to Liu Ya's words, Liang Bing became interested for the first time in the information about the god of destruction and the angel. How does it compare to you, the Super Saiyan God? Liang Bing's question made Liu Ya smile. Just barely. I can fight the god of destruction, but the prerequisite is that the god of destruction will let me go. You want to learn Qi, right? The power of Qi is actually divided into mortal Qi and divine Qi. The Qi controlled by the god of destruction is the breath that can be controlled by gods. Liu Ya stretched out his hand, and the memory images about Dragon Ball were extracted by Liu Ya and woven into a three-dimensional projection, which appeared in front of Liang Bing. Liang Bing saw a purple cat man. He is the god of destruction Boros, the most powerful god of destruction in Universe 7. The scene Liu Ya showed made Liang Bing stunned for a moment, a little unbelievable. This cat man is the god of destruction? He doesn't seem to be that great. In the picture, Boros is on a planet, as if he is enjoying a delicious meal. Then, Liang Bing saw a scene that surprised her. It seemed that Boros was not satisfied with the food he tasted on that planet. This time, just keep half of it. Boros tapped the table lightly, and purple energy waves spread out in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the entire planet was cut in half by the horrifying theory. Liang Bing was shocked. In the Battle of Dinar, the god of war of No Star launched a revenge attack and only used all his strength to split the scorching sun in half. Beerus can destroy half a planet with just a flick of his fingers. The level of the god of war of No Star is strong enough, but it is not enough compared to Beerus. She, the Demon Queen, claims to be in the first echelon of super gods and universe gods, but she is totally incapable of destroying a planet with just a flick of her finger like Beerus. This is just a piece of cake. In fact, if the god of destruction wants to, it is easy to destroy the universe. In your Kamigawa universe, the Great Clock can detect the universe of 130 billion years. For the god of destruction, destruction is just a blink of an eye. With full strength, the universe can be destroyed. Chapter 28. This is the biggest collapse of the worldview. Liang Bing's heart was in turmoil. The power to destroy a planet was understated, so when Liu Ya said that Beerus could destroy the universe, she believed it. Even with the genetic engine and the use of Devil Number 1, Liang Bing was unable to decipher how Beerus could easily destroy half of the planet. The Devil's technology is nothing compared to the true God of the universe. This is only the God of destruction of the 7th universe, one of the 12 universes. The other gods of destruction are in their respective universes. Liu Ya paused, and images of the 12 universe gods of destruction appeared in front of Liang Bing. He hit the table and broke a planet in half. This guy is not afraid of black holes at all. The power of the god of destruction gave Liang Bing his first understanding of the powerful beings at the cosmic level. Would you like to see a true battle between gods? Liu Ya pursed his lips and looked at Liang Bing. A true battle between gods. Liang Bing was stunned for a moment, but there was an unstoppable look of curiosity in her eyes. Battle between Super Saiyan God and God of Destruction. The Super Saiyan God is already quite powerful, but the God of Destruction is even more terrifying than the Super Saiyan God. Of course I will. Liang Bing wanted to see what the battle between gods at the cosmic level was like. Then, Liang Bing saw that Whis, an angel, was flying towards the earth with Beerus at a speed tens of thousands times the speed of light. The purpose is to find the Super Saiyan God. On the North Kyo planet, Liang Bing saw that Sun Wukong, who was considered the strongest person under God in that world, displayed the power of Super Saiyan and even Super Saiyan 3. He was defeated by Beerus in just 2 moves. Then the scene of the earth passed by. Beerus was angered by everyone on the earth. Son Goku rushed there and obtained the information about the Super Saiyan God from Shenlong by making a wish. Wait! How can a Dragon Ball that can grant any wish exist? Liang Bing simply couldn't understand it. This thing is equivalent to a big clock, right? The power of the Dragon Ball's wishes is basically equivalent to strengthening the big clock, but the big clock does not have the power to fulfill any wishes. The dragon can do anything, but it cannot transcend time. It cannot change the past. However, with the power of the Dragon Balls, you can bring back the dead, grant wishes, and get anything you want within the capabilities of Shenlong. Whether it is bloodline or knowledge, it can help humans obtain it. Not to mention the Super Dragon Balls, which can restore the universe erased by the Omni King, so changing the past is just a piece of cake. This is enough to show that the divine power contained in the Super Dragon Balls is much more terrifying than that of the Omni King. Keep reading. Liu Ya pursed his lips. What was going to happen next was a true battle between gods. Super Saiyan 3 Son Goku is already quite exaggerated. Just through a ceremony consisting of 6 Saiyans, the Super Saiyan God was born. The more Liang Bing looked at the scene in front of her, the more outrageous it seemed. Is it really that easy to become a Super Saiyan God? You didn't become a god this way, did you? Liang Bing looked at Liu Ya suspiciously, and Liu Ya coughed and said, I guess so. To be honest, I obtained it by receiving system rewards. The strongest warrior in the universe. Super Saiyan God. Under the effect of the ritual, the light of fireflies was born, covering the body of Sun Wukong, and his red eyes were deep. A flame-like aura lingered around him, which reminded Liang Bing of Liu Ya's initial state. Boom! In the moment of confrontation, the battle between gods began. Liang Bing witnessed what a true battle between gods was like. A flaming aura wrapped around Goku, and Beerus' body moved, colliding with Super Saiyan God Goku at a speed beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The terrifying force spread and tore the earth apart. The violent sonic boom also caused the clouds in the sky to shatter at this moment. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves, a collision beyond the level of mortals, making their confrontation pass through the mountains, then to the bottom of the sea, and then directly into the underground. The entire planet seemed to have turned into a battlefield between Boros and the Super Saiyan God. Then, the figures of the two rose higher and higher. After a brief fight, Boros found out the strength of Son Goku. The power of Super Saiyan God was mastered more and more easily by Son Goku. Boom! A 1-kilometer mountain range was shattered, the earth sank at this moment, and the sea water was evaporated by the terrifying force and split into 2 halves. The collision that went beyond common sense made Liang Bing feel shocked and terrified for the first time. This is a battle between gods at the cosmic level. The collision between the two people escalated again, and then seemed to cross the atmosphere and reach the level of the starry sky. Purple light burst out from Boros's hands. An attack that gathered destructive energy descended. Boom! It seemed that in the next moment, the earth under the feet of the Super Saiyan God would turn into cosmic fireworks under this destructive energy. At this moment, Liang Bing was simply stunned. She saw the Super Saiyan God launch a Qigong wave to destroy the destructive energy ball gathered by Boros, but the next moment, one purple energy ball after another spread out. Just like stars, embellishing the universe. The moment numerous destructive energy balls fell, it seemed that the solar system could be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Purple, energy ball, what kind of energy is that? Liang Bing couldn't help but shout. That is destruction, a supreme skill that only the god of destruction can master. Liu Ya said lightly. In the picture, Super Saiyan God Goku fought against Boros with all his strength and completely destroyed the destructive energy ball created by Boros. Kamehameha Wave. A move that can fight against God, but it also consumes most of the power of the Super Saiyan God. But, facing Boros, it's still nothing. Boom! In the universe, the picture unfolded. The fiery red light and the purple light collided again. The fierce collision formed a shocking impact. The terrifying energy spread out from the center of the collision, reverberating towards the Earth, the galaxy, and even the universe. The planets in the universe are collapsing one by one, and the battles between gods are shaking the galaxy after 2 collisions. Until... And the final third time, just that final blow, the collision between the Super Saiyan God and the God of Destruction, will be enough to completely destroy the universe. No. No way, is that guy a battle maniac? Liang Bing was stunned as she looked at the scene on the screen. If the fighting continued, the universe would be destroyed. What on earth are these two guys thinking? Before Liang Bing could ask Liu Ya any questions, the blazing light of the Super Saiyan God seemed to spread across the solar system. The god of destruction Boros looked at the Super Saiyan God Goku, who was doing his best, and the terrifying aura on his body turned into a purple evil dragon. Boom! The red light of the Super Saiyan God in the confrontation also turned into a real evil dragon like the god of destruction at this moment. In the starry sky, the god of destruction and the Super Saiyan God were confronting each other, and their figures collided again. Liang Bing seemed to feel it, and a chill arose, as if the starry sky was about to be torn in half by the terrifying power of the fist. The third punch was thrown. Chapter 29. As imagined, the scene of the universe collapsing did not happen. The Super Saiyan God wiped out the power of Boros's punch, so the scene of the collapse of the universe did not happen. 1 punch, 2 punches. 10,000 punches. The Super Saiyan God and the God of Destruction bombarded each other as if there was no end. It was a pure collision of flesh, fighting in the starry sky. In fact, Boros is still waterproof, otherwise, with the power of the God of Destruction, he would be able to easily control Super Saiyan God Goku. There is naturally a clear difference between cultivating to become a god and becoming a technological god. The scene ended, and Liang Bing was still in shock and hadn't recovered. Destroying the universe with just 3 punches. That's too exaggerated, but the power boost from training is also a bit too terrifying. Liang Bing couldn't help but wonder how powerful the God of Destruction was. What is the principle of destroying energy? Is it antimatter or the void? Compared to the void, Liang Bing felt that the destructive energy was even more outrageous. Your power should be able to compete with the God of Destruction, right? So how much power did the god of destruction use? Liang Bing was puzzled and had to ask Liu Ya at this time. 1%. 1/10 of the power is enough to surpass the Super Saiyan God. Liu Ya's words made Liang Bing at a loss for words. Speaking of which, the god of destruction Boros has a brother who is the god of destruction of Universe 6. An image of a fat purple cat appeared in Liang Bing's vision. According to your development, if you work hard for 1,000,000 years, you may be able to reach 10% of this fat guy's level. Xiongpa is also a powerful being at the level of a single universe. Of course, it's just a possibility. A monster at the level of a single universe is not so easy to surpass. How is it possible that the power of the god of destruction can be achieved by relying on the technological system for millions of years? The technology of the Super God universe is not as terrifying as that of the Dragon Ball universe. In a certain universe of the Dragon Ball universe, a god of destruction armor was even developed that could be used by the god of destruction. In addition to Boros and Kampa, there are 12 gods of destruction in the entire Dragon Ball world. Liang Bing knew that Liu Ya was teasing, but at this moment she had to admit that he had said before that he was a native. I am indeed a native, and a country bumpkin. I'm a little curious, will the gods of destruction of the 12 universes compete with each other? Liang Bing was confused and had many questions. Competition? Of course. For example, Boros and his brother Kampa organized a fighting tournament, which led to the Tournament of Power where the 12 gods of destruction gathered. It led to a showdown that shook the 12 universes. The Conference of Strength. In the Dragon Ball universe, the highest level of battle is achieved through the arena created by gathering the power of the great priests, which allows the monsters who can destroy the universe to compete with all their might in the arena. If it were placed in the outside world, the full strength of those strong men would be able to destroy the galaxy in the blink of an eye. Liu Ya was wondering when he would be able to obtain the power of the god of destruction, and what it would be like if he could obtain all of the power of the god of destruction one day. Then, maybe one day my power will be able to reach the level of the Omni King. The 12 gods of destruction combined have multiple levels of strength. The god of destruction is very strong, but the Dragon Ball angels who follow the god of destruction are even more powerful. The gods of Dragon Ball, Kesha represents creation, the god of destruction represents destruction, and the Dragon Ball angels represent balance. The most important thing is to keep an eye on the god of destruction and do his work. Otherwise, without the restraint of the angels, given the bad personalities of the gods of destruction, there is no telling how many times the universe could be destroyed. Liang Bing found it difficult to imagine that scene. Her own cognition was completely shattered as a result, and her worldview collapsed. She now wished she could learn the power of Qi immediately. But it is not so easy to master the Qi. On the other side, Merlot Heaven. Naturally, she also knew about the communication between Liu Ya and Liang Bing. Liu Ya had the means to communicate with Heii, and the scenes that Liu Ya showed Liang Bing were naturally also seen by Heii and Kesha. 3 punches. Kesha's expression is naturally quite interesting. After all, cognition and common sense were broken, and Kesha herself felt the insignificance of angel civilization. Compared to a monster that could destroy the universe with 3 punches, what were angels, or even her, the king of gods, anything? All the power of angels is based on the dark plane created by Kesha, and the dark plane is allocated with many subordinate planes, which also contributes to the power of female angels in angel civilization. However, if the dark plane is lost, everything the angels have accumulated will be gone. Angels can destroy planets, but destroying the universe is completely impossible. Wars that destroy planets are often major wars for angels, and at least require the use of large-scale god-level weapons. But being able to achieve that kind of power through practice is already quite incredible in the Shenhe universe. I previously speculated that as a god, his divine body might be at the level of a 5th-generation divine body, but now I think that perhaps it cannot be understood in terms of the concept of a divine body. Kesha's words made Heii nod, maybe it's because of the power system of Qi he mentioned. The power system of Qi. Scientific divine body, dark plane development, or the power of Qi. As long as you master Qi, you will have the power to destroy the world at will. The power of Qi seems to be able to fight against the so-called void. In this way, she wants to find the lure well and go deeper into the power system of Qi. Yan is still on Earth. It's not enough to deal with Morgana with only Yan. You should go to Earth again, she. After thinking for a while, Kesha made a decision. Come to think of it, he is interested in you. How about you take a sky blade with you as a dowry? Kesha seemed to be joking, but also serious, which made she's mouth twitch. So, I just got back and I have to go again. She was a little amused. She didn't expect that Kesha would be willing to give her a sky blade. Dowry? He and I haven't even started dating yet, but he said before that he hopes to obtain some angel technology, so I'll provide him with some. At this moment, she already had an idea. At this time, Liu Ya is here. Ding! Character detected, Morgana, Liang Bing, has caused enough shock to the Dragon Ball world information. Ding! Character detected, Holy Kesha has caused enough shock to the Dragon Ball world information. Ding! Character detected, she has a sufficient amount of shock to the Dragon Ball world information. A series of system prompts sounded, and shortly after Liang Bing left, Liu Ya also received the reward. Ding! You get a Super Dragon Ball wish right. Chapter 30. Ding! You triggered strong emotional fluctuations of the characters in the Super God world. Congratulations on obtaining the destruction skill, destruction, shock value 30,000 points. 1 Super Dragon Ball wish right, you can use the Super Dragon Balls to make any possible wish come true. The system's prompt gave Liu Ya a heads up. The wish-granting power of the Super Dragon Balls. A smile appeared on Liu Ya's face. For Liu Ya, isn't this the best weapon to gain a wave of shock value? But I don't know the language of God, how can I make a wish with this thing? Liu Ya suddenly realized that he did not know the language of God at all. You can learn the word of God through exchange. The language of God, the basic language of the gods in the Dragon Ball universe, which can only be mastered by God, can be used to summon super dragons. So can I let the whole universe see this scene when I summon the dragon and make a wish? At this time, Liu Ya raised questions again. The emergence of the Super Shenlong will affect the Shenhe universe. Angels, the sun, demons, or the sticks can all see you summoning the dragon and making a wish. Hearing the voice of the system, Liu Ya felt relieved. That's good. You can use the Super Dragon Balls to make a wish, so why would Liu Ya need the Namekian Dragon Balls? Just do whatever you want. Liu Ya instantly moved outside the solar system, which is not far from the Chaiwu star system, after spending 5,000 to exchange for the word of God. Liu Ya used the wish-making power of the Super Dragon Ball this time. Aboard Devil 1. Hey, what is that kid doing outside the Chaiwu star system? Liang Bing noticed Liu Ya's figure. Queen, do you want to? Achuo made a gesture, causing Liang Bing to give him a blank look. Don't even think about it. I can't even beat that guy, the queen. Let's just see what he's doing first. Liang Bing muttered to herself, but soon she saw a scene that shocked her. Come out, Dragon of God, and fulfill my wish. Liu Ya summoned with the word of God, and 7 dragon balls as big as planets appeared in the starry sky in the blink of an eye. The orange-yellow glass beads bloomed in the blink of an eye. Swish dash! Along with a flash of intense and dazzling light, a giant golden dragon suddenly appeared. Not only the Chaiwu star system, the demons, and even the scorching sun, countless galaxies were suddenly enveloped by the huge divine dragon. Dragon? No, what kind of animal is this? Why do I feel scared? Liang Bing's expression changed. The huge golden dragon, with its power that could encompass countless galaxies, directly shocked her. Queen, it seems like we were swallowed directly by that thing. According to the calculation of demon number 1, we seem to be surrounded by this energy. The subordinate quickly reported the current situation. Can I escape through wormhole calculations? Liang Bing continued to speak. No, what is certain is that Liang and many other galaxies have been affected by that golden creature. Wormhole calculations have completely failed. The body of the super dragon is so huge that even the Milky Way is just a small ping-pong ball in front of it. Even the angels observed this shocking scene. Within the body of the super dragon, various stars and galaxies are intertwined with each other. The next moment, Liu Ya was sucked into a virtual space by a mysterious force. The golden sacred light enveloped the body of the super dragon. The huge body of the dragon made Liu Ya sigh with emotion. Too scary, is this the true form of the super dragon? Looking at the huge creature in front of him, Liu Ya was shocked. Tell me your wish, I can make it come true. The words of God sounded, and the voice of the dragon seemed to echo throughout the universe. Can you let me get the angel power of the Dragon Ball? Become a Dragon Ball angel. Nothing could make Liu Ya more excited than mastering the power of angels. Dragon Ball Angel. It can be said that this omniscient and omnipotent being, in his own universe, stands above the god of destruction and is truly invincible. Buzz. The super dragon's eyes were fixed on the lure in front of him. Your body cannot withstand the power of an angel, and this universe is not big enough to accommodate the existence of an angel. Super God Universe, the known universe is 130 billion light-years away. Can't accommodate the existence of angels. Could it be that the Super God Universe is too small? After thinking about it, Liu Ya understood. Then, can I fully master the power of angels in a reasonable way? Liu Ya then asked for another wish. If he couldn't possess the power of an angel all at once, then he could only ask the Dragon God to help him master some of the power of an angel. Your wish can come true. The power of angels will merge into your body. You need to unlock the power of angels little by little. The Dragon God's final words fell. The next moment, Liu Ya felt a strong light surging in his body. The power of angels and the power of Super Saiyan seem to fit together perfectly. He is an angel, but he is also a Saiyan. So strong. At this moment, he suddenly understood why the Dragon Ball angels were so powerful. The Dragon Ball angels represented the law of balance of the universe, and the existence of the Dragon Ball angels maintained the sustainable development of the universe. Because of the supervision of the angels, the god of destruction and the king of the worlds can perform their respective duties. At this time, Liu Ya's attention came to the data panel. As he gained the power of angels, the data panel also changed at this moment. Name Liu Ya. Race, Saiyan. Physique, Pure Saiyan/Angel, to be unlocked. Form, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, Ultra Instinct, Trial Version. Skills, Breath of God, Ki Bomb, Kamehameha, King Ken, Spirit Bomb, Ki/Kai, Instant Teleport, Combat Melee Skill Mastery, etc. Angel Power, 0.01%. Shock Value 1075000. 0.01% of Angel Power. If you want the Angel Power to reach 1%, you need to constantly purify the Angel Power and let the Angel Power gradually replace your own energy. In that case, Liu Ya will be able to become an angel completely. The Dragon Ball angels have the need to maintain the development of the universe and expand the universe. If Liu Ya wants to become a qualified angel, he needs to choose the appropriate god of destruction and king of the universe to maintain the work of destroying planets and creating the universe. However, for Liu Ya, he does not intend to choose the god of destruction and the king of the worlds. Just the fact that he could master the power of angels was enough to satisfy Liu Ya. And as the wish of the Dragon God was fulfilled, Liu Ya once again received a wave of shock value. This time, the shock value has accumulated to 1 million points again. Together with the shock points accumulated before, it can reach 1075000. Chapter 31. A million shock value reward. Super Saiyan Blue can be unlocked with 300,000 points, while Super Saiyan Rose requires at least 500,000 points. Breaking through the Super Saiyan 4 limit is even more expensive, with a shocking value of 800,000. The limit-breaking Super Saiyan 4 is above Super Saiyan 4 and can compete with Super Saiyan Blue, and even fight against the supreme transformation of Ultra Instinct. Even the Super Time and Super Space Sun Wukong was able to defeat Super Saiyan 4 by using Ultra Instinct Complete, that is, the state of perfect Ultra Instinct. And this power symbolizes the wild power of the Saiyans. After breaking through the limit of Super Saiyan 4, there is still a possible evolutionary route, which is Super Saiyan 5. To continue to improve, you need to train the lure yourself, otherwise it will be difficult to break through the boundaries and reach the Super 4 threshold. Super 4. It is unknown how long it will take to fully master the power of an angel, and the power of Ascension is the most primitive power that Liu Ya can master. His attention fell on Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4 can be advanced route. Super Saiyan 4, full energy, Super Saiyan 4, super full power, Super Saiyan 4, limit break. This route is actually compatible with the power of God, which is the system of Super Saiyan God. If he becomes Super Saiyan God based on Super Saiyan 4 and continues to transform, I wonder if he can become the conceptual Super Saiyan 4 blue. Heii, why not just choose Super Saiyan 4 and then switch to the God system? Liu Ya thought about it and made a decision immediately. Not to mention the powerful physical qualities of the Super Saiyan 4, now that he has mastered the divine energy, the problem of cosmic vacuum activities can also be solved. Super Blue consumes too much energy on its own, and if it continues to improve above Super Blue, Ultra Instinct will not be a transformation for Saiyans. There's nothing wrong with taking Super Saiyan 4 as the foundation and then switching to the God system. 800,000 shock value points can unlock the Super Saiyan 4 limit breakthrough, and 1 million points can unlock all Super Saiyan 4 advanced routes. Do you want to spend 1 million shock value points to unlock the Super Saiyan 4 advanced route? Yes. As Liu Ya made his choice, he could feel as if a wild force was awakened in his body at this moment. Roar! On a certain planet. It was like a giant ape's roar, echoing across the planet. Wild hair, the man clenched his fists, and golden eyeshadow appeared under his eyes. The red wild upper body displayed terrifying power, so much so that the universe was shaking at this moment. This vast and powerful momentum was felt by the entire known Shenhe universe at this moment. This power is worthy of being a Super Saiyan 4. Liu Ya clenched his fists and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. It's time to go back to Earth. For Liu Ya, the next thing is how to improve the strength of the Earth, and how to choose the God of Destruction and the King of the Worlds in this world. Although Liu Ya does not intend to choose the God of Destruction and the King of the Kai so soon, he can let the world see the shock of the little Dragon Ball by constantly adding to the script. His goal is to elevate the Super God universe into a supreme universe that can rival Dragon Ball. In fact, there is another function of angelic power, which is to allow Liu Ya to discover more worlds lower than the Super God universe, allowing the Super God universe to devour and expand the Super God universe, allowing the Super God universe to complete the dimensional upgrade. Angel Nebula, Merlot Heaven. This incident should be caused by your little man again. There was a hint of sarcasm in Kesha's words. Tomboy, stop kidding me. She rolled his eyes at Kesha and said, what do you think about that? She was talking about the Golden Dragon. At that moment, they all heard that the Golden Dragon could fulfill any wish. I'll sit and watch. Kesha responded indifferently, but her heart was not as calm as she imagined. However, if he really has a prop that can fulfill any wish, then that thing is a treasure that has completely surpassed the concept of a large clock. That kind of power can easily wipe out even the ultimate fear or the void. This time, you will go first to contact that person, and I will follow you when you arrive on Earth. Kesha was eager to contact Liu Ya in order to learn more about the ultimate fear and the void from him. She once believed that the ultimate fear, the void, was untouchable, but as time went on, she found out that she was wrong. The Order of Justice stabilized the order of the Kamigawa universe, but also caused the Kamigawa universe to stagnate. Kesha prepared her own offline plan, making Angel Yan her successor and taking over her duties as the Angel King. But now, Kesha has no intention of going offline, as it is known that there is such a terrifying character as Liu Ya in the universe. Before taking any action, Kesha has to consider Liu Ya's specific plans. I see. She quickly agreed. She was also looking forward to meeting Liu Ya again. Aboard Devil 1. Shoo. When the lure appeared, Liang Bing was startled. Fuck, how did you show up? Don't be so scary all of a sudden, okay? At this moment, Liang Bing couldn't help but complain, you're so elusive, what was that noise just now, could it be you who did it? At this time, Liang Bing had too many questions. Yes. Liu Ya nodded. He didn't intend to hide anything about the Super Dragon Balls. In this world, I exchanged for the opportunity to make a wish to the Super Dragon. Make a wish. These simple words immediately changed Liang Bing's expression. So what is this Super Dragon? Can it fulfill any wish? From Liu Ya's expression, Liang Bing immediately understood the result. The Super Dragon was created by the Dragon God Salama. It has the power to create and destroy the universe, which is basically equivalent to an omnipotent wishing bead. With the existence of the Super Dragon, even if you wish to become the master of the universe, master any rules and concepts, or even want to be omniscient and omnipotent, you can achieve it with the help of the Super Dragon Balls. However, it depends on whether your body can withstand it. The power of Dragon Ball undoubtedly follows certain laws of equivalence. Like the Dragon Ball on Cyril's planet, Granola made a wish to become the number one in the universe and became the number one person under God, at the cost of his own few lives. The Namekians paid a huge price for using the Namek Dragon Balls, which almost led to the destruction of their own planet. As for the Dragon Balls on Earth, the development lines of the Dragon Ball universe and GT time and space indicate the existence of evil dragons, so abusing the Dragon Balls also comes at a price. However, some insignificant wishes will not affect the entire universe. Chapter 32. There is no doubt that Morgana didn't know what to say about the information revealed by Liu Ya. It's totally possible to make any wish come true. In that case, it's also possible to interpret the ultimate fear. In comparison, the big clock is just a piece of rubbish. The big clock is the greatest celestial computer in the known universe. It belongs to the Shenhe universe's computing cloud that can simulate the entire universe. All the technology accumulated by the Shenhe universe over the past 20 years has been stored in the big clock. It should be okay. Liu Ya nodded. Now that he had used the Super Dragon Ball's wishing power, he couldn't use it again. However, Liu Ya now still has the right to use the Namek Dragon Balls, and he is considering doing something with the Namek Dragon Balls. You seem a little different from before. Liang Bing noticed that Liu Ya was different. Really? Maybe it's because I gained the power of an angel. In response to Liang Bing's question, Liu Ya raised the corner of his mouth. By the way, I've become even stronger. After hearing what Liu Ya said, Liang Bing was a little dumbfounded. Become stronger? Wait, you became an angel, why don't I see anything more on you? If you become an angel, shouldn't you have wings? Don't mistake me for one of those angels from Angel Nebula. Liu Ya's expression showed a little more helplessness. You can think of me as a mentor to the god of destruction. After hearing his words, Liang Bing remembered what she had learned from Liu Ya before. So, you became an angel from your original universe. To be precise, I just gained the power of an angel. Becoming a Dragon Ball angel is not so easy to achieve. Thinking of this, Liu Ya raised the corners of his mouth and looked at Liang Bing in front of him. Are you interested in becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction? The God of Destruction is the God in charge of destruction in the universe. His strength is naturally self-evident and he can be said to be quite powerful. Heii? Let me be a candidate. Shouldn't I be the God of Destruction? Liang Bing was immediately unhappy. The title of candidate for the God of Destruction meant that there would be someone to replace her in the future. You don't even have the power to destroy the universe. The fact that you can be a candidate is a sign that I think highly of you. Listening to Liang Bing's words, Liu Ya couldn't help but smile. By becoming the God of Destruction, you can become the most powerful god in the universe, and of course the strongest goddess under me. The queen is the queen of demons. She doesn't need to be a goddess. Achuo was a little worried and looked at Liu Ya coldly. Being the most powerful god in the universe beneath you is not that great. My goal, queen, is to become the number one in the universe. Liang Bing agreed to Liu Ya's invitation without hesitation. After all, having seen the power of the god of destruction, Liang Bing would be willing to pay any price if she could become as terrifying as the god of destruction. Then you should be a good candidate for the god of destruction. Liu Ya nodded. Liang Bing was a good choice as the god of destruction. Of course, in this world, Liu Ya still needs to continue to select, and the candidates for the god of destruction and god Kai must be carefully chosen. As for the god of destruction, besides Liang Bing, Reina seems to be a good choice. As for the King of Kings, it is even simpler. Kesha and Heii are within Liu Ya's consideration. The Kamigawa universe needs to expand and upgrade, and Liu Ya needs to purify his angelic power. Then, the decision about the god of destruction of the universe and the king of the worlds must be made. Speaking of which, you are finally willing to take off your makeup. Liang Bing has changed her previous style and no longer wears smoky makeup, which makes her look much better than before. She had an otherworldly, untainted temperament, which made Liu Ya think that she was indeed an angel. Liang Bing was born an angel, so her beauty is natural, but her bad personality and bad words can easily lower her impression score. However, good looks can completely erase this bad feeling. Before, he was running around with an ugly face, and he looked really unhappy. I don't care whether others are happy or not. I'm not an angel or a bitch. I am the greatest evil in the universe. Why else should I promote depravity and freedom? Liang Bing looked at Liu Ya in front of him with displeasure. You do have some truth in saying that. In response to Liang Bing's words, Liu Ya nodded and said, but from now on, you have to listen to me. If you want to become a god of destruction, you can't act like a devil, right? Aha! You didn't tell me just now. I told you only after the queen agreed. Liang Bing looked resentful. Why, do you have a problem with this? I have a big opinion. I cannot promote depravity and freedom. What kind of destroyer am I, the queen? Liang Bing was very unhappy and really wanted to beat Liu Ya up. Unfortunately, she couldn't beat Liu Ya. If you don't want to be the boss, I'll go find Heii or Kesha. The man's words made Liang Bing angry. Queen, I'm joking, don't you understand? You're such a jerk. What is it about those angel bitches that fascinates you? The short skirt or the white stockings? Looking at Liang Bing's anxious look, an interesting smile inevitably appeared on Liu Ya's face. It is naturally impossible to let Heii or Kesha be the god of destruction, but God Kai might be okay. The angel's just order is good for maintaining the order of the universe. After teasing Liang Bing, Liu Ya prepared to go back to Earth. By the way, it was time to start a new script of the evil guest visiting. After much consideration, Liu Ya decided to activate the Bu script. Bu, who can be reborn infinitely, naturally has amazing destructive power. At the same time, Styx Galaxy, Death Song Academy. Carl successfully got in touch with Ruoning and asked Heii to come to the Death Song Academy and help Heii upgrade his divine body. That Super Saiyan God, is he that powerful? Liang Bing and Kesha are both afraid of him. Listening to Carl's narration, Heii couldn't help but chuckle, his tone full of disdain. Don't worry, Carl, when I catch this Super Saiyan God, I will tie him up and bring him to you for research. Heii was full of confidence, but he didn't know what kind of monster he was facing. No need. It's better not to anger him. Our goal this time is just to target Kesha. Carl said, his eyes fell on Heii. As long as Kesha dies, the justice order of the angels will collapse, and King Heii, you can also return to the universe. Hehe, that little girl Kesha is pretty, but it's a pity that I didn't get to eat her meat. It would be a shame to kill her. Heii shook his head. Don't worry, I will deal with Kesha. Once I deal with Kesha, I will be able to enjoy those beautiful angels again. The evil king of heaven's scum, his goal at the moment is to restore the past order of heaven's palace. Chapter 33. Heii is the king of male angels. He created the order of the heavenly palace, the civilization and technology of the angels, and everything of the old era was under Heii's control. But in the face of the new era, the technology mastered by male angels has long been surpassed by female angels. Now that Carl has come to him, Heii is naturally very excited. In order to become more powerful, he naturally accepts Carl's transformation. He wants to upgrade to the 5th generation divine body. If he has the 5th generation divine body, Heii can suppress Kesha with a flip of his hand. Watching Heii leave, Carl just sneered. I hope he's a useful chess piece. Carl only wanted to use Heii. He was able to help Heii upgrade to the 5th generation divine body because he was planning to completely eliminate Kesha, the king of gods. Karl's ambition is quite huge. He has always been humble in front of Kesha. On the surface, the Styx galaxy has no reputation, and the only fighting force that he cares about is the Daudi Legion. Compared with other god-creating civilizations, the Death Song Academy is even inferior to the Liu Ya. In order to make angels and demons relax their vigilance against him and make the universe more chaotic, and also to study the ultimate fear and even the void, Karl can pay any price. Demon civilization, Liang Bing was able to ascend to the 4th generation of divine body only with his own help. If he takes it seriously, Karl's strength can completely surpass Kesha, the king of gods. On the Tianhe star. Have you reached an agreement with Karl? Ruanning's figures soon followed. As the former left-wing guard of Holy Kesha, she still has a certain loyalty to Kesha, but now the master she follows is Heii Ya. That guy can help you, he doesn't want you to do something, right? Heii Ya had not made it clear before that Karl had invited Heii Ya to deal with Kesha. But now, Heii Ya feels that he can reveal it. Heii, what do you know? As long as I can upgrade to the 5th generation divine body, that little girl Kesha will not be my opponent. Heii Ya snorted coldly, Karl used me, so won't I use him? I still have 1,000,000 male angels under my command. When the time comes, we will fight our way back to the mellow heaven. Sooner or later, I will be able to regain my status as the king of angels. Heii Ya's goal is to rebuild his own order in the heavenly palace. You will follow me, Ruanning. Heii Ya looked at Ruanning beside him and said, if you can't bear to leave Kesha, then just leave me. You're thinking too much. Since I'm following you, I will naturally assist you well. Ruanning said calmly, Kesha doesn't know how to judge people. Let Yan, that little brat, take my place. I will let her know how powerful I am. But I don't think you can surpass Kesha with Karl's help. Among the female angels, Kesha is the only angel king. Well, just wait and see how I defeat Kesha. The manpower of millions of scumbags, plus Karl's assistance, helped him upgrade his divine body. Then, Heii Ya will definitely be able to re-establish his heavenly order in the universe. The order of the heavenly palace represents the ultimate hedonism. During the Battle of the Raging Sea, Heii Ya always felt that he was careless. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated by that woman Kesha. Heii Ya must avenge his previous shame this time. In the Dark Universe. A ruined planet, home to the powerful fiery sun civilization. The Liu Ya civilization is also one of the top civilizations in the universe. Although it is not as good as angels and demons, its mastery of the sun god technology and the means of controlling stars can allow Liu Ya to gain a foothold in the universe. And Liu Ya is also the 3rd civilization led by the god of time, Jilin. In the Battle of Dinar, half of Liu Ya was destroyed. If it weren't for the god-making civilization, this half of the planet would have been uninhabitable. As the guardian of Liu Ya, Pan Zhen took over the request of King Liu Ya and took over the current Liu Ya. The popularization of qi cultivation methods is something that Liu Ya naturally wants to obtain. But compared to the people on Earth, it is almost impossible for Liu Ya to develop the energy of qi. Liu Ya was puzzled and could only hope to get more opportunities to practice breath cultivation from Lina. Huh? You want to learn the practice of qi from me? Reina didn't know what to say for a moment about the dance photos that came to her door. It is not easy to obtain the practice of qi. Even if you obtain it, you still have to enter that dimension of life to fully awaken the power of qi. That's what the regent said. Wu Zhao said awkwardly, he wants you to go back to Liu Ya and explain what's happening on Earth. Tell him I'll be back in a while. I'm busy now. She wanted to teach the practice of qi, but it was not easy to master the power of qi without Liu Ya's permission. After all, this world, unlike the Dragon Ball universe, does not have the relevant genes of qi. Therefore, when spreading the practice of qi, Liu Ya had already realized it, otherwise he would not have developed the life dimension related to qi magic. Through the method of borrowing, the humans in this world can master the power of qi. It can also be regarded as another way of spreading the practice of qi. Wu Zhao is the Red Phoenix guardian of Liu Ya and also Reina's best friend. Now that she is caught between the earth and Liu Ya, Reina can't help feeling embarrassed. Goddess, you'd better find a way to get in touch with that person more. Just when Reina was about to end the call, Pan Zhen interrupted Wu Zhao's conversation and said, if Li Yang can master the power system of Qi, our Li Yang's strength will be further improved. For the sake of peace and prosperity for Li Yang, this old minister hopes. Okay, got it. I'll figure out a way. In response to Pan Zhen's words, Lena had to say a few perfunctory words and then hung up the phone. Doesn't she want to help? Of course not, it's just that she really can't master the power system of Qi, and now she still needs Liu Ya to teach her. The previous lure left the earth and no one knows where it went. Then she heard the voice of Super Shenlong. She didn't expect that Liu Ya actually had a treasure of that level. She wondered if she could ask Liu Ya to help Li Yang. At worst, I can just use the beauty trap myself. Reina felt that her beauty was still outstanding. Earth, the extreme martial arts training ground. Tutor. After Liu Ya returned, Su Zili couldn't wait to find Liu Ya. I have completely learned how to use Qi now. I wonder if I can compete with the instructor. After learning the power system of Qi, Su Zili could feel that he had made tremendous progress. Excuse me. An amused smile appeared on Liu Ya's face, then I'll just use one finger. Let me see how much you have learned. Su Zili is the most outstanding student in the Extreme Martial Arts School of the Super God Academy. Liu Ya is also looking forward to Su Zili's performance. Chapter 34. Hey, one finger. After hearing Liu Ya's words, Su Zili was stunned. Even the other members of the Extreme Martial Arts School were shocked at this moment. Are you kidding? Su Zili looked at Liu Ya in confusion. Of course not. Liu Ya pursed his lips, looked at Su Zili and said, you just need to punch. I can handle everything with just one finger. His words made Su Zili grumble in dissatisfaction. Then I'm here. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zili kicked quickly in the direction of Liu Ya with a whip kick. This kick seemed to bring the wind and infinite power towards the lure. Boom! Liu Ya just raised his finger and exerted a powerful force, and Su Zili was knocked away by an inexplicable force. It hurts. At the training ground of Extreme Martial Arts School, Su Zili couldn't help but mutter at this moment. Facing Liu Ya, she didn't even have a chance to make a move. Too strong, worthy of being our instructor. Cheng Yaoan and Lu Chuang were dumbfounded at the scene before them. Really? You don't even know how to give way to girls. Lena chuckled and appeared on the training ground, helping Su Zili up. Zili, are you okay? I'm fine, I just fell, it's nothing. Su Zili raised her head and said with determination, I will continue to work hard. Then keep going. When you reach 1,000 points of combat power, I will give you a special reward. Liu Ya looked at Su Zili's appearance and couldn't help but smile at this moment. Hey, then I'll wait for the instructor. Su Zili nodded, feeling quite relaxed. Well, if you want to flirt with me, then that's enough. When are you going to teach me how to be angry? It has been a long time since Liu Ya said that. If she hadn't seen Liu Ya coming this time, she wouldn't know where to find Liu Ya. Have you learned how to be angry? Liu Ya raised his head, looked at Reina in front of him and said, if you are ready, you can do it now. However, as the god of the blazing sun, you may not be able to control your own breath. Reina is an immature god. If she learns Qi, she should be able to control the power in her body better. Are you really willing to teach me? Reina was pleasantly surprised when she heard Liu Ya's words. That's right, but before that, I'll find you a sparring partner. The corners of Liu Ya's mouth rose, and he snapped his fingers. Rose. SHH. In just a blink of an eye, Rose appeared on Liu Ya's left and right. What do you want me to do? Rose looked at Liu Ya suspiciously, and Liu Ya's eyes fell on Reina. Of course, I will help Reina learn the power of Qi. His words made Rose raise her eyebrows. So, you want me to be your sparring partner? All of a sudden, Qiang Wei understood Liu Ya's purpose. Of course. Liu Ya nodded, but before that, we have to go to another planet, otherwise you might accidentally blow up the sun. Reina is the light of the sun, one of the 3 major god-making projects. As the main god of the scorching sun, her strength is naturally powerful. However, without her own genetic system, Reina, the sunlight, is also an ordinary person. This shows that the technological god-making system of the super god universe still has certain limitations. Whoosh! Liu Ya did it right away. Holding Reina and Qiangwei's hands, he sensed the breath of a planet in a remote corner of the universe and instantly moved away. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at a land hundreds of millions of light years away. It turns out that Reina's talent for learning is quite good. After Liu Ya helped Reina awaken the power of Qi, Reina felt a strong force in her body, just like the sun. Unlike the genetic lock, this is a super powerful energy that can be controlled by Lina. Awesome! Reina had not expected that her strength would improve so much. Whoosh! The air dance technique allows one to fly in the sky. In the past, if Lina wanted to fly, she had to turn on the genetic engine. But now, there is no need at all. All you need to do is use the genetic engine to calculate how to use the energy in your body more perfectly. Let's fight a few moves. Reina, without hesitation, invited Rose directly. It is good. Rose did not refuse. She wanted to see if Reina, the light of the sun and the power of Qi, could compete with her. The other side. Liu Ya's attention was on the script of the evil guest visiting the door. Bu, let me see, which planet should it be dropped on? Deciding to have Bu appear in this universe, Liu Ya naturally made the decision, then let's start with the planets adjacent to the Sky Scum Core and the Styx Galaxy. Do you want to start the scenario of the evil guest Bu? At the beginning of this scenario, the expansion of the Super God universe will be accelerated, and the dimension will be upgraded to devour other worlds and increase the boundaries of the universe. Do you agree? Will the Super God universe be upgraded? Looking at the information in front of him, Liu Ya's mouth curled up. Can we determine which worlds the Super God universe can devour? Liu Ya's expression showed a hint of curiosity. The Star Railway universe, the Kingdom of Light universe, the Naruto universe, the One Piece universe, and the American comic movie universe. You can use the expansion of the Super God universe to expand the influence of the Dragon Ball system and become the supreme angel of the Super God universe. The system's prompt made Liu Ya understand everything immediately. In that case, let's get started. Bu, of course you have to cast the lure. It's time to let the world see the horror brought by Bu. Majin Bu has existed since ancient times. He is a special life form born in the universe. He has the ability to regenerate infinitely and has a super strong learning ability. Whether it is magic or Qi, you can learn and master it. Ding! You have successfully chosen to deploy the boss. The Super God universe has begun to upgrade its dimension. The scope of the known universe will expand with the upgrade of the Super God universe. The system prompt came down, and along with Bu's release, a group of pink life forms landed on a certain planet. Ha 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 ha! Fat Bu stepped on the ground and onto the streets of the city. People were stunned when they saw the pink life form that suddenly appeared. Give me cake! Fat Bu's round face suddenly approached a human. Get out of here, you fat pig! Don't get in my way! At this moment, the alien couldn't help but get angry and pushed Bu directly. You, how dare you call me a dead fat cat? In just a moment, Bu was furious, turn into chocolate for me. Pink electric light was released from Bu's head, and the alien turned directly into chocolate and fell to the ground. Bu, start wreaking havoc in the universe. Chapter 35. Majin Bu appears at the edge of the universe. In just a blink of an eye, a star system turned into cosmic fireworks. Quack quack! Majin Bu's wild laughter only sounded at this moment. Fat Bu's face seemed to have absorbed the evil energy, and his appearance gradually became more and more like Evil Bu. Then, Evil Bu's face replaced Fat Bu's face. This Bu was based on the Evil Bu. As Bu appeared in the universe, Liu Ya naturally felt the changes in the Super God universe. He possessed the power of a Dragon Ball angel and could feel that the Super God universe was constantly upgrading. Sooner or later, the Super God universe will be able to transform into the Supreme Universe, matching the system under the jurisdiction of the Omni King. The power of the Dragon Ball angels also allows Liu Ya to feel that the status of the Super God universe is being elevated, and his own angelic power will be purified and strengthened as a result. Moreover, Liu Ya can also select a suitable world and incorporate it into the Super God universe. There are people from different worlds, including those who practice martial arts, cultivate immortality, play with superpowers, and play with magic. If all of them join the Super God world, it will naturally cause chaos. And so, Liu Ya will choose the right world and join the Super God universe system. He will use the strength of the Super God universe to determine the civilizations and universes that can integrate into the Super God universe's worldview. Ding, the important boss has been deployed, and the Super God universe has begun to upgrade autonomously. The boundaries of the known universe have been expanded, and the world coordinates have been recorded. The coordinates have been recorded. This coordinate search took 36 hours, and the search and detection of the devouring world X7. Click here to view detailed information. The hint in front of him made Liu Ya's eyes light up. Check. He wanted to see how many worlds could be included in the Super God universe. Then, 7 boxes appeared in the lore's field of vision. Ding, based on the host's memory, detecting the universe world that can be annexed. Star Railway, Bellowberg. The world planet originated from the Star Dome Railway. According to the Star Dome world system, this world has a common destiny system. Integrating it can make this world have destiny branches, while expanding the Chi cultivation system and the superpower system branches. Ultra Universe, D60 Draco. Derived from the worldview of Ultra Universe, this system is a superpower system for superhuman evolution, expanding the power of superhuman evolution. The risk is that monsters and enemies from other universes will invade the Super God universe. Naruto World, a world dominated by chakra. This worldview will increase the integration of the Otsutsuki clan into the Super God universe and become part of the Super God universe's extraordinary system branch. The Red World, passable rare item system. Pirate World, devil fruits and Heii are the main powers. The world of the original god, based on elemental power. Dolua World, the super energy system related to the common martial spirits. The strength of this world is not enough, and the fusion is not open yet. The information appeared in front of Liu Ya, making him think. Didn't he expect that there would be so many worlds that could be chosen to merge into the Super God universe? And every time a world is merged, the boundary of the Super God universe will expand, and even through the merged world, a passage to another universe can be opened. Because of the power of the Dragon Ball Angels, the system presents information about different worlds to Liu Ya in the form of data. Ding! A special shocking mission is issued for you. Choose the planets of 3 designated worlds and integrate them into the Super God universe. Completing the annexation of the Super God universe will purify the power of the Dragon Ball Angels you have obtained. The Super God universe will also be sublimated and gradually become the Supreme Universe. Your control over the Super God universe will increase. Complete this task and you will receive a generous reward. In addition to purifying the power of the Dragon Ball Angels, the most important thing is that Liu Ya can take this opportunity to get more special rewards. The fusion of the worlds is completed, and similar civilizations and planets in the Ultra Universe will also appear in the Super God universe. Baloberg, it's relatively simple and not very challenging. The star D60 in the Draco constellation in the Ultra Universe is fine. After thinking about it, Liu Ya made a decision. Let Draco D60 join the Super God universe, and by the way, it can also improve the status of the Super God universe. As for other worlds, Liu Ya plans to choose to join them later, and let angels, demons, or the Earth and Liang develop those worlds. The reason why I chose Draco D60 is because there are many powerful people in the Ultra universe. Otherwise, Liu Ya would not have chosen this planet to merge with. And on the Draco D60, there is the most powerful boxing technique in the universe, the Cosmic Beast Fist. Liu Ya can be said to be quite interested in the Cosmic Beast Fist. Ding! You chose Ultra Universe, Draco D60. The civilization and planets in this universe will be integrated into the Super God universe, expanding the boundaries of the universe. Loading fusion takes 85 hours. The scope of the known universe began to expand at this moment. Styx Galaxy. What happened? Through the big clock, Carl actually felt that the boundaries of the known universe seemed to be expanding rapidly. The information from the big clock changed Karl's expression. The expansion of the boundaries of the Super God universe is bound to affect Karl's plans. Could it be that this guy did it again? At this moment, Karl seemed to realize who was the culprit of all this. Without a doubt, it is Liu Ya. The expansion of the boundaries of the universe means that the structure of the superdivine universe has also changed. Merlot heaven. Kesha's expression became much more solemn. At this moment, she also felt the different changes taking place in the universe. Many new civilizations seem to have appeared in this universe. If this happens, the Angel's just order will inevitably be shaken. The appearance of Majin Buu also brought greater chaos to the universe. But all this has nothing to do with Liu Ya now. He has already returned to Earth with Rose and Reina. The previous invasion of Daudi caused heavy losses to Tianhe City, and many people died as a result. And so, Liu Ya plans to use the Namekian Dragon Balls. It's time to give the world another little Dragon Ball shock. In Juxia City, on the military base, Tokyo, who was worried about the reconstruction of Tianhe City, suddenly learned an important news. That is, Liu Ya has a treasure that can fulfill any wish. Real or fake? Tokyo's voice was a little surprised. As long as you gather the 7 Dragon Balls, you can summon a dragon to make your wish come true. Are you sure this isn't just some fairy tale? His expression was rich and wonderful, as if he wanted to get the answer from Qiangui. Yes, that's what he told me. Rose nodded. So, he asked you to prepare to seal off the military base in Juxia City. Liu Ya will summon the dragon again. Chapter 36. Dragon Ball. This thing is a supreme treasure coveted not only by the earth, but also by angels and demons. When Qiangui heard Liu Ya say these things, she was dumbfounded. No wonder Liu Ya is so serious. After learning that Liu Ya was about to summon the dragon in Giant Gorge City, Reina was very curious about the dragon's appearance. Liang is similar to Shenzhou on Earth in that both of them worship dragons. Tokyo directly ordered people to block off the scene in order to prevent any hindrance to Liu Ya's summoning of the dragon. Liu Ya was not worried about this, as no one could take away the right to make a wish with the Dragon Ball from him. More importantly, the wish-granting power of the Namekian Dragon Balls requires the Namekian language, and no one can understand the Namekian language better than him. Mr. Liu Ya, when can we start? Lian Feng's gaze fell on Liu Ya. That's it now. Liu Ya pursed his lips, closed his eyes and recited silently. Use the Namekian Dragon Ball's wish-granting power. The next moment, 7 Dragon Balls suddenly fell to the ground. They were orange-yellow balls with several red 5-pointed stars inside. That's the dragon. Before Reina could come to her senses, she heard Liu Ya shouting in Namekian. Come out Shenlong! Grant my wish! Following Liu Ya's call, the 7 Dragon Balls on the ground began to emit a golden light from within. This light was not strong at first, but in an instant, it became much warmer. Everyone noticed at this moment that a solemn atmosphere suddenly descended upon the surroundings. Not far away. That is. Angel Yan's gaze was looking in a direction not far away. The next moment, along with the resonance of the Dragon Balls, the 7 Dragon Balls shot out a beam of light in the blink of an eye, and suddenly shot straight into the sky. The sky and the earth became dim at this moment, and under the golden light, the Namekian dragon Porunga appeared. Such a rich dark energy. What kind of creature is that, a god? No, there is no such thing as a god. Angel Yan was shocked. On sight. Reina and Qiangui also felt deeply moved when they came into close contact with the Dragon Ball. Porunga is known as the god of dreams in the Namek language. In terms of performance, it is much superior to the Dragon Balls on Earth. Does the dragon really exist? Lian Feng was stunned. What should she do to fulfill her wish? Before Lian Feng could ask any questions, Porunga spoke at this moment. Tell me your wish. I can help you realize any wish, but there is only one. Porunga has the power to make any wish come true. Is it possible to make this goddess the best in the universe? Reina couldn't help but speak. Shenlong has the power to grant any wish. Number 1 in the universe? Sorry, with me around, you can't fulfill this wish. He grinned, looked at Porunga and said, Porunga can only fulfill wishes within his power. I don't believe it, Shenlong, can you fulfill wishes? Reina spoke immediately. I will be the number one in the universe. Qiangwei rushed to be the first, while Dokeo and Lian Feng thought about whether they could use the power of Dragon Ball to allow the Super Seminary to take root in Xia country. Of course, but I can only realize the wishes within my ability and become the best in the universe. My power cannot surpass the existence that created me. Porunga's deep voice sounded, maybe you can change your wish. Then let's let those who died in the Tianhe City battle return. Is this wish acceptable? Rose thought of this. Liu Ya answered Shenlong in Namek, and Porunga's huge eyes radiated a ruby-like glow. Of course, this wish is very simple. Accompanied by a flash of golden light, the next moment Dokeo received a message that all the people who had sacrificed in Tianhe City had returned. The power of resurrection shocked everyone. Queen. After confirming the power of the Dragon Ball, Angel Yan had no choice but to report all the information he had discovered back to Mellow Heaven. As the Namek Dragon Balls were used up, Liu Ya also heard that he had received a large number of shocking rewards. Ding! Character detected, Rose has a sufficient amount of shock to the Dragon Ball world information. Ding! Character detected, Reina has been sufficiently shocked by the information of the Dragon Ball world. A series of prompts sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, Dragon Fist Burst, Flash Time Power. Dragon Fist Burst and Flash Time Power are both good rewards for lore. Needless to say, the Dragon Fist Burst is the strongest physical move of Sun Wukong in another parallel world line. The Flash Time Power originated from the 6th universe's number 1 killer, Hit. The function of Flash Time Power is to make time jump 0.1 seconds, and within 0.1 seconds, you can arbitrarily ravage the opponent. This move is helpful for Liu Ya to study how to use the power of angels. After all, the power of angels itself involves time. You have obtained a special lottery opportunity provided by the system. Do you want to choose a special draw? Looking at the system prompt, Liu Ya chose to enable it without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations on your successful draw. You have obtained the Perigi bracelet, lightless version. Note, the user can replenish the Light of Hope by themselves, or use energy similar to the Light of Hope to activate the Perigi bracelet. Liu Ya felt really surprised about the reward he received. I chose the planet D60 in the Draco constellation, which is integrated with the Ultra Universe. Did I get the product of the Ultra Worldview by this draw? The Perigi bracelet comes from Ultraman Noah, and stores the power of Noah. In fact, with the effect of this power, Liu Ya can feel that he can be pulled to another world at any time. For Liu Ya, the Perigi bracelet is a prop that can help him travel through the universe. Although he now possesses the power of a Dragon Ball angel, the angel power is too weak to even cross the universe. The Perigi bracelet solved Liu Ya's urgent problem. As for the energy that is similar to the Light of Hope, Liu Ya thought about it and it was just vitality. He wondered if he could use the power of vitality to activate the Perigi bracelet. Can I replenish my energy? Can. After confirming the answer from the system, Liu Ya was extremely excited. When you need it, you can borrow some energy from the planet and activate the Perigi bracelet to go to other universes. In fact, with the addition of Liu Ya's choice of the star D60 in Draco, the Ultraman universe has also been integrated into the Super God universe. The boundary of the Shenhe universe, the star D60 Draconis, has already become a part of Super God. At this time, Master Lei Ting and others also felt the different changes occurring in the universe. Chapter 37. The shock brought by Dragon Ball. Nature is still going on, and among them, the Daudi, who originally planned to continue invading, decided to stay put. They are waiting for the message from their god, Karl. But these have nothing to do with lores. The lore is complete with a system that relies on the earth to spread the power of Qi. Whether the people on earth can fight against the Daudi or the threats from other universes is up to the people on earth themselves. As the Super God universe expands, the entire Super God universe is also undergoing drastic changes. With the integration of Ultra's worldview, similar yet different planets are also added at this moment. Of course, there are many big monsters from the Ultra World that also appear in the Super God universe. Boom! On a planet, a huge monster bird named Bumenston landed. However, this planet has been destroyed by Majin Buu. Heii, what a big strange bird! Buu raised his head, his eyes fell on the monster, and his body quickly flew into the air, turned into a cake. Evil Buu wants to eat Bumenston. He could feel that after eating Bumenston, his own strength would increase significantly. Simultaneously, the boundary of the known universe is expanding, and the triangle originally at the boundary begins to move towards the Earth. The triangle civilization has a different evolutionary direction from the Shenhe civilization. It only takes 3,000 years to develop its brain to 43%. It took the angels 10 years to reach 45%. It seems that they have noticed the changes in the universe and have targeted the Earth. The star D60 Draco. This is the birthplace of the cosmic fantasy beast Fist. The changes in the universe naturally made Master Lei Ting feel that the boundaries of the universe were expanding. The cosmic phantom beast also felt the drastic changes brought about by the universe at this moment. Master Lei Ting, what is going on? Yes, Master Lei Ting, why do the phantom beasts seem to be a little abnormal recently? Wang Xiao, Chen Fan, Ling Lan, and Feng Buzui, who were practicing the cosmic fantasy beast Fist, all discovered the emotions of the fantasy beasts, which affected their practice. It seems that our universe has merged with other universes, and the boundaries of the universe are expanding. Master Lei Ting shook his head and spoke at this moment. Universe fusion? Then we will never be able to contact Leo again. Regulus' voice sounded, and it suddenly sounded a little anxious. My battle with Leo is not over yet. Don't worry, Regulus. The boundary of the universe will stabilize after a while, and our contact with planet L77 has not been interrupted. But I hope it won't affect the stability of the universe today. Master Lei Ting sighed. For some reason, he felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Another place, near the dojo. Humph, is the universe changing? Let's contact Tartarus. The Absolute tribe who were practicing here in secret, Diablo seemed to have thought of something. It's a good opportunity to see if there is a planet inhabited by the Absolute tribe in the new universe. Absolute lives on the planet Kingdom. They are a special race similar to Ultraman from the Kingdom of Light and have a similar environment to Ultraman. It is similar to the artificial sun of the Kingdom of Light, but their artificial sun is not stable and is in danger of losing balance at any time. Absolute has been keeping an eye out for a planet where the kingdom can be relocated. The Kingdom of Light, which has a similar artificial sun with a stable energy source of plasma sparks, is being targeted by Absolute. On Earth, the recovery of Tianhe City shocked Tokyo. Naturally, Daha was also very happy that the lost warriors could return through the Dragon Balls. However, the reconstruction of Tianhe City is also a problem. It would be great if it could be restored with the Dragon Balls. In other words, it is also possible to use the Dragon Balls to allow Daxia to master the advanced technology of the universe. However, since the Dragon Balls can only be used once, their idea of borrowing the Dragon Balls again was dashed. Tokyo also had his own little plans in mind, and Liu Ya was clear about their thoughts. After all, the power of Dragon Balls cannot be abused. Liu Ya will not take out the Dragon Ball unless it is necessary. On Earth, we have our own system of propagating the power of Qi. Daxia does not need a super seminary to train many super soldiers. The next purpose of Liu Ya is to look at the universe. Is he considering using the Dragon Balls as bait to conduct a universe-wide selection of the God of Destruction? Although Liu Ya considered Liang Bing, the devil's concept of fallen freedom does not fit the style of the God of Destruction. It would be better for Liu Ya to choose from another race in the expanded universe to become the God of Destruction that he recognizes. There are many characters in the Ultra worldview who can become gods of destruction. Just when Liu Ya was making plans, Angel Yan came to find Liu Ya. You want to practice Qi? Liu Ya, who was somewhat surprised, looked at Angel Yan and said, as the left wing of Kesha's sacred guard, your strength is not weak. How did you come up with the idea of learning the power of Qi? Since Angel Yan came to him, Liu Ya would naturally not give up the opportunity to spread the power system of Qi. in order to better uphold justice. Angel Yan's way of speaking is very angelic. Just as Angel Yan was speaking, another figure appeared. Fuck. Why are you here, bitch? When did you start colluding with the angels? Liang Bing's voice sounded. At this time, because of Liu Ya, she did not wear smoky makeup. For a moment, Angel Yan didn't recognize Morgana, but just felt that the word bitch was very familiar. She is. No, Morgana, why are you here? Looking at Liang Bing, Angel Yan's expression suddenly became much more serious. Dirty devil, you shouldn't be here. There is no doubt that Angel Yan recognized that Liang Bing was the angel's mortal enemy, the demon queen Morgana. My queen, where I am now has nothing to do with you, little bitch. The rude Liang Bing put his hands on his hips and said, this is his place. Does the queen looking for a man have anything to do with you? Angel Yan was shocked. When did the demon queen and Liu Ya become a couple? Doesn't Liu Ya know that the devil is synonymous with fallen freedom? Listening to Liang Bing and Tianhe Yan quarreling, Liu Ya squinted his eyes and felt a little annoyed. All right. He tapped the table lightly, and in just a moment, the conference table made of solid wood collapsed. Oh! The sudden sound brought Liang Bing and Tianhe Yan back to their senses. This is my place, don't make a noise here, if you want to make a noise, go outside. The next moment, Liu Ya waved his hand, and the two bodies were instantly transferred to the land 2 kilometers away. Chapter 38. Wormhole Technology? No wormhole-related technology has been detected. Angel Yan's expression was still shocked. I want to ask, why would you collude with the devil? Angel Yan dislikes Liang Bing very much. The devil's depravity and concept of freedom naturally make her unhappy. As Liu Ya and Liang Bing got closer, Tianhe Yan's favor towards Liu Ya decreased. In my eyes, there is no difference between angels and demons. Liu Ya pursed his lips, looked at the Angel Yan and said, as the most powerful god in the universe, I will not get involved in the dispute between angels and demons. However, I hope you and Liang Bing won't cause me any trouble in Xia country. In other areas, Liu Ya is left to the competition between angels and demons. You seem to like this place. Liang Bing raised her eyebrows and looked at Liu Ya with some surprise. It's up to you. I won't interfere with your place. I really don't think there's anything similar between angels and demons. Angel Yan frowned and said to Liu Ya, as the known universe, Queen Kesha said that you are as great a god as she is, and you should not be involved with demons. Your queen probably never told you that Liang Bing was once your angel apocalypse king. Liu Ya raised the corner of his mouth, looked at the Angel Yan in front of him and said, although I don't want the devil to fall and the concept of freedom, there is a balance in the universe. Demons may be free and fallen, but civilization under the order of justice can only succumb to the justice of angels. The order of justice dominates everything. Haven't you noticed that most of the resources in the universe are tilted towards you angels? Among the 4 great god-creating civilizations, angels undoubtedly occupy the highest position and have the most abundant cosmic resources. That's all right. Angels have been able to stand in the universe for thousands of years and have maintained the dynamic balance of the universe for a long time. Most of the resources of the universe cannot be tilted towards the angels. So, there are demons, and Morgana's fall and freedom, because for the weak civilizations entering the universe, demons are the only civilization that can guide them into a higher realm. Most civilizations in the universe have long been dissatisfied with the angels' strong and overbearing dominance over the cosmic order and resource allocation. However, it is undeniable that the angels' just order is above the universe and has maintained peace in the Kamigawa universe for more than 10,000 years, except for the competition between angels and demons. After the Battle of Dinar, the environment of the entire universe was generally peaceful. That bitch! Do you think the angels' justice order can last for 10,000 years? Liang Bing disliked Kesha, her good sister, from the bottom of her heart, and she was even more disgusted by Kesha's arrogance. Without the existence of demons, how long do you think the angels can continue to be powerful? Liu Ya chuckled and continued, only the existence of demons can make the angel civilization feel a sense of crisis and prevent it from being complacent. Angel Yan could only respond to Liu Ya's words with silence. Okay, I can teach you about cultivating the power of qi. As he spoke, he focused his attention on Liang Bing. Why did you ask me to come here this time? Of course. When will you let me become the god of destruction? After witnessing Beerus' power, Liang Bing became extremely envious and wished she could master that terrifying power and become the most powerful god in the known universe. God of destruction. Angel Yan's expression was a little puzzled. The god of destruction is the most powerful god in the universe this person has ever lived in. A voice sounded from a distance, and Heishi's figure flashed and appeared in front of the three people. Hello again, Super Saiyan God. Heishi blinked, her beautiful eyes fixed on Liu Ya. I don't know, can I know something about the god of destruction? King Tianhe. Angel Yan's expression showed surprise, she didn't expect Heishi to appear. Heishi, when the hell did you come here again? Liang Bing's expression changed, and she didn't want Liu Ya and Heishi to get close to her. Of course I came here when I heard you talk about the god of destruction. Heishi met Liang Bing's gaze. Come to think of it, you've returned to your old look, why don't you put on your ugly ghost-like makeup? What ugly ghost? Queen, that's my devil-style outfit, is that not okay? Liang Bing was furious. Heishi's words made her very unhappy. All right. Liu Ya coughed and greeted Heishi in front of him. How should I put it? I am an angel now, but not an angel in your world. The god of destruction is the most powerful god in the universe. He controls the cosmic rules of destruction and maintains the balance of the universe. Liu Ya chuckled and said to Heishi, as an angel, are you interested in becoming a candidate for the god of destruction? I can give you access to the most powerful force in the universe. Wait, didn't you say that you wanted me to be the god of destruction candidate? Liang Bing was dumbfounded, looked at Liu Ya and said, you guys don't keep your word. You are not happy about it, and I didn't say that you are the only one who can be in charge. The corruption and freedom of the devil do not meet the needs of the god of destruction. Liu Ya smiled and said calmly, if you are willing to abandon the devil, I am willing to let you become the god of destruction immediately. You wish for it? Who knows if you are just kidding me? Liang Bing was furious. The most powerful god in the universe. Angel Yan's expression showed surprise at this moment. Candidate for the god of destruction, why can't you just become the god of destruction? She was very moved. She also planned to use this opportunity to study the system of God in Liu Ya's universe to see if it could be applied to angels. You are not qualified to be a god of destruction. You don't even have the power to destroy the universe. How can you be a god of destruction? Liu Ya's words made Heishi silent. Are the requirements for the god of destruction so high? Destroy the universe. The known Kamigawa universe is 130 billion light-years. How could a living being have such power? Angel Yan was about to say it was impossible, but Liu Ya looked at Angel Yan and said, how can it be impossible? You underestimate the power of life itself. Liu Ya is now the most powerful god in the universe. Super Saiyan God destroys the universe, easily. As long as he is serious, all civilizations will tremble under the power of the Super Saiyan God and head towards destruction and extinction. Don't scare the young ones. Seeing this, she could only smile and said to Liu Ya, I am very interested in the candidate for the god of destruction. So, what should we do? She still had many doubts about what Liu Ya said. Chapter 39. Since you have to choose the god of destruction, then, naturally, there must be a world of destruction gods. Rather than saying it is the destroying god realm, Liu Ya would rather call it the supreme god realm. First, let's create a world that can bear the power of the god of destruction. After some consideration, Liu Ya made a decision. Are you interested in witnessing the birth of a world? Liu Ya raised his head and looked at Tianhe Yan, Heishi and Liang Bing. What are you going to do? Can't you just say it all at once? Wait, you're not going to create the world, are you? Liang Bing looked at Liu Ya suspiciously. That's natural. If you want to know, then follow me. 0.01% of angel power, Liu Ya used it quickly. Heishi and Tianhe Yan didn't say anything, just nodded and followed Liu Ya. A simple square air mask can cover 4 people. Whoosh! Before the few people could react, Liu Ya took them directly at a terrifying speed that exceeded the speed of light, and crossed the Chaiwu star system in the blink of an eye. Then, they came to a star region that no one had ever reached. Buzz. As an angel, he naturally needs an angel scepter. Although Liu Ya is not yet a qualified angel, it is still possible to create a scepter. After all, he still has the Kesha template, so it is easy for Liu Ya to create a planet. He wants to use the power of King Kai to gather the surrounding planets and build a world of destruction. Liu Ya's Kesha template is not the fake East Kesha from the 7th universe, but the great Kesha version of Kesha. Where are we? Angel Yan's expression showed obvious shock. In just a few seconds, we have surpassed the speed of light and arrived at a star field hundreds of millions of light years away. The most shocked among them was Heii. Liang Bing's heart was also quite uneasy, but she still managed to adjust her emotions well. Create. In Liu Ya's hand, a scepter related to angels appeared, and he pointed it towards the location of the star field. Rumble. Under the influence of the enormous power of creation, countless planets gathered at this moment, and even the sun was trembling at this moment, accompanied by the operation of the great power. The God of Destruction realm, which can allow powerful people who can destroy the universe to fight on it, was created by Liu Ya. There is no God of Destruction now, but having Liu Ya, a pseudo-angel with the power of a Dragon Ball angel, is enough. Today, the God of Destruction is born. I, Super Saiyan God Liu Ya, will become the Supreme God who maintains the order of the universe. The power of the Dragon Ball angel is only spreading at this moment. With the birth of the God of Destruction, Liu Ya was also connected to the will of the Super God universe. In a sense, Liu Ya at this moment is equal to the way of heaven in the Super God world. In fact, Dragon Ball angels and Heavenly Dao are basically the same, representing the balanced and orderly side of the universe. The boundaries of today's Super God universe are still expanding. In order to inquire about the changes in the Super God world, he needs to contact the God-creating civilization of the Super God universe. Boom! At this moment, everyone in the universe could feel the terrifying pressure of the Super Saiyan God. Angel Yan and his group, who were nearby, also felt an extremely strong and huge sense of oppression at this time. This feeling of oppression is like suffocation. After a long while, this feeling of oppression gradually dissipated. Angel Nebula, Merlot Heaven. Super Saiyan God, the Supreme God. Kesha could feel that the oppression coming from Liu Ya was hundreds of millions of light years away, but she could also sense it hundreds of millions of light years away. Doesn't this mean that Liu Ya's power is much more terrifying than she thought? What a troubled time. Rubbing his forehead, Kesha sighed, I hope Heii will have a good result. The plan to go offline that Kesha was originally thinking about might have to be suspended. Styx Galaxy, Death Song Academy. The Supreme God. The Great Clock shows that a great God has indeed been born in the universe today. Carl frowned. The original plan was to get Kesha offline as soon as possible so that the universe could be controlled by Carl as soon as possible, starting with the Earth, and by the way experiment with the advent of the void, allowing reality and the void to combine. However, the emergence of Liu Ya has made the situation in the universe much more complicated. As the scope of the universe expanded, some civilized races that were originally impossible to exist in the superdivine universe also appeared under the records of the Big Clock. The cold and desolate starry sky. The stars are twinkling. After the construction of the God of Destruction was completed, Liu Ya brought a group of people to the God of Destruction. As soon as they arrived, she felt that this God of Destruction was different from a normal planet. It's more than 10 times stronger than the gravity on the Angel Nebula. She was shocked. Such a strong gravity pressure. Is such a planet really suitable for survival? Angel Yan couldn't help but say that although she was shocked by the world created by Liu Ya, she felt in her heart that this place was not a place where normal life could stay. This place is a suitable training ground, and it is also a divine realm that can only be entered by the God of Destruction. Liu Ya smiled slightly, if you want to gain more power and become the best in the universe, you can only become stronger by practicing here. Come to think of it, don't you want to learn the power of Qi? Can't you bear this little bit of gravity pressure? His question left Angel Yan speechless. Then can you teach me? That's natural. Liu Ya will naturally teach Tianhe Yan, but as for whether he will teach Liang Bing, that is not certain, but it is still possible to let Liang Bing learn the Qi system. Just open up the power of the life dimension and let Liang Bing understand it on her own. It's a gravity issue, let's get rid of it now. Liu Ya easily wiped out the pressure of 10 times the gravity with a wave of his hand. Speaking of which, you should know that the boundaries of the universe have expanded a lot. According to the cosmic tree theory of Ding Ge He in your universe, the universe is divided into the known universe and the edge space. Liu Ya said, looking at the 3 people, I plan to hold a meeting for the entire universe, so that the 4 great god-making civilizations and the entire universe can step into the planets of aerospace-level civilizations and explore the vast universe. All-universe meeting. Heii and Tianhe Yan's expressions showed surprise. Why bother? Liang Bing couldn't help but complain, by the way, Devil number 1 did find that the scope of the universe has become much larger, and Carl has been mysterious and hasn't contacted me recently. The expansion of the universe's boundaries was caused by you, right? Liang Bing's words made Liu Ya nod his head. Yes, I'm not afraid to tell you that the known universe will continue to expand in the future and become a truly large universe. And I will grant the king of the universe, the king of the Kai, and the god of destruction the right to run for election to any civilization that is eligible to participate in the All-Universe Conference. Liu Ya will use the Super God Universe as a basis to create his own Dragon Ball Universe God system. Chapter 40. The God of Destruction is the God of Destruction. Wield the power of destruction and ruin. And Kesha is the God of Creation. Master the power of creation and life. The God of Destruction and the King of Kings are both at the top of the universe, but it is the balanced relationship that allows the God of Destruction and the King of Kings to have a life connection. The Super God Universe wants to upgrade its dimension and annex other worlds. It is impossible for Liu Ya to do it alone. Therefore, creating a pantheon that belongs to Liu Ya is the key. This world may not need King Kai, but the 4 great king gods and Liu Ya will definitely be established. King Kai's words made Liu Ya still hesitate whether to set it up. As for the God of Destruction, if there is no God of Destruction, Liu Ya will take on the job of the God of Destruction. While using the angelic power, Liu Ya also felt that his angelic power was growing slightly. It increased directly from 0.01% to 0.05%. If it continues to grow, it will become stagnant. 5 days later, a cosmic conference will begin in the Destruction God realm. All civilizations that can enter the space stage will need to send representatives to the Destruction God realm. Following Liu Ya's announcement, the Angel's Dark Channel, Carl's side, and Lai Yang all learned the news at this moment. In order to help them all reach the realm of destruction, Liu Ya created a notice that could lead them to the realm of destruction, and 5 days later, the power of the notice would guide them to the realm of destruction. The Blazing Sun. Regent, the God on Earth. Xian Tianji's voice sounded, should we, Lai Yang, participate in this all-universe meeting? Of course I have to attend the all-universe conference. Pan Zhen nodded, revealing a serious look. According to Reina, that person at least has the power to shake the universe. For the safety and prosperity of Lai Yang, I need to confirm it further. In addition, it is also to confirm whether our plan can continue to be implemented. His goal has always been to find a suitable habitat for the ruined Lai Yang star. He once set his sights on the Earth, but was defeated by the fighting Buddha Sun Wukong. Now, if the Earth had not been invaded by the Daudi and the matter of the Super Seminary, Pan Zhen would not have let Lina go to the Earth and take this opportunity to allow Lai Yang to occupy the Earth naturally. However, everything changed with the appearance of the Super Saiyan God. Xian Tianji, just come with me. Pan Zhen made arrangements, and the 4 guardians of Lai Yang were arranged by Pan Zhen to stay on Lai Yang. The purpose is to wait for the opening of the Universe Conference in 5 days. The dimensional changes of the Super God Universe are beneficial to Liu Ya, and for this world it also means more cosmic resources that can be competed for by the civilizations of this universe. Next, Liu Ya will speed up the plan to annex all the worlds based on the Super God Universe. Merlot Heaven. I see. Is the expansion of the universe's boundaries due to that person? On the communication channel, Kesha now understood what had happened. That's right, Queen Kesha. That Super Saiyan God also invited the demon queen Morgana. It can be said that all the god-making civilizations in the known universe, as well as the forces that can step into the universe under the influence of the god-making civilization, have been invited. Angel Yan told Kesha everything he knew. If we angels don't participate, then the meeting to divide the universe will automatically eliminate us from the angels. This meeting concerns the choice of the Supreme God, the King of the world and the God of Destruction. King Tenki hopes that you can go to the God of Destruction in person. The concepts of King God and God of Destruction have been explained by Angel Yan. Kesha originally wanted to go to Earth, but she planned to go to the Destroyer God realm in 5 days. It would be a good idea to meet the Super Saiyan God in person. After thinking about it, she made a decision. Angels need to maintain justice and order no matter what. Sitting on the throne, Kesha has made a decision. I will send Skyblade No. 1 and the elite angel army to descend on that world of destruction. Just let me see this most powerful god in the universe. As the king of gods, Kesha is able to lead the angels to stand tall among all civilizations for thousands of years, so naturally she has her own arrogance. Aboard Devil 1. Young ones, prepare yourself for me, the queen, and show your courage. Back on the Devil No. 1, Liang Bing spoke up at this time. We will follow this queen to participate in the so-called Universal Conference. We cannot let the angels look down on us. As soon as Liang Bing returned to Devil No. 1, he planned to have his demons prepare so that he could appear at the Cosmic Conference in 5 days with full style. In the world of destruction, she was not afraid that Kesha would attack her. After all, that would anger Liu Ya. Universe Conference, Your Majesty, are we going to compete with the angels at the conference? As the Queen's most loyal subordinate, Achuo immediately asked at this time. Of course. This meeting is about the redivision of the universe. The demons will occupy a new habitat. The scope of the known universe will expand, and many new civilizations will join. Liang Bing chuckled and looked at the cold starry sky outside Demon No. 1, Devil must not miss this opportunity. What's more, this opportunity is related to the selection of the Supreme God of the universe. The demons must compete for a spot among the gods of destruction, the god of Kai, and even the 4 kings of Kai. She had witnessed the horror of Liu Ya with her own eyes. Liang Bing, do you know what that all-universe meeting is about? At this time, Carl's voice sounded on the communication channel. Heii? What the hell made you think of contacting me, Carl? Liang Bing noticed Carl's message and quickly replied directly. It seems that you have also received the notice. I advise you to sign it as soon as possible. Liang Bing smiled and quickly replied to Carl, otherwise, it won't be your turn to attend the meeting to divide the universe. You control the Great Clock, so you should know that the boundaries of the universe are expanding. Many civilizations will join this universe, which is crucial to the continuation and development of our universe. Her words made Carl look understanding. So, the drastic changes in the universe were caused by that person. Carl was silent for a moment, but soon asked another question. You will also go to this universal conference, right? Of course. If you want to come, then be prepared. Otherwise, it will be none of your business. Liang Bing waved her hand and said calmly. I see. The meeting started 5 days later. For Carl, there is still a lot of preparation time. Chapter 41. Juxia City. Naturally, Earth also knew about the news of the Universal Conference. Although the Earth today does not have the ability to travel into space, it has the Super Seminary and the extreme martial arts school established by Liu Ya. Compared with the chaos in various regions, only Xia country can maintain relative peace. The only thing that is unclear is Tianhe's side. Heii is still following the original plan and has the Tianhe Legion take the lead to support the Daudi in invading the Earth. The purpose, of course, is to use the Earth as bait to attract Kesha's attention. But before that, Heii has to order the scum to gather. Although Heii has the ability to command millions of Tian scum, the prerequisite is that Heii can retrieve the Tiangong. Without the Tiangong, it would be impossible to command millions of scum to come from the edge of the known universe. What's more, the scope of the known universe has expanded as a result. There are millions of scumbags, actually we have to count the time when Heii's father was in power. Compared with female angels, the loss of scumbags is smaller. After all, the angels have experienced many wars, and their numbers have dropped quite a bit. During the physical war, they also competed with the triangular and beast civilizations, and ultimately won, which determined that the Tianhe civilization represented by angels successfully occupied the mainstream. You really want to touch Kesha? Ruanning's eyes fell on Heii. Even with Karl's help, you can't beat Kesha. Are you so sure that Kesha won't lose to me? Facing Ruanning's words, Heii snorted coldly, with me here, Kesha's justice order won't last long. What's more, I have the power of a black hole engine. Although Heii is a bit useless and has been content with enjoying himself for so many years, once he has the chance, he will take back the throne and sit on the position of the King of Angels. Then, Heii will not miss it. Angels will not give birth to children with celestial scum. Nowadays, angels absorb the divine river body of females for transformation, and their number is indeed much smaller than that of celestial scum. Tianhe doesn't have many research talents, but the number is still quite terrifying. Heii didn't care about the hidden dangers of the black hole engine. With the power of the black hole, no civilization can resist Heii. It's up to you. I will stay by your side until you are dealt with by Kesha. Who made Ruanning swear to protect Heii? After all, in order to save Kesha, Ruanning had no choice but to stand in Heii's camp. In addition, because he had made a vow to protect Heii, Ruanning did not serve as the holy left wing for long. Let's not talk about Tianhe's actions for now. The appearance of Majin Buu also caused quite a stir at this moment. Countless planetary civilizations were destroyed because of the influence of Majin Buu. Among them, the most affected was the Daudi's sphere of influence. What kind of monster is this? According to the calculation of the big clock, Majin Buu has an unparalleled super gene, and even if his body is destroyed, he can be reborn instantly. It's as if it's a monster that can't be killed at all. Quack quack. Just when Buu destroyed the 1000th planet, he seemed to smell prey and headed towards a more distant star region. And his target is the army belonging to Daudi. The Daudi King Shixian received Karl's message and his expression changed drastically. My god Karl, what do you need us to do? The Styx civilization was created by the god of death Karl. Under the protection of the Dark Nebula, the Daudi civilization has been hiding its location and developing secretly. However, the huge chaos brought about by Majin Buu has affected Daudi. Use part of the troops to attract that Majin Buu to come to Earth, and by the way, test the current level of the Super Seminary. At that moment, the god of death Karl made a decision. He wanted to see whether that god would help the Earth and destroy the monster at this time. If the Super Saiyan God does not take action, then Karl will take action, using the power of the void to capture Majin Buu, the city's best experimental subject. Compared to Daudi, the appearance of Majin Buu is more valuable in Karl's eyes. Then, under the command of Shishao, the Daudi army quickly gathered a large number of space and interstellar battleships, totaling to hundreds. In the cold and dark starry sky, one interstellar battleship after another, like a pack of wolves, attacked Majin Buu. It was like a pack of terrifying wolves, as if they would bite the ferocious lion into pieces in the next moment. Boom! Countless interstellar battleships came, and the figure of Majin Buu appeared in the silent deep space of the universe. The freezing cold of -270 degrees has no effect on a creature like Buu. Hehe! Buu sneered to himself, looking at the countless attacking super battleships, but raised his hand the next moment. A pink ball of energy emitting dark lightning was constructed in an instant and formed in Buu's hand. Boom boom boom! The terrifying light, which was hotter than the sun, emitted heat exceeding tens of millions degrees and turned into a pink beam of light that penetrated the universe. In the blink of an eye, starships spread out from the universe. The power of Majin Buu is so terrifying. When did a monster like Majin Buu appear in the known universe? Daudi's cognition and worldview were instantly overturned. Fire! It must be fake. Open fire! Provide all-round fire coverage. For my god Karl! The Taotie Legion fought a desperate battle. Boom! An overwhelming energy attack came, and new Daudi interstellar battleships have been replenished at this moment. Faced with all this, Majin Buu opened his hands. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, more Daudi interstellar battleships were destroyed in just the blink of an eye. Facing Majin Buu, the gluttonous interstellar battleship is like a fragile building block toy, and Majin Buu is just the naughty boy. The situation in Shi Xiao's mind was quite incredible, with his emotions fluctuating. Why did they lose so many Daudi troops? Hundreds of starships were destroyed with just one move. Buu's terrifying fighting power shook the entire universe for a moment. On the eve of the All-Universe Conference, the powerful Majin Buu has attracted the attention of many god-creating civilizations. His terror is beyond imagination, so much so that all the god-creating civilizations in the known universe are extremely afraid of Majin Buu. However, Liu Ya didn't expect that Majin Buu would cause such a big commotion. When she came to him, Liu Ya discovered that Majin Buu had turned into evil Buu. The image of Fat Buu seemed to have changed because he had absorbed too much evil energy from the universe. Chapter 42. Do you recognize this creature? She couldn't help but ask curiously. Judging from Liu Ya's appearance, he knows a lot about this creature. Naturally, he is Majin Buu. As far as I know, this guy should be sealed in my original universe. Liu Ya pretended to be confused. You angels, it's best not to attack Majin Buu, otherwise, he can easily sweep everything away. Even if I activate the Heavenly Blade Judgment, it won't work. A look of suspicion appeared on Heishi's face. Of course, the Heavenly Blade Judgment is nothing. Majin Buu's recovery ability allows him to be resurrected even if a planet explodes. The power of a star cannot kill Majin Buu. I see. Heishi's eyes flickered. In fact, she still wanted to capture Majin Buu and study him. After all, she had already seen Buu's immortality. It's clear that Buu is about to arrive on Earth. The Super Seminary sent an emergency communication. Mr. Liu Ya, there's something about that pink creature, Majin Buu, that's about to approach the Earth. Dokeo said in a deep voice, the power of the Super Seminary plus the extreme martial arts school may not be able to resist that monster. I understand. Let's wait until that guy arrives on Earth. Liu Ya seemed quite calm. If necessary, I will take action. After receiving Liu Ya's affirmative words, Dokeo felt relieved. Of course, let the Super Seminary make preparations as soon as possible. At the Extreme Martial Arts Gym, Liu Ya was left to the care of Qiangui. Although Dokeo and Qiangui were father and daughter, their relationship was not very good. On Earth, in addition to the Super Seminary, there is also enough power to fight against alien forces. Liu Ya had previously informed everyone about the All-Universe Conference. Once Buu was dealt with, the formal All-Universe Conference would begin. Let Buu make some more noise first. Liu Ya pursed his lips. Buu was getting more and more terrifying. If he took action to solve the problem himself, he would definitely get a rich and shocking reward. All the god-creating civilizations in the known universe have discovered the existence of this monster. He is immortal, has a strong learning ability, and can even learn any skills. The power of technology is nothing in front of Buu. Aboard Devil 1. Oh my goodness, what kind of creature is this? It's so scary. After learning about Buu's record, Liang Bing looked at Carl on the screen and said, how did you provoke such a monster? Carl also had a headache. He originally wanted to let Daudi hold Buu back while he himself took control of Buu, but the report brought by Daudi and the calculations of the big clock showed that he would not be able to suppress the monster. Even Majin Buu's attack will affect his 5th generation divine body. His phantom body was completely unable to defend against Majin Buu's energy attacks. Anyway, be careful. Even if that monster comes, the god on earth may not be able to defeat it. Buu's learning ability is very strong. So I suggest that we can join forces, together with the angels, to completely control Majin Buu. Carl hopes to join forces with Ryubing to fight against Majin Buu. Working with those bitches of angel, are you kidding me? Liang Bing snorted coldly. Although he had met Heii, the relationship between the angels and the demons was still hostile, and there was competition between the Caitian and the god of destruction. She has no basis for cooperation with the angels. Then call Liu Ya. This creature is beyond the concept of comprehension of all life forms in the known universe. If you, Liu Ya and I join forces, we can definitely deal with this monster. When the time comes, its body materials will be divided up by the devil, the Styx, and the fiery Sunday. Carl, Liang Bing, and Liu Ya should be able to defeat Bu. Then I'll leave it to you. Go and inform Liu Ya. When that guy arrives on Earth, I'll take action. Liang Bing thought for a moment and said quickly, you can't cheat the queen, or I will definitely come to your side to deal with you. Do not worry. If he wanted to cheat, Carl wouldn't cheat Liang Bing. That being said, in fact, only Carl knows what he is thinking. As for Carl, Liang Bing was also quite wary. Although she and Carl seemed to get along quite well, in Liang Bing's eyes, this guy was a complete pervert. This guy is insidious and cunning. He has no taboos when it comes to research. For Liang Bing, cooperating with Carl is just a last resort. After all, her biggest enemy is Kesha, and the war between angels and demons has also caused Liang Bing to suffer a lot, causing her to wander with the demon civilization and have no time to develop her own technology. Otherwise, Liang Bing would not have chosen to cooperate with Carl again and again. In the silent, cold universe. Boom! In the silent universe, the Daudi interstellar battleships seemed to be made of paper and turned into cosmic fireworks. No matter how brave and fearless the Daudi is, it will still feel fear when facing an invincible monster. Boom! One starship was blown up, and the commander and Daudi on another starship were turned into candy by Majin Buu's transformation beam. What a terrifying pressure! After destroying the commander's memory, Majin Buu smiled with satisfaction. I never thought that there is still Earth in this world. At this moment, Bu has already understood that the universe he lives in is not the universe of the Dragon Ball world. The hazy memory told Bu that there were very delicious candies on Earth. Depart for Earth. Before that, let's eat all the Daudi first. An evil smile appeared on Majin Buu's face. The terror brought by this pink creature shook the entire universe. All the Daudi were destroyed, and Majin Buu, under the deliberate guidance of Carl, moved towards the Earth. The body surpassed the speed of light and directly broke through countless obstacles. Earth, crisis has come again. The other side. King Tenki, it has been confirmed that the life form called Majin Buu will fall to Earth in about 20 minutes. Angel Yan appeared in front of Heii. I asked Gxin and Azui to get ready. By then, should we prepare for the Heavenly Blade trial? Her question made Heii shake his head. Let's see what the Earth and the demons do first. Carl should have already set his sights on that life form. If necessary, I will use solar flare technology. The technology of solar flares was also under Heishi's control, and even underwent a certain degree of modification based on the technology mastered by Pan Zhen. It was no problem for Heii to capture the life form called Majin Buu. It has to be said that Heii, as an angel, is still too confident and arrogant. Even Liang Bing did not realize what a terrifying monster Majin Buu was. Chapter 43. The Devil's Side. After much consideration, Carl gave up the cooperation with Liu Ya. Rather than cooperating with Liu Ya, he was more inclined to let Liang Bing take action to restrain Majin Buu. That kind of monster definitely cannot withstand the power of several exploding stars. In addition, Carl also hopes that Liang Bing will take action and help attract Liu Ya to the universe. Carl, you idiot! After hearing what Carl said, Liang Bing still smiled, but she still had to pretend in front of Carl. Then, he sold out Carl and told Liu Ya. Liu Ya can destroy the universe with just 3 punches, so how could he not be able to withstand the power of a stellar explosion? She also plans to learn how to become the god of destruction from Liu Ya. In Liang Bing's eyes, the god of destruction is the most powerful. So you sold him out. As soon as Liang Bing finished discussing with Carl, she came to Liu Ya and explained what had happened. If I don't sell him, then I'll sell you. Let me tell you, that guy is a dangerous person. Liang Bing said seriously, how about I help you deal with him? Then you can use him as research material. Speaking of which, would you like to help me? I plan to take Majin Buu's super gene for myself. You should be very curious about that monster, right? At this time, Liang Bing looked at Liu Ya and said, we can work together and trick Carl at the same time. I'm on your side. I'm good to you. As she spoke, her eyes fell on Liu Ya. If you want to be straightforward, just choose me to be the god of destruction. Become a god of destruction. Liang Bing felt that she didn't need to be afraid of that bitch Kesha anymore, and there was no need to fear even the ultimate fear. The god of destruction. Liu Ya pursed his lips and said, we'll tell you when the time comes. Right now, you don't even qualify to compete for the position of candidate. I will promise you to take action against Majin Buu. As for that kid Carl, I will also take care of him for a while. Majin Buu is a terrifying monster that can only be dealt with by Super Saiyan 3 strength at least. If you give me the space engine technology, I can teach you a special skill in exchange. How about that? At this time, Liu Ya looked at Liang Bing. What skills? Wait, what do you want the space engine technology for? Liang Bing's expression revealed a puzzled look. Time and space rose is almost complete. The space engine technology can help her become a little stronger. Liu Ya looked at Liang Bing with a smile. To be honest, the space-time rose is also the result of your theoretical research. Don't you want your results to bear fruit? You bastard, you really have me in your arms. Liang Bing agreed without hesitation. Rose has the space-time gene and powerful space-time ability. It was once the joint research result of Carl and Liang Bing. Liang Bing is quite satisfied to see her research results being thoroughly applied. As for the skills he planned to teach Liang Bing, Liu Ya had to defeat Majin Buu before teaching her. But before that, Liang Bing will prepare to lure Majin Buu to Earth. Coordinates: Far Eastern Island Country. Ado, Daburn and Sodan were all sent by Liang Bing in order to capture Majin Buu. Boom! Unfortunately, they are of no use in front of Majin Buu. This is the extreme martial arts school. Why don't you let us take action? Unsatisfied, Rose came directly to Liu Ya. Do you think that our strength is not enough to deal with Majin Buu? Rose's strength has improved, and he doesn't believe that he can't defeat Majin Buu. You really can't deal with that guy. Looking at Rose, Liu Ya waved his hand. That guy has the power to transform all matter into candy. If you want to die, I won't stop you. This time, the main gods of the demons and Daudi will take action. Leave everything else to me. I will deal with it. His words made Qiang Wei feel at ease. Liu Ya is very strong. As long as he takes action, there is basically no monster that he cannot deal with. Since the chaos happened in the Far East and Xia country was not affected at all, the officials here also knew that it was because of Liu Ya that the threat from the universe did not invade the country. Therefore, no one from the Super Seminary was allowed to participate in the battle. Unless it is against Daudi or those alien legions. Far East, Heian District. Don't bother me eating candy, you annoying guy. Buu didn't know how many times he had been attacked by that hateful guy. An unsatisfied Buu looked more and more annoyed at everyone he looked at. Ha ha ha, don't worry, your name is Majin Buu, right? Liang Bing's figure flashed in front of Buu. Are you interested in becoming a demon warrior under my command? This queen will give you lots of candies. Whatever you want, I will make it happen for you, queen. After testing with Achuo and Daburn, Liang Bing confirmed that Buu has some abilities that can transform people into candy. In Liang Bing's eyes, Buu is a qualified demon. This guy's aura of decadence and freedom is quite in line with the style of a devil. Although she had the idea of destroying Buu at the beginning, if she could recruit Buu, then, it is also possible to ignore Carl's cooperation. If a demon as powerful as Buu joins the great demon civilization, the strength of the demon civilization will surge. Unfortunately, I refuse. Buu grinned, if you interrupt my candy eating, then you can turn into pudding for me. A pink light instantly attacked Liang Bing. This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. He cursed inwardly and used the micro-wormhole calculation to avoid the attack. In the void, 2 demon claws dropped towards Buu. But the next moment, Buu dodged the attack of the Ryohan demon claw. GG. Buu raised his hand, and a terrifying beam of light burst out from his fingertips in an instant, heading towards Liang Bing. Chi 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 dash. The air was rippling with visible spatial ripples, and Liang Bing was caught off guard and had almost no time to react. The next moment, Liang Bing's body was pierced directly. Not only was his fourth-generation divine body no match for Liu Ya, but he was actually pierced through by this guy. The pink light cannon penetrated the city and hit a mountain range several kilometers away. The huge gap was caused by Bu's attack. The defense of the fourth-generation god's body was as fragile as paper when facing the attack of Majin Bu. You're so outrageous. No wonder Carl wants you. Bu's terror shocked Liang Bing. Chapter 44. Turn into pudding for me. The transformation beam was fired out again, and Bu wanted to eat the guy who was in the way. Liang Bing's face changed, and the micro-wormhole technology didn't even have time to react. Her form changed in the blink of an eye. There is no technology in the known universe that can rewrite the form of matter. But Majin Bu did it. Ha ha ha. Looking at the ice that had turned into pudding, Bu laughed out loud. I told you not to disturb me while I was eating cake. Now I'm going to eat you. Just when Bu was about to take action, a figure suddenly appeared and knocked Bu away with a terrifying punch. Bang bang bang. Several buildings collapsed and Bu was buried in the rubble. All around, there were the crazy and desperate roars of the residents of Heii. Oh my, why are you so careless? Looking at Liang Bing who had turned into candy, Liu Ya couldn't help but smile and said, now you know how powerful this guy is. You bastard, stop talking nonsense and change me back quickly. You have the ability to do it, right? I thought Bu was easy to deal with, but this time, Liang Bing was tricked by Carl and now she can only rely on Liu Ya. Don't worry, it still looks very slippery. Liu Ya immediately took hold of the cold ice that had turned into pudding jelly. Wow, it feels really good. Why don't you change me back? The pudding jelly couldn't help but tremble in Liu Ya's hand. The Devil's Engine number 1 is running, and Liang Bing is also trying to find a way to break Bu's magic. After some calculations, it will take some time and energy to reorganize the body data. But if that happens, I don't know when it will happen. Alright. Liu Ya tapped it lightly, and under the operation of the power of King God, the cool ice that had turned into candy suddenly returned to its original appearance. Next, let me deal with it. By the way, let Carl take the bait. Whoosh! Bu attacked again in the blink of an eye, as if he was extremely dissatisfied with Liu Ya's sudden attack. Boom! At the moment of the fist collision, golden hair stood on end and arcs of electricity flashed around Liu Ya's body. In just a blink of an eye, Liu Ya turned into Super Saiyan 2. The ground cracked, forming a huge pit with a diameter of several hundred meters, and Liang Bing was directly blown away by the impact. Oh my god, what the hell is this monster? Liang Bing's expression revealed an even more shocked look. Not a bad power. Liu Ya grinned, then clenched his fists. Well, what about this, Majin Bu? The golden light shot up into the sky in the blink of an eye. The angry golden hair extended and the brow bones became prominent, giving him a ferocious look. The earth was shaking, and almost half of the city was reduced to ruins by the power of Liu Ya. The Super Saiyan 3 posture shook the entire earth. Boom! The building collapsed, and with the collision between the man and Majin Bu, the surrounding streets became more congested. Liu Ya and Majin Bu, who had powerful destructive power, showed terror beyond common sense. At the same time, in the Far East, at a military base, in a futuristic sci-fi fortress. Baga Yalu, why did the aliens start a war in Heii? General Fujino looked at the report of the damage in Heii and couldn't help but get angry. Where is the American military? Didn't they go out? Where did the self-defense force go? Most of the city was bombed and the affected area continued to expand. General Fujino felt desperate. The American military is currently at the Kanto base and has no intention of taking action. The secretary said with an embarrassed look on his face, now we can only ask Xia country to send out the Super Seminary or the Extreme Martial Arts School. Someone from Xia country has sent out. It is said that it is the founder of the Extreme Martial Arts School, the Super Saiyan God who is rumored to have defeated the white creature. In the control room, a subordinate quickly spoke up. Damn it! General Fujino looked at the images transmitted by the satellite and couldn't help but feel sad. Hurry up and ask the Xia country officials to ask that Super Saiyan God not to fight in the Far East. If this continues, Far East will be sunk. Aboard the Grand Canyon. Commander, Dinar 3 and its satellite have transmitted the footage back. This pink life form is even more dangerous than the previous Universe Emperor. Yukin reported the information she had collected to Dokeo one by one. Under that person's request, the Super Seminary and the Extreme Martial Arts School did not take any action. In that case, let that Super Saiyan God go and solve it. As long as their fight does not involve the country, the Super Saiyan Academy and the Extreme Dojo will not be mobilized. Dokeo said silently. That kind of monster is not something that the Xia country alone can contend with. As a former war maniac, Dokeo understood the horror of that kind of monster. Boom boom boom. Bu and Liu Ya's bodies rose into the air, and the two fought rapidly in mid-air, crossing a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Da-da-da-da-da. Pink energy bullets kept shooting at Liu Ya's body, but Liu Ya was not afraid at all and let the energy bullets attack him directly. Boom! He hooked his fingers, and a shocking force exploded. The energy bomb suddenly exploded in mid-air, directly knocking back half of Bu's body. Then, Liu Ya's figure flashed and he kicked Bu. Bu suddenly felt dizzy and was kicked backwards and fell into the sea. Wow! The sea water instantly rolled up into huge waves, reaching thousands feet high. Liu Ya had a playful smile on his face. The legendary Majin Bu's power is only this strong. You deserve to die. Bu stood on the sea, staring at Liu Ya with a ferocious look. Boom! The air exploded in the blink of an eye, and Majin Bu released a violent energy wave. I should be serious. He clenched his fists, and at this moment a terrifying force surged out of Liu Ya's body. The hot air waves spread rapidly with the lure as the center. Unlike the Super Saiyan 3 state, Liu Ya's hair turned back to its original black, but some of the hair was long and angry, making him look more unruly. Red hair like a wild animal covered Liu Ya's upper body. An unprecedented transformation, Super Saiyan 4 is revealed. Under the powerful heat wave, Bu's body was forced back by this terrifying force in just an instant. Not far away, Heishi's attention has been on observing the battle between Liu Ya and Majin Bu. Heishi had never seen Liu Ya take action before, but this time he drove the Tianren 2 over, with his own space-based computing group. She finally understood what kind of horrible monster Liu Ya was. Chapter 45. The space-based computing group is constantly calculating the energy accumulated by the lure. The power in Liu Ya's body seemed to come from nothing, surging out of his body endlessly. Compared with the stellar engine, it is even more outrageous. The stellar engine can be understood as borrowing stellar energy. Even the dark matter engine is started at the cost of burning stars after the dark plane has invested resources. The power of Qi is too outrageous. The power system of Qi completely exceeds the angel's cognition. Angel Yan couldn't help but feel shocked by this scene, but after coming to Earth, her worldview had already been overturned by Liu Ya. If we can master this power, maybe we can develop new technology in the aura system. At this moment, there was a bit more anticipation in Heishi's eyes. Then, King Tianji, should we take action now? Angel Yan's eyes fell on Heishi. That demon named Majin Bu is very worth studying. Just keep watching. Heishi shook his head and looked into the distance with flickering eyes. What's more, our speed can't keep up with theirs. The speed of Liu Ya and Majin Bu was extremely fast. The terrifying power exploded and turned into a terrifying shock wave that quickly spread in all directions. With the terrifying sound, the atmosphere was suddenly torn apart. In an instant, the two figures had circled the Earth 3 times and arrived at the ocean not far from Britain. A collision at this level is no longer just a clash of strength, but also a competition of skills between both sides. Roar! With a low roar, Majin Bu swung his fist, the air exploded violently, and attacked Liu Ya at an extremely fast speed. A violent force swept out, and in the blink of an eye, Liu Ya was faced with the attack of Majin Bu. Bang! In just a blink of an eye, Bu's body was hit by Liu Ya, and his body flew out like a cannonball. Then it fell on the ocean in the distance, and the surface of the sea was covered with thousands of waves in the blink of an eye. Boom! The enormous momentum spread out with Bu as the center point. The sea was torn apart by the terrifying force, forming a huge whirlpool, which turned into terrifying waves thousands of meters long. Boom! The next moment, Bu's body flew into the air, and then his fists blasted out like a storm. The enormous force directly broke the air and caused huge waves. The waves rolled, and in the face of such terrifying force, the sea water evaporated directly, even exposing the land on the seabed to the sun. In an instant, Liu Ya's body was blown away. However, a happy smile appeared on Liu Ya's face. At this moment, Liu Ya seemed to be enjoying this battle. Suns are crazy about fighting. Bu's strength is not enough to make Liu Ya go all out, but Liu Ya still looks forward to whether Bu can be stimulated by him and burst out with stronger power. Why, the great Majin Bu, is this the limit? Liu Ya's words were full of mockery. To me, your attack is just like tickling. He looked at Majin Bu with a playful look, which made Majin Bu feel furious. Turn into pudding for me. The transformation beam was activated, and the tentacles on Bu's head emitted pink lightning. Back to you. As if he had anticipated that Majin Bu would use this move, Liu Ya raised his hand to rebound the attack, and Majin Bu in front of him was hit by his own transformation beam in the blink of an eye. Amid Majin Bu's astonished expression, Bu himself turned into pudding jelly. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Bu who had turned into pudding jelly, Liu Ya couldn't help but burst into laughter. This kind of trick can't control me. His words and sarcastic look made Bu angry and anxious. The two of them seemed to have not noticed the changes in the surrounding space environment at all. Do it, Carl. Liang Bing, who had already planned with Liu Ya, informed Carl directly at this moment, and Carl also seized the moment when the two were off guard. In an instant, huge black shadows appeared on the left and right of Liu Ya and Majin Bu. In the blink of an eye, Majin Bu and Liu Ya were swallowed up. In the dark space, 4 or 5 or 6 stars appeared in front of Liu Ya, surrounding Liu Ya and Majin Bu in a relatively static manner. This is the Emerald Galaxy, the cemetery that Carl prepared for Liu Ya and Bu. Come yet. Liu Ya's expression immediately returned to calm. Carl's figure appeared in the dark space, and Bu's left and right and Liu Ya's left and right seemed to be directly blocked by an unknown spatial force. This made Bu, who was still in candy form, furious. Mr. Liu Ya, and Mr. Majin Bu, can you cooperate with me in an interesting experiment? Let me introduce myself. I am Carl, the god of death from the Death Song Academy. Join me in welcoming the embrace of the void. Under the authority of the big clock, Carl calculated in the big clock for tens of thousands of years before he came up with a plan to capture Liu Ya and Majin Bu together. Liang Bing, who had transformed into the form of the Demon Queen, also appeared in the silent dark space at this moment. There are 6 stars surrounding it. The brightness and heat of the stars make the environment of this space appear much hotter. Ma, can you handle Carl? Looking at Liu Ya who was still indifferent, Liang Bing's expression became a little nervous, but for now she still had to pretend that she was in the same camp as Carl. Otherwise, how could he drag Carl into the pit? Sorry, I refuse. Liu Ya raised his head and looked at Carl in front of him. You used the big clock to create a prison to trap me and Majin Bu. You really have a plan, Carl. However, you seem to have predicted one thing wrongly. The blockade of the big clock will not have any effect on us. He looked at Carl with a teasing look. The power of Bu and I is far beyond your imagination. And the next moment, Bu, who had turned into candy, automatically returned to normal. Everyone who gets in the way must die. The pink and purple aura covered Bu's entire body in the blink of an eye, and the invisible blockade was broken through by Majin Bu's powerful energy. In the vacuum of the universe, Calhoun was raining blood, and seeing Bu suddenly explode, he couldn't help but get anxious. Liang Bing. Sorry, I have to sell you out. At some point, Liang Bing had already stood on Liu Ya's side, and the special space that blocked Liu Ya was easily broken. Boom! A pink ball of energy attacked Carl in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard, terrifying energy exploded in an instant, even igniting a star in the blink of an eye. Go! With Liang Bing, Liu Ya just teleported and left the Emerald Galaxy directly. The storm caused by the stellar explosion spread in all directions. Chapter 46. I've screwed Carl this time. Damn it, I've torn my relationship with him apart. Perhaps Carl himself could not have imagined that he would team up with Liu Ya to trick Carl. That guy Carl, I don't think he would be killed in the explosion. Liang Bing couldn't help but complain. That guy is an illusion, he can't die. The spiritual body of Carl is nothing more than the underworld soul body in the Dragon Ball worldview. Unlike the underworld soul body, Carl can travel freely to the material world. You can say that Carl is dead, or you can say that he is not dead. In any case, this guy is in the state of Schrödinger being alive. You have to protect me, sir. Liang Bing's gaze fell on Liu Ya. After falling out with Carl, Liang Bing could only rely on Liu Ya. You shouldn't be afraid of Carl. Liu Ya chuckled, looked at Liang Bing and said, it's okay to allocate a star field for you to expand the power of the demons. Besides, judging from your appearance, this isn't the first time you've cheated Carl. Liu Ya's words made Liang Bing cough. Who do you think I am, the queen? I am not someone who will be easily stabbed as an ally. Unless stabbing an ally can bring greater benefits than forming an alliance. Damn it, don't forget what you promised me. She also wants to compete for the position of candidate for the God of Destruction. Rest assured. Understanding Liang Bing's thoughts, Liu Ya didn't say anything. He knew that Liang Bing wanted to compete for the candidate for the God of Destruction, so he gave Liang Bing the opportunity to compete. It all depends on her whether she can win over the angel. The decision to select the God of Destruction and the God of Kings in the Super God universe was naturally because Liu Ya wanted to build this world into a supreme world that could rival the Dragon Ball Omni King universe. Angels and demons must naturally be given a chance to compete. In addition, Liu Ya will also give Li Yang the opportunity to compete. The four major God-creating civilizations of the Super God universe, angels, demons, Li Yang, and Styx, will all be Liu Ya's development direction. If Liu Ya wants to become a qualified Dragon Ball version angel and then advance to the level of Omni King, he will naturally not be limited to simple camp confrontation. However, before giving them benefits, you must naturally show the corresponding dignity. Boom! Carl escaped successfully, but the Emerald Galaxy was destroyed, and his phantom was even injured by Bu's energy attack. This made Carl feel outrageous. He had thought about the horror of Majin Bu, but he didn't expect it to be so terrifying. Bu is strong enough, and Liu Ya is also a monster. The calculations of the big clock should be correct. Maybe some of my data are wrong. The Void Engine can attack the opponent from the genetic and conceptual range, but the data of Liu Ya and Majin Bu cannot be fully interpreted even if it is interpreted using the big clock. Even in terms of energy utilization efficiency, Majin Bu alone is more efficient than Carl. The star system was easily blown away by Bu. Death Song Academy. Before Carl could react, Bu's figure, following Carl's breath, had already arrived. Ha 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 ha. Go to hell. Purple energy bombs exploded, and in just a blink of an eye, one energy bomb after another fell, directly turning the Death Song Academy into a sea of fire. Angry Bu wants to give Carl a good beating. At this moment, Carl's face turned green. Big clock access. Void transfer. If he can't defeat Bu, can't Carl just send Bu running away? The Black Skull Vortex swallowed Bu in the blink of an eye, and exiled Bu to a star field several light years away. Damn! Bu got even angrier. Roar! In the vacuum of the universe, no sound could be made, but the expression on his face was enough to show Bu's anger. The next moment, a figure appeared in front of Bu. Let's begin the final battle, Bu. Liu Ya's figure flashed, he clenched his fists, and attacked Bu with a powerful punch. Boom! Bu met Liu Ya's attack, and the collision of the two fists formed a terrifying energy shock that swept around. The planet in the distance was shattered into pieces by the terrifying energy impact, and countless fragments flew in all directions. Ripples spread out in circles. A terrifying energy shock swept across the entire universe. Ah 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 ah! Bu's roar echoed in the void. Boom boom boom! Liu Ya punched Bu again and again, sending Bu flying hundreds of kilometers away. Bu, who was thrown hundreds of kilometers away, rushed back desperately. Liu Ya's fist and Bu's arm collided with each other, and violent waves of air rushed out and continued to spread in all directions. For a while, the fight between the two became more and more intense. Liu Ya acted calm and composed, but Bu's injuries became more serious as he attacked. What a monster! Liang Bing looked at the battle in front of her and suddenly felt that the fight between Liu Ya and Bu could be considered a true cosmic-level contest. The fight between myself and the angel was like a child holding a wooden sword toy, so ridiculous. Boom! As the punch landed, Liu Ya's terrifying fist power created a shocking impact and pierced Bu's body. Before Bu could react, Liu Ya appeared in front of Bu again. The game ends here. An evil smile appeared on Liu Ya's face, and a purple halo shone in Liu Ya's hands. Disappear completely, Majin Bu. Destroy. Destructive energy was formed, and under Bu's astonished gaze, the destruction launched by Liu Ya in the Super Saiyan 4 state completely decomposed Bu's body at the atomic level, and even his soul ceased to exist. Destroy. This move is the magical skill of the God of Destruction, and Bu was completely destroyed by it. With Bu's destruction, Liu Ya also received the mission reward at this moment. Ding! Congratulations on defeating Majin Bu. Due to your outstanding performance, this time you have received a shock value of 120,000. Reward, Ultra Instinct, Trial Version, 1 wish granting privilege for the Namekian Dragon Balls. Self-Ultimate Power. Like Ultra Instinct, both are divine control techniques. This move belongs to the divine skill of the God of Destruction, and is no less powerful than the Ultra Instinct of the angels. This time, the reward allowed Liu Ya to once again gain the right to make a wish for the Namekian Dragon Balls. Good. Liu Ya nodded with satisfaction, and was quite satisfied with the reward he had received. The Namekian Dragon Ball's wish-granting power can be used to expand the influence of the Super God universe, or it can be used on Liu Ya to further purify his own Super Saiyan power. Call. Trying to activate his ultimate self, a purple glow surged from Liu Ya's body in the blink of an eye. The terrifying energy spread out in all directions, and the terrifying momentum shook the Heii universe. Chapter 47. Boom! A vast aura as vast as the universe swept across. In an instant, the purple gas turned into a column of light, shaking the Heii universe. This power even moved Liang Bing. Outrageous! It was simply outrageous. Feeling the terrifying energy emitted by the lure, Liang Bing's genetic engine was constantly calculating the lure's data. How on earth did this guy become so powerful? The power of his chi can actually reach such an outrageous level. It is no wonder that Liang Bing felt shocked. The terror emanating from her extreme self made Liang Bing realize how insignificant she was. You guy, why did your hair turn purple? At this moment, the lure did not maintain the Super Saiyan 4 state, but automatically returned to normal and then activated its own extreme intention. Therefore, Liang Bing could feel how outrageous the energy data in Liu Ya's body had increased. Through the calculation of the genetic engine, Liang Bing could sense that Liu Ya possessed an extremely terrifying unknown energy. Didn't you notice any other changes? Liu Ya looked at Liang Bing with an indifferent gaze. At this moment, he was very satisfied with his own improvement. However, like Ultra Freedom, Self-Extreme is not a complete version and can only last for 5 minutes, which is shorter than Ultra Freedom. According to the calculations of the Demon Engine, there is a lot of unknown dark energy in your body. This dark energy is very dangerous and even impossible to measure. Liang Bing exclaimed, "It's simply incredible." I see. Liu Ya nodded, looked at Liang Bing and said, "I was just testing the moves I just learned. This is a skill that belongs to the God of Destruction. It can maximize the power of destruction." He clenched his fists. Unfortunately, there is no existence that can be called a Liu Ya opponent in the Super God universe, but if the Super God universe does not have it, other universes do, not to mention that the current Super God universe has already integrated part of the worldview of the Ultra universe. Okay, let's go back to Earth. With Liang Bing, Liu Ya returned to Earth in just a blink of an eye. After Carl was taught a lesson, Liu Ya didn't bother to care about it. If he wanted to deal with the Styx civilization, Liu Ya could destroy the Styx galaxy with just one finger. The power displayed by Liu Ya made many civilizations in the universe realize that the Earth is under the protection of a super strong being. Even Karl from the Styx was defeated, and Li Yang was even more aware of how terrifying Liu Ya was. On the angel side, she has made a decision. She plans to take a protective oath to Liu Ya and become Liu Ya's guardian angel. I just don't know if Liu Ya is happy about it. The universe, the powerful strength, is the basis of speaking. Fiery Sun, Tower of Heaven. The wool left by Emperor Hunkin actually still remains in the Tianhe Tower, because the Battle of Dinar destroyed Dinar's sun, causing Li Yang's own civilization to suffer a disaster. Emperor Hunkin chose to commit suicide, but his remaining wool was in the Tianhe Tower, repairing his body. Although he was said to be dead, De Hunkin was also surviving in another form. With the help of the Tianhe Tower, he maintained the energy of the star, ensuring that Li Yang could continue to survive normally as long as he still had half a planet. My God! The tremendous changes that have taken place in the universe now force Pan Zhen to enter the Tianhe Tower and have a secret meeting with De Hunkin. You're here, Pan Zhen. De Hunkin's old voice sounded, as if he had already anticipated Pan Zhen's arrival. My God, the changes on Earth have resulted in the emergence of such a powerful being. It seems that our Li Yang's plan to obtain Earth as a second home has failed. Pan Zhen sighed and asked De Hunkin, now, I really don't know where Li Yang's way out is. Pan Zhen has already explained to De Hunkin the matters related to the battle between Super Saiyan God and Majin Buu. This all-universe conference was also an invitation from the Super Saiyan God. A bright solar flame is shining at this moment. The last civilization war has already cost Li Yang a huge price. Even Kesha, who claims to be the king of gods, would be afraid of that guy. Then, Li Yang should make friends with him as much as possible. Isn't Reina on Earth and getting along well with that person? Let Reina go and make contact with him. De Hunkin made a decision immediately. As for the all-universe conference, let's see what the angels do about it. I understand, my God. Pan Zhen lowered his head. Li Yang had few choices, and from the beginning he prepared the heavenly plan to seize the Earth. But on Earth, with a terrifying monster god like Liu Ya, we naturally have to make new plans. This side of the Earth. Because of the protection of Liu Ya, the benefits reaped by Xia Kingdom were enormous. The influence of aliens also intensified Xia's influence on the world, and a coalition government system led by Xia gradually took shape. The influence of the extreme martial arts school is also expanding. Ding! The seed of spreading qi has been completed. For your outstanding performance, I will reward you with the following: method of practicing angelic power, basic version. The humans in this world basically don't have the gene for qi, so the power of the lore development dimension and the system of spreading qi in this way are quite effective. How to cultivate the power of angels. Looking at the reward he received, Liu Ya couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. Although it is only a basic version, it provides a clear direction for Liu Ya on how to cultivate the power of angels. The highest level of advancement in angelic power is the level of High Priest, and there is no record above the High Priest. If we have to set a level, Liu Ya is now only at the level of a baby angel. Liu Ya still needs to improve his angel power, and of course he won't forget his own Super Saiyan power. If he can combine the power of Saiyan with that of angel, then Liu Ya himself would be able to possess the power of an angel and the terrifying fighting talent of a Saiyan. On my side, the battle with Majin Buu also brought me rich rewards. He looked at his data panel, which had obvious changes. Name Liu Ya. Race, Saiyan. Physique, pure Saiyan/angel, to be unlocked. Form, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, Ultra Self-Instinct, Trial Version, Ultra Self-Instinct, Trial Version. Skills, Breath of God, Chi Bomb, Kamehameha, Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, Ki/Kai, Instant Teleport, Combat Melee Skill Mastery, Dragon Fist Burst, Flash Time Kung. Angel Power, 0.09%. Shock Value, 195,000. The previous angel power directly increased from 0.02% to 0.09%. If it continues to increase, it should be able to reach the level of 0.1%. With the shock value points, plus those that were not consumed before, there are still 195,000 lores left. He needs to plan carefully how to use them. Chapter 48. At the same time, would you like to go on a date with me? She took the initiative to find Liu Ya, and when she opened her mouth, she shocked Liu Ya. No. Are all of you angels so direct? Seeing she coming to him on his own initiative, Liu Ya didn't know what to say for a moment. Isn't it better to be direct? Besides, angels have lived long enough. They are no longer like the little girls on earth. They will naturally be more direct to the people they like. She teased Liu Ya, if nothing else, I'm not inferior to Liang Bing in terms of beauty, or do you like demons like that? Of course not. Liu Ya is a very philanthropic person. However, since the angel invited me so kindly, I naturally agreed. He did not refuse. It would be very rude of him to refuse such a goddess-like beauty who invited him on a date. Then how about we go eat spicy hot pot? She lifted her hair and her voice seemed to have an endless charm. I thought you were going to let me take you to a fancy restaurant. Liu Ya didn't expect that she would take the initiative to suggest going for spicy hot pot. None of that means anything. She shook her head and looked at Liu Ya's expression with a smile. As for the arrangements for the date, leave it to me. Seeing this situation, Liu Ya had no choice but to let she make the arrangements. Liu Ya was enjoying the date arranged by She quite liked the delicious food and wine on earth. Under She's arrangement, Liu Ya's dating experience was quite good. What do you think of me, sister? After eating and drinking, the two found a deserted place to meet together. She leaned aside and smiled at Liu Ya. Would you like to consider becoming my man? This blunt confession again surprised Liu Ya. So you're into me? That's right. Isn't it okay? To be honest, I'm not worse than Liang Bing. If you're worried, we angels can initiate the protection oath. She blinked, after all, my sister is still very moved by you. It's been thousands of years since she met a man as charming as Liu Ya, and she would not miss him. When I became the king of angels, I thought about what kind of man I wanted. At least he had to be better than me, and you are the most suitable candidate. She's love seemed to be conveyed through his eyes. It's not impossible. For a moment, Liu Ya didn't know how to respond to She's initiative. As a Sun, his personality is still a bit straight. Then I'll take it as your consent. She didn't care about anything else and took the initiative to approach Liu Ya. I am willing to be Liu Ya's guardian angel, love what he loves, think what he thinks, bear his pain, and go through his suffering. No matter if he is poor or rich, humble or noble, no matter if he is in troubled times, or God doesn't care about him. I will draw my sword and fight for him, and fold my wings for him. I will never leave him, and never abandon him, until forever. After making the oath of protection, she just looked at Liu Ya. She wanted to possess Liu Ya. This point became even stronger after I met Liu Ya. More importantly, lore fishing has allowed me to see a wider world. I agree. The goddess was so proactive, how could he hesitate? The relationship between the two people was further developed because of this. After giving himself up voluntarily, she gave Liu Ya a lot of things at once. Apart from anything else, the sacred atomic technology, Skyblade 7, and stellar drive technology were all given to Liu Ya. The scientific foundation of angel civilization was created by He. If you follow me, what about the angel? Liu Ya was a little curious and didn't know what the angel would choose. Kesha will take care of it, and I'm already a retired old man. She said leisurely. I told her that she would understand the little man who was with me. Come to think of it, I am one step ahead of Liang Bing now. With a smile on her face, she looked at the man in front of her. There is one thing I'm curious about. What do you think about the devil's words? You mean the devil's philosophy? Everything has its own necessity. I won't care about the dispute between you angels and demons. Liu Ya understood She's thoughts and said directly, today's universe will integrate more powerful beings from the universe in the future. The power of angels and demons is crucial. Are you saying that more beings from different universes will enter our universe? Liu Ya's words surprised Heii a little. Before, Liu Ya only talked about the expansion of the universe, and did not elaborate on the existence of other universes and the appearance of the Super God universe. That's right. For the sake of the world's stability and survival, I will convene a universal meeting to re-establish a new cosmic order. This is also the key factor in why I choose the God of Destruction and the King of the Worlds. Liu Ya smiled and looked at Heii in front of him. Do you want to become the God of Destruction? Compared to Liang Bing, I think Heii, you are the most suitable person to become the God of Destruction. The God of Destruction always has a partner angel by his side. The more Liu Ya looked at Heii, the more he found her pleasing to the eye. If you think I can be the God of Destruction, then I'm willing to do so. Heii spoke without thinking. Then wait for the All-Universe Conference to begin discussing it. You are now more suitable to become a candidate for the God of Destruction. A God of Destruction is not qualified to be one if he does not have the power to destroy the universe. Heii is not strong enough now, and he doesn't even have enough power to blow up a star. I understand. Heii nodded. From Liu Ya, Heii also obtained a lot of information, that is, there is a bottleneck in the universe, that is, a limit. The previous Super God universe has developed to a limit and cannot be broken through again, so it will lead to the restart and destruction of the universe in the future. This is the root of the ultimate fear of the Super God universe. However, Liu Ya's arrival changed all this, prompting the Super God universe to upgrade and expand. If the Super God universe wants to continue to advance, it needs to continue to expand and devour other worlds. The existence of King God and the God of Destruction is to maintain the order of the Super God universe, guide the civilization of the known universe, and eliminate those unqualified worlds that are swallowed up by the Super God universe. To preserve qualified worlds, we must also guard against invasions from outside the universe. Just as there is competition between civilizations, universes will also compete and collide with each other. Today's Super God universe is too weak, and the only guys at the single universe level are Liu Ya. If another cosmic boss comes, relying on Liu Ya alone will not be enough. This is also the key to Liu Ya's plan to establish the God of Destruction and the God of Kings in this world. Chapter 49. The time for the Universal Meeting. It was officially opened 5 days later. Previously, the transmission notices left by Liu Ya all emitted light at this moment, and a huge light gate emerged. All civilizations in the universe that are qualified to participate in this meeting have been invited. Styx Galaxy, New Death Song Academy. Majin Buu's power destroyed the Death Song Academy. Now, Karl has spent a lot of effort to barely rebuild the Death Song Academy on the other side. Karl sighed softly at the invitation of the Super Saiyan God. My God, are you really going to participate in this meeting? Snow asked puzzledly. If you are detained there, the Styx. That Super Saiyan God would not do such a tasteless thing. If that guy wanted to attack me, he would have done it long ago. Karl said calmly, looking ahead not far away. Let's see what this Super Saiyan God is going to do. The Universal Conference will undoubtedly be a change in cosmic power and will overthrow the current just order of angels. Since it was obvious that he could not defeat Liu Ya, Karl's only thought at this moment was to confirm how this Super Saiyan God would plan the known universe today. The next moment, Karl stepped into the light gate. Angel Nebula, Merlot Heaven. Let's go. Kesha said, and stepped in without hesitation, and following closely behind her was Kesha's guardian angel. As the King of Gods, he is the strongest being in the known universe, or to be more precise, the strongest before Liu Ya appeared. What comes into view is a new and unique scenery. Earth, Xia country, where the Super Seminary and the Extreme Martial Arts School are located. Huang Lao is the representative from Earth, representing the Human Union and the Xia Kingdom, participating in this universal conference. Frankly speaking, if it weren't for Liu Ya, the people on Earth wouldn't even have the chance to participate in this universal conference. Tokyo accompanied Huang Long, together with the staff officer Lian Feng. In terms of military strength, there were Kang Gui, Sun Wukong, and Kailan. The strength of the three was quite powerful, and they were among the top super soldiers. The light gate opened and everyone entered. Aboard Devil 1. Ado, Sodan, you two should leave with me, the queen. Having witnessed Liu Ya create the miracle of destroying the world of gods, Liang Bing naturally wanted to cling to Liu Ya's thigh tightly and never let go. On the Liang side, Lina is the main god of Liang, so Pan Zhen took Xian Tianji with him, and Lina also followed Pan Zhen to set foot in the realm of destruction. A huge and magnificent building appeared in everyone's sight. What came into view was a huge, majestic, and sacred atmosphere. Under the magnificent temple, there were 4 figures of different heights, wearing the uniforms of the king of the world. In an orderly manner, all the cosmic civilizations that have arrived are sorted out. The existence of King Kai is the result of Liu Ya spending 150,000 shock points to exchange for the King Kai planted by the core tree. Their strength is in line with this universe, and they can even create the dark plane on their own. In terms of strength, there are almost 100,000 combat forces. It is completely capable of dealing with today's cosmic forces. When the kings of the world appeared, she was shocked. She never thought that life could be born from trees. However, since he could exchange for the King Kai tree, Liu Ya considered that perhaps he could choose the king of the worlds from the King Kai's side. As for the god of destruction, Liu Ya plans to choose a few more. Let the lives of the god of destruction and the god of kings be bound together, and maintain the balance rules of the super god universe. And he, as the great god of destruction, is above all other gods of destruction. The super god universe will expand again. Naturally, it is different from the Dragon Ball universe. It is not enough to choose only one god of destruction. There are so many people. Looking at the scene in front of her, Kylin couldn't help but be stunned. Almost all the top civilizations in the universe have arrived. Qiang Wei couldn't help but speak, and was shocked in her heart. Please come with me. King Kai pushed up his round-framed glasses and said naively, I am the King Kai appointed by Master Liu Ya. Everyone from Earth, please go over there. Thank you so much. Old Huang bowed his head and expressed his gratitude. A large number of people had already gathered in the magnificent temple building. The 4 great god-creating civilizations in the universe have all gathered together. Angels, demons, the sun, and the river Styx have all arrived. Liu Ya sat on the throne of the temple, looking lazily at all the civilizations that had arrived. Welcome everyone, to the Supreme Destruction God realm. With a smile on his face, his majestic voice echoed around him, I am the Supreme God of the Kamigawa universe. You can call me the Great Destroyer Liu Ya. Boom! A heavy pressure swept over from the throne in the blink of an eye. This is Liu Ya's pressure. The pressure from the Supreme God of the Kamigawa universe. Even just a breath of air is enough to crush any civilization. Everyone was trembling. Is this the pressure from the Great Destroyer? Too horrible. Not only ordinary civilizations, but even some cosmic civilizations felt the pressure from Liu Ya, making their hearts tremble. Enough of the small talk. I summoned you here for no other purpose than to discuss the most important matter that is currently before the throne of Heii. As he spoke, Liu Ya looked towards the center of the venue, at the leader of the god-making civilization, angels, demons, fiery sun, and Styx. The 4 great god-making civilizations have all gathered together. First of all, I want to explain that the Kamigawa universe will swallow up other worlds and make the Kamigawa universe even more powerful. The extraordinary amount of information impacts the worldview of the entire universe's civilization. Civilizations of the known universe, you must cooperate with the 4 great god-making civilizations to improve the Heii universe as much as possible. He tapped lightly on the throne. The huge amount of information naturally shocked all civilizations in the universe. Devouring other worlds. Carl's expression froze. He had never expected that Liu Ya was talking about such a big thing. Yes, the Heii universe will merge with other universes, and then the planets and dangerous creatures from other universes will enter the Heii universe. Liu Ya said, looking at all the civilizations present, as the great destroyer of this universe, I have the obligation to redefine the order of the universe. The North King will cooperate with the Fiery Sun to supervise the northern galaxy where the Fiery Sun region is located, while the West King will cooperate with the Western Galaxy where the Styx Galaxy is located. The East King will cooperate with the Angels to supervise the Eastern Galaxy represented by the Angel Nebula. The South King will cooperate with the Demons to supervise the Southern Galaxy where the boundary of the universe was expanded. Naruto, One Piece, Star Railroad Baloberg, Akagazan, and the Ultra Universe's Draco D60, 5 different worlds will enter the Super God universe and be merged into different galactic regions. The structure of the known universe changed with Liu Ya's words. Under the huge three-dimensional light screen, the entire universe is displayed in everyone's field of vision. Chapter 50. Liu Ya's words moved many people. The expansion of the universe is also good for you. In the past, the known explorable edge of the Shenhe universe was 130 billion light-years. That's because there is a bottleneck in the universe. As the universe expands, your life level will also have the opportunity to sublimate and become stronger. His words caused a lot of discussion among civilizations throughout the universe. Mr. Liu Ya, I want to ask, is the bottleneck in the universe related to the ultimate fear? Carl took a step forward and asked his question. Yes, in the known universe, there is no civilization that is more than 10 years old. The universe has a history of 130 billion years. That's because there is an upper limit to the universe. Only by devouring other worlds and accommodating the laws of other worlds can the Shenhe universe develop further, break through this upper limit, and avoid the ultimate fear. Liu Ya's words made Carl feel suddenly enlightened. Therefore, we need the cooperation of the God-making civilization in the known universe to help the Shenhe universe advance and complete the plan of upgrading to the Supreme Universe. I will provide different worlds and give you the qualifications to develop those worlds. The deadline is 3 years. Whoever can develop different worlds and integrate them into the Kamigawa universe more smoothly will be qualified to become a candidate for the God of Destruction. On the throne, Liu Ya stood up and looked at all the civilizations present with an indifferent gaze. The 4 galaxies of the East, West, South, and North will all have gods of destruction. The gods of destruction are the supreme gods who maintain the order of the universe. The universe, with its endless vitality, has given birth to countless civilizations. Where there is vitality, there is death, and where there is death, there is vitality. The duty of the God of Destruction is to judge civilizations that are not in line with the development of the universe and destroy them. Just a few simple sentences, but the huge amount of information they brought, shocked everyone's nerves. So, everyone, do you have any opinion on what I said? His words have made many cosmic civilizations feel quite uneasy. The angel is the founder of the just order, and Kesha is the king of gods in the known universe. At this moment, she looked at Liu Ya. I would like to ask why the God of Destruction has the right to rule that a civilization is not in line with the development of the universe and destroy it. The angel king looked at Liu Ya and said, Sir, great destroyer, can you explain a little? Because the God of Destruction has the authority to decide the allocation of universe resources. Liu Ya smiled and said to Kesha, I will be the great destroyer and supervise the destroyer gods. If anyone among you disagrees with what I said, you can challenge my authority and replace me as the great destroyer. As soon as Liu Ya finished speaking, he had already taken action. The premise is that you have the power to replace me. He raised his hand, and a purple ball of energy like a star appeared at the tip of his index finger. It gathered at this moment and then projected towards the image of the universe in the three-dimensional virtual image. Then, you can see a destructive energy ball appearing in a certain star system in the blink of an eye. Boom! The purple light spread in an instant, and the civilization represented by that star system was completely destroyed. The civilizations existing on 1, 2, 3, or more than 10,000 planets were all eliminated under the mark of the destructive energy ball. Everyone saw this scene. Kesha's expression was stunned, and there were subtle emotions in her eyes. She had not expected that Liu Ya would do this, and her sacred treasure trove of knowledge calculations also observed the destruction of planets in the known universe at this moment. The God of Destruction is the key to maintaining the order of the universe. Only the God of Destruction has the power to maintain the Shenhe universe. He looked at Kesha and chuckled, if one day you have the same power as me, you can challenge me and replace me as the great destroyer. The just order of angels is no longer suitable for the current era of the expansion of the Shenhe universe. I represent the will of the Shenhe universe. You should understand this, Kesha. Boom! An invisible sense of oppression descended. For a moment, Kesha could feel that Liu Ya was the only one left in her world. Liu Ya standing there was like the universe, making Kesha feel how insignificant she was. This invisible pressure also caused a trace of panic in Kesha's heart. I understand. Please forgive my rudeness, Lord Destroyer. A bitter smile appeared on her face, then she lowered her head and bowed deeply to Liu Ya. Everyone present was stunned when they saw this scene. For a moment, no one expected that the Angel King Kesha would choose to bow her head, which meant that the just order of the angels was shaken. This means that the authority of a brand new universe has been established. What Liu Ya represents is a completely new cosmic order. Carl looked at the scene in front of him with a trembling heart, feeling the terrifying figure of Liu Ya. His eyes revealed confusion. At this moment, he felt that Liu Ya was the universal truth he was pursuing. This bitch is in big trouble. Liang Bing sneered. Kesha thought that angels could control everything. This side of the earth. People have already witnessed the power of the cosmic gods, but Rose never thought that Liu Ya would have such a side. Perhaps, this is the horror of the supreme god in the universe. Liang Bing felt a little regretful. If he could control all those destroyed civilizations, the number of his demon army would increase rapidly. In that case, rebuilding the great demon civilization will be just around the corner. Reina, that great god of destruction, have you ever seen him take action? Pan Zhen asked Lina in a low voice. Of course I have, but I never thought he was so ridiculously strong. Reina muttered, and was also shocked in her heart. He could destroy tens of thousands of civilizations in the blink of an eye. Is this guy so outrageous? On Earth, the battle between Liu Ya and Frieza really seems like a game. I understand. This time you will come with me back to Liang to upgrade your genetic engine. Pan Zhen said, looking at Reina, you are the hope of Liang. Only when you become stronger will you be qualified to compete for the position of the God of Destruction. Liang needs the God of Destruction. Compared to Tianhe's plan to invade the Earth, developing the world provided by Liu Ya seems to be a good choice. The just order of the angels has been shaken, and the next era will be the Dragon Ball Pantheon order led by Liu Ya. In addition, within 3 years, whichever civilization can complete the swallowing of the planned world first will receive my blessing and gain the power to use the Dragon Balls to realize any wish. The Dragon Balls thrown out as bait shocked all civilizations. Chapter 51. Dragon Ball. This item can fulfill any wish and is tens of thousands times more powerful than a big clock. Does that kind of thing really exist? It's incredible. All civilizations in the known universe were shocked by this, and Liang Bing did not expect that Liu Ya would choose to take out the Dragon Balls as bait. For the lore, the pie has already been drawn. For the 4 god-creating civilizations, the bait of Dragon Ball is no bigger than becoming a candidate for the God of Destruction. Your Excellency the Great God of Destruction, I would like to ask you a question, can the power of the Dragon Balls really fulfill any wish? Pan Zhen was surprised and asked Liu Ya a question. Of course, but there are certain limitations on the scope of wish fulfillment. But compared to restoring your Liang, this simple wish can still be fulfilled. He didn't explain the principles of Dragon Ball either, and for a moment Pan Zhen's breathing became much faster. If Liang can recover, then there is no need for Liang to consider any heavenly Dao plan. He can just use the Dragon Balls to restore the main star. Is that so? Reina was surprised. If she had known earlier, she would have asked Liu Ya a few more questions. In that way, maybe she could have gotten the Dragon Balls from Liu Ya to help Liang. Thinking of this, Reina felt a little regretful. Then, the 4 great kings of the East, West, South, and North, all return to your planets. All civilizations in the universe must cooperate with King Kai and the 4 great god-making civilizations in the universe to develop other worlds and complete the dimensional upgrade of the Kamigawa universe. The 4 great kings were born, and along with them came the establishment of the afterlife world in their respective galaxies. The authority of the king of the realm is very high. It can manage living humans and also manage the dead. The light year I can see through everything in the galactic region and can even choose someone within the galaxy to have a long-distance conversation with. 100,000 combat forces are more than enough to maintain a galactic region, not to mention that King Kai has adapted to this world and created a dark plane system. On Liu Yang's side, the damage to the main star will be stabilized by King Kai of the North for 3 years. At this time, Liu Ya looked at Pan Zhen and said, Liang civilization, as long as you complete the task of developing the other world within 3 years, you will have the opportunity to compete for the ownership of the Dragon Ball. I understand. Pan Zhen lowered his head and his tone was very respectful. I have a question. I would like to ask you, Lord Great Destroyer. Kesha's voice sounded again. Just now you said that the dimensionality upgrade of the universe will attract life forms from different universes to merge into the Heii universe. Will a new physical war be born? Her expression became much more serious. The first physical war in the Heii universe took place 50,000 years ago, when the triangular and beast civilizations collided. In the end, the Heii civilization won and became stronger. The scope of the Heii universe is therefore filled with Heii life. The second time was the war between angels and triangles. It was the war between angels and triangles that truly established the dominant position of the main biological world in the known universe. It was also the war between angels and triangles that made Kesha become the supreme god of the known universe. That's possible, but there are monsters capable of destroying the universe who intend to occupy the Heii universe. Liu Ya smiled slightly and met Kesha's gaze, so, it is necessary to establish the existence of the god of destruction in various galaxies. The Heii universe is too small. In a truly powerful universe, there are countless strong people. Liu Ya snapped his fingers, and at once everyone present entered the dimension controlled by Liu Ya. Is this the dark plane? No, it's different from the dark plane. Kesha was shocked and looked at the changes in the world in front of her with a look of surprise. Beyond the Heii universe, there are many more supreme universes. In comparison, the power of the Heii universe is totally inadequate. If the 4 great god-making civilizations and other civilizations do not move forward, then you will face a true god-level contest. What is a god-level collision? That is a battle that can easily destroy galaxies and collapse the universe. How to say? Carl couldn't help asking. His heart was pounding, and at this moment he seemed to want to know more information from Liu Ya. With the technology of the Heii universe, it takes some effort to blow up a star. For those beings that transcend the universe, destroying a star is nothing. The scenes in memory are presented in the dimensional world controlled by Liu Ya. This is an unprecedented contest that I have ever witnessed. It is a duel between mortal masters of the single universe level at the Tournament of Power. The Tournament of Power. The universe of the losing party will be wiped out by the supreme gods of the 12 universes. This is an extraordinary cosmic martial arts tournament where the winner will be able to obtain the right to make a wish with the Super Dragon Balls. The information revealed by Liu Ya shocked everyone. The Tournament of Power. Liang Bing was shocked. Has Liu Ya ever witnessed such a wonderful contest? Before everyone in the Heii universe could react, they all saw this scene at this moment. In the Tournament of Power, everyone saw the strong warrior in black and red clothes burst out in the ring. As the fiery power spread, the 11th universe warrior named Jiren displayed a power that shook the entire audience. Countless warriors were blown out of the Tournament of Power arena by Jiren's powerful strength. Then, there is the duel between Jiren and the strongest person in another universe, Sun Goku. That guy is also called Sun Wukong. Kailan looked at the man in martial arts uniform and crab-like hairstyle in amazement. The man's terrifying aura was enough to shock all the representatives of the universe present. Kesha, Pan Zhen, Liang Bing, and Carl, representatives of the 4 great god-creating civilizations, were sweating profusely. What kind of power is this? Can human power reach such a terrifying situation without any technological transformation? I saw Sun Wukong transform from a Super Saiyan, to a Super Saiyan God, and then to a Super Saiyan Blue. The power that transcends dimensions shocked everyone. This is a contest between powerful beings who can destroy the universe in a single universe. Liu Ya said calmly, in the battles I have witnessed, if such a being appeared in the Heii universe, it would be easy to destroy trillions of civilizations in the Heii universe. The vibrations caused by the aftermath can directly destroy countless star systems. Only in a battle of this magnitude at the Conference of Power, will the strong ones at the level of a single universe start fighting with all their might. This is the arena for the strongest. In comparison, the top powers in the Heii universe have to rely on calculations to destroy stars, which is far inferior to them. Chapter 52. Powerful. Asphyxia. In comparison, the fighting Buddha on Earth, as a third-generation divine body, might not be able to last even one round in a battle of that level. Even Kesha, the king of gods, felt horrified when he witnessed the scene before him. The battle between Goku and Jiren continued. Jiren's power beyond another dimension was so great that Goku was no match for him even with his Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken. The orange light and the heat it emitted made everyone watching in the Heii universe feel an incomparable sense of oppression. Warriors led by Son Goku from Universe 7 vs Jiren from Universe 11. On the other side, the Saiyan Vegeta evolved into the strongest form of Super Saiyan Blue, Deep Blue. He engages in an unprecedented battle with Topo, the god of destruction candidate from another universe. Boom! The scene of heaven collapsing and earth splitting appeared on the ring. Carl was frantically calculating with the big clock. With that terrifying energy level, if he stood on a ring like that, he wouldn't be able to last even a single round. A strong person at the level of a single universe is just so terrifying. Is this really a battle that takes place in another universe? Reina's expression was so shocked that she was incoherent. Of course. Liu Ya nodded. These were all the contests presented in Liu Ya's memory, so they were naturally quite real. However, these are all things that will happen in the future of the Dragon Ball universe. Liu Ya just used his own memory to materialize them in front of everyone. There are more than one strong person like this in the vast universe. For the future of the Heii universe, the four great god-making civilizations must improve the average level of humans in the Heii universe as much as possible. Only by expanding the Heii universe can the civilization of the Heii universe break through the ultimate fear, and its own strength and potential will also expand due to the dimensional upgrading of the universe. I am the great destroyer of this universe. I represent the will of the Kamigawa universe. Everything I do is only for the benefit of the Kamigawa universe. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the representatives of various civilizations in the hall of the temple. For the survival and development of the universe, please do your best. The moment the words fell, a terrifying and hot aura spread out in the surroundings. Roya's posture changed in the blink of an eye. It was not for God, but it seemed to be the embodiment of ultimate violence. The spiky black hair fell on his shoulders and the red skin on his upper body showed a strong sense of power. There is golden eyeshadow at the corners of the eyes, giving people a charming feeling. An aura that seemed to be able to crush the universe spread out at this moment. This is my other, and most powerful, form, Super Saiyan 4. Liu Ya spoke calmly, looking at everyone in the hall. If anyone among you can reach 0.1% of my strength, then you are qualified to become a true candidate for the God of Destruction. I am qualified to run for the position of God of Destruction in this universe. Strength. There is also an assessment for successfully completing the Devour the World mission. Both are indispensable. Having reached that level of strength, he was able to complete the task of world devouring within 3 years, allowing the devoured world to be successfully integrated into the Heii universe. Then, as the representative God-creating civilization, it would be qualified to become a candidate for the God of Destruction. Oh my God, 0.1% of my strength, Queen, I can't achieve that no matter how long I practice. Liang Bing's expression showed bitterness. I thought to myself that I could only try to trick Liu Ya into giving me some training methods so that I could become stronger. Lord Great Destroyer, may I ask, what was the final outcome of the Tournament of Power? The picture Liu Yafang showed was not comprehensive. There are still many people who are curious about the final outcome of the Tournament of Power. All I can say is that Universe 7-1 got the wish-granting power of the Super Dragon Balls, and restored the destroyed universe. Liu Ya said calmly, having already anticipated the outcome of the Tournament of Power. Can a destroyed universe be restored through the power of the Dragon Balls? Everyone's worldview seemed to have been turned upside down. That's natural, because the Super Dragon Balls were created by the multiverse-level deity, the Dragon God Sarama. A Super Dragon Ball that was as big as a planet appeared in everyone's picture. Then, they saw the form of a super dragon that could swallow countless galaxies and fulfill any wish. That is not. Is that the kind of creature gesture we've seen before? So, this is the Super Shenlong. The appearance of the super dragon quickly attracted the attention of the civilizations of some planets. Kesha couldn't help but be stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. I have used the Super Dragon Balls before, so some of you may have some impression of the Super Shenlong. Liu Ya's voice sounded again, okay, let's stop here. In 3 years, the civilizations assigned to the World Conquest mission, please prepare yourself. Anyone who passes the assessment is eligible to compete for the right to make a wish on the Dragon Ball. This universal conference has come to an end. With the supervision of the major kings, Liu Ya is not worried about other god-making civilizations pretending to obey him but actually disobeying him. Not to mention Karl, he planned to abandon the scumbag and let him fend for himself. Exploring other worlds, helping the super god universe to upgrade its dimension, and breaking through the ultimate fear are the truths that Karl wants to study. This was not the first time that Liang Bing had learned about the concept of the Dragon Ball universe. Seeing the super dragon in person, Liang Bing's breath couldn't help but be moved. The super dragon swallowed countless galaxies into its stomach in one gulp, and its body was bigger than a planet. Not only did he restore the universe destroyed by the Omni King in one breath, he also had the power to fulfill any wish. So, how ridiculously powerful is the dragon god Salama who created the super dragon? She stood quietly aside. She watched the scenes presented by Liu Ya. Her heart was surging, and she was also curious about the universe that Liu Ya once lived in. When will I be able to go to such a world? In comparison, the Kamigawa universe is indeed too weak and much more monotonous. Kesha's horizons have also broadened a lot. Perhaps there is no need to limit myself to the Heii universe. Competition with demons doesn't matter. Compete with other universes, fight more powerful creatures, and surpass more powerful gods. That's exactly what Kesha was thinking. Perhaps, the angels need a new king. Kesha couldn't help but murmur, thinking of the angel Yan who she was considering as her successor. I wonder if Liu Ya will accept if I send Yan to him, as Liu Ya's guardian angel? I'm so sorry, she. For the future of Angel, Kesha felt that she had to let Angel Yan snatch she's little man. Compared with the Great Destroyer, the Galaxy Force is nothing. No matter how powerful the Galaxy Force is, it cannot surpass the monsters of the Single Universe level. Chapter 53. Single Universe Level. It is already an existence that is superior to all life forms in the universe. Even Kesha finds it hard to imagine what kind of universe could give birth to a life form of that level. Karl was also very excited. The information provided by Liu Ya allowed him to witness the scenery of a wider universe. Now Karl can't wait to start developing a plan for another world and devour other worlds. Let the Super God universe complete further evolution. Okay, I won't say much about other things. The power was shown. Liu Ya also informed everyone of the benefits brought by the dimensional upgrading of the universe, and this universal conference ended here. This is the end of the universal conference. The next universal conference will be held in 3 years. Civilizations that receive excellent evaluations will have the opportunity to produce candidates for the God of Destruction. There are both challenges and opportunities for you, so be prepared. Having said that, there was no need for Liu Ya to keep anyone here, and he simply drove the conference delegates out of the temple. Even though they were reluctant to leave, other civilizations also understood that if they stayed here, they would only add to Liu Ya's resentment. Liu Ya will continue to arrange how to plan the order in which the major civilizations conquer the world. However, the 4 great kings will cooperate with different god-creating civilizations to guide the development of other worlds. He believed that under his leadership, the super god universe would step into a higher realm. Earth, Kyushu side. After all, it is his hometown, so Liu Ya is considering whether to arrange a world for Kyushu to conquer. If we have to make an arrangement, then Doluo world should be the most suitable. The strength of Doluo world is not high, and if it is successfully conquered, the martial soul system will be born first in the 9 provinces of Earth. Compared to the God realm managed by the God King Tang, if Zhuzhu manages Doluo, it should be able to make Doluo's development go a step further. This time, Liu Ya also received a huge shock value reward. After looking at his current data panel, Liu Ya quickly noticed that some of his data had changed. Name Liu Ya. Race, Sun. Physique, Pure Sun/Angel, to be unlocked. Form, Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, Ultra Self-Instinct, Trial Version, Ultra Self-Instinct, Trial Version. Skills, Breath of God, Chi Bomb, Kamehameha, Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, Ki/Kai, Instant Teleport, Combat Melee Skill Mastery, Dragon Fist Burst, Flash Time Kung. Angel Power, 0.1%. Shock Value, 104,5000. First, with the power of angels, the lore was actually raised to the level of 0.1%, and then the shock value accumulated to 104,5000 points. Among them, there was a shock value of 195,000 points before, but because of the purchase of the World Core Tree, the lore cost a lot, so the shock value accumulated before was added. There are only so many lores left, but the shocking value of more than 1 million is still somewhat useful for lores. He thought about it and quickly came up with the idea of using the shock value of the 1 million and chose something that had been planned long ago. Physique Legendary Super Saiyan. Unlock points, 100 million shock value. Tip, Ancient Super Saiyan Bloodline, unlimited potential, both offensive and defensive, a special evolutionary variation of the Saiyans. Once you enter a combat state, your combat power will surge due to your emotions. The only flaw is that when the super transmission state is activated, one will be affected by the desire to kill and fight, and fall into an extreme state of madness. Under normal circumstances, Chuanchao can crush Super Saiyan God, and in Super Saiyan state he can even beat Super Blue. Then even if you reach the 4th level, even Ultra Instinct will not be a match. Just choose this one. Now that we have the Super 4, we must get the Super Physical lore. With the dimensional upgrading of the Super God universe, there must be many powerful people who can enter the Super God universe, in addition to the legendary ultimate life forms of the Ultra universe. The boss of the Dragon Ball universe, or the strong men from other universes, how can Liu Ya crush everything without enough power? The power of angels is very important to Liu Ya, but it takes a lot of time to practice. If there is a way to increase your strength in the short term, Liu Ya can only choose the legendary Super Saiyan physique. Unlock. At this moment, how could Liu Ya hesitate? Would he let his extreme emotions control his reasoning? All Liu Ya needs to do is work hard to practice Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct can completely suppress the disadvantages of Ultra Instinct. At that time, he will be the strongest Saiyan who gathers the power of Ultra Instinct, God of Destruction and Angel. The shocking value of 1 million was quickly spent on lures. Boom! A magical and special force entered Liu Ya's body in the blink of an eye, and like a prehistoric giant beast, it gradually transformed Liu Ya's body. Roar! A roar like that of a wild beast sounded at this moment, his body quickly grew larger, and a strong and burning aura spread at this moment. The super physique was successfully integrated into the lure's body after being unlocked at 1 million points. The changes in the shapes of lures have also been given the word legend. It seems that it is because he has obtained a super physique. Call. With the physique of a legendary Super Saiyan, Liu Ya will be able to reach a higher level, and one day, even surpass the single universe. Not bad. The power of Chuanchao is enough for Liu Ya to face most powerful enemies in the universe. As for the existences that he could call powerful enemies in the universe, they were naturally the terrifying existences from Dragon Ball, American comics, or the Ultra Universe. As for the legendary Super Saiyan physique, one would naturally choose skills related to the Super Saiyan physique. Ding, do you want to spend 25,000 points to unlock the super skill? Unlock. Do you need to ask? Of course Liu Ya chose to unlock, and a series of prompt sounds appeared in Liu Ya's mind. Ding, you selected the legendary Super Saiyan skill to unlock. Congratulations on obtaining the following skills: Vast Omega, Supreme Skill, Super Bomb, Explosive Meteor, Explosive Bombardment, Massive Meteor. A series of skill memories entered Liu Ya's mind. Compared with the Turtle School, Liu Ya had mastered some new skills. These are all skills related to the super transmission. Feeling everything in his mind, Liu Ya nodded with satisfaction. At this time, the voice of the King of the North was heard. Lord Great Destroyer, the people on Earth have asked you to meet with them. Do you want to refuse? Earth's representatives? Have them wait on the other side, in my temple office. Liu Ya thought about it for a moment, then replied to the King of the North. Yes, I understand. King Kai of the North responded. Naturally, he was very excited when he received Liu Ya's affirmative answer. Chapter 54. Temple Hall. You should be thankful that His Excellency the Great Destroyer has agreed to meet with you. The North King stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Dokeo and his party in front of him. You will follow the divine servants to the temple office to pay your respects. The core tree not only nurtured the four great kings, but also the core people related to the kings, who are active in Liu Ya's world of destruction. At the same time, help Liu Ya and the four great kings to monitor the situation in different galaxies. Haha, now that we have permission, let's go meet the Great Destroyer. Huang Lao got the permission from the King of the North Realm and nodded. I wonder if there is a copy of the world strategy for us on Earth. I think there should be. Our Earth was the first to come into contact with the Great Destroyer, and the power system of Qi was also first spread to Earth, wasn't it? Lian Feng said this, still full of good feelings towards the great god of destruction. What do you think, Rose, Kylan? Mr. Wang's gaze turned to the two people from the Extreme Martial Arts School. I think Earth can also compete for the position of candidate for the god of destruction. Rose shook her long hair and said seriously, I think he should be a person who remembers the old times. We can use this relationship to deepen the friendship between that person and the Earth. I hope so. Old Huang sighed. He had long known that such existence could not be controlled on Earth. Being able to help the Earth improve its strength is already a mercy from that god. The fighting Buddha on the side remained silent. He was conflicted and really wanted to improve his strength level. As one of the 3 generations of divine warriors in the past, the monkeys today are becoming increasingly outdated. If this continues, the Earth will no longer have a place to live. Thinking of this, he looked a little sad. Grand Temple, Temple Office. You are here. Seeing Mr. Huang and his group coming over, Liu Ya nodded slightly. Your Excellency the Great Destroyer. Mr. Huang gestured to Liu Ya, who waved his hand and said with a smile, no need to be polite in front of me, just call me Liu Ya. He gestured for everyone to sit down, and Liu Ya sat cross-legged not far away. If you have anything to say, just say it. Then I will say it boldly, Your Excellency the Great Destroyer. I don't know if Earth can get this opportunity to develop another world. Mr. Huang looked at the lore and asked. I know. Liu Ya smiled slightly and looked at Mr. Huang in front of him, I can give the Earth a chance. After all, I came to this universe, and I still like the Earth very much. But you know, I am the god of destruction. In this position, Liu Ya cannot be partial. I will open up a world for you to develop, but the prerequisite is that Kyushu must establish a mechanism led by you as soon as possible. What Liu Ya hopes to see is a civilization that is integrated into a whole, rather than a chaotic Earth. I understand. Mr. Huang nodded, already understanding what Liu Ya meant. After getting a satisfactory answer from Liu Ya, Mr. Huang left with satisfaction. Will you ever go back? Before leaving, Qiang Wei couldn't help but ask. I will return. Liu Ya nodded. He had to deal with the affairs of the Extreme Martial Arts School on Earth. After receiving Liu Ya's affirmative answer, Qiang Wei couldn't help but reveal a look of joy on her face. Getting along with this man has gradually made Qiang Wei's heart shift towards Liu Ya. She was just a little bit away from being conquered by Liu Ya. This side of the Earth, the last to leave. It would take another 3 days before we could actually start our strategy for the other world. At that time, Liu Ya will choose a good civilization and release the Stargate coordinates. Dolua world is the 6th world, which is a special case that Liu Ya opened for the Earth. Apart from that, Liu Ya will not show any partiality. After all, he wants to stand at the height of the universe. Angel Nebula. Merlot Heaven, the temple. You want to abdicate to Yan. Heishi's expression showed a look of surprise. Are you tired of being the Angel King? But Yan, are you qualified to take on the position of Angel King now? I have been in this position for a long time. Kesha smiled and responded to Heishi's words. Giving way to newcomers is the only way to ensure the orderly succession of angel civilization, right? What's more, in today's universe, angels need a more pioneering angel king. The known universe has changed beyond expectations since the rise of the Great Destroyer. The 4 great kings of the East, West, South and North stabilized the chaotic forces in the universe. All civilizations in the universe are divided into different galaxies under the planning of the great god of destruction. And if what the Great Destroyer said is correct, the Kamigawa universe will face more challenges in the future. Angels, in addition to needing the King of Angels, also need the protection of the God of Destruction. However, before confirming that Angel Yan is capable of taking over as the King of Angels, Kesha still needs to assess Angel Yan's abilities. She needs to see whether Angel Yan has the qualifications to be king. You should have mastered the technology of the Void Engine, right? Kesha's gaze fell on Heishi. You want the technology of the Void Engine, I will give it to you. Heishi nodded. The next angel will depend on you to maintain it, Kesha. Look at you, are you so anxious to be with your little man? Kesha couldn't help but laugh and looked at Heishi with amusement. That's natural. As Heishi smiled, Liu Ya's figure appeared in his mind. I will continue to pay attention to the angels. Although I have retired, I will still take action if there is a life-threatening crisis for the angels. Heishi is not a love-brained person. She acknowledges that Liu Ya will be her man, but she will still pay more attention to the angel civilization she cares about. The power structure of the known universe is undergoing tremendous changes. After Mr. Huang and his party returned to Earth, a meeting related to the fate of the Earth was also held at this moment. OMG, such an important meeting, why are we in France not qualified to participate? Kyushu is simply going too far. You are not qualified to represent the Earth. On behalf of America, I strongly condemn you. Representatives from various countries expressed dissatisfaction with Kyushu representing the Earth. Everyone, if you have any opinions, you can talk to us based on your strength. Huang Lao knocked on the table and said in a serious tone, the Super God Academy and the Extreme Martial Arts School are both located in Zhuzhou, so no country can better represent the Earth than Zhuzhou. I am not here to listen to your scolding, but to inform you to accept our country's proposal as soon as possible and establish a global coalition government to unite the power of the Earth. Only in this way can the Earth gain an advantage in the dispute over cosmic resources. A global united government would naturally be led by Kyushu. Other countries did not expect Huang Lao to be so tough, but in the face of Kyushu's powerful strength, the countries also realized their own weakness in the face of the universe. We had no choice but to agree to Kyushu's request. This is Liang. Reina returned to Liang and began upgrading her genetic engine. The southern Milky Way is the star field opened up by Liu Ya. Damn it, why did that guy arrange for me, the Queen, to be in such a remote place? The southern Milky Way is relatively remote. After all, it is a star field formed by the expansion of the edge of the universe. Although Liang Bing was somewhat dissatisfied, for her, there was finally a place where she could develop the great demon civilization. Her first step is to resurrect those demon warriors who are loyal to her. Chapter 55. Boom! At the same time, on the other side of the Shenhe universe, a powerful figure suddenly appeared in the Shenhe universe. It was an existence from another universe. His appearance caused all living beings in the area of several light years to feel great fear. Gula, Frieza's brother, different from the main time and space world view, belongs to the Dragon Ball movie character. His appearance shook the entire Shenhe universe. I'm alive. The memories in his mind told Gula that he should have been dead, but it seemed that he was alive again and had come to another universe. And his subordinates, the members of the Gula Mecha unit, and Gula's army, all appeared here. King Gula, I can confirm that we are no longer in the northern galaxy of the past, but have come to a new world. The golden-haired, blue-skinned alien bowed and saluted Gula. On the spaceship, Gula looked at the quiet starry sky, and an interesting smile appeared on his face at this moment. After confirming that he had arrived in a new universe, Gula's first feeling was excitement. Ha 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 ha, that's really great. A gleam of light flashed in Gula's eyes. This is a new universe. If I can control it, I can surpass Frieza and become the new emperor of the universe. A new universe made Gula very excited, and Gula's subordinates were naturally very happy as well. Let's go, explore this universe, Gula Mecha troops, and build the Gula Empire in this world. Gula's ambition expanded extremely at this moment. The dimensional upgrading of the Super God universe has brought about the arrival of another universe. At the same time, the Triangle Empire is located. The Triangle civilization obtained the remains of the giant cosmic monster Bemunstein and absorbed the power of the Ultra-Universe monsters. Its strength expanded exponentially. The Triangle body, which evolves in the direction of the brain, has increased its strength exponentially after absorbing the power of the monster. King, it's time to head to the center of the universe. We must take back everything we lost in the physical war from the Heii body. The Triangle, which has become stronger, is full of confidence, and the dolphins on Earth are also regarded by the Triangle as the object of racial development. In order to better expand the Triangle's race, it has become a top priority to enlighten the Earth dolphins and have them join the Triangle Empire. Very good, Heii universe is our center. Let those angels see how powerful we are. The king of the Triangle civilization quickly gave orders and headed towards the center of the universe. The changes in the universe are naturally within Liu Ya's expectations. However, Liu Ya will not stop it, but ignore it. Only by colliding with strong beings from different universes can the Heii universe undergo drastic changes and better improve the average level of human beings in this world. Otherwise, how can Liu Ya develop the Kamigawa universe until it can match the 12 universes controlled by the Omni King? Liu Ya's ambition is quite huge. Also, it's time for Ultra Universes D60 to fully integrate with Kamigawa universe. The purpose of choosing the planet D60 Draco to join the lore is to better develop the Heii universe. If the cosmic fantasy beast fist can spread to the Kamigawa universe, then the average level of humans in the Kamigawa universe will also increase rapidly. Whoosh! It just so happened that Liu Ya also wanted to see the power of the cosmic fantasy beast fist at this moment. Boom! When Liu Ya landed on Draco D60, he quickly noticed the planet wrapped in red and blue. Strange energy fluctuations formed on the planet, and Liu Ya could feel that it was the breath of a cosmic beast. What an interesting planet! Liu Ya smiled slightly, and his figure instantly landed on planet D60 and headed towards the huge training ground on planet D60. The undisguised arrival of the lore soon attracted the attention of planet D60. Liu Ya, who exuded a terrifying aura, suddenly made the training ground of the fantasy beast fist tense. Who are you, Your Excellency? Tatsubin's gaze fell on the descending Liu Ya. He was a practitioner of the Flame Red Dragon Fist, a young cosmic fantasy beast fist fighter, and he looked at the newcomer with a wary look on his face. What a terrible smell! The other is Wang Xiao, a practitioner of the Electric White Tiger Fist. He is serious in every move, following the teachings of the cosmic fantasy beast fist. The rest of the universe fantasy beast fist monks were also glaring at Liu Ya at this moment. Wang Xiao, Chen Fan, you are not allowed to be rude to guests. Among the crowd of cosmic fantasy beast monks, a figure wearing a black robe and white bull horns appeared in Liu Ya's sight. Liu Ya could feel the powerful aura of the person coming. In comparison, in terms of horizontal combat power, this person was at least at the level of Frieza. Even stronger. He is Master Lei Ting, a practitioner of the cosmic fantasy beast fist and the strong power-breaking ox fist, and also the Grand Master of the cosmic fantasy beast fist. I wonder what's the matter with you arriving at our planet D60, sir? Master Lei Ting looked at Liu Ya in surprise. He could feel the destructive and terrifying aura from Liu Ya, but this terrifying aura also contained a kind of sacred purity that he could not understand. I am Liu Ya, the great destroyer of this universe, Master Lei Ting. Liu Ya chuckled and quickly revealed his origins at this moment. I see. The supreme god of the universe. Master Lei Ting was horrified, but he did not refuse at this moment. He could feel that Liu Ya had no ill intentions, and the cosmic beast did not issue any warning. Please follow me, sir. Master Lei Ting nodded and invited Liu Ya to enter the training ground. At the same time, he asked about the reason why Draco D60 entered this universe, trying to find out if it was because of Liu Ya. That's because the Heii universe you are in intersects with your original universe, so the planet D60 Draco was passively integrated into this universe and became a part of it. However, because Draconis D60 is at the edge of the universe, it unexpectedly became a bridge connecting the Ultra Universe and the Kamigawa Universe. Draconis D60 can travel to the Kamigawa Universe, and can also travel to the Ultra Universe through Draconis D60. I hope to learn the Cosmic Fantasy Beast Fist so that it can spread throughout the Kamigawa Universe and better improve the average level of humans in the Kamigawa Universe. Liu Ya's eyes fell on Master Lei Ting. I wonder if Master Lei Ting is willing. Thank you for your appreciation, Your Excellency. The Cosmic Beast Fist is a boxing method that maintains peace. I can agree to spread the Cosmic Beast Fist, but I cannot let it fall into the hands of evildoers. Master Lei Ting thought about it and nodded without hesitation. Chapter 56. That's natural. Liu Ya nodded to Master Lei Ting's words. All practitioners of the Cosmic Fantasy Beast Fist will undergo rigorous tests before being sent to Draco D60. Liu Ya naturally wouldn't let anyone set foot on this planet easily. The purpose of this planet was that Liu Ya wanted to arrange for the core people to come here to practice. In that case, he could continuously cultivate suitable core warriors to assist the four realm kings and maintain the order of the universe. There was also a key factor that led Master Lei Ting to agree, which was that he felt that Liu Ya had no ill intentions. As the supreme god of the universe, everything he does is for the better development of the universe, which is understandable. Because of the arrival of Liu Ya, Master Lei Ting lowered himself to the same height as Liu Ya to communicate with him, which was also a sign of respect for Liu Ya. Gigantic life forms, gigantic and shrunk forms. However, there is one thing I want to ask you. You said that we can go back to our original universe. I wonder how we can get there. Master Lei Ting explained the relationship between the planets D60 Draconis and L77. The planets D60 Draconis and L77 are allies. He was also worried that the disappearance of D60 would cause panic among his allies. Moreover, in addition to those on planet D60, there are also practitioners of the Cosmic Fantasy Beast Fist from other planets. I will open a channel connecting the two universes, so that you can go back to the other universe. Liu Ya thought about it and forgot that the planet D60 did not have the ability to travel through the universe. He just needed to help D60 build a cosmic channel to travel between the Ultra Universe and the Heii Universe. After all, the Draco D60 has the aura of two universes, and it is easy to achieve it by using the power of angels. In that case, thank you, Lord God of Destruction. Master Lei Ting was a little surprised, but he quickly figured it out. For a powerful being like Liu Ya, building a channel to other universes would be a piece of cake. If you want to challenge the Cosmic Beast Fist, which ones would you like to start with? His gaze fell on Liu Ya, and Master Lei Ting explained the situation of the Cosmic Fantasy Beast Fist. Then let's start with the 4 Cosmic Beast Fist fighters. Liu Ya grinned and said calmly, let me see how powerful the Cosmic Beast Fist fighter is. What? You dare to challenge 4 Space Beast Fist fighters? You must be joking. This person is too arrogant. The other mythical beast fighters looked at Liu Ya's expression with anger. Haha, please forgive my disciple's rudeness, Your Excellency the Great God of Destruction. As a monk of the Cosmic Fantasy Beast Fist, the existence of the planet D60 naturally has its own pride. It doesn't matter. Liu Ya nodded and looked at these Fantasy Beast Fist fighters, whether it's 4 or all of them together, they can't be my opponent. The reason he came this time was just to learn stronger fighting skills through the Cosmic Beast Fist. What's more, only through such battles can we better establish our authority and conquer the planet D60 in Draco. The Flying Crane Fist Wind does not chase. Phantom Water Snake Fist Liu Ya. And the High-Speed Frozen Leopard Fist Linglan. It's me in the end. Electric White Tiger Boxing King's Roar. The 4 Fantasy Beast Fist fighters quickly took up their stances and faced Liu Ya. The momentum is quite strong. Liu Ya smiled, looked at the scene in front of him, and then said, "In that case, let's get started." Seeing that the 4 men seemed to be maintaining a human-like body shape in order to fight Liu Ya fairly, Liu Ya pursed his lips, and at the same time, a terrifying aura erupted at this moment. The white flame spread in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the pressure of the air seemed to reach its peak. Whoosh dash! Boom! The 4 of them attacked at the same time. In the huge training ground, the fastest ones were Linglan and Wang Xiao. Their punches were extremely fast. It almost landed on Liu Ya. Swish! Then, Liu Ya's figure disappeared, and around the 4 warriors, Liu Ya's after-image appeared. After-image punch. This is not a sophisticated skill. It uses high-speed movement to create an illusion. Although it is not a very sophisticated skill, it still requires some talent to learn it. Master Lei Ting looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but reveal an expression of surprise. Bang! Then, Liu Ya's figure flashed, and before Wang Xiao, who was closest to him, could react, he kicked Wang Xiao in the abdomen. The air exploded in the blink of an eye. The speed of the lure is beyond imagination. What happened? Is it so fast that we can't react? Just as Wang Xiao was about to fall onto the training ground, Feng Buzui and Liu Yuan stepped in to stop him. Your speed is too slow. Liu Ya raised his head and looked at the 4 people in front of him. Speed up a bit, maybe you can catch up with me. Humph! Feng Buzui snorted coldly, and a lightning white crane seemed to appear on his body, dancing like a white crane as he headed towards the lure. Bang! Liu Ya flew into the air, and was immediately met with Feng Buzui's attack. Along with the collision, a violent shock wave spread out in the blink of an eye. The marble on the ring cracked directly, and powerful energy dissipated. Boom boom boom! Feng Buzui's body flew out like a cannonball in the blink of an eye, so fast that there was no time to react. Linglan and Liu Yuan were both stunned when they saw the scene before them. Liu Yuan, Linglan, surround them from both sides. Wang Xiao then made arrangements. Feng Buzui had already failed, and now the only 3 fighters left on the ring were Wang Xiao, Liu Yuan, and Linglan. Under the current circumstances, Wang Xiao can only change his tactics. Boom! With Liu Yuan and Linglan restraining him, Wang Xiao's body moved immediately, and the white tiger turned into lightning, roaring towards him suddenly. Boom! The air made a sonic boom. Wang Xiao was defeated instantly by Liu Ya's punch. That's all. Liu Ya chuckled, looked at Liu Yuan and Linglan who were still on the ring in front of him, raised his hand and released a simple chi cannon. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, the remaining fighters were blown away by the powerful energy explosion. Heii, you are worthy of being called the great god of destruction. Seeing Liu Ya's move, Master Lei Ting sighed, if I had taken action, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to last a single round against you. You are too kind, Master Lei Ting. Liu Ya smiled modestly and looked at the fallen Cosmic Beast Fist fighter. Being able to witness the Cosmic Beast Fist is also a great benefit to me. After witnessing the power of the Cosmic Fantasy Beast Fist, Liu Ya couldn't wait to spread it to the people of the world. Also, I plan to send some gifts to planet D60. In Liu Ya's eyes, the fighter who practices the Cosmic Fantasy Beast Fist is the most suitable one to practice the Turtle Hermit style. Chapter 57. D60 has many cosmic beasts. The existence of cosmic phantom beasts can endow boxing practitioners with extremely powerful strength. When boxing reaches a certain level, it can communicate with the cosmic phantom beasts of D60. For lures that spread the air better, the D60 planet is a good choice. After the battle, all the fighters of the Cosmic Beast Fist have recognized Liu Ya. In their eyes, Liu Ya is a master figure who is comparable to Master Lei Ting, and Master Lei Ting has benefited a lot from communicating with Liu Ya. What was passed down on Earth was just the Kameryu with improved lores, but on the planet D60, what was left behind was the most authentic Kameryu with lores. Your Excellency, the God of Destruction can be said to be a true martial arts master. Master Lei Ting smiled and looked at Liu Ya. I wonder if you have any idea about learning the Gangli Po Niu Fist. If you can practice the strong power-breaking Bull Fist, you will surely be able to surpass me and reach the legendary realm of becoming one with the Phantom Beast. The strong force breaks the Bull Fist. Only someone like Liu Ya is qualified to master it. Is the strength to break the Bull Fist? Liu Ya is still somewhat interested in the strongest boxing style in the Ultra Universe. Then I would like to ask Master Lei Ting for your advice. Liu Ya smiled. By the way, if you can resonate with the Cosmic Beast, you can master the D60 boxing technique. If there is a boxing technique that can resonate with the Fantasy Beasts, it will also become the inheritance of the practice of the Fantasy Beast fighters of the D60 universe. Liu Ya's question made Master Lei Ting nod his head. There are many cosmic beasts on planet D60, but there are very few apprentices who can be recognized by the beasts. Currently, there are only 6 types of beast boxing techniques that can be passed down. If Liu Ya could leave behind a boxing technique that was recognized by the cosmic beasts, then Master Lei Ting would naturally be very grateful. I see. Let me take a look then. Trying to mobilize his own strength, Liu Ya seemed to feel the resonance of the cosmic beast. Wolf Fang Wind Fist. The black and white wolves, the power of 2 fantasy beasts, converge at this moment. With a murderous aura, Liu Ya threw a punch at this moment, and the phantoms of the black and white wolves caused a loud sonic boom in the air. It's actually a new cosmic mythical beast. At this moment, Master Lei Ting couldn't help but reveal a moved expression on his face. This means that planet D60 has one more powerful boxing technique that can be passed down, which makes Master Lei Ting show a look of gratitude in his eyes. A Wolf Fang Wind Fist can be considered a gift that Liu Ya left to the D60X planet. Planet D60 has gained an additional inheritance, which is also beneficial for the spread of the cosmic fantasy beast fist. The Qi cultivation system can also be better expanded with the help of the spread of the cosmic fantasy beast fist. Liu Ya asked King East to pay attention to the planet D60, and by the way, he opened up a channel for them to travel to and from the Ultra Universe. Planet D60 is the intersection of 2 universes. There will definitely be some guys who will invade the Shenhe universe through planet D60. If it is beyond the ability of the Shenhe universe to cope with it, by then, Liu Ya can take timely action to resolve the problem. Liu Ya would naturally just watch and watch when it came to some minor fights. He was a big destroyer, but he didn't take care of everything. Simultaneously, the activity of the Gula Core gradually began to cause ripples in the Shenhe universe. Like Frieza, Cooler also runs a space real estate business, invading planets and selling them to aliens, or establishing his own Cooler empire. Gula, who was reborn, was ambitious. In this universe, Gula also discovered many planets that were more valuable than the original universe. Starting from invading some planets, when encountering stronger civilizations, Gula encountered fierce resistance. I don't know what this guy is. How dare you resist me, Cooler? I'm not like Frieza who occasionally bursts into mercy. Gula sneered. He raised his hand, and purple light suddenly emanated from his fingertips, penetrating the planet in the blink of an eye. Boom! In an instant, the planets turned into cosmic fireworks. He wants to become the emperor of the universe who surpasses Frieza, so Cooler must conquer the universe. Compared to Frieza, Cooler has one more transformation, and his final combat power reaches 4 million, a terrifying combat power figure. Facing the Shenhe universe, we can almost sweep it away. However, this universe has a great destroyer named Liu Ya. In addition to the expansion of the Gula Legion, Huaye's Tianhe Legion is also gradually expanding its influence. God knows what kind of universe-wide conference Karl attended and left Huaye aside, only helping Huaye upgrade the modified black hole engine. Just concentrate on your own research. Although Karl didn't know when Liu Ya would arrange the mission to conquer the world, Karl had to be prepared in advance. He wants to surpass other god-creating civilizations and become the first being in the Shenhe universe who can become a god of destruction. Angel Nebula. The expansion of the Gula Legion naturally shook the just order of the angels, and the civilizations still under the protection of the angels were destroyed one by one. The angel civilization, the strongest in the universe, naturally noticed it. And the image of Cooler is quite similar to that of Frieza, who was active on Earth at the time. That guy, who calls himself Gula, has occupied many planets and formed a huge force. Hickson reported the information he had collected to Kesha. My queen, we can't let the angels sacrifice themselves. Otherwise, even if the angel warriors can be resurrected, it will still be a big blow to the morale of the angels. The losses on the angel side were actually quite large. The Universal Conference itself has shaken the just order regarding the angels, and the activeness of the Gula Legion has also made many civilizations feel that the power of the angels is weakening. In this case, only the use of the Heavenly Blade Judgment can deal with that kind of guy. The look of the chaser was serious. If we use the Heavenly Blade Judgment, we may not be able to deal with that kind of guy. They are beings from the outer universe, and there is no data about them in the known universe. But what is certain is that they also use the power of Chi Dash. Angel Yan said, looking at Queen Kesha, perhaps we can report it and contact the Great Destroyer. Isn't that East Kai King in the Angel Nebula that oversees us? What is the East Galaxy they are talking about? Kesha held her face with her hands and said calmly, I think the East Kai King should be able to handle this kind of thing. Although the universe has changed, the angels still need to make a statement for the sake of their justice. Before the East King contacted the god of destruction to take action, Kesha also wanted to meet the strong man from the other universe. However, at this time, Kesha didn't know that Heii's Tianhe Legion had encountered the Gula Legion first. Chapter 58. Heii was upgraded by Karl. It can be said that his own strength is much stronger than before, and he is even now confident enough to challenge Kesha. However, the Battle of the Angry Sea did teach Heii a lesson. Although Karl had been upgraded, Heii was still unsure about the current situation of the angels. After all, above the god-creating civilization, there is now a god of destruction, which makes Heii quite cautious. However, Gula's power directly affected Tianhe, and he finally had to rise up and expand his power, and find a way to regain his position as the Angel King. Gula's men attacked directly and even wiped out the angel army that he had left on a planet. Damn Gula, I can't stand this guy. Heii made a prompt decision to teach Gula a lesson. After we take care of that bastard called Gula, we'll deal with those little skirts. The sinister Heii suddenly came up with a good idea. Isn't this too hasty? Ruoning frowned. The strength of the Tianhe had not recovered yet, and the Tiangong was at the mellow heavenly court. Without a million-strong Tianhe army, what could Heii rely on to fight? I can't wait any longer. Heii was impatient and wanted to prove himself through a battle. He was also very angry about the insults from the Gula Legion. How could he tolerate them actually taunting him as an exiled angel from a fallen nation? Karl's upgrade has greatly boosted his confidence. It's up to you. Seeing Heii so stubborn, Ruoning didn't know what to say, and the upgraded Heii was indeed much stronger. Heii has Tianhe under his command, as well as the Daudi Giant Wolf Legion arranged by Karl, which constitute the foundation for Heii's rise again. The reason Karl supported Heii was simply that he hoped Heii could make a big fuss in the universe and collect the benefits he wanted before officially starting the world conquest. Moreover, the opponent is a strong man from another universe, so Karl naturally would not ask for trouble. He was waiting for Heii and Gula to fight and see if there were still any problems with his void engine. Just after Heii destroyed a small galaxy and attacked the scouts belonging to the Gula Legion, Gula finally received the news. King Gula, that native of the low-level universe actually dared to issue a declaration of war to you. He is simply courting death. Frieza immediately said, let me help you clear the obstacles to unifying this universe. Heii, Heii? Let me see what this native of the low-level universe wants to do. Gula sneered. In this universe, he also collected some information about the current universe, and naturally he learned about Heii. It came from a very powerful civilization, but was defeated by female angels, which led to the disintegration of the angels. Originally, in angel civilization, men and women coexisted. This king is never afraid of any challenger. In this universe, Gula is the most powerful. In Gula's eyes, this universe is a fertile land of gold. That's right, King Gula, you are the strongest. Let the natives of the lower universe see how powerful our Gula core is. Under the flattery of his subordinates, Gula also embarked on a journey to the galaxy where Heii was located. The huge spaceship had a distinct Dragon Ball technological style. As the spacecraft accelerated, Gula had already arrived at this galaxy. And Heii had already anticipated Gula's arrival. What? You, a lizard-like fellow, are you the Gula who claims to be the emperor of the universe? Heii showed a look of disdain when he saw Gula. You don't look that great. Heii felt that Gula was not a very dangerous guy. The emperor of the universe is me, Heii. I advise you to kneel down and surrender. Otherwise, I, King Heii, will teach you a lesson. Heii's tone was arrogant, as if he didn't care about anything. Oh ho ho! Gula laughed wildly, this is the first time I have met such an arrogant and stupid native like you. You are just a stray dog, yet you dare to bark here. Gula's mocking look was like a thorn, making Heii feel ashamed and angry. You wanna die? Having obtained more powerful strength, Heii can't wait to teach Gula a lesson. He wanted to return the humiliation he received from the angel to Gula first, and then bully those girls in short skirts. The moment the two looked at each other, the confrontation began as expected. The collision between Gula and Heii also attracted the attention of the four major god-creating civilizations. As a powerful being from another universe, Gula's unusual appearance compared to the humans in this universe and data that was different from those of beasts or other divine river races naturally attracted the attention of the god-creating civilization. Angel Nebula. I didn't expect Heii to run into him. When she got the news, Kesha was also a little surprised. That guy was dormant before, but he couldn't help but come back again. It is said that Carl helped him design the new engine. She reported the collected information to Kesha. The East Kai King asked us not to rush into action. Does he want us to see how powerful another powerful being in the universe is? Kesha raised her eyebrows and said, that's good. Let Heii try out how powerful this universe emperor is. Heii relied on Carl to upgrade his engine. That guy probably wants to realize his dream of becoming the king of angels again. Kesha sneered. Of course, she knew a lot about that bastard Heii. The order in the heavenly palace he established had caused great harm to the female angels. It was because of Ruaning that Heii was restrained, allowing Kesha to avoid Heii's attention and secretly accumulate enough power. In the end, the Battle of the Raging Sea defeated Heii and successfully destroyed the order of the heavenly palace. Kesha really wanted to see how big of a difference there was between the upgraded Heii and before. When Heii and Gula met head-on, Carl was also observing silently, using the void to teleport to the galaxy. As a phantom, Carl was able to appear in any corner of the universe without being detected by others. The premise is that it is within the calculation range of the large clock. This is Liang. Pan Zhen could not deny the confrontation between Heii and Gula. In his eyes, both Heii and Gula from another universe were the culprits who affected the peace of the universe. The fight between the two was nothing more than dog bites dog. It just seemed that the dog was more ferocious. In the Super God universe, the eyes of the four great God-creating civilizations are all focused on this war. Among them, Liu Ya was also watching the upcoming contest between Heii and Gula. Chapter 59. Heii was angry. The power in his body exploded at this moment, and powerful energy burst out on his body. The biggest benefit of Bu and Frieza's activeness for Carl is that he can collect some data with the help of the big clock and add it to the void engine data controlled by Heii. King Gula. Shay Vizel looked at Heii's constantly rising combat power value on the detector, and his mood couldn't help but panic at this moment. That guy's combat power is constantly increasing, and it has directly risen to 500,000. A combat power value of 500,000 is equivalent to the most basic strength of Frieza's first form. Oh! Gula chuckled and looked at the scene in front of him with disdain. 500,000 combat power, that's really good, but it's still far behind me. A combat power value of over 4 million is enough to make Gula superior to all life forms in the universe. But I'll just play with you for a while. He grinned, and a cold light appeared in his eyes. At this moment, Gula's killing intent became extremely strong. Heii was shocked by the sudden expansion of his own power. Feeling the powerful force, Heii looked towards where Gula was. Heii, that white lizard over there, has seen how powerful you, King Heii, are. Heii was very proud, as if he was looking forward to seeing Gula kneeling down in front of him and begging for mercy. Gula looked at Heii as if he was an idiot. Stop talking nonsense, idiot. Gula sneered, fight with all your strength. You are such a fool, I will kill you right now. Holding the sword in his hand, sensing the beating of powerful aura, Heii swung the sword towards Gula. Gula raised his hand, and a purple air blade formed from his palm, meeting Heii's attack. Boom! The collision of the two energies spread above the planet, and in an instant the entire surface of the planet began to shake, as if there was an earthquake. Damn it! When Heii saw that Gula was able to withstand his attack, he frowned, took a step, and his body turned into lightning again, rushing towards Gula at an extremely fast speed. This time, a sneer appeared on Gula's face. He raised his right hand and a beam of energy shot towards Heii. Heii sensed the danger and hurriedly dodged, but was still hit. Boom! Gula's figure flashed and appeared behind Heii. His right hand turned into a fist and smashed towards Heii's body. Get out of the way, labor and management! Heii yelled, turned around and fought back, and the two began fighting. He stared at Gula with his eyes, constantly obtaining data from him, trying to find a way to defeat Gula. Foolish birdman, no matter how much you increase your strength, you are just a piece of trash with a combat power of 500,000. Gula's words were full of provocation and sarcasm. You will never be able to surpass me. You will never have any hope of defeating me. His strength continued to increase, constantly suppressing Heii, but Heii always gritted his teeth and persisted, not retreating at all. The two men continued to fight in the sky, and waves of destructive air swept in all directions. A planet was easily blown up by the collision of the two people's power. Gula and Heii had no scruples when the fight started, but the planetary civilizations in the area suffered directly. For no apparent reason, he encountered a devastating disaster, and he didn't even have anywhere to seek justice. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, a planet was instantly blown up. Gula was so domineering that he was not polite at all towards Heii. Is the upgraded void engine so outrageous? Karl was also quite shocked by Heii's improvement in strength. It seemed that the data he collected was indeed useful. Maybe I can use the void engine to strengthen my phantom's combat power. Although Heii is very powerful, the cosmic emperor named Gula didn't use his full strength at all. Karl could see that Gula was just teasing Heii. He was waiting for Heii and let out a desperate and miserable roar. Boom boom boom! A powerful shock wave spread along with the collision between the two. In just a blink of an eye, Heii's body was blown away. I told you that you will not be my opponent. Gula sneered, in this universe, no one can surpass the Frozen Demon clan. The Frozen Demon is the strongest life form in the universe. Difficult guy. A solemn expression appeared on Heii's face. The fierce battle just now had consumed a lot of his energy. However, at this moment, he felt Gula's powerful strength, which was growing rapidly, even exceeding the combat power value of 500,000, and it was increasing further. At this moment, his heart sank completely to the bottom. That guy's strength is increasing rapidly. How strong is he? Damn it, this situation is impossible to win. Just when Heii was feeling conflicted. Surrender, useless birdman. Otherwise, you and your subordinates will transform into fireworks in the universe. Gula still admired Heii very much, and he wanted to recruit the powerful low-level cosmic natives under his command. The Ice Demon clan is quite generous to those with strong talents. Don't look down on me. I, Heii, will never be a dog for others. As a scumbag, he also has the pride of being the king of scum, not to mention that he still has a trump card that he hasn't used yet. I'll let you see how powerful I am. I'll let you know how terrifying my strength is. Heyi's eyes were red and his strength continued to increase. No matter who was against him, he must win. With all his strength, Heii used his strongest power. What an arrogant bastard you are! I will make you understand the gap between you and me. A smile appeared on Gula's lips, and then the strength in his body suddenly increased, and an extremely terrifying sense of threat appeared at this moment. OM! In the cold starry sky, Gula raised his hand, and it was as if a huge sun suddenly appeared above Gula's head. With one fingertip raised high, a giant energy ball that was larger than two people appeared, emitting an unprecedented heat like a star. Go, supernova! The energy ball emitting terrifying heat pressed towards Heii in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Heii felt the threat of death. Facing that energy, he had no power to resist at all. It's over. He knew he was finished. But he still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. Heii's body trembled, and a powerful force surged out in an instant. The void engine was fully started, the power of the black hole exploded, and the huge black hole was constructed under Heii's engine. In just a blink of an eye, he was faced with Gula's supernova attack. Boom! The aftermath of the energy collision shook the entire galaxy. Chapter 60. Nani! Gula was shocked. The power of the black hole dissolved his supernova attack, but Heii's black hole was also shattered by the power of the supernova. Although the void engine is very powerful, Gula's power is beyond Heii's imagination. Boom! The terrifying shock wave spread out, causing a star system to collapse, and the planet was destroyed by the collision of the two forces. What a joke! How can a guy with a combat power of only 500,000 create a black hole? Gula widened his eyes with a look of disbelief. Even he himself did not have control over the power of the black hole. Ha ha ha! Looking at his attack that successfully blocked Gula's supernova, Heii laughed triumphantly. Now you've seen how powerful I am. With the void engine in hand, Heii is invincible at this moment. Rather than a void engine, the genetic engine technology that Heii now masters is more like a black hole engine. Good. A smile appeared on Karl's face at this moment. Heii is not stupid. He learned and used the void engine that he helped to upgrade quite quickly. However, that guy named Gula can also be said to be quite powerful. The power of Qi can even resist the power of a black hole. It is simply incredible. Black hole. In the Earth's general relativity system, there are dense celestial bodies in the universe, and everything within the horizon cannot escape. And Gula's power can eliminate black holes, which is what Karl finds most incredible. Rather than eliminating the black hole, it is more accurate to say that the black hole created by Karl's void engine is not up to standard. However, for Heii, the power of the black hole is more than enough to deal with tough enemies. Redefine space. The yellow ball of light gathered in Heii's hands. The artificial black hole was released, carrying with it a destructive force capable of devouring everything, and headed towards where Gula was. The surrounding spatial environment has been changed by Heii. The tearing force brought by the black hole made even Gula unable to escape. This time Heii's void engine was fully activated. It is necessary to use the power of the black hole to destroy Gula. Do not. This is impossible. Cricket, a useless piece of shit with only 500,000 combat power, could actually embarrass himself like this. Gula was furious. I'm going to kill you. The next moment, a majestic aura surged from Gula's body, and an extremely terrifying force swept in all directions in an instant. Rumble. What? Along with Gula's roar, there was a force even more violent than before. At this moment, Gula's power exploded to the extreme. He has lost his patience. If Gula wants to become the emperor of the universe, he can't fail here. As his momentum surged, Gula's combat power value also rose sharply, and he evolved directly into his final form. The surging power fought against the artificial black hole created by Heii. The attraction created by the black hole seemed to have no effect on Gula. Go, supernova! Gula opened his palm slightly, and the extremely bright supernova flew towards Heii. This is an extremely terrifying force. Once hit, Heii's body will be reduced to ashes in an instant. The power of the frozen demon is not something that everyone can easily resist. The power of Qi, when it reaches a certain level, can even break through dimensions. What about black holes? Seeing the unique supernova attack coming, Heyi's face changed, and he generated the power of the black hole again, trying to fight against the supernova. In just a moment, the power of the artificial black hole and the supernova collided rapidly at this moment. Boom! The powerful energy aftermath shattered the surrounding celestial bodies and ignited the stars. At this time, everyone saw that countless planets were destroyed by the scorching heat emitted by the stars. That terrifying energy could even annihilate a planet in an instant. The star is ignited. Are you kidding? Ignite a star, is that something that a living being can do with its own power? This time, Gula's full combat power exploded, and the powerful energy weakened Heyi's void engine by 1/3. No. Not even just 1/3, but the power of the entire void engine was weakened by 2/3. Damn! Can't even a black hole withstand this guy's moves. Heyi widened his eyes. Gula's terror was indeed beyond Heyi's understanding. I'm going to roll you into a meat patty. Gula was furious, and his terrifying power burst out. His punch contained the power to break the space, and the next moment it slammed towards Heyi. Seeing this, Heyi immediately dodged. But at this time, Gula's attack followed him, and Heyi had almost no time to dodge. Bang! The loud noise spread all around, and the defense of the void engine completely collapsed. Heyi's body flew out like a cannonball. Poof! Heyi's body fell onto a planet and hit the surface, forming a huge pit on the surface. Damn it! After finally using the void engine to restore his body, Heyi saw Gula's killing move coming again. Not good. Heyi's heart skipped a beat. He could sense Gula's murderous intent. If he didn't dodge, he would definitely die. Boom! Unfortunately, when Heyi wanted to dodge at this time, it was too late. Gula kicked down with powerful energy and hit Heyi's body. Heyi's body, like a kite with a broken string, flew back. Boom! It fell on the distant mountains, flattened the ground directly, and created a huge pit filled with dust. Gula's power was terrifying to an extreme. Even Karl couldn't intervene in such a battle, and Heyi would have only one ending. Humph! The corner of Gula's mouth curled up in a cold arc, and he stepped hard on Heyi's chest, stepping on Heyi's chest and twisting it hard. Ah, help me! Help me! I don't want to die! I don't want to die! Heyi wailed in pain. Humph! Looking at Heyi struggling in pain, Gula sneered, I told you that I would beat you into a meat pie. Do you really think you can escape? A vicious look appeared in his eyes, and in the next moment, Gula stepped down. Bang! Heyi's chest sunken, and the arrogant king of scum felt the humiliation that hurt to the bone. He never thought that he would lose so miserably. Hadn't he already upgraded his void engine? Why couldn't he beat this guy? The battle for Tianhe's revival failed at Gula's hands. Turned completely into the ashes of the universe. Gula raised his hand, and the energy ball in his hand was aimed at Heyi's face. Chapter 61. Liu Ya's attention was always focused on the collision between Heyi and Gula. Heyi is the king of scum, and Gula is Frieza's brother from another time and space. As a clan of frozen demons, their strength should not be underestimated. The destructive power of a black hole is not something that ordinary people can contend with. However, with a combat power of more than 400 million, and the black hole created by Heyi's void engine, which is not a qualified black hole, Gula has an advantage in the collision with Heyi. Super God does have advantages in technology, but when facing more powerful cosmic life forms, the power of technology seems to become insignificant. Liang Civilization, Tower of Heaven. After completing the upgrade of the genetic engine, Lena's horrified gaze fell on the picture, but the next moment, tremendous energy exploded at this moment. Gula's attack hit Heyi directly in the face. Boom! Just like a star explosion, the solar storm it caused was spreading rapidly, and Heyi's body was obliterated by the terrifying energy aftermath. Ha 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 ha! Gula's figure stood in the cold and silent starry sky. Damn it, you guys, now you know how powerful I am. At this moment, Gula felt unprecedented happiness. This battle shook the four great god-creating civilizations. Heii is dead. Pan Shen was stunned. The confrontation between the King of Heavenly Scum and the Emperor of the Universe from another world naturally attracted countless attention. Among them is the Fiery Sun civilization. He can fight against the Black Hole and kill Heii. This guy is more terrifying and dangerous than Heii. Pan Shen narrowed his eyes and stared at the scene in front of him with a meaningful expression. Prince Regent, is that guy named Heii really dead? Lena has already upgraded her genetic engine, but just looking at that scene, she was a little bit unbelievable. It's incredible that a ruthless person who can create a black hole was defeated directly. Not only was Reina shocked, the angel civilization and the demon civilization were also horrified. Heii is dead. Does that mean Karl's plan has failed? Liang Bing couldn't help but be stunned when she saw the scene in front of her. The four great kings of the East, West, South and North broadcast the collision between Gula and Heii to the entire cosmic civilization. After witnessing Hawaii's horror, Liang Bing never thought that Karl would quietly create a void engine. Moreover, this void engine also has the ability to generate black holes. His wormhole algorithm would be completely vulnerable if it were to face Heii. Heii is already very strong, but wouldn't Gula, who can defeat Heii, be even stronger? Angel Nebula. We all underestimated the scum. In the mellow heavenly palace, Kesha spoke in a deep voice. I didn't expect that after cutting off all the scientific and technological talents of Tianhe, Heii could still find a way to become a stronger god. It seems that it was only with Karl's help that Heii guy made some progress. Heishi's eyes flashed as he looked at the figure in the picture. That guy named Gula must be the same clan member as Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe who appeared on Earth. The fact that he was able to defeat Heii shows that he is also very powerful. We need to strengthen our anti-void capabilities. Kesha pondered for a moment, and soon said at this time, Karl, relying on the big clock in secret, should have accumulated a lot of void technology. Heishi, it seems that you can't retire. For the sake of angel civilization, you have to continue to improve the angels' technology. Today, the angels' technology seems to have fallen behind that of the sticks. Although Kesha doesn't want to admit it, this is indeed a fact for her. The angels, faced with the civilization of the known universe, have fallen behind. I'll find a way. Heishi smiled bitterly, looking at the scene not far away, with a heavy expression. Heii, that guy should not be dead. It would be too outrageous if the void engine created by Karl was so easily defeated by a strong man from another universe. Just at this moment, the picture changed. Go to hell, you bastard! A sinister voice sounded from behind Gula, and when Gula was off guard, Heii appeared again. I finally found this opportunity after spending a clone and using it to sacrifice myself. A yellow ball of light gathered from Hawaii's hands, then quickly enlarged, forming an even more terrifying artificial black hole. Let me be completely swallowed by the black hole. Heii grinned grimly and unleashed the full force of the void engine, using the power of a white dwarf to create a black hole with the help of celestial bodies. Absolutely, this guy named Gula can be completely turned into cosmic ashes. Under Hawaii's expectant gaze, Gula was also furious at this moment. Asshole! With the huge amount of energy exploding so quickly and the black hole being so close, it was indeed difficult for Gula to escape. How could I possibly die here? Unwilling to give up, he let out an angry roar. Hawaii's smile was eager, as if he had already defeated Gula. But the next moment, a figure appeared in the starry sky. What appears on the battlefield is naturally the lure. You're really in a mess, Gula. Ignoring the tearing force brought by the black hole, Liu Ya raised his hand, an array of purple light seemed to be released from his fingertips. Boom! The destructive light penetrated the sky and directly pierced through Gula and Hawaii's bodies. The artificial black hole created by Heii was also destroyed by this purple light. Destroy! He uttered two words indifferently, and Gula and Hawaii's bodies gradually melted away. No, who the hell are you? Why? I won't die here. Heii let out a cry of grief, and even Gula found it unbelievable. You guys are Ascension. The Sun-like tail was quickly recognized by Gura. Being defeated by the natives of a low-level universe was already a humiliation for Gura, and he was defeated again by the Suns. Gula felt that he had almost lost his mind at this moment. However, he no longer had the strength to resist. I am indeed a Sun, and I am also the god of destruction of this universe. To all the villains who are wreaking havoc on the universe, it is time for your lives to end. The destructive force turned the two into elementary particles in just a few seconds, and they ceased to exist. The power of the god of destruction once again shook the entire universe. After watching for so long, it's time for him to show up, Carl. Liu Ya chuckled, and his eyes quickly fell on the cold universe. Carl's figure emerged in the void. Meet His Excellency the Great Destroyer. Carl's tone was humble, and his eyes were full of longing when he looked at Liu Ya. Seeing Liu Ya take action again, Carl finally realized what the horror of the god of destruction was. Chapter 62. The power of the void is nothing compared to the power of the god of destruction. Carl now regards Liu Ya as a person who is on the same level as Kiran, or to be more precise, a person who is above Kiran. For other god-creating civilizations, it also refreshed their specific understanding of the power of the god of destruction. The god of destruction is the most powerful. In the Kamigawa universe, no one can surpass the god of destruction. With the help of the contest between Heii and Gula, Liu Ya at this moment not only easily defeated the two of them, but also established the impression that the god of destruction is powerful in a practical sense. There are still many civilizations in the universe that have not witnessed Liu Ya's actions, but this time, other god-making civilizations understand the meaning of becoming a god of destruction. In the southern galaxy, the Great Demon civilization was initially rebuilt. That guy still likes to act silly. Liang Bing was furious, and her eyes couldn't help but fall on Liu Ya at this moment. It would be great if I could get the super gene from him. In this way, if I combine Liu Ya's super gene and transform the big devil's gene, I can also become a super powerful devil. Heii Ya, you were the one who helped him upgrade the void engine, right? Liu Ya smiled, and his eyes fell on Carl. He stared at Carl with a meaningful look, which made Carl a little frightened. Reporting to Lord God of Destruction, that's right. Carl nodded, a hint of apology on his face. I didn't expect that guy to be so reckless. At this moment, Carl thought a lot. He was worried that Liu Ya would be angry because he helped Heii Ya. Or is it that, because of him, a lot of casualties were caused to the cosmic civilization? In the area where Heii Ya and Gula fought, many planets were destroyed, including some planets with civilizations. It's okay. The application of technology does not distinguish between good and bad. If there is nothing else, you can leave first. Liu Ya had no idea of stopping Carl, but just waved his hand. Carl lowered his head slightly and quickly used his void ability to teleport back to his own Styx galaxy. However, a trace of cold sweat also slid down Carl's cheek at this moment. It's actually horrible. After witnessing Liu Ya's power, Carl also realized how narrow-minded he was. The data of the god of destruction could not be detected even by the big clock. Perhaps, only if you succeed in the competition and become a god of destruction, you will be able to get a glimpse of it. Thinking of this, Carl made up his mind to work harder in the competition for the god of destruction mission. The collision between Heii Ya and Gula this time caused a huge storm in the universe. One was a strong man from another universe, and the other was the king of the past angel civilization. However, they were all easily solved by Liu Ya. It's time. After finding a planet with life, Liu Ya moved instantly and soon arrived at an empty field. The confrontation between Heii Ya and Gula resulted in the destruction of many planets. And Liu Ya wants to use the power of the Namekian Dragon Balls to restore the destroyed planets. After using the summoning authority, 7 glass beads with different stars on them quickly fell to the ground. The bright yellow beads emit a bright glow. Come out, Shenlong! In the Namek language, accompanied by Liu Ya's call, the sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and the planet they were on suddenly turned from day to night. Boom! Accompanied by intense brilliance, golden electric light shot straight into the sky, and the figure of Porunga appeared. Angel Nebula. He is using the Dragon Balls. Could it be that he is trying to restore the destroyed planet? Kesha was stunned, looking at the scene in disbelief. I think so. She nodded and looked at the scene with amazement. Although this was expected, can the power of the Dragon Balls be restored along with the destroyed planets? This scene was incredible. On the planet, Liu Ya also expressed his wish at this time. Porunga, restore the electric planet that was destroyed in the battle between Heii and Gula to its original state. This time, the Dragon Balls that Liu Ya materialized were the Namekian Dragon Balls that had the ability to revive multiple people. This wish is simple. Porunga responded quickly, accompanied by a violent flash of light. The people who died in the battle between Heii and Gula were resurrected again. To all the people on this planet who died in an accident, I, the great destroyer Liu Ya, will give you a chance to live again. Cherish the life you have once again. Taking advantage of the opportunity to use Dragon Balls, Liu Ya demonstrated that Dragon Balls bring huge effects. The threat from another universe has been eliminated. In 2 days, the Shenhe universe will start its strategy to attack other worlds. At that time, I will randomly select the first civilization to start the strategy mission and broadcast it live across the universe. As long as you successfully conquer other worlds and complete the merger with the Shenhe universe, the civilization with outstanding performance will be rewarded with lures. For a moment, the entire universe shook again. When the time comes, the kings of the various galaxies will inform you. Liu Ya turned around, and under his command, the images broadcast to the entire universe by the 4 kings of the realm also ended. Angel Nebula. Kesha and Heii were discussing the meaning of Liu Ya's words. He wants the 4 great god-making civilizations to compete with each other. This is really an irresistible conspiracy. Kesha's words are meaningful. Having seen the power of the god of destruction and the magical effects of the Dragon Balls, there is no civilization that would not want to obtain them. Even Kesha herself was ready to make a move. Angels will not lose to any civilization. She smiled, looked at Kesha and said, have you thought about the arrangements? The demons and sticks may be our biggest competitors. Let's wait 2 days first. It's a good time to see what the requirements are for conquering the world. Everyone knows that the goal is to conquer the world and merge into the Shenhe universe. Whether it is occupation or governance, there must be requirements. Southern Galaxy, the Great Demon Civilization. I won't lose to that bitch Kesha. Liang Bing sneered, Ado, please contact the King of the South Realm for me, the Queen, and ask me to go to the Destruction God Realm. My Queen, I have to make a sacrifice this time. Liang Bing wants to seize the initiative and let the Great Demon Civilization start the world strategy first. The beauty trap should be able to play some role in lure fishing. Various plans to lure the lure have already emerged in Liang Bing's mind. Liang Civilization, Tower of Heaven. Reina must become the god of destruction. The flame that Dehunken turned into burned violently. If we have the power of the Dragon Ball, we can completely restore the half of the planet that was destroyed by the scorching Sunday. I understand. I will urge Reina. For the sake of Liang, it is time for Reina to prepare for sacrifice. Chapter 63. Become a god of destruction. There is no doubt that the 4 god-creating civilizations are determined to become gods of destruction. Their goal is not only to become the god of destruction in their respective galactic regions, but also to become the supreme god of destruction. However, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. As far as the current situation is concerned, the strength of the super god universe is still too weak. Although the universe has undergone drastic changes due to Liu Ya's influence, different levels of civilization power have also achieved simultaneous growth. However, it is still far from the level that can easily destroy the galaxy. The strength of the major galactic god-creating civilizations still needs to continue to improve. Inform the King of the North Kai that we should start the expansion of the world from the fiery Sunday. The angels have gained too many benefits. When the Super Seminary was at its peak, it acquired a lot of technological accumulation from the Shenhe civilization. For Liu Ya, what was needed was a balance of power among the 4 major god-making civilizations. Now, Liang's strength is obviously the weakest. We should strengthen Liang, then slightly improve the angels, and then the demons and sticks. In this way, the current situation in the Shenhe universe can be stabilized. Yes, Lord God of Destruction. King Beija received Liu Ya's message and immediately contacted Pan Zhen at this time. The blazing sun and the sky. When the king of the North Realm appeared in the scorching sun, Pan Zhen had a look of surprise on his face. Your Excellency the North King, what wind brings you here to the blazing sun? Pan Zhen still respects King Kai of the North, but the biggest reason is that Liu Ya, the god of destruction, is now the strongest in the known universe. You are too polite, Regent Lord Li Yang. I came here this time just to inform you of one thing, that is, you have been recognized by His Excellency the Great Destroyer and have become the first god-making civilization qualified to conquer the world. There was a hint of a smile on the face of the North King. So, get ready. We Li Yang. Pan Zhen's expression revealed obvious excitement. He had not expected that Liu Ya would first choose to let Li Yang begin the process of conquering the world. That's right, so Li Yang has to be well prepared. This world conquest will be broadcasted throughout the universe, and all civilizations will witness the process of Li Yang's world conquest. King Kai paused and said seriously, we must do a good job on Li Yang. I understand. Pan Zhen quickly agreed at this time. And Dilna here also received the news. Hey, it actually starts from the scorching sun. Reina's expression also looked a little surprised. At this moment, Yungxiao Heavenly Palace has made all preparations. Your Excellency King Kai of the North, will the God of Destruction come to witness the beginning of the sun's conquest of the world? Reina couldn't help but ask. It has been a long time since I last met Liu Ya, and Reina is still quite concerned about Liu Ya's affairs. No, but the great God of Destruction always descends to the Li Yang at the right time to guide the world's strategy. As he spoke, King Kai stretched out his hand and pointed at the three-dimensional screen that suddenly appeared in the sky. Your progress in conquering the world will be broadcast to the entire universe through the four realm kings. And on the light curtain, the things that the Li Yang civilization was going to do to conquer the world soon appeared. World number 1, Naruto World. Establish a preliminary ruling foundation, unify the ninjas in this world, successfully control the world's most powerful tailed beasts, and obtain chakra system information. The mission description on the three-dimensional light screen has told Li Yang what he needs to do to conquer the world. In 2 days, the world portal will open. You should be prepared. King Kai of the North did not say anything. After leaving a few brief words, his figure disappeared into the scorching sun. This is indeed a huge opportunity for Li Yang. Gather the 4 great guardians and begin planning the attack. Pan Zhen made a decision immediately. Your Highness Reina, please preside over the Heavenly Court meeting. Before the attack begins, Li Yang must also be prepared. Leave it to me. Lina quickly agreed, and Pan Zhen will gradually begin to take control of Li Yang after Lina's genetic engine is upgraded. He believed that Reina would become a qualified monarch. The known universe has received messages from the kings of all the major realms. Li Yang has taken the lead and is the first to embark on the process of conquering the world. This time, the angel did not get permission first, but Li Yang got it instead, which was puzzling. Earth, Kyushu. However, Dokeo saw it clearly and believed that Liu Ya might be trying to balance the 4 major god-creating civilizations. Therefore, Li Yang was chosen as the executor of the mission to conquer the other world. Super Seminary. Oh my goodness, so for the world conquest mission, it's Reina's Li Yang who gets the first chance this time. Ge Xiaolun was startled. When will it be Earth's turn? Earth is not bad compared to other civilizations. What does Earth have? We can't even leave the solar system. The only unique thing about it is that it has the Super God Academy and the Extreme Martial Arts School. Lu Chuang couldn't help but say, but I heard from Mr. Huang that there will be a chance on Earth as well. It all depends on when the God of Destruction plans to arrange for Earth to take the field. His words caused Zhao Xin and his party to discuss, what do you think is the difference between another world and aliens? That's the same, right? There's almost no difference between them and humans. Cheng Yaoan echoed, looking a little absent-minded. South Galaxy, the Devil's Side. I can understand letting those short skirts of the angels take the lead, but why did Li Yang start the world strategy mission first? My queen, I am very angry. She was angry, but she couldn't vent her anger on Liu Ya, so she could only let the devil around her get beaten. Queen, calm down. Since the god of destruction has already made his decision, we can only wait and see. If Liu Yang fails, we can also find King Kai and try to replace Liu Yang, right? Achuo and Hefeng had to persuade Liang Bing with all their might before they could calm her down. It's really abominable. I can only wait and see. How is Liu Yang doing? Liang Bing sighed. After all, the demons lost their first chance to conquer the world. In different planetary areas, huge three-dimensional light curtains appear standing high in the sky. The official strategy began, and Liu Ya reminded everyone about the goals that needed to be accomplished in the Liu Yang civilization. This time, the strategy starts with the Scorching Sunday. In World, Naruto will be launched with Liu Yang's strategy, showing the corresponding customs and practices. If you successfully complete the capture of that world, the Hokage will join Liu Yang as its satellite planet. At the same time, it will become part of the Northern Galaxy. After making the explanation, Liu Ya raised his hands and the angelic power was released. System, assign coordinates. Start from Liu Yang's side and open the portal to the world. Under Liu Ya's command, the area of the Scorching Sun is located. World portal launch begins. Confirmed. World portal coordinates, near the Liu Yang Tiandao Tower. Build a world portal to connect to the Naruto world. Dimension coordinates confirmed. A golden beam of light descended from the sky, then expanded, affecting the Scorching Sun. Chapter 64. Boom! The Scorching Sun and even the universe observed the horrifying scene. The people of Liu Yang were also shocked. As far as the eye can see, the scene witnessed is a magnificent, ancient, bronze-colored door standing in the Scorching Sun under the golden light. The bronze gate and the endless stream of light swirled inside it. When Pan Zhen took a look, he seemed to be able to see an endless world, which was created within the door of this world. Across the world, no, this is the power that spans the universe. The power of the Great Destroyer is even more incredible than he imagined. Pan Zhen was shocked, and at the same time, Lina also refreshed her understanding of lores. Can we enter a new world as long as we step into it? Looking at the three-dimensional light curtain in the sky not far away, Lina felt a little moved about the goal that Liu Yang needed to achieve. Pan Zhen, how about letting me, the goddess, be the vanguard this time? With a smile on her face, Reina said, at least I have upgraded my gene engine, so I can still deal with the natives of the other world. This. Pan Zhen showed hesitation on his face. I think it's okay to let the goddess lead the team. The Tiger Guardian Yuan Li nodded and said, with the goddess appearing, the people of Liu Yang will be able to watch us show our might in the other world. Besides, it will also be beneficial for us to compete for the God of Destruction candidate in our northern galaxy. The black crocodile guarding Xian Kun also echoed at this moment. That's all. Pan Zhen shook his head helplessly and looked at the Chifeng guard Wazao who was close to Reina. Wazao, you and the black crocodile guard Suankan, and the Yungziao Tianting team will accompany the goddess to the other world. I can let you, the goddess, go to another world, but you are the backbone of Liu Yang and you must not lose. You must be careful in another world. Pan Zhen still cares a lot about the goddess Lina, after all, he watched her grow up. Hey, I won't let you down. Reina nodded immediately and took Wu Zhao's hand, let's go together. Yes, goddess. Wu Zhao was also quite excited. She had just taken over the guardianship of the Red Phoenix from her father Yugzu and now she would be able to follow the goddess and conquer other worlds together. Wu Zhao was naturally in a very good mood. Follow the goddess and set off. The heavenly soldiers of Yungziao Heaven also took action at this moment, and entered the world portal following Lina's command. Reina and Meisho followed closely behind and stepped in. In the Super God universe, starting with the fiery sun Heavenly Dao, a journey of conquest to annex the world began. Known universe. Countless civilizations have witnessed the opening of the world's portal, and Liu Yang was the first civilization chosen to explore the other world. Everyone is looking forward to what the scenery in the other world and universe will be like. Angel Nebula, Merlot Heaven. It's Liu Yang, it's a bit unexpected. Kesha's eyes fell on the picture. I wonder how Liu Ya will conquer the world. According to the instructions, we need to establish the foundation of rule, grasp the strongest power in that world, and analyze the nature of its power. She smiled slightly and looked at the scene on the screen. With Liu Yang's background, conquering an indigenous planet should not be a problem. She's words made Kesha nod slightly. That power system called Chakram must have something special about it, otherwise the Breaking Bad guy wouldn't have pointed it out specifically. Kesha saw it clearly at a glance. Angel was paying close attention to Liu Yang's strategy. Another person who is also paying attention to Liu Yang is Heii. Are there any differences in the physical rules of the Otherworld universe and the Kamigawa universe? Carl thought that he wanted to rely on his own strength to build a channel to other universes. He used a large clock to measure the world portal and found that the large clock was unable to calculate the dark data of the world portal. The idea of building a channel to other universes failed. Then, Carl can only judge the difference between the alien universe and the Heii universe by observing the data obtained by Liu Yang's attack on the alien world. When Liu Yang took action outside the Kamigawa universe, in the Dragon Ball universe, which is based in the 12 universes and oversees countless time and space. On the chessboard, the glass beads symbolizing the 12 universes were swung at will by the Omni King. The chess pieces are scattered all over the chessboard. The trajectory of each piece represents the existence of a universe, and represents the characteristics and rules of each of the 12 universes. Isn't there a bit too many universes? The King of All's eyes fell on the chessboard, and there was a gleam of wisdom in his eyes. On the left and right of the king, two tall and thin divine guards stared with their eyes wide open. This is so boring. If it doesn't work, just destroy a few universes. Just like a toy, when you knock the glass beads off the chessboard, the beads that symbolize the universe fall to the ground and roll. Inside the beads, the light symbolizing the Milky Way has dimmed a lot, and it seems that many civilizations have been destroyed because of it. High Priest, you are here. Swinging his short legs, the king raised his head and saw the High Priest who suddenly entered the temple. Are you here to play with me? Innocent and childish words sounded, and the Omni King's silly eyes seemed to sparkle with innocence and loveliness. I'll play with Lord Omni King later. The High Priest chuckled, bowed to the king and said, there is one thing I need to explain to you in particular. There is a being that combines the power of the god of destruction and the power of an angel, born in an unknown universe outside the realm of nothingness. The unknown universe outside the realm of nothingness. The eyes of the Omni King sparkled with a strange light. Will he become a god of destruction? Or maybe an angel? The Omni King couldn't help but speak, just like a curious baby, wanting to meet the existence who could gather the power of the god of destruction and the angel. Will he play with me in the future like the High Priest? I can't be sure, but if the Lord of the Omni King allows, I can speed up that person's growth. The High Priest smiled, looked at the Omni King and said, My Lord Omni King, what do you think? Then it's up to you to decide. I really want to see him as soon as possible. There was obvious anticipation on the king's face. I believe there will be that opportunity. The High Priest nodded. It combines the power of the god of destruction and the angel, so what gift should he give? Send him an angel's staff. It depends on whether he wants to be an angel or a god of destruction. In other words, he is the god of destruction angels who combines the power of angels and gods of destruction. Chapter 65. The High Priest thought about it and quickly made a decision. Shortly after leaving the temple of the Omni King, the High Priest raised his hand and moved his finger forward. The treasure symbolizing the angel's scepter appeared in his sight. In addition, a set of God of Destruction suit is also included. The former 18 Universe Destroyer God set and Angel Scepter will be used as gifts. The High Priest smiled slightly and looked towards the realm of nothingness. Whether you can surpass that limit depends on yourself, the boy who masters the power of the God of Destruction and the Angel. In just a blink of an eye, with the pointing of the High Priest, the God of Destruction suit and the Angel's Scepter of the 18th Universe were pointed by the High Priest to the unknown universe outside the realm of nothingness. A set of gifts from the High Priest is crossing time and space and heading towards the Heii universe. At this moment, All civilizations in the known universe are paying attention to the development of world number 1 by the Liang civilization. Liu Ya's attention was focused on the current data panel. The display on the data panel has changed significantly as the power of the lore has increased. Name Liu Ya. Race, Saiyan. Physique, Legendary Super Saiyan / Angel, to be unlocked. Current form, Normal, Giant Ape power, strength will increase over time. Form, Legendary Super Saiyan 1, 2, Legendary Super Saiyan 3, Legendary Super Saiyan God, Legendary Super Saiyan 4, Ultra Self, Trial Version, Ultra Self, Trial Version. Skills, Breath of God, Chi Bomb, Kamehameha, Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, Ki/Kai, Instant Teleport, Combat Melee Skill Mastery, Dragon Fist Burst, Flash Time Kung. Angel Power, 0.2%. Shock Value, 20,000. The power of angels, through Liu Ya's refined practice, has been raised to the level of 0.2%. 0.2% is not bad, but when will it reach 1%? It's a pity about Liu Ya. With 1% improvement in level, Liu Ya might be able to reach the level of an apprentice Dragon Ball Angel. And because Liu Ya had previously obtained the legendary Super Saiyan physique, all the forms he possessed had also changed. Inevitably, the word legend was added. Ding, the sign-in system is turned on. You can get corresponding special rewards by signing in every day. Do you want to sign in? The system prompt sounded again, which made Liu Ya's eyes light up. Sign in. Without hesitation, Liu Ya quickly confirmed his choice. Ding, you have received the gift from Mysterio, the 18th Universe God of Destruction suit and the 18th Universe Angel Scepter. Yes/no accept? The system's prompt made Liu Ya stunned. What's going on? Can I also get the God of Destruction suit and the Angel's Scepter? It's my first sign-in, and the reward for lures is really big. What Liu Ya didn't expect was that the God of Destruction suit and the Angel's Scepter both came from the 18th universe. The Dragon Ball universe was not just 12 universes, but included 6 universes that once existed. To be precise, the number should be 18 universes. The number of the 18 universes was reduced by 6 by the Lord of the Omni, leaving only 12 universes in the Dragon Ball universe. In the destroyed universes, the gods of destruction have all perished, and the angels have fallen into a deep sleep, waiting for the opportunity to restart the new universe. It shouldn't do any harm to me, right? Confused, Liu Ya asked his system. The appearance of the God of Destruction suit and the Angel's Scepter made him a little doubtful. The God of Destruction suit and the Angel's Scepter both come from a vanished universe. They will not have any effect on you, the host. You will be the successor of the God of Destruction and the Angel's power of the 18th universe. The system's prompt made Liu Ya understand, and he quickly let down his guard. Agree to receive. Along with Liu Ya's choice, a set of Destroyer suit, which was completely different from the past, appeared on Liu Ya. In Liu Ya's hand, there was also an angel scepter related to angels. The scepter and the God of Destruction suit were in his hands. At this moment, Liu Ya could feel an abundant power rising in his body. It seemed as if Liu Ya and the Shenhe universe had merged into one, and all the rules of the Shenhe universe were under his control. As long as he wants, he can destroy everything at any time. Destroyer set. Possessing this suit will gradually increase the power of the God of Destruction that one possesses, reaching a certain threshold and conforming to the laws of cosmic destruction. Angel Wand. Holding the Angel's Scepter, one will obtain all information about the known universe, calculate and understand everything about the known universe, and even be able to query past and present scenes and turn back time. The Destroyer suit can gradually increase the power of the lore, and the Angel's Scepter is equivalent to an omniscient remote control, similar to a big clock, but it is an ultimate prop with a stronger effect than the big clock. It's amazing. A hint of joy appeared on Liu Ya's face. The Angel Scepter he obtained was much more perfect than the one he created himself. And through the Angel Scepter, Liu Ya can also gradually improve his angelic power. One day, it may reach 100%. In that case, maybe he can directly become a Dragon Ball Angel. The benefit of having the Angel's Scepter is that Liu Ya is no longer limited to the Shenhe universe, but can freely explore other universes. Before that, Liu Ya was only able to create passages to other universes. In that case, maybe I can consider going back to Dragon Ball, or exploring the Ultra Universe. The thought flashed through Liu Ya's mind, but he quickly rejected the idea of going to the Ultra Universe. For Liu Ya, what he cares about most is the Dragon Ball universe. First, let's take a look at Liu Yang's strategy for World No. 1. After thinking about it, Liu Ya quickly made a decision. As for the Dragon Ball universe, maybe I can find a chance to explore the future time and space. There are different futures in the Dragon Ball time and space. Liu Ya is still very curious whether Trunks will be born in the future Dragon Ball time and space because of his intervention. When Liu Ya first traveled through Dragon Ball, he came to Earth, met Bulma, and became her boyfriend. However, due to the Battle of Namek, he did not have time to escape and accidentally traveled to the Super God universe. At that time, his combat power of more than 10,000 points was of no use at all, and he couldn't even see Frieza. But now it's different. Liu Ya can easily crush Frieza and even all the boss monsters in the Z time and space. The only thing that troubles Liu Ya is the possible existence of Baby in the GT time and space, the god of destruction Beerus, and Black Goku. If you want to master the power of the God of Destruction and the Angel, it is not enough for Liu Ya to study on his own. Chapter 66. Just as Liu Ya was thinking about it, a new prompt sound appeared in Liu Ya's field of vision. Ding! The emergency world mission is started. We have detected unusual changes in the Earth in the future space-time of Dragon Ball, which will soon trigger a chain destruction of the future space-time universe, and create a crisis event that will shake the main space-time of Dragon Ball. Would you like to accept the emergency world mission? The danger level is high and the reward is unknown. Will there be an event in the future time and space of Dragon Ball that can lead to a chain reaction of destruction of the future world and universe? Seeing this, Liu Ya's face froze for a moment. Will this affect my actions in the Heii universe? The completion of this emergency world mission will not affect the timeline of the Heii universe you are in. You can return at any time within 1 day of your departure. The time flow rate of the emergency mission is different from that of the Heii universe. In other words, 1 hour in the Kamigawa universe is equivalent to 1 day in the future time and space of Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball future time, let's go there. A smile appeared on Liu Ya's face at this moment. It just so happens that he wants to see what event will cause the chain destruction of time and space in the future. Could it be the invasion of Black Goku? Or some other big event? The next moment, Liu Ya's mind moved and he quickly accepted the task. While Liu Ya was in a trance, his surrounding vision changed, and what appeared before his eyes was a ruin. Is this Zidu? A look of surprise appeared on Liu Ya's face. Has this future time and space already experienced the timeline of Zamesu's attack? No, this aura has the aura of Dragon Ball Son Goku, and also includes the aura of Vegeta? But why is this Vegeta's aura so outrageous? Liu Ya could feel that this aura was extremely evil. Whoosh! Lowering his breath, Liu Ya leaped forward and headed towards the battlefield. He wanted to see what was happening in this Dragon Ball space and time. Zidu, an area several kilometers away. What? Trunks covered his chest with his hands. He looked very embarrassed at the moment. His injuries became more serious as time went by. Next to him is Son Gohan, who has not died yet. Unlike the development of the original future time and space, Son Gohan in this time and space did not die. However, the arm was still broken. In front of the two of them, their opponent was a black-haired figure wearing a mask, with half of his face cracked, revealing an appearance identical to that of Sun Wukong. However, his aura could be said to be even more evil. On the other side, there is the white-haired baby, who absorbed Vegeta's body and even stole all of Vegeta's power for himself. Today's baby can be said to be equal to Vegeta. Brother Gohan, do you still have the strength to fight now? Trunks, who was somewhat tired, spoke at this time. Phew, I have no strength left, Trunks. Son Gohan shook his head and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The only thing I didn't expect was that I would get to see my father again. However, I can be sure that guy is definitely not my father, Sun Wukong. The guy wearing the mask should be the same guy named Baby, who took over Vegeta's body. Hehe, you are just a Saiyan. Is this the limit of your power? Baby couldn't help but speak, with a mocking look in his eyes. Hey, you masked guy, you've had enough fun, it's time to destroy this space and time. It's really time to end. The masked Goku sneered, I thought there would be some powerful people in this time and space, but it turns out that you two are just trash. However, as long as we change history, we can absorb more time and space energy and achieve the possibility of surpassing the god of destruction. A hint of ambition appeared on the face of the masked Goku. It's time to turn to ashes along with this planet, Son Gohan and Trunks. He raised his hand, and a dark ball of energy gathered from his hand in the blink of an eye. Boom! A huge energy ball fell down with the force of a mountain, heading towards where Son Gohan and Trunks were. The two men looked up and looked at the energy ball that was about to fall, both of them revealing a look of despair. Now, they no longer have the strength to resist the energy bomb of masked Goku. Boom! At the moment the energy ball fell, a figure appeared in front of the two. Bang! Then, he just kicked the energy ball. The energy ball, which was shining with a dark aura, was kicked away by Liu Ya in the blink of an eye. Boom! Then, it flew out of the atmosphere and dissipated directly. Who? Masked Goku's expression changed involuntarily. The person who killed you. Liu Ya raised his head and his eyes fell on the masked Goku. He couldn't help but sneer, you don't have enough power to destroy this planet. When did another Saiyan appear? Baby, who was a little confused, raised his head and looked in the direction of Liu Ya with a gloomy face. He felt the powerful breath of the Saiyans. Another Saiyan. Masked Goku sneered, no matter how many people come, it's all the same. He is. Brother Gohan, do you know him? Trunks looked at Son Gohan in confusion, and Son Gohan also showed a confused look on his face. I don't know, when there will be Saiyan survivors in the universe. From the looks of it, he wants to help the Earth. Son Gohan looked at Liu Ya in front of him, well, I don't know who you are, but that guy is very strong. You can't beat him with your strength. By the way, do you know Super Saiyan? Son Gohan's words made Liu Ya smile. There's no need to use Super Saiyan. Liu Ya raised his head and met the masked Goku's gaze. I'll start with you. I can handle this guy in my normal state. As Liu Ya finished speaking, a terrifying and hot aura surged out from his body. Boom! His body became extremely tall and oppressive as he approached the masked Goku. Oh! The masked Monkey King was pressed on the face by Liu Ya and fell heavily to the ground. In just a blink of an eye, the masked Monkey King's body fell heavily to the ground. Rumble, rumble! In just the blink of an eye, a huge cloud of dust rose from the ground. The dust cleared, and a disheveled masked Monkey King was lying on the ground. He felt that his body was about to fall apart. What kind of monster are you? How could an ordinary Saiyan be so strong? The angry masked Goku's body was burning with pink flames in the blink of an eye, and he launched a counter-attack in an instant. Chapter 67. Ah! The terrifying aura suddenly exploded on the body of the masked Goku. A powerful and terrifying aura was revealed. Masked Goku transforms into his unique Super Saiyan Rose. An unimaginable feeling of oppression spread in all directions at this moment. The power released in just a moment made the earth tremble. Even the universe seemed to be affected by the aura displayed by the masked Goku. Super Saiyan Rose. He had considered this form of lore before, but he gave up on it. Pink's form is the miracle power born from the combination of God's soul and Saiyan's body. Super strength is the essence of Super Saiyan. Facing the overwhelming momentum of the masked Goku, Liu Ya grinned and remained calm. Go to hell. The battle of Saiyans is all about being direct. Liu Ya took a quick step and suddenly appeared in front of the masked Goku. So much so that the masked Goku had no reaction at all. Boom! The terrifying energy exploded in the blink of an eye, directly hitting the body of the masked Goku hard. In just a blink of an eye, the body of the masked Goku was rushed to a height of several thousand meters under the impact of the terrifying force. The power was enough to shatter a planet, and it made masked Goku feel a tightness in his chest. It took him a lot of effort to remove the power. You bastard, you completely pissed me off. His right palm suddenly showed a pink air blade, which slashed towards Liu Ya and attacked him. Boom! Liu Ya's figure flashed, and he blocked the attack of masked Goku, and a crack 10,000 meters long appeared on the ground. What? After occupying Sun Wukong's body, is this all you have? Liu Ya spoke, his eyes full of sarcasm. Arrogant god, a guy who calls himself a god, but uses the body of a mortal. It's ridiculous. Boom! He swung his punch with tremendous power and hit the masked Goku in the face in the blink of an eye. This blow left obvious scars on the masked Goku's face. Damn it! Masked Goku roared. The pink aura on his body seemed to change more and more obviously, the rose-red light gathered on his fist, and the divine aura covered his fist. Boom! The air made a muffled sound as Liu Ya met the attack of masked Goku. The violent collision turned into a fierce storm, and the planets were shaking under this terrifying force. The ground beneath his feet was shattered into pieces by the powerful energy and turned into countless magma. Humph, you, a mere mortal, dare to be so arrogant to me. You will regret it. I will become a god and make you ants submit to me. The masked Goku roared and punched Liu Ya again and again. But Liu Ya remained calm and just kept attacking while dodging again and again. During the confrontation between the two, the sound of the sky collapsing and the earth splitting was endless. The earth cracked, and the entire earth began to shake and collapse violently due to the collision of the two forces. The power of God is so weak. I am really disappointed. Liu Ya shook his right fist and forced back the fist of masked Goku. A terrifying sonic boom sounded, causing masked Goku's body to retreat several steps. Court death! Masked Goku roared, his eyes turned red, and his whole face became ferocious. Go to hell! A huge fist of light, carrying the aura of destroying the world, slammed towards Liu Ya fiercely. That's more like it. Liu Ya snorted coldly and stretched out his arms suddenly. There were two explosions, bang! Bang! You disappoint me so much. If this is all your power is, then you can just die. Liu Ya sneered. The emerald green energy ball in his hand gathered and then was thrown out by Liu Ya. Boom! A giant grass green energy ball, whose diameter exceeded the height of two people, exuded a majestic aura and headed towards the direction of the masked Goku. The tremendous energy fell with the power to destroy everything. How is it possible, to be so powerful? Masked Goku's expression changed, and he tried his best to resist Liu Ya's attack. Boom boom boom! The aftermath of the explosion raged wildly here, and the surrounding space was distorted due to the terrifying energy fluctuations. The surging energy blew the masked Goku away in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Why does such a tough opponent appear in this time and space? I can't hold back any longer. The masked Goku's eyes changed. Liu Ya's power was much stronger than he thought. You useless guy, you can't even control Ascension. Baby seemed to be angry because of the masked Goku. Let me deal with this kid. Revenge death bullet. In his hands, a dark ball of energy gathered and, with an earth-shaking sound, moved towards where Liu Ya was. Blast me into ashes, Ascension. Babe laughed wildly. At the moment when the huge revenge death bomb fell, Liu Ya raised his hand and lightly tapped Baby's energy ball with his fingers. In an instant, the horrific revenge death bomb dissipated bit by bit in front of Baby's eyes. Nanny! Baby was shocked. Actually, he wiped out that guy's attack so easily. Son Gohan and Trunks looked at each other, and both were as surprised as Baby. You should disappear. Before Baby could react, Liu Ya's figure appeared in front of Baby. Destroy! As he uttered the two cold words, purple destructive energy gathered in his hands. The moment the destructive energy touched Baby's body, it dissolved Baby's body bit by bit. Do not! There was an intense despair on his face. Facing Liu Ya, Baby had no chance to resist and was defeated miserably by Liu Ya. The scene before him made masked Goku stunned. This is impossible. The gods of destruction in the 12 universes should have perished. Why would a god of destruction appear in this time and space? The only universes that have not been erased are the 7th, 6th, and 11th universes. What shocked masked Goku the most was that the god of destruction was Ascension. One can imagine how annoyed masked Goku was. The gods of destruction of the 12 universes, I see. You have killed them all by trickery. Liu Ya narrowed his eyes and looked at the masked Goku subtly. I am becoming more and more curious about you. Boom! A golden aura suddenly burst out, bringing with it tremendous pressure, as if it could overturn the heaven and earth. The power of supernatural powers descends upon the future space and time of Dragon Ball. Chapter 68. Boom! The explosive force was manifested on Liu Ya's body, and the sky and the earth changed color for a moment. The scent of grass green lingered on his body, making the lore look a bit more wild and uninhibited at this moment. Come and experience what it feels like to be desperate. Liu Ya moved his mind, and with a flash, he appeared in front of the masked Goku at an extremely fast speed. The speed is so fast, like thunder. Oh! In just a blink of an eye, the body of the masked Goku suffered severe damage. The body that he had repaired with great difficulty suffered horrible damage again, and his body fell rapidly backwards like a cannonball. The speed is so fast that it is unbelievable. Bang! With a loud bang, before the masked Goku fell to the ground, Liu Ya's figure came towards Black Goku again. Flash time skill, jump time. Almost instantly, time jumped and the masked Goku felt the attack like a storm. Ha 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 ha, this is ridiculous. You who took away Son Goku's body, is this all you can do? You lowly fake! Should I call you Black Goku or King Kaizamesu? Liu Ya's words were stimulating the masked Goku, and at this moment he was attacking the masked Goku with a storm-like attack. The masked Goku felt helpless and furious. Damn it, that's enough! Anger caused the terrifying aura of the masked Goku to burst out. The anger towards humans and the desire for his own power made Black Goku's power continue to increase. Liu Ya, who had expected this, smiled sarcastically at the scene in front of him. What he wanted was to use all his strength when masked Goku was at his most desperate, and give this guy the most painful blow. How dare you be so disrespectful to the great god? You are just a guy who has obtained the power of the god of destruction. Stop being so arrogant. As he spoke, he tried to muster up the strength to fight back, which made Liu Ya find it quite funny. Really? I'm not the god of destruction, at least not in this universe. Liu Ya pursed his lips and looked at the masked Goku with a sarcastic look, but, how good are you? How dare you call yourself a god? Does Son Goku's body give you stupid confidence in your power? Everything in you comes from the Saiyans, the fighting race. He shouted loudly, raised one foot, and gathered all his strength on his right leg. Boom! A deafening sound, accompanied by a fierce force, kicked directly into the chest of the masked Goku. Pfft! This kick sent the masked Goku flying hundreds of meters away, and he finally fell to the ground with blood gushing out of his mouth. With a ferocious and unwilling look on his face, Black Wukong exuded a strong murderous intent. He looked at Liu Ya and said, "Humble human, do you know what price you will pay for doing this? Oh? Are you trying to threaten me?" Liu Ya raised his eyebrows and looked at the masked Goku with a smile, his eyes flashing with strong mockery. "If you can only shout, it seems that you are of no use." He crossed his arms and looked indifferently at the masked Goku. "If you dare to shout in front of me with only this little strength, then wait for me to kill you." The power of masked Goku was much stronger than he thought. His normal state already contained the power of a giant ape. If it were an ordinary opponent, he would have been killed by Liu Ya's attack. However, this guy is masked Goku, or to be more precise, King Kaizamesu. This guy is an arrogant person who is obsessed with his own ideas. Hehe. A sneer sounded, and the masked Goku's gloomy face stared at where Liu Ya was. "I didn't want to use this power so soon. Since you are so eager to die, I will let you see what the true greatness of God is." In the ruins of the city, a huge momentum surged in the body of the masked Goku, and the earth shook for a moment, and the violent power of God surged in the body of the masked Goku. The changes in the masked Goku aroused Liu Ya's interest, and his eyes became more serious. Boom! It seems that because of his anger towards Liu Ya and his desire for his own power, masked Goku developed even more powerful strength. "I am a god. God will never be defeated by mortals." Masked Goku sneered. Saiyan, experience the feeling of terror. The next moment, the pink light illuminated the sky. Rose-red lightning lingered on the body of masked Goku, and the posture of Super Saiyan Rose was changing rapidly. I have absorbed the power to destroy time and space. This is my strongest form. The peach-colored aura became extremely turbulent, and the flaming aura covered the entire body, while the rose-red hair grew to the waist. With an appearance similar to that of Super Saiyan 3, the brow ridge is lowered and the eyebrows disappear, and the rose-red pupils appear dark red. That look was as red as blood. The purple-red aura gathered and turned into a shining light, and at this moment, the masked Goku's eyes had a bit more coldness. Boom! In just a moment, the masked Goku turned into an afterimage and attacked Liu Ya at an extremely fast speed. Boom boom! The two men quickly collided, and were destroyed by the energy generated by the confrontation between the two. Call out! Liu Ya's body was like a cannonball, being blasted back several steps. Crack! Boom! The masked Goku stomped on the ground, and the entire earth cracked, with cracks spreading rapidly. Your strength is pretty good. Boom! During the collision, Liu Ya's body flew backwards. His body smashed into the ruins of the city not far away. The buildings had become dilapidated and dust and smoke billowed in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha, now you feel the despair. You Saiyans are just mortals. Why do you have the right to be above the gods? How dare you despise and humiliate the gods? Even if you are killed 10,000 times, it won't be too much. Roaring in anger, the masked Goku wanted to completely return the humiliation he had just suffered. Whoosh! A rose-red light flashed across the ground, and a horrific blow came towards the lore in the ruins. Boom boom boom! Liu Ya raised his hand, and the terrifying and powerful aura spread out in the blink of an eye. Ong! His palm pressed against masked Goku's fist, and a surging force exploded, instantly causing the surrounding rubble to explode. He 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 he! Ha 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 ha! A wild laugh appeared on Liu Ya's face. This is what it feels like to be a Saiyan. You really make me happy. In this case, I have to be more serious. Consider this as my return gift to you, Zamasu. The grass-green arrogance exploded, and the momentum of the lure became even more ferocious. Chapter 69. Boom! A wild and violent force surges. Although Super Saiyan Rose is powerful, it poses no threat to Liu Ya. The majestic momentum surged, and an inexplicable sense of uneasiness surged into the heart of the masked Goku in just the blink of an eye. What is this? Masked Goku's expression changed. He felt astonished and inexplicably frightened by the posture shown by Liu Ya. That posture is also a Super Saiyan transformation. I've never seen such a posture before. It's so scary. Sun Gohan and Trunks' cognition was also overturned at this time. They could feel the gap between themselves and Liu Ya, which was a gap beyond the dimension. The body of masked Goku felt a strong signal of danger. Boom! Masked Goku was almost caught off guard and couldn't even feel any breath. The terrifying punch came directly towards masked Goku's face. Let me see, how much stronger is the power of God than that of a mortal like me? The attack was so powerful and terrifying that a gust of wind exploded. Bang! The body of the masked Goku flew out directly, flew thousands of meters away, and landed on the ground flipping in the air. Hiss! A gasp was heard, and Sun Gohan and Trunks looked even more dazed as they felt the battle in the distance. Faced with such power, they felt they simply couldn't bear it. Pfft! The masked Goku spit out blood, with an unwilling look in his eyes. Liu Ya's terrifying attack embarrassed him. He once again realized how weak he was. So what if he had reached Super Saiyan Rose 3? Hoo ho ho! The arrogant panting sound echoed throughout the sky. Boom! There was a mad look in the masked Goku's eyes. This expression is like that of a cornered wolfhound. Buzz buzz! Endless energy waves swept through, and all the dust and dirt in the air were sucked into the air. Feeling the energy constantly solidifying, Liu Ya frowned. However, it soon relaxed. Are you angry? That's right, the power of the Saiyans comes from anger. He smiled and looked towards the masked Goku with malicious eyes. Let me see what you can do with Sun Wukong's body. Liu Ya's mocking words made the masked Goku furious. You guy, don't look down on the power of God as worthless. My power depends only on myself. It is because of me that the power of this body has reached such a perfect level. With an arrogant and evil smile, the masked Goku said, now I have surpassed my original self. Boom! There was a violent sonic boom in the air, and the masked Goku clenched his hand, evil energy surged, and he constructed a slender air sword, and attacked Liu Ya with murderous intent. The extremely sharp air sword fell, but Liu Ya did not move, and looked at the attack with a casual expression. Then, at the moment of falling, Liu Ya raised his hand, and the air sword fell, and the seemingly sharp air blade was crushed by Liu Ya like a piece of plastic that could be broken by a blow. The power of God is only this much. Just when masked Goku was shocked and horrified, an attack like a storm came towards masked Goku. The fists fell like raindrops, so much so that the masked Goku was unable to defend himself and could only fight back passively. Boom 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 boom. A huge explosion occurred during the collision of powerful forces, and waves of destructive shock waves raged everywhere. Son Goku and Trunks looked at the terrifying power with awe in their hearts. Too horrible! The power of Super Saiyan 4 easily crushed the Dark Man's Pink Level 3. All kinds of thoughts filled the minds of Goku and Trunks, but they also realized one thing, that is, with their current weak strength, they couldn't even possibly intervene in the battle. As long as you get close, you might be blown away by the powerful aftermath of the collision. Boom! The violent attack directly dealt a heavy blow to the masked Goku. Masked Goku couldn't believe it. He had already obtained the strongest power, but when facing the hateful Saiyan in front of him, he was still as fragile as a baby and had no ability to resist at all. Poof! A mouthful of blood gushed out, and the masked Goku's body flew backwards. With a dull thud, his body fell heavily to the ground. His breath was weak, and his whole body had endured incomparable damage. As a result, Da Hong's third-level state could not be maintained and she returned to normal. Boom! Liu Ya stepped on it, crushing the masked Goku's chest and breaking all his bones. Ahem! 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 Masked Goku struggled and tried to get up, but Liu Ya grabbed his neck and strangled him tightly. Why? Masked Goku didn't understand why there was such a big gap. Can you still speak? Liu Ya laughed sarcastically, the power of God is only so small. You only have such a strong power by borrowing the body of a Saiyan. Why are you so arrogant? I don't understand, why, even though I've become so powerful, I still can't surpass you. The gap between the two shouldn't be that big. You are so pathetic. Liu Ya smiled coldly, the power of the Saiyans comes from anger, but you don't have enough anger. What's more, your body belongs to a Saiyan. Only a Saiyan can control this power perfectly. Looking at the masked Goku with pity, Liu Ya raised his hand, okay, have you finished your last words? Now, you can die. After the words fell, Liu Ya's eyes showed a strong murderous intent. The next second, he raised his hand and a purple ball of energy gathered. Destroy! As the masked Goku became desperate, his body was easily decomposed and melted under the purple destructive energy. This scene was seen by another person who appeared here. It's actually sabotage. The figure of the angel Weiss appeared on the earth. The culprit who interfered with time and space died just like that. But it was worth it that I searched for so long and finally found the right person. A smile appeared on Wiss's face. He planned to invite Liu Ya to become the god of destruction of the seventh universe. Chapter 70. The power of God is only this much. After completely destroying the masked Goku and feeling a strange aura approaching, Liu Ya quickly noticed the presence of Weiss. A look of surprise appeared on Liu Ya's face. Okay. Weiss, who was about to speak, also showed a surprised expression. It seems that Your Excellency, you know me. Weiss, sensing something strange, immediately noticed the difference in the lore. That is, there is the breath of angelic power on Liu Ya's body. How can a mortal cultivate the power of an angel? Although Wiss found it hard to believe, the scene before him did tell him one fact, the Saiyan in front of him possessed the power of an angel. A human being who can master the power of angels? No, who are you? Weiss's eyes had a more scrutinizing tone. You can call me the god of destruction Liu Ya, the god of destruction of another universe. Liu Ya blinked, looked at Weiss and smiled, but I don't belong to this time and space. The god of destruction suit and the angel's scepter appeared, and just when Liu Ya resumed his god of destruction form, Whis' expression changed. I see. Whis was extremely shocked and felt the aura of the high priest on Liu Ya. Was Liu Ya trained by the high priest? In this way, Whis could understand why Liu Ya knew his name. Since you are the god of destruction from another time and space, thank you very much for your assistance in destroying the culprit who interfered with time and space. Whis thanked Liu Ya, then couldn't help but sigh, but it seems that it will be impossible for me to find a suitable candidate for the god of destruction before I fall asleep. As soon as he arrived on Earth, Whis felt the powerful aura of the Earth and was surprised and delighted. However, no one thought that Liu Ya was in existence from another time and space. Candidate for the god of destruction? Can you tell me what's going on? Liu Ya's expression showed confusion. Whis' arrival was just the right opportunity for Liu Ya to learn some information about the universe. He was also wondering why the masked Goku appeared in this time and space. It's incredible that Son Gohan and Trunks are still alive. It's okay to tell you. Whis thought for a moment, and quickly said to Liu Ya, the Keshan of the 12 universes all died in accidents, so the gods of destruction are extinct. If there is no set time limit to find a suitable candidate for the god of destruction, the angel will automatically fall into a deep sleep, waiting for the Lord of the universe to restart the universe. The King of Kings and the god of destruction share a common life, so if the King of Kings dies, the god of destruction will also die. I see. How about I recommend 2 candidates to you, Whis? Liu Ya pursed his lips and quickly thought of 2 people, Son Gohan and Trunks. It might be a good choice for Son Gohan to become the god of destruction and Trunks to become the King of Kings. When the 2 were approached by Liu Ya, they were still a little confused. Become a god? Like Keshan. The changes in this time and space are mainly due to the early appearance of Majin Buu, and Babidi came to Earth a little earlier. Son Gohan and Trunks were chosen by East Kai to be disciples and trained. Their strength had long surpassed their android days and was close to the level of Super Saiyan 3. Buu was sealed by Son Gohan using the Meifuba, but King Kai died from Dabura's saliva. The saliva of the demon King Dabura has the power to petrify all life, and the King of the Worlds was unlucky enough to be affected. That's right, the Keshan is the god who guides and creates planets, and the god of destruction is the god who symbolizes destruction. Their existence itself is related to the stability of the universe. But the Keshan and the god of destruction share life. If you don't become gods, the universe will be destroyed. Liu Ya's eyes fell on Son Gohan and Trunks. Are you interested in becoming gods? If it's for the survival of this universe, I am willing. Son Gohan didn't think too much and quickly agreed. Oh my, Mr. Liu Ya, you really gave me a difficult problem. Whis narrowed his eyes with an amused smile on his face, but since Mr. Liu Ya recommended you, then let me train you well. As for your strength, it's pretty good in today's universe. It's not good enough to be a candidate for the god of destruction, but it's still okay as a king of the Kai. As an angel, Whis' view of people can be said to be quite accurate. In terms of strength, Son Gohan and Trunks are pretty good, but that's all. What do I need to do to become a candidate for the god of destruction? Trunks looked up and asked curiously. Of course it's powerful. Your strength is a little stronger than a guy named Frieza in the past, but it's still not strong enough. Whis smiled and looked at Son Gohan and Trunks with a playful look. I will teach you guys during this time. If the Keshan's power is too weak, it doesn't seem to be enough, otherwise he would be easily killed. Didn't the unfortunate child East Keshan die? As Boros insurance, the old Kai who was sealed in the Z-sword died unexpectedly during the training arranged by the East Kai. The sword of King Kai was destroyed by the power of the Super Saiyan. Without the insurance of old King Kai, and with the death of East King Kai, Boros could be said to have died in his sleep. In the future of this time and space, Boros, as the god of destruction, is really the most unlucky one. Call. Son Gohan took a deep breath. If he could become stronger, he would be able to better protect the earth. However, if you become the god of destruction, your arm will need to recover. Whis looked at Son Gohan. The one-armed Son Gohan gave people a cold and unapproachable feeling. May I? Trunks' face was excited. That's great, brother Gohan. If your arm could recover, you wouldn't have to be so embarrassed as when facing Bu. However, Son Gohan's expression was somewhat hesitant. I want to keep my broken arm. I lost it when I was fighting against the androids. With the reminder of my broken arm, I can always be reminded of how humiliating it was when I was weak. He never wanted to forget that humiliation for a moment. Is that so? It's not impossible, but it might affect your growth. Are you sure? Whis looked at Gohan in surprise. As an angel, he still respects the opinions of the candidates for the God of Destruction. In my opinion, it would be better for you to recover both hands. Liu Ya spoke at this time. If you want to become stronger, wouldn't a healthy body be more useful? He grinned, his eyes landing on Son Gohan, for example, mastering this form of mine. Chapter 71. I've been wanting to ask you this question, is the form that Mr. Liu Ya has mastered also a type of Super Saiyan? Trunks couldn't help but speak, a fanatical look in his eyes. The shock that Super Saiyan 4 gave him was so powerful that he completely defeated the hateful dark man in the blink of an eye. Yes, this form is called Super Saiyan 4. It is a more powerful force than Super Saiyan 3. For Son Gohan, the most suitable form is Super Saiyan 4, because he was chosen by Whis as the candidate for the God of Destruction. As for the candidate for King of Gods, it would be Trunks. Since Trunks was previously a disciple of East King of Gods, it is no wonder that he becomes the candidate for King of Gods. As for Trunks, the Super Saiyan God form might be more suitable for him. As for how to become a God of Destruction, or a Kaishin, I will rely on your teachings, Whis. Liu Ya smiled slightly, looked at Whis and said, which made Whis nod in disbelief, I have to say, this transformation of the Saiyans is quite interesting. If the power of the God of Destruction is combined with this Super Saiyan 4, it may produce unexpected results. Can I also practice Super Saiyan 4? Trunks is still very interested in Super Saiyan 4. Looking at Liu Ya who has returned to normal, Trunks couldn't help but feel a little sorry for him. Indeed you can, but are you sure? To achieve the power of Super Saiyan 4, you need to transform into a giant ape and regain your sanity before you can try to transform. Liu Ya looked at Trunks, actually, as the King of Kings, you can take another route, which is Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. Trunks' face immediately showed confusion. Like this. Liu Ya said, returning to his normal appearance, and then changing again. The flaming spiritual energy covered his entire body, but his hair turned extremely red, and even his pupils took on the same fiery red color. Is this, the Super Saiyan God? I can't feel the aura, but it gives people a very powerful feeling. Trunks, who was at a close distance, could feel the difference in the lore. Of course, you can't feel the breath of God. Whis looked at Liu Ya and asked curiously, there is one thing I'm curious about. Which universe is Mr. Liu Ya the God of Destruction from? As the God of Destruction, it is incredible that he also possesses the power of angels. This. Liu Ya coughed, and for a moment he didn't know how to explain. He couldn't say that he was not the God of Destruction in the Dragon Ball time and space, but was in another universe and possessed the power of the God of Destruction and an angel. I see. Whis smiled and didn't ask any further questions. An existence born from an unknown universe outside the realm of nothingness. He possesses the power of both the God of Destruction and the angel. It looks like he will become a figure that surpasses the High Priest in the future. Just now, Whis received a message from the High Priest and understood everything that had happened. Liu Ya's achievements are more limitless than he imagined. He can be an angel and a God of Destruction. For lores, it is an integrated existence that brings together two roots. The corner of Liu Ya's mouth twitched. Did Whis understand something? He seemed to have said nothing. However, since Whis understood, I didn't have to explain it to myself. I wonder what about angels in other universes? A strange thought emerged in Liu Ya's mind. According to Whis, in the future of Dragon Ball, only 3 universes are still surviving. I wonder if I can intervene in the process of selecting the God of Destruction in the 6th and 11th universes. In that case, I can also increase my angelic power. The current Super God universe is still far behind the Dragon Ball universe. Not to mention the technology, there is also a third universe among the 12 universes that can build mechas for the God of Destruction to use. It is extremely outrageous to think about it. The technology of time travel was also very popular in some universes in the past. But later on, it became a privilege for the Kaishin level, and time travel was strictly regulated. Ding, you have successfully completed this emergency world mission. Reward, Super 5 Experience Card, Angel Power Rewind Time. At this moment, the system's prompt made Liu Ya's eyes light up. Is it possible to obtain these two rewards? Needless to say, the angel's magical powers include the ability to reverse time. However, the effect of this time reversal is very limited, it can only go back 2 seconds, and is limited by the angel power that Liu Ya possesses, so the effect achieved is insufficient. Otherwise, Liu Ya would be able to achieve the great effect of turning back time by 5 minutes, just like Whis did. Super 5 Experience Card. Super Saiyan 5 is an advanced form of Super Saiyan 4, a root of AF time and space, which Liu Ya did not expect to appear. Super Saiyan 5 is a transformation that breaks through the boundaries of Super Saiyan 4 and reaches an even higher level. At present, lores do not require a Super 5 experience card, but if you encounter a troublesome opponent, you can use this experience card immediately. Ding, you can choose to return to the original world immediately, or stay, please make your choice. If you stay, how long can you stay? At this time, Liu Ya quickly raised questions. The duration is 3 months. If you are not a member of this space-time, there will be certain restrictions. After listening to the system's words, Liu Ya quickly chose to stay. 3 months was only 3 days for Liu Ya when he went back. The Super God universe will be able to deal with it in time. Just as he was thinking, Whis' angel scepter pointed at Sun Gohan's hand. The originally broken arm was quickly restored by the power of the Holy Angel. In that case, it will be fine. Whis smiled, and Gohan's broken arm recovered. Sun Gohan could feel that the energy in his body seemed to become full again. The feeling of having 2 arms is indeed a little different for Sun Gohan compared to having a broken arm. Please help me, Whis. Help Sun Gohan restore the tail behind him. Liu Ya came back to his senses, looked at Whis and said, if you want to master the transformation to Super Saiyan 4, the tail is the most important. Is that so? Whis nodded without hesitation. It was just a piece of cake for him. Looking at the extra tail behind him, Sun Gohan felt nostalgic as if he hadn't seen it for a long time. Having a tail feels like going back to my childhood. Sun Gohan couldn't help but let out a sigh. It's all right now. As for the candidate for the God of Destruction, it will be Mr. Gohan, and the King of Kai will be Trunks. Whis narrowed his eyes and smiled, please give me your guidance. In the next year, I will train you two on how to become qualified Gods of Destruction and King of the Worlds. 1 year is certainly not enough to train a qualified God of Destruction and King of Kais, but as long as they reach the passing line, they will be able to gain the approval of the Omni King and maintain the 7th universe. Chapter 72. There are only 3 universes left in the universe today, which is indeed a huge pressure for Whis. After all, his sister Bardos had already completely selected the new candidates for the God of Destruction and the King of Kai. In the 11th universe, Makarita had also selected the God of Destruction and the King of Kai. Whis doesn't want to be forced into a deep sleep like his brothers and sisters, waiting for the Omni King to restart the universe. That would be really boring. Just when Liu Ya was in the future time and space of Dragon Ball. At the same time, the location of the Super God universe. Huge changes are also happening at this moment. After all, with the dimensional upgrading of the Shenhe universe and the acceleration of the process of devouring the world, collisions will occur between different universes. Therefore, some unexpected visitors will arrive. On the spaceship, he uses space jumping technology from time to jump through space and search for Boros, the overlord of the universe, in the galaxy. At this moment, he was sitting on the cold throne, listening to the reports from his subordinates. You mean, we came to another universe? A look of surprise appeared on Boros' face. The alien with a pink hedgehog head, 1 eye, and wearing armor is Boros, the cosmic overlord of the One Punch Man world. In the One Punch universe, Zongheng is invincible. He obeyed the fortune teller's prediction and traveled across the galaxy trying to find someone who could be his powerful opponent. That's right, Master Boros. In the cockpit, the trembling octopus monster Goryu Ganshup, who is known as the strongest telekinetic master in the universe, replied, I don't know if I can return, but the opponent that Lord Boros is looking for may be found in this universe. Using telekinesis, Goryu Ganshup conveyed his thoughts to Boros. The octopus monster was naturally quite in awe of Boros. Humph, I get it. As Boros spoke, his single eye seemed to emit a fascinating light. Also, there is no need to show off your ridiculous telekinesis in front of me. No matter how powerful the master of telekinesis is in the universe, he would not be a match for Boros. I'm sorry, Master Boros. The octopus monster trembled with fear, feeling the terrifying energy fluctuations coming from Boros. Far away in the cab, he dared not say anything. At this moment, Boros looked towards the cold starry sky. Interesting, another universe? If so, it would be very interesting. Boros smiled, his eyes meaningful. If it were another universe, maybe I could find someone who could be my opponent. An unprecedented fighting spirit appeared in his pupils. As the leader of the dark matter pirates and the absolute overlord of the universe, no one can stand against Boros. Because he was too invincible, Boros felt empty, and he had been searching the universe for someone who could be his opponent. But not in his universe. A new universe. Let me look forward to it. Boros, full of fighting spirit, had an expectant expression on his face. After all, the rules of the new universe may be different from the original universe, and perhaps there may be existences stronger than him. In Boros' eyes, this universe is quite young. The appearance of Boros has intensified the changes in the Kamigawa universe. And in another galaxy, a powerful and terrifying figure appeared at this moment. His presence emanated terrifying energy fluctuations. Within a 10 light-year radius, the vibrations brought by this powerful energy fluctuation can be felt. She was wearing golden armor all over her body, with a white skirt behind her. She looked similar to the Ultraman family, and the important symbol of the kingdom was engraved on her chest. He is Absolute Tartarus, from the Absolute clan of the kingdom, the ultimate life form in the Ultra universe. Is this the new universe that Diablo was talking about? Tartarus could feel that this universe was different from the time and space he was heading to. This was a universe different from Ultra's worldview, and the power of the Kingdom of Light did not even exist. In the young and immature universe, the only one who can be compared with him, according to Tartarus's intelligence search, is the so-called God of Destruction. Interesting. Suddenly, Tartarus could feel the rejection of this universe towards himself. Although it was a young universe, it seemed more vibrant than his original universe. This universe can also serve as an alternative to the kingdom. Tartarus smiled, and there seemed to be a hint of excitement in his eyes. The creatures in this universe are weaker than I thought. Let's leave first. When we are ready, we can explore this universe again. Tartarus said this and disappeared from the spot. The other side of the universe. What appeared here was a huge starfaring ship, which was rapidly heading towards one end of the universe. So, we have come to a new universe. Slag was surprised by his subordinates' reports. Haha, this is so funny. More importantly, he had heard about the Dragon Balls in this universe. If he could control the Dragon Balls, wouldn't he be able to control the power of immortality? Let's go and continue to inquire about where the Dragon Ball is. By the way, search this star field to see if there are any planets that can be transformed into star battleships. Slug grinned. As an evil super named Kian, his strength was even stronger than Frieza. The Shenhe universe is about to face new challenges as the process of devouring the world accelerates. Angel Nebula. Kesha and Heii felt that something big seemed to have happened in the Shenhe universe. Do you feel it, Kesha? She said in a deep voice that the warning from the space-based computing group made her feel the huge energy fluctuations coming from the boundary of the universe. It seemed as if an unpredictable powerful being had appeared on this side of the Shenhe universe. Of course. The treasury of sacred knowledge tells me that the Kamigawa universe has welcomed a new enemy. The guy this time is not like Frieza, Bu, or Cooler who appeared in the past, but an existence that can be compared with the great destroyer god. Therefore, there was some worry in the eyes of both of them. That guy should know what's going on, right? As the great destroyer of the Kamigawa universe, with the 4 great kings supervising the universe, now in the face of the new cosmic order, the just order of angels can only submit to this god of destruction. I think he should understand. She nodded. If it was really an existence that he couldn't deal with, he should have taken action by now. The Shenhe universe must break through the ultimate fear and break the shackles of the universe. This is the inevitable price to pay. The existence of the god of destruction is the insurance of Kamigawa universe, and she has already agreed with this idea in his heart. Chapter 73. Huge changes happening in the universe cannot fail to attract attention. Demon Galaxy, the rebuilt Kunza planet. Why is it that there are more and more weird things in this universe? Liang Bing couldn't help but complain that since her universe had been upgraded, a lot more troublesome guys had come to this universe. I have to find a way to increase the demon's power. Liang Bing muttered. Not knowing when he could arrange an attack on another world, Liang Bing could not wait to spread his ideas of decadence and freedom. The dimensional upgrading of the universe is a challenge as well as a new opportunity for the demons. On the other side, the galaxy where the Styx is located. Boom! An unprecedented aura surged through Carl's body. In the starry sky, he is venturing into a black hole. Carl is clearly aware of the weaknesses of the Void Engine, so he is trying to find ways to improve the Void Engine. The materials needed to strengthen the Void Engine need to be obtained from the black hole. Although Carl is an illusion, there is still great risk in entering the black hole. So, Carl was studying it secretly and carefully. Achieved some results. However, this achievement is somewhat insignificant. Who should I find as a new chess piece to help me stir up the current situation in the universe? A strange thought emerged in Carl's mind. Should we find a way to revive Heii? He muttered, thinking of the scumbag Waste King. Although Heii was a waste, he was still of great use to Carl. It is true that Liu Ya's destruction dealt with Heii, but before that, Carl made some changes in Heii's Void Engine. To put it simply, he copied Heii again and recorded it in the big clock. He planned to wait for an opportunity to revive Heii and reunite the Tianhe Legion. Although the resurrected Heii is no longer the original Heii, this new Heii has all the abilities and memories of the past Heii. It just so happens that, as his puppet, he can help Carl stir up trouble in the universe. Call. After thinking for a long time, Carl finally made a decision. That is, resurrect Heii. Carl will never forget the tools that are useful to him, and the key to resurrecting Heii is to extract the Heii data that he had recorded earlier from the big clock. Then, Heii's data was restored. In the Super God universe, the big clock can simulate the entire universe, and based on the Big Bang theory, it can also simulate various mechanical systems from the main material plane to the dark matter plane. Starting with an explosion core, a tree-like structure of particles was formed, which then turned into a huge sphere. The power of the big clock is manifested at this moment. While driving the big clock, Carl mobilized his own engine to extract Heii's past data bit by bit. At this moment, Heii's figure appeared in front of Carl again. Heii was restored by Carl clone. Aha! Heii's brain felt blank. Where am I? The information in his mind made Heii feel confused. He seemed to feel the pain in his body. He was hit by Liu Ya's attack and his body was destroyed. Originally, for Heii, he should have died. Long time no see, Heii. Carl's mouth curled up. You should have the memory of that death in your mind. I resurrected you. However, there is one thing that Carl did not say, that is, Heii is not the original Heii. So I'm already dead. Heii thought of that horrific scene and couldn't help but shudder. Damn it, why am I so unlucky that I'm going to die? Who is that kid? How could he kill me? The fear brought by death made Heii feel very bad, and he seemed a little at a loss for a moment. He is the great destroyer of this universe. Simply put, even Kesha has to submit to him. Carl reminded and explained to Heii the existence of the great destroyer and the current structure of the universe. So, he's stronger than that bitch Kesha. Heyi's mouth twitched involuntarily. He didn't expect that he had provoked such a terrifying existence. After being killed by that guy and then resurrected by this guy Carl, Heii immediately guessed what conspiracy this guy Carl was up to. However, having already died once, he didn't want to become an enemy with that kind of guy. Don't worry, I won't let you deal with the god of destruction. I just want you to stir up the current situation of the universe. Carl chuckled and said to Heii, if you die, the Tianhe group will be split into many small groups. Only you can unite the Tianhe group again. Don't you want to restore your former title as the King of Angels in this changing universe? Even if you have to establish a new angel civilization. Only when the universe is more lively can Carl gain an advantage in the competition for the God of Destroyer candidate in the 4 galaxies, right? I need an ally who can form a solid alliance, otherwise I will not resurrect you. Heii is an ally and also a pawn in Carl's plan. As for Liang Bing, she has parted ways with Carl, but their relationship cannot be considered hostile. But if they want to compete for the God of Destruction, the subordinate civilizations of the Styx must have an outstanding performance among the 4 galaxies. Although Daudi has his care, it cannot be considered a qualified God-creating civilization. Haha, that's easy for you to say. You just want me to be a troublemaker and stand on your side to deal with those short skirts of the female angels. Heii couldn't help but speak. That's right, but you don't have the right to refuse, right? Carl snorted lightly, looked at Heii with subtle eyes and said, I can make your power even stronger, and upgrade your void engine again. As the king of the male angel era, Heii still has some abilities. Upgrade again? I'm telling you, don't give me any inferior products. I'm really scared. When Heii thought of the scene of his own death, he felt a little chilly. The upgraded engine is certainly not a low-quality product. It can be called a real black hole engine. Carl grinned and continued, and you will obtain the new generation of divine body that I will help you transform, which is the 6th generation of divine body. The new void engine will allow Heii to step into the realm of void creatures. As for artificial black holes, they cannot be released again. Although artificial black holes are powerful, they are not controllable, and pseudo-black holes can also be easily cracked. Therefore, this time Carl chose to strengthen Heii's divine body abilities. Just as Carl was taking action, the triangle was gradually approaching from the edge of the universe, intending to start a new physical war. Chapter 74. That's right, it's a physical war of nature. The purpose of all this is to become the master of the Heii universe. They are quite arrogant, perhaps because they have gained the power of monsters and transformed their bodies. Their abilities are not limited to the brain, some of their organs have also undergone significant changes. However, the triangle, with its limited knowledge, did not notice the changes in the Heii universe. He also aspires to become the overlord of the universe. They are trying to restore the cosmic order of the survival of the fittest. The era of the universe without rules and order is the most suitable for the triangle. The Heii body will become a slave of the triangle body. The structure of the known universe will change again with the arrival of the triangle. On Liu Yang's side, when attacking the Naruto civilization. Heii universe, the other end. Carl, who resurrected Heii, soon discovered that a being from another universe had arrived. That is Boros. According to the data speculated by the Big Clock, Boros is quite powerful. It is possible that he has abilities that are not weaker than Frieza's, which makes Carl quickly plan to target Boros. Carl was very interested in Boros's existence. After some consideration, Carl decided to contact Boros. He planned to turn Boros into a chess piece under his control. Who are you? Boros, who was sitting on the cold throne and looking forward to seeing this powerful man in the universe, soon noticed the existence of Carl. Carl looked at Boros and an amused smile appeared on his face. I am Carl, the god of death of this universe. As soon as he opened his mouth, Carl explained his identity. Sir, do you want to gain more powerful power? More powerful power? So, you can give me more powerful power. Boros smiled. He was just worrying about where to find the strong man in this universe, and then this guy named Death Carl just showed up. Then you should be very strong. He stood up, and a powerful and terrifying aura seemed to spread at this moment. Fight with me first, then maybe I'll listen to what you have to say. Boros didn't waste any words. For him, fighting was the most important thing. The appearance of the man Karl's made Boros feel unhappy intuitively. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, and facing Boros' attack, Karl just chuckled and was not afraid at all. He is an illusion, and physical attacks have little effect on him. If it was a guy like King Kai or the God of Destruction, Karl would still have some concerns, but Boros in front of him did not pose any threat to Karl. A strong sonic boom sounded, and the unexpected scene made Boros look surprised. My attack couldn't hurt Karl? This power is indeed very strong. Karl narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but smile. You want to become stronger? I can bring you an opponent that will satisfy you. The eye of insight cannot see through guys like Liu Ya, but it can see through Boros. He can see through Boros' desire for an opponent through the eye of insight. An opponent that satisfies me. Boros looked at Karl with a subtle gaze. Haha, it's really interesting, let me take a look. His own abilities could not hurt Karl. Karl's true strength might be even more terrifying than Boros imagined. Karl said that he could bring him an equally matched opponent, which made Boros look forward to it. He hoped that the life form in this universe could make him feel satisfied. In that case, I will bring him here right away. Karl nodded, and after reaching a pleasant deal with Boros, he turned and left. The opponent he chose for Boros was Heii Ya, whom he cloned and resurrected using the data from the big clock. Heii Ya has the latest void engine. Although his strength has decreased a lot after his resurrection, Heii Ya's combat effectiveness is at least half of Frieza's level with the enhancement of the void engine. It's more than enough to deal with Boros. He wanted to use Boros to stimulate Heii Ya's growth, and at the same time he wanted to show Boros the power of the void engine so that Boros could become a chess piece under his control. Boros longs for power and an opponent, so Karl will naturally satisfy his wish. The collision between Boros and Heii Ya will also stimulate Heii Ya, preventing him from becoming arrogant and indulging in pleasure after obtaining the power of the void engine. At the point in time when Liu Ya is not in the Kamigawa universe, the Super God universe is about to experience new turmoil because of visitors from another world in the Triangle. Dragon Ball Future Time. Destroy the Divine Realm. For Liu Ya, the general story of this time and space is already known. The only difference from the known future time and space is that Bulma does not seem to exist in this world. Trunks was born to Vegeta and Tais. In the Dragon Ball time and space, Bulma had an older sister named Tais. I don't know if it was Liu Ya's previous influence in the main Dragon Ball time and space that led to the changes in the future time and space of Dragon Ball. Liu Ya felt that after he had dealt with the affairs of the Super God universe, he had to think about whether he could use the Super Dragon Balls to return to the main Dragon Ball time and space. For him, the greatest gain in this time and space is to better master the two powers of the God of Destruction and the Angel through Whis' guidance. Sun Gohan was arranged by Liu Ya to undergo advanced training in Super Saiyan 4. Liu Ya mastered the Saiyan exclusive skill of Artificial Moon by simply exchanging it through the system. Get ready, Gohan. Liu Ya smiled, looked at Sun Gohan and said, after you become a giant ape, as long as you can completely master your reason, you will be able to completely control the giant ape's power. On this basis, if you transform into a Super Saiyan, you can achieve the first step to master Super Saiyan 4. Becoming a golden giant ape is the most crucial step to advance to Super Saiyan 4. I'm ready, Mr. Liu Ya. Sun Gohan clenched his fists, please help me achieve Super Saiyan 4. Buzz. The next moment, a ball of light gathered in Liu Ya's hand and quickly rose into the air. Boom. The artificial moon was formed suddenly. Look up and focus all your attention on the artificial moon. Liu Ya reminded him, and Sun Gohan focused all his attention on the artificial moon. The radiation from the burst light was absorbed by Sun Gohan directly at this moment. Roar! A beast-like growl will sound at this moment, and Sun Gohan's facial features will become distorted at this moment. And the clothes on his body also tore at this moment. Boom! Feeling this momentum, Whis and Trunks' eyes fell on Sun Gohan. Brother Gohan! Trunks looked shocked, but the next moment Sun Gohan transformed into a giant ape and let out a roar like thunder. Chapter 75. Boom! Sun Gohan, in the giant ape form, suddenly fell into a state of frenzy. Boom! A huge pit was formed on the ground because of Sun Gohan's collision, and Liu Ya's voice was heard, and his powerful mental power calmed the irritable giant ape. You must learn to control the power of anger and master that anger. His words rang in the ears of the giant ape. Gohan, think about Trunks, and the earth. Brother Gohan, please wake up. Trunks also flew over and shouted at Sun Gohan at this moment, while Sun Gohan, who was roaring angrily, looked at Liu Ya, Trunks, and the others. Mr. Liu Ya, Trunks. Sun Gohan, who had regained consciousness, spoke in a hoarse voice, I'm still a little confused, but is this the way I've regained my sane giant ape form? Sun Gohan could feel that the power of the giant ape was like a special power that he could not understand. Very good, that's it, master your reason and transform into a Super Saiyan in the giant ape form. Liu Ya looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but nodded slightly. It must be said that Sun Gohan has made considerable progress. Concentrate, and you will be able to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. In the giant ape form, Sun Gohan's ability to control his own reason is still quite strong. Perhaps because he is a half-earth blood, Sun Gohan, who has turned into a giant ape, is less likely to be controlled by the violence of the Saiyan blood. I see. Sun Gohan nodded, and after regaining consciousness he quickly moved his mind. Then, he felt an unprecedented power surging out at this moment. Boom! Golden light shot up into the sky, and soon turned Sun Gohan into a giant golden ape. Then, as the light became brighter, the golden light enveloped Sun Gohan's body, causing his size to gradually compress. In an instant, a completely new Sun Gohan appeared before everyone. I see. The power of Super Saiyan 4 is really an interesting transformation. Whis quickly saw the difference in the power of Super Saiyan 4 that Sun Gohan had mastered. The short black hair looks much wilder than its normal state, and the red hair on the upper body gives Sun Gohan a strong sense of wildness. The golden pupils seemed to be showing unparalleled pressure. So cool! This is Gohan-sama's Super Saiyan 4. Trunks really envied this power. Call. After recovering, Sun Gohan felt his own terrifying power in disbelief and was a little dazed. To him, this was simply unbelievable. The power of Super Saiyan 4 is so strong. It's totally incomparable to Super Saiyan 2. For Sun Gohan, after personally feeling the power of Super Saiyan 4, he felt that he would be able to fight against the Dark Man when the time came. Let's have a fight, Mr. Liu Ya. Sun Gohan's eyes were burning. Having obtained the power of Super Saiyan 4, Sun Gohan can't wait to try this power. If he fights with Whis, Gohan will be completely defeated by Whis. However, if he fights with Liu Ya, Gohan will be able to better hone the power of Super Saiyan 4. Right on my mind. Liu Ya chuckled and his eyes fell on Sun Gohan. Let's fight, Sun Gohan. Brush. Sun Gohan nodded slightly, and with a thought, he arrived in front of Liu Ya in just a moment. Boom! Facing Sun Gohan's attack, Liu Ya simply raised his hand to block Sun Gohan's fist. At the moment when the fists collided, Sun Gohan felt the vast power like the ocean coming from Liu Ya's fist. Boom 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 boom! With a loud noise, Liu Ya's attack directly knocked Sun Gohan away. Too strong. Although he had long understood how terrifying Liu Ya's normal strength was, it was not until he became a Super Saiyan 4 that he realized how big the gap between him and Liu Ya was. Why, you can't beat me in this way. Liu Ya smiled slightly. Then he moved, in just a blink of an eye, and raised a whip kick. Feeling the terrifying wind force, Sun Gohan hurriedly punched out to block it. A violent collision sounded again, and Sun Gohan's body fell backwards like an arrow. Call out! Almost before Sun Gohan could react, Liu Ya's attack came again. Boom! Sun Gohan's body fell on the realm of the God of Destruction, forming a horrible pit on the ground. However, at this moment, Sun Gohan did not show any fear, and the excitement in his eyes became more intense. Such a strong power, speed, as expected of Mr. Liu Ya. I will not give in just like that. After landing on the ground, Sun Gohan quickly stood up and clenched his fists. Aha! The surging momentum caused Sun Gohan's body to burst into a blazing glow. Call out! Accompanied by an explosion of terrifying momentum, Super Saiyan 4 Sun Gohan appeared in front of Liu Ya in just the blink of an eye. Boom! All the strength in the body is concentrated in the fist. Boom! With a violent muffled sound, Liu Ya raised his hand and easily blocked Sun Gohan's attack with just one finger. The unexpected scene made Sun Gohan's expression even more shocked. Are you kidding? Just one finger blocked my attack. Sun Gohan, who refused to admit defeat, once again launched a fierce attack on Liu Ya's location, like a torrential rain. Liu Ya, with an indifferent smile, still used one finger when Sun Gohan attacked like a storm. Liu Ya's fingertips seemed to have tremendous strength, blocking all of Sun Gohan's attacks. He is becoming more and more proficient in using the divine energy. Whis could see the clue from his face. Although lore was his normal state, he could exert a stronger power than transformation in this normal state. That's because Liu Ya used the energy of God. Boom! With Sun Gohan as the center, the terrifying aura turned into ripples and quickly spread in all directions. I'm going to be serious, Mr. Liu Ya. Sun Gohan knew that if he didn't take it seriously, he would be completely defeated by Liu Ya. Boom! As Sun Gohan raised his legs, Liu Ya just waved his hand lightly and blocked Sun Gohan's attack with one hand. The next moment, a punch as powerful as a bamboo came towards Sun Gohan with a fierce attack. Bang! A grass-green light lingered on Liu Ya's body, and with just the next punch, Sun Gohan's body was hit directly in the chest by Liu Ya's power. Boom! Sun Gohan's body retreated hundreds of meters before finally stopping. Just when Liu Ya was still in the future time and space of Dragon Ball. In the Super God universe, the process of the scorching sun devouring the Naruto also accelerated at this moment. Chapter 76. Dragon Ball Time and Space. The battle between Sun Gohan and Liu Ya is still going on. Liu Ya's attack made Sun Gohan feel a surge of blood and a dull pain in his chest. Even the power of Super Saiyan 4 is not enough to defeat Mr. Liu Ya. The power of the legendary Super Saiyan is truly terrifying. Sun Gohan thought to himself. Call. Exhaling slowly, Sun Gohan's eyes showed a hint of fighting spirit. I will not admit defeat. His eyes were filled with fire. Boom! The terrifying momentum erupted again, and Sun Gohan moved and attacked Liu Ya at an extremely fast speed. It's pretty fast. The grass-green scent covered Liu Ya's entire body, and the super power made Liu Ya's body become extremely tall at this moment. Then, he quickly met Sun Gohan's attack. Boom boom boom! Bang bang bang! The two men collided rapidly, and the surging fist shadows and fist winds raged wildly in the sky. Boom! 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 The two figures kept crossing each other, and every collision would produce a terrifying force impact, tearing the earth apart. Boom! A fist of light blasted fiercely towards Liu Ya. Bang! Liu Ya did not dodge or evade, but directly faced Sun Gohan's attack. The two fists collided with each other, and suddenly a loud bang that shook the earth broke out. An aftermath visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. So fast! Trunks was stunned. Crack! Click! The earth, under the collision of the two, shattered into pieces, forming cracks. Everywhere he passed was a mess. Boom! Huge explosions continued to sound from the sky, and two figures were moving quickly, so fast that Trunks was dazzled. Call! The fists of the two men rubbed against each other in the air. Boom 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 boom! The figures of the two people intertwined and constantly collided in the sky. Every collision erupted a terrifying wave of air. The deafening sound made the whole world tremble. Too strong! Sun Gohan looked at Liu Ya and the expression on his face became extremely solemn. Liu Ya's attack was not only fast, but also extremely fierce, making it increasingly difficult for Sun Gohan to deal with it. Boom! Sun Gohan suddenly clenched his hands and terrifying energy waves instantly erupted from his body. The terrifying aura, as the fist was swung, tore through the air in just the blink of an eye, creating a terrifying sonic boom. Oh! However, when the fist was coming towards Liu Ya's face, Liu Ya raised his hand and blocked Sun Gohan's attack with one finger. Boom! The terrifying residual power of the energy spread to the ground, blowing away the rocks on the ground. Sun Gohan's fist could no longer move forward. It's over. Sun Gohan secretly thought that something was wrong. The game ends here. The next second, Liu Ya grinned, and suddenly kicked towards Sun Gohan, directly kicking him in the chest. Boom! In the end, Sun Gohan's body flew backwards and crashed into a mountain behind him, collapsing half of the mountain. Ahem! The collapse of the mountain caused Sun Gohan to spit out blood, and he looked very embarrassed. I lost. Sun Gohan smiled bitterly and quickly admitted his defeat. I didn't expect that even after becoming a Super Saiyan 4, I'm still no match for Mr. Liu Ya. You're just too strong. You've been able to improve to this level in such a short period of time. You're not bad, Sun Gohan. Looking at Sun Gohan's progress, Liu Ya nodded and said, right now, you are only a candidate for the God of Destruction. If you become the God of Destruction, coupled with the power of Super Saiyan 4, you will be able to be my opponent. The power of Super Saiyan 4 can be further improved. If you try to learn how to integrate the power of Super Saiyan 4 into the realm of God, you may be able to reach a whole new realm. With a smile, he gave Sun Gohan another route for Super Saiyan 4, which was to combine with the power of the God of Destruction. I will work hard. At this moment, Sun Gohan was inexplicably excited. Phew, I have to work on mastering the power of Super Saiyan God. Sun Gohan has become stronger. Trunks clenched his fists and took the God-level advancement route. Relying on the power of Super Saiyan God, he can reach the same level as Sun Gohan. In the future time and space of Dragon Ball, Liu Ya only stayed for more than 2 months before successfully returning to the Super God universe. The greatest help this time and space provides to Lors is to consolidate and enhance the power of super transmission. The most important thing is that Liu Ya's practice of the power of destruction and the power of angels has also deepened. Whis, the Angel of Universe 7, is very good at teaching people, otherwise he would not have trained Beerus to become the strongest god of destruction in Universe 12. And return to the Super God universe and destroy the God realm. The system prompt sounded at this moment, and Liu Ya noticed the progress of the Liang civilization's attack on the Naruto world. The progress of Super God Fusion Naruto is accelerating, and the original plot of Super God Universe is broken. As the universe is fused with different worlds, the strength of life forms will gradually increase. Current world progress, 0.2%. Has Liang already conquered 0.2%? Liu Ya muttered, by the way, if the Naruto world completely belongs to the Super God Universe, will it be of any benefit to the Super God Universe? Ding, the annexation of this world is complete, and you will obtain a plantable sacred tree, through which you can cultivate qualified chakra fruits. The power system of this world will also spread to the cosmic civilization due to the fusion of the worlds. The system's prompts helped Liu Ya understand a little. The Super God Universe appears in the chakra system. The power of the God Tree is in this world. Can the God Tree still be planted? Liu Ya's expression became very interesting. The chakra fruit is probably useless to me, but it can be used to strengthen the King Kai and the core people. The mythological system he created is based on the Four Great Kings system based on the Dragon Ball worldview. It is not enough to rely solely on him as the god of destruction to maintain supervision of the universe. The existence of King Kai is to assist him as the god of destruction, and to supervise the different gods of destruction who will be born in the 4 galaxies in the future. The chakra fruit and the emergence of the Super God universe will also bring about earth-shaking changes in the world. For example, the various abilities brought by the chakra fruit can be recorded in the genetic engine, improving them in all aspects and developing super genes. Chapter 77. The greatest function of chakra fruit. That is to give power above the conceptual level of mortals. After the Otsutsuki clan ate the chakra fruit, they went from being powerless to being gods. Compared to the devil fruits in the other world, the pirate world, the chakra fruit itself is also unique. The power of the Rinnegan obtained through the chakra fruit allowed the Otsutsuki clan to gain various extraordinary powers. For example, the Rinnegan is known as the eye that controls life and death, and the holder can control the changes of 6 attributes: gravity, repulsion, the ability to revive the dead, space, time and other forces. Now let's see how Liu Ya plans to attack the Hokage. Liu Ya chuckled, his attention focused on the scene of Liu Ya attacking Naruto. He had only been away from the Super God universe for 3 days. As for Liu Yang's strategy for attacking Naruto in the past 3 days, Liu Ya used the ability of an angel to check the past scenes and saw the progress of Liu Yang's current attack on Naruto. There is no doubt that Liu Yang has already found a place at this moment. Today, Naruto's timeline is the period when the First Ninja World War broke out. The time goes back to when Liu Yang first stepped into the Naruto world. The 13th year of Konoha was a crucial turning point for the Konoha village in the Land of Fire. That was the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who died after being seriously injured in a battle with Uchiha Madara and holding on for a while. The second generation Hokage, Tobirama Senju, inherited the position of Konoha Kage and became the second generation of Konoha. However, in contrast, the situation around the Land of Fire seemed to have fallen into a dire situation due to the death of Hashirama Senju. As a powerful civilization with a history of 60,000 years, Liu Yang has its own celestial computer technology, which is the Tianhe Tower. As the main god of the scorching sun, Reina underwent a second upgrade, and with her gains on Earth, she also mastered some technologies similar to the Eye of Insight. In a sense, Liu Yang is also the most independent civilization in the Super God universe. In terms of destructive power, Liu Yang's technology is the most terrifying. Is this the other world? Reina couldn't help but be amazed. The reading of the Eye of Heaven in the Heavenly Path Tower could allow her to judge the technological level of the Naruto world in a faster manner. To be precise, it was a period of barbaric feudal rule. But in this world, the power system of chakra allows ninjas, a special group of people, to possess power that surpasses ordinary civilians. They even used chakra to develop a corresponding technological system, but the application of this technological system seemed quite superficial. In general, it is not even as good as pre-nuclear civilization. In terms of combat power alone, the Naruto world is indeed impressive. The union of ninjas and nobles formed a ruling position over the civilians for thousands of years. Ninjas controlled the military force, and nobles controlled the civil service system to maintain the basic operation of society. Goddess, what should we do next? The Scarlet Phoenix guarded Wu Zhao and set his sights on Reina. With the power of the scorching sun, it would be easy to rule this place. We just need to easily destroy the ruling foundation of this world. According to the basic intelligence about this world provided by that person, what we need to do is to completely unify this world. Only by completely unifying the entire world can the Naruto world be completely swallowed up into the Kamigawa universe. This is also the first world strategy mission that Liu Yang has completed. It's certainly possible to sweep away the enemy, but it's not enough to establish a stable rule. Reina thought for a moment, let's seize a country first. Wu Zhao, you and I will join us and challenge the strongest country in the world first. The strongest country, as I remember, is called the Land of Fire, and there is a ninja village called Konoha. Reina's eyes sparkled with a strange light. The first step is to conquer that Konoha village. A country whose strongest weapon is actually ninja, Reina has also come to understand the absurdity of this world. And the most important task of the Fiery Sun civilization in the Naruto world is to obtain the 9-tailed beasts, integrate the 5 major countries, and unify the world. On Liu Yang's side, the Naruto world is in full swing. The god of death, Karl, also brought Heii over and prepared the most suitable battlefield for Boros. He is the opponent you found for me. Boros's gaze couldn't help but fall on Heii. He squinted his eyes and looked at Heii, who was a little sloppy. Is this guy really good at fighting? He looked doubtful. After all, Heii's useless aura was quite obvious. What the hell is that look? I am the king of heaven, the master of the male angels. Do you look down on me? Heii was unhappy with Boros's look. Karl, who is this guy? Is he a demon created by Morgana? That guy is not a demon. Karl shook his head. Anyway, just fight him. It's just right. Come and test the new engine you have now mastered. His words made Heii snort lightly. So, he is the opponent you found for me. If that's the case, then I have to get serious. As Heii spoke, the useless man's appearance did not change, but Boros clearly felt the dangerous aura from Heii. Let me find you a suitable battlefield. Karl smiled slightly. The power of the void was activated, and soon Heii and Boros were transferred to a desolate planet. The changes on the battlefield will allow Boros to better display his skills. Boom! The next moment, Boros came towards Heii at a terrifying speed that directly surpassed the sound barrier. Damn, so fast! The void engine was turned on, and Heii immediately concentrated on dealing with Boros' attack. Boom! A violent shock wave spread along with the collision between the two people. The ground collapsed under the powerful force, forming a pit hundreds of meters wide. Boom 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 boom. The two figures quickly intertwined, and the collision of fists turned into fierce light and shadow, shaking the planet beneath their feet. Karl quietly hid aside. As a phantom, physical attacks had no effect on him. Therefore, he was not worried that he would be affected by the confrontation between Heii and Boros. He also wanted to witness the strength of a powerful life form in another universe, and by the way, test whether the Heii he had transformed could surpass the original Gula. It would be a bit difficult to surpass Bu, because Karl cannot infer Bu's detailed data from the big clock, and cannot load it into Heii's genetic engine. Chapter 78. However, based on the current data, Heii's strength should be enough to deal with Boros. Boom! Under the power of the void engine, powerful dark energy gathered on Heii. Sword of Heaven's Destruction. Linked with the void engine, the sword of Tianhe turned into an extremely sharp void weapon, making Boros feel the danger. Shoo! A sword light burst out from Heii's Tianhe sword. At this critical moment, Boros' figure flashed and avoided Heii's attack. Boom! With an explosion of terrifying energy, Boros kicked Heii directly in the chest. Bang, bang, bang! The next moment, Heii's body fell heavily to the ground hundreds of meters behind him like a cannonball. Boom! After this blow, Heii felt that all his internal organs seemed to be shattered by Boros. Damn, it hurts so much! Heii was extremely angry, but he quickly came to his senses. Boros was coming towards him quickly, with his right fist clenched, and the air suddenly made a loud explosion. Oh! But the next moment, Heii clenched his fists, blocked Boros' attack with his left hand, and then punched Boros in the face with his right hand. Shoo! There were obvious scars on Boros' face. Then, his body flew out like a cannonball. Hum hum! A hint of laughter appeared on Boros' face. You think better than me. Even though you look a bit useless, you quickly adapted to the rhythm of the battle. That's right, I am the king of Heavenly Palace. Being praised by Boros, Heii immediately became a little too proud of himself. You bastard, kneel down and surrender quickly. I, the king of Tiangong, will be magnanimous and forgive you and let you go. Heii is naturally in awe of powerful and capable people, and he also hopes that Boros can submit to him. Do not misunderstand. Boros raised his head and looked at Heii with a subtle gaze. Although you have some skills, you still can't beat me. He looked in Heii's direction, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Do you look down on me? The void engine was running, and Heii was quite angry at this moment. The detached Tianhe sword was summoned by Heii again from a distance. Karl, if I kill this guy, it shouldn't anger you. Heii sneered and looked towards where Boros was. This guy looked at me with a very disgusting look. If you can kill him, you can try it. Karl shook his head and couldn't help but smile. That guy's ability is not as simple as you think, Heii. Humph, he's just an alien, how powerful can he be? I'm now a 6th generation divine body, no one is more powerful than me. The void engine mobilized the combat data and calculated how to kill Boros quickly. Boros also noticed Heii's sudden increase in momentum. At this moment, Heii seemed to become dangerous all of a sudden. Interesting. Boros clenched his fists and said, let me see if you have the ability to be arrogant in front of me. Boom! The next moment, Boros roared, and a huge and terrifying energy wave was instantly released from his body. Damn, I don't want to die. The Tianhe sword was aimed at Boros's location. The void engine mobilized dark energy, turning it into a sword-shaped shock wave to meet Boros' attack. Boom 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 boom. Powerful energy fluctuations instantly spread across the entire planet. In just the blink of an eye, the out-of-control energy turned into an impact that stretched over dozens of square kilometers. Almost the entire planet was turned into a mess due to the destruction of the battle between the two. In just a blink of an eye, the two of them appeared high in the sky. Boom 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 boom. The collision between Heii and Boros was like the eruption of two volcanoes. The shock wave caused the ground to crack continuously, and even some rocks were blown directly into the air. Boom 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 boom. Under Heii's full-strength attack, Boros was eventually injured slightly, but he was not seriously injured. Ha ha ha, you're pretty awesome, right? Go ahead and fight me if you dare. Heii attacked while laughing crazily, come and kill me if you dare. Boom. A beam of energy fell and hit Heii directly. Depend on. Heii cursed, this guy's attack was so fierce that I almost died. If he had not used the void engine to absorb Boros' attack, he would have been completely reduced to ashes under Boros' energy impact. Haha, do you think you can defeat me just like this? Boros sneered, in front of me, you are like an ant. I can easily crush you to death. As he spoke, he swung his fist again. A beam of energy cut through the sky and headed straight towards Heii. Depend on. Seeing this, Heii immediately hid away. Boom. A beam of energy hit the ground, causing the earth to explode and dust to fly. It's very fast and powerful. Boros' eyes showed a gleam of approval, but, your fighting skills are really average. You are such a loser, yet you have such high power. This really makes me feel weird. His words could be regarded as a direct mockery to Heii. Hehe, my fighting skills are not good? Then, are your fighting skills very strong? Heii curled his lips and said, you want to kill me, but unfortunately, you don't have that ability. The void engine started running again, providing Heii with powerful energy support. I'll show you what I'm doing with all my strength. The void engine provided Heii with extremely powerful energy, which greatly increased Heii's self-confidence. All out. Boros smiled, his eyes becoming more playful, then let me see how far you can go. By the way, let me show you my true strength. After he finished speaking, Boros clenched his fists and shouted, drink. As he roared, power surged from his chest like a torrent, heading towards Boros' limbs from all directions. This is the meteor burst mode where Boros goes all out. I rely on. Heii was shocked. He felt extremely dangerous dark energy gathering towards Boros. In the universe, when did such dangerous aliens like Boros appear? Just when Heii was full of doubts, Boros had already rushed to Heii and launched the most fierce attack on Heii. Chapter 79. Boom 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 boom. The battle between the two was extremely fierce, with terrifying shock waves raging around and spreading continuously. I'll wipe. Heii was unable to withstand Boros's fierce attack, although with the upgrade of Death God Karl, the Void Engine provided Heii with powerful energy support. However, Heii's combat experience was indeed shallow, so he soon fell into a passive situation of being beaten. This situation made Heii very embarrassed, but he quickly covered the energy shield to resist Boros's fierce attack. Call out! Heii dodged Boros' attack with a flash, but the next moment, Boros attacked again. Boom! Boros' fist hit Heii hard. Boom! At this moment, Heii flew backwards like a cannonball and hit the ground hard. How embarrassing it was! Heii had never felt so humiliated. Your power is just like that. Now you realize how big the gap is between you and me, you foolish King Tiangong. Boros smiled, and his eyes seemed full of sarcasm towards Heii. Well, bastard, don't be so proud. Heii got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said with a gloomy face, I am the king of Tiangong, how could I lose to a low-level alien like you? Buzz. After saying that, Heii's figure disappeared from the spot. This time, Heyi's speed was dozens of times faster than before. Haha, do you want to escape? Boros sneered, raised his hand, and a beam of energy shot towards Heyi's position. Whoosh! The beam of light arrived in an instant and hit Huawei's head directly. However, Heyi's location turned into a residual image and quickly dissipated. When Boros frowned and looked into the distance, Heyi's energy seemed to have disappeared. Call out! At this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared and hit Boros directly. Boom! Boros quickly defended himself, but was still blasted away. I can't find his presence. How is that possible? Where is that guy hiding? Damn, his speed is even faster than mine. Boros' pupils narrowed slightly. Call out! At this moment, another ray of light flashed, and an invisible energy fell on Boros. Boom! Boros groaned, and his body flew backwards again. Ha ha ha, now you know how powerful I am. In the void, Heyi's figure appeared. This trick is really good. It can actually allow my body to be hidden in the void. Hiding in the void, as long as Heii launches an attack, no one can resist him. Despicable guy. Boros narrowed his eyes, so much for the arrogance. Hehe, is it despicable? If you win, it won't be called despicable, but clever. The corners of Heyi's mouth curled up in an evil arc. My power is much stronger than you think. As soon as he finished speaking, Heii took the initiative to attack Boros. Humph! Boros snorted coldly and walked towards Heii. Boom boom boom! The bodies of the two people kept colliding, and there were bursts of explosions. However, Boros was very fast, and even if Heii tried every possible means, he still couldn't do anything to Boros. Boom! Boros kicked Heii away. Heii, who was somewhat embarrassed, retreated quickly, but his recovery ability was far better than Heii, and his momentum was gradually increasing. Boom boom boom! The two men's fists collided in the air, producing continuous loud noises and ripples. The two men kept moving and fighting, and it was Boros' turn to feel the strain. Hoo ho ho! Boros was breathing heavily, his forehead was covered with sweat. It was obvious that the fierce battle just now had consumed a lot of his physical strength. Call out! Boros swung his right leg and kicked Heii hard. This kick was incredibly fast and arrived in front of Heii in the blink of an eye, making a sound of breaking wind. Bang! Heii's reaction was faster than Boros expected. He had already dodged Boros' attack before Boros' kick hit him. This guy is really difficult to deal with. Boros's expression changed several times. In the meteor burst mode, Boros' strength will reach its strongest peak state, but even so, there is no way to force Heii to retreat. You lose. A terrifying punch came towards Boros. With the strengthening of the void engine, Heii's combat value was significantly improved. Boom 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 boom! The air made a violent sonic boom, and horrible cracks appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions to form a huge abyss. There was a glimmer of horror in Boros' eyes. The power of this punch was much stronger than before. Take this, bastard, and die. Not good. Boros sensed the danger, but there was nothing he could do because Heii was too fast, so fast that he had no way to react. Boom! He was hit hard in the chest, and in just a moment, the fist pierced through a huge hole. He, now you know how powerful I am. A ferocious expression appeared on Heii's face. As he gradually mastered the void engine, his strength had completely surpassed Boros. Heii won the battle in the end. Boros was very powerful, but he was still a little behind when facing the upgraded Heii. Heii's void engine also recorded some data about those powerful life forms before, which strengthened Heii's combat value. Although Boros is very powerful, the upgraded Heii is not weak either. That's it for now. Karl mediated the continued confrontation between Boros and Heii, but Heii was still wary of Karl. Therefore, I had to submit to Karl's opinion. Heii's strength is stronger than yours. That's the power of the void engine. Do you want to become stronger? He threw out the bait, which was quite attractive to Boros. You can make me stronger than I am now. Boros's expression showed a strange expression. In that case, I am still very interested in the Void Engine. Yes. Karl nodded and looked at Boros. I understand your desire, so I will make you stronger. When the time comes, I will let you see the most powerful being in this universe, the God of Destruction. Heii's insignificant power is not worth mentioning in front of the God of Destruction. Chapter 80. The God of Destruction. After hearing what Karl said, Boros became interested in the existence of the God of Destruction. Is the God of Destruction stronger than you? In Boros's eyes, the God of Death Karl was already very strong, as he could easily ignore his attacks. However, in the mouth of the God of Death Karl, the power of the God of Destruction is the most powerful. The God of Destruction is the most powerful God in the universe. Even if I face the God of Destruction, I have to retreat. Karl smiled, and the three-dimensional projection image soon appeared at this moment. What is recorded above is the battle between Majin Buu and the God of Destruction. Too horrible. Boros felt a violent impact at once. Majin Buu's power is already quite terrifying in Boros's eyes, but when facing the God of Destruction, he is still vulnerable. So that boy is the God of Destruction. Heii's face darkened, as if he recalled some bad memories. What a troublesome guy. At the beginning, Liu Ya's attack left Heii with psychological trauma. How can you make me more powerful? At this time, Boros quickly asked. Do not move. As Karl spoke, a black hole appeared in his hand and then quickly enlarged. Fully comprehend the power of the Void Engine. Following Karl's eye signal, based on his trust in Karl and his desire for powerful strength, Boros quickly came into contact with the black hole. In an instant, boundless power seemed to surge in his body, and the black hole entered Boros' body. In just a blink of an eye, it disappeared. The power of the black hole resides in Boros' body. To put it simply, the Void Engine has been taken over by Boros. This power. Feeling the powerful energy brought by the Void Engine, Boros was extremely excited. This power made him feel that he had surpassed the state of meteor burst and reached an unprecedented realm. The Void Engine, which is the black hole engine designed by Karl, can draw power through a black hole. In this universe, knowledge itself is a power. I'm so envious. Heii couldn't help but want to complain. Boros was so lucky. He had to beg Karl for help, and after all kinds of exchanges of interests, he finally got Karl to agree to help him upgrade his divine body and prepare the Void Engine. In the end, that bastard Boros got it so easily. With the power of the Void Engine, he might not be a match for Boros. You have to find a way to improve yourself. Heii was thinking, and he already had an idea in his mind. Heii, it's time to return to my male angel army. I really miss that little bitch Ruoning. Without Ruoning around to scold him, Heii always felt very uncomfortable. Let's have another fight. Boros' eyes were burning, and he regarded Heii as his opponent. I don't want to. Heii quickly refused. Unfortunately, Boros didn't care about that and punched out quickly. Boom! The air made a violent hissing sound in just the blink of an eye, and at the moment Boros threw his punch, an extremely powerful force formed in the air and spread in all directions. Boom! Caught off guard, Heii was knocked away by Boros. Just wait for me. Heii stared at Boros viciously, wishing he could swallow him into his stomach. I am waiting. Boros looked at Heii with a smile. I'm waiting for you to kill me. As Boros spoke, his aura suddenly increased at this moment. Damn it! Heii looked at Boros in front of him with a slightly gloomy face. He didn't think that he could defeat Boros. Damn it, I can't lose face like this. Karl is still here. Heii, who refuses to admit defeat, is unwilling to lose here. Boom 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 boom. A fierce collision unfolded, and the figures of Boros and Heii intertwined with each other, again and again, with the two men colliding madly. Bang 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 bang. Boom boom boom. The two men fought madly as if they were tireless. Heii let out a painful scream. He didn't expect that Boros would become so powerful. This way, it would be even more impossible for me to win. Boom. At this moment, Heii's body was like a kite with a broken string, and was directly knocked away by Boros. Karl watched the show silently, waiting for the two men to fight to the point of being almost done before he tried to stop them. Although Heie's personality is rather useless, he still has value. Carl can't let Boros kill him. Otherwise, resurrection will take a lot of time. Meanwhile, here on Earth, the super-large spaceship is coming towards the Earth at an extremely fast speed. Heii, is this the planet called Earth? It's really beautiful. Slag's attention fell on the blue planet that appeared on the screen. Dragon Ball, is it there? Yes, that's right, Master Slug. It is said that Dragon Balls appeared on Earth. A civilization called the Sith Empire that was captured by Slug lowered its head and said to Slug, the god of destruction is not on Earth now. If you want to seize the Dragon Ball, you should be able to obtain it as long as you defeat the Earthlings. Having said that, the Sith Empire actually has no idea where the Dragon Balls are. As slaves, the Sith only heard that the Earth was the origin planet of the god of destruction. If Slug had not destroyed their own planet, the Sith would not have come here. The captives pin their hopes on the power of the Earth to destroy the hateful Slug. Haha, very good, then let's see if there are any Dragon Balls on this planet. If not, then transform this planet into a starship. The soil of this planet is very suitable for the planetary ship that I, Slag, will use to dominate this universe. Slag grinned, with madness in his eyes. The arrival of Slag also attracted the attention of the people in the Super Seminary. An alarm was sounded from the Diener 3 satellite. Commander, there is a starship that looks like an asteroid, rapidly making an emergency landing in the atmosphere and will soon be close to the Eurasian continent. It's clear that aliens are coming for us. Yukin's expression was also extremely solemn. Should we send out the people from the Heroic Army Company and the Extreme Martial Arts School? Contact the Heroic Army immediately and have Fighting Buddha and Ge Xiaolun get ready. I'll go notify Qiangwei. Tokeo's expression was serious. We must not let aliens invade our homeland. We can drive away the Daudi, drive away the demons, and we can also drive away this alien. Chapter 81. It's our turn to go out into battle again. The Xiangbing Company received the news very quickly. Ge Xiaolun looked excited. This time, I can finally prove myself. The aliens are here again. Let me pierce them. Zhao Xin was very proud, and he and Cheng Yaoan were arm in arm, as if they were very confident about the attack of the aliens. The enemy is an alien, so don't be careless. Cheng Yaoan spoke cautiously. That's great. Let that guy see how powerful I, the god of war of no star, am. Lu Chuang doesn't care about that. He is full of fighting spirit and can't wait to meet the aliens. A fierce battle is about to break out. By the time they arrived, Super Namek Slug had already landed on Earth. No trace of the Dragon Balls was found, but after hearing the legend of the Dragon Balls, Slug naturally began to destroy the Earth. Why is the opponent's energy so terrifying? Ge Xiaolun was frightened and felt the terrifying aura of the Super Namekian, and he was shaking all over. However, he still rushed forward. Compared to when he was in Tianhe City, Ge Xiaolun has grown a lot. Lu Chuang and Zhao Xin surrounded Slag from two directions respectively, while Cheng Yaoan raised his hand and the ground cracked directly, transforming into a huge earth dragon, biting towards Slag. Boom boom boom. In just 2 or 3 punches, Slag defeated the Xiangbinglian. Call out. Suzaili and Kylan worked together to send a powerful shock wave towards Slag. How weak! The power of the Earthlings seems to be completely vulnerable. With just a burst of energy, Slag blocked the attacks of Suzaili and Kylan. Then he raised his hand and a dazzling shock wave spread. The surrounding city buildings were turned into ruins under Slag's power. Heii, where is the Dragon Ball? Tell that god of destruction of yours to come out and hand over the Dragon Ball. Slag was very proud and said to the crowd, otherwise, I don't mind turning this planet into the ashes of the universe. It's not that easy for you to destroy this planet. Suddenly, a majestic voice sounded in the sky, but this voice sounded like a girl's. Boom! The explosive rose attacked Slag in an instant. Hehe, you have some skills. I'll play with you for a while. Slag raised his hand to block Rose's attack, and the collision of his fists and palms actually produced circles of ripples. Boom! Qiangwei was knocked back several meters, her cheeks were slightly red, and there was blood at the corners of her mouth. Haha, it seems that the power of Earthlings is only this much. As Slag said this with a smile, a terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings, making it hard to breathe. Where's the god of destruction? He's probably hiding out of fear. The arrogant Slag made a rebellious sound and looked around. If that happens, I will destroy this planet. You are not qualified enough to destroy this planet. Qiangwei stood up, placed her right hand on top of her left hand, with her right pinky touching her left pinky, and her thumbs touching each other, forming a frame. Then, he aimed at where Slag was. Qigong Cannon. A powerful aura suddenly burned from Rose's body, and the Qigong Cannon released a terrifying energy wave towards Slag's location. Humph! Super Qigong Wave. Slag raised his hand, and a beam of white light instantly released from his palm. The powerful shock wave collided with Rose's Qigong Cannon in the blink of an eye. Boom! Where the two were confronting each other, a violent explosion was heard. The air waves rolled like a storm, sweeping across the entire area. Slag still stood there, as if nothing had happened to him. Bang! Rose's body was quickly blown away, looking extremely embarrassed. The Qigong Cannon was actually blocked. This is Qiangwei's unique skill. Cheng Yaoan, Zhao Xin, and Ji Zilun were all extremely shocked. That green alien is so scary. Hateful. Rose's cheeks were pale and her eyes were filled with horror. Slag didn't launch a very powerful attack, he just waved his hand casually and blocked her Qigong Cannon. This shows that Slug's power is stronger than his own. Haha, you really have some skills. Slag laughed. It's incredible that there is a woman as strong as you on this planet. But that's it. As he spoke, Slag planned to condense the Qigong wave again to destroy everything in front of him. Are you looking for me? A cold voice came out. However, as these words came out, a white shadow flashed across the sky, bringing up a gust of wind, and suddenly came in front of Slag. You are. Slag's eyes widened in disbelief. Just now, he didn't even notice that the person in front of him actually came to his side. This speed is really too fast. Your opponent is me. I am the god of destruction you are looking for. The man's cold voice sounded, and then he punched out. This punch was simple and brutal, but it made it impossible for Slag to dodge. Bang! There was only a muffled sound, and Slag flew backwards. Namek, where do you get the courage to challenge this god of destruction? Liu Ya grinned, and a terrifying aura was released from his body. In an instant, Slag felt an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. Great, it's Mr. Liu Ya. I've found a way out of this desperate situation. The god of destruction has appeared. Ji Zilun, Lu Chuang, and Zhao Xin had no doubt that Liu Ya would be able to defeat Slag easily. The god of destruction is the most powerful being in this universe. Hehe. Meeting Liu Ya's gaze, Slug's expression was somewhat meaningful. You actually knew that I was from Namek. I didn't expect that there are still people in this universe who know about the existence of Namek. In that case, the Dragon Ball is in your hands. As he spoke, Slag's eyes revealed a greedy look. You want the Dragon Ball, then see if you have the life to get it. Liu Ya sneered. Arrogant guy. Slag's eyes were grim. Let me show you what I can do. At this moment, Slag is getting serious. In just a moment, Slag turned into a shadow and punched towards Liu Ya with all his strength. The terrifying speed directly surpassed the sound barrier. In just a moment, Slag's attack arrived in front of Liu Ya. That's all I can do. I'm a little disappointed. Can you really do it, Namekian? With a raised finger, Slag's fist was blocked and he could no longer move forward. Impossible! Slag exclaimed, his face full of disbelief. How could it be? He couldn't believe that this seemingly ordinary man actually possessed such terrifying strength. Chapter 82. Boom! In just a blink of an eye, Slag felt an inexplicable force coming from where his fist was. There was a sharp pain in his arm, and suddenly Slag's figure fell rapidly behind him under the collision of terrifying force. Boom! A huge cloud of dust suddenly rose up from the ground, and Slag couldn't even see how Liu Ya made the move. With just one finger, Liu Ya easily grasped slag, which made him feel unbelievable. As expected of the god of destruction. Oh my god, I blocked the opponent's attack with just one finger. Our strength is not that great. Ge Zilun and Lu Chuang were both stunned by the scene before them. That green-skinned alien has great power, and the god of destruction has even greater power. Qiangwei was shocked and couldn't help but say, I don't know when I can reach half of his level. If we had half of Liu Ya's strength, we could dominate the universe, and Earth could become the fifth god-creating civilization. Why, Namek, is this all you have? Liu Ya sneered and continued to mock, looking at Slag's expression with a hint of teasing. Damn it, don't be so arrogant, brat. Slug was furious. I am a super Namekian. Don't compare me with ordinary Namekians. I will definitely kill you. He was filled with rage, and gathered up his terrifying strength. I don't believe you can still block this move. Super Qigong Wave. The dazzling shock wave turned into a destructive shock wave in an instant and came towards the lure in an instant. Bang! The light wave dissipated, without even hitting Liu Ya's body, and his confidence collapsed. This scene made Slag dumbfounded. His Super Qigong Wave, which he had attacked with all his strength, was actually easily blocked by Liu Ya. Just kidding. What kind of monster is this guy? Slag's face was gloomy. He felt that he had underestimated the humans in this universe. A little disappointed. Are you tickling me? Liu Ya, who was unharmed, held his chest with his hands and said, I am so disappointed. Liu Ya's words were clearly a mockery to Slag. The god of destruction is just playing around. That green-skinned alien looks like he's going to be in trouble. Cheng Yaoan and Zhao Xian couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. When will our strength be able to reach the level of a god of destruction? Practice for about 1,000,000 years. Rose said, looking at the battle in front of her with a serious look, that green-skinned alien looks quite powerful, and his energy value is even more terrifying than Frieza who appeared before. If Liu Ya hadn't appeared, the earth would have been completely reduced to ashes by this guy's power. At this moment, Rose deeply understood her own weakness. Do you want to go up and help? Ge Zilun's mind moved, and he seemed eager to try it. Don't mess around. We small fry shouldn't rush in to join in the fun. Rose said in a deep voice. See what he wants to do with this guy. Liu Ya wasn't serious, probably because he wanted Slug to use his strongest power. As a Sun, the desire for battle is ingrained in his bones. Even after becoming the god of destruction, Liu Ya has not changed in this regard. Go to hell. Slag's anger made his body grow rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it became as big as a mountain. At this moment, an overwhelming and terrifying aura also surged out. Boundless energy was released at this moment. The powerful energy value even caused the southern military base to issue a warning. Earth, Juxia City Base. Commander, the opponent's energy value is rising very quickly. This terrifying energy is at least 10 times that of the sun. Lian Feng's face was shocked, he is even more terrifying than the previous universe emperor. Dokeo looked at everything presented on the projection screen and couldn't help but be dumbfounded at this moment. Now, he can only hope that Liu Ya can get rid of this green-skinned alien as soon as possible. The power of the Xianbinglian and the Extreme Martial Arts School cannot be relied upon at all. Because of Slag's existence, he has surpassed the level of life forms in the Shenhe universe. Even Hua Ye, who has been transformed by Karl, has an actual combat power of only more than 500,000. Slug's transformation has surpassed Hua Ye and Frieza, reaching a combat value of 300 million. The entire group of brave soldiers were overwhelmed by the heavy pressure. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Ge Zilun's expression immediately revealed a bitter look, its momentum is too strong. There is no way to defeat this kind of monster. Fortunately, the god of destruction appeared to protect the earth. Otherwise, with our strength, we would be completely unable to defeat them. Lu Chuang also showed a bitter expression. As the god of war of no star, he felt a strong sense of unwillingness. Under the powerful aura, Slag, as huge as a mountain, gives people a strong sense of oppression. Looking up, I seemed to be able to feel a huge terror. Is this your full strength form? Liu Ya smiled, his expression was quite interesting, let me see how strong you are now. Yes, this is my strongest state. I am a super Namekian. My current combat power value has reached 300 million. Slag laughed crazily, what can you use to fight me now, you stupid guy? Boom. The fist as big as a mountain turned into a fierce attack, coming towards the lure from top to bottom. Boom 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 boom. Liu Ya just raised his hand and easily blocked Slag's attack. His ordinary speed made Slag feel an overwhelming terror. Damn it, your power can't be that strong. How can there be a being in this universe that is more powerful than me? Slag's expression showed disbelief, and then Liu Ya kicked Slag hard and sent him flying. His jaw was broken by Liu Ya's kick. It hurts? Even though the Namekians have strong recovery abilities, Slug felt an unprecedented fear when facing Liu Ya in front of him. He couldn't believe that he, the overlord of the universe, would actually be afraid. Bang! However, the next moment, Liu Ya's figure came towards Slag. He clenched his fist with one hand, and the air suddenly made a violent sonic boom. This punch, carrying powerful force, instantly landed on Slag's head. Boom! A huge crash sounded, and Slag smashed through the mountains several kilometers away. Chapter 83. Terribly strong. The entire earth began to collapse under the impact of the terrifying force, and countless pieces of soil and rocks scattered everywhere. The power of the god of destruction has become even stronger. Lian Feng's eyes widened. Our Diener 3 satellite can't capture the image at all. Their speed is too fast, almost exceeding the speed of sound and approaching the speed of light. After all, he is the most powerful being in this universe. Tokyo was also shocked by the scene in front of him. Boom! The battle was not over yet, and the angry Slag endured the pain in his body. Roar! With a low growl, his eyes, like those of a wild beast, stared at Liu Ya. Bang! The mountain-like fist attacked again at this moment. In just a blink of an eye, Slag's attack missed, and his fist landed on the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust. Too slow. Liu Ya's expression was calm, and he seemed unconcerned about Slag's attack. He bent his legs slightly, gathered all his strength, and kicked towards Slag's stomach. Bang! Slag's body drew an arc in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. The cracks in the ground spread out like a spider web. Pfft! Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth, and Slag's eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. How could you have such terrifying fighting power? He is a super Namekian. He didn't even take Frieza seriously, so how could he lose to some god from this unknown universe? Slag's eyes revealed an unwilling look. That's all. Liu Ya smiled indifferently, kicked the ground with his feet, and rushed towards Slag like a cannonball in an instant, as fast as lightning. Boom! Liu Ya kicked Slag away, and he fell heavily to the ground with a deafening sound. The terrifying power gives people a strong sense of shock. Boom! When Slag's body fell to the ground began to shake and huge explosions were heard one after another. But Slag struggled and stood up. It's time to disappear. Liu Ya pointed his finger at Slag's forehead. Destruction. The purple destructive energy was released in just the blink of an eye, and the next moment, it was accompanied by a terrifying purple energy ball that fell on Slag. Buzz! Under the destructive energy, Slag's body turned into particles and dissipated in the blink of an eye. The destructive skill shocked everyone again. Too strong. We can't catch up with this monster at all. Zhao Xin sighed. He originally thought that he could reach Liu Ya's level one day, but when he saw Liu Ya's move again, he realized how ridiculous his idea was. Ugh! Ji Zilun was also very sad because Qiangwei's gaze fell on Liu Ya. As a loser like me, you'd better not dream of a goddess, because the goddess needs to be paired with a character of the god of destroyer level. In this battle, Slug's invasion of the earth was easily resolved by Liu Ya. This scene was also noticed by the angels still stationed on earth. The power of the god of destruction is incredible. If the angels can master this technology, then the order of justice can continue for millions of years. Angel Yan was thinking, she was wondering whether it would be better for her to try lure fishing herself. For Angel Yan, the pursuit of strength is also something she is very eager to achieve. After all, she has not made much progress in 7,000 years. Angel Yan is looking forward to seeing a wider world. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, a huge portal, Nalak, opened, and a golden figure appeared on the surface. The huge height of 56 meters gives people an extreme sense of oppression. The powerful energy seemed even more terrifying than the slug just now. Absolute destruction. A golden flash of light burst out from the portal. The vast Omega. A green ball of light appeared in Liu Ya's hand, and then he met the attack of the oncoming person's light skill. Boom! The shocking energy aftermath spread rapidly, sweeping everything around. Huge cracks spread across the ground. Boom! A loud roar sounded, and two powerful energies collided on the ground, forming a gully hundreds of meters deep, with no bottom in sight. Absolute Clan. When Liu Ya saw the person coming, he recognized him immediately. Is this the ultimate life form from another universe appearing in the Super God universe? Haha, it seems that you, the God of Destruction, know of my existence. Tartarus' voice sounded, I never thought that such a powerful person like you would exist in this immature universe. Join Absolute, and I will give you greater power, beyond your current form. Tartarus sent out an invitation. He was quite interested in Liu Ya and naturally wanted to recruit him. As a being that can travel through parallel universes, Tartarus has seen many powerful beings, but none of them is as special as the God of Destruction. Unfortunately, I refuse. Wouldn't it be nice to be the God of Destruction in the Super God universe? How is it possible to be Tartarus dog and deal with those cheating players in the Kingdom of Light? Is it? Tartarus raised his head and said, since you are so arrogant, let me see how capable you are. Tartarus found it incredible that someone would reject his invitation. Boom! A terrifying punch came with destructive force, and was about to fall on Liu Ya. Bang bang bang! In just a blink of an eye, the attack missed and Liu Ya's figure disappeared from the spot. Whoosh! A Qigong bullet flew straight into Tartarus' face. Damn guy! Tartarus, who was about to make an opening self-introduction, was immediately angered by Liu Ya. He swung his fist and released terrifying energy, smashing the incoming energy ball. Absolute destruction. He would not get entangled with Liu Ya, and directly used his ultimate move to confront Liu Ya. The light skill transformed from the golden lightning turned into a terrifying torrent, like a surging sea, and came towards Liu Ya. Phantom Beast Kamehameha Wave. Combining the power of the cosmic mythical beast of planet D60, the power of the Qigong wave met Tartarus' absolute destruction. Boom! A terrifying energy wave erupted, and in an instant it caused terrifying aftermath to spread. Chapter 84. Good. Looking at Tartarus who was retreating, Liu Ya smiled, you were able to resist my Qigong wave. Your power is really strong. I am Absolute Tartarus. Your Excellency is quite powerful. Why do you want to stay in this universe? Tartarus narrowed his eyes, took a step back and said, I can give you even more powerful power. I told you, I'm not interested. Liu Ya smiled and looked at Tartarus, stronger power. I am strong enough now. Guy from another universe, your purpose of coming here is not just to invite me, right? As Liu Ya spoke, he felt a strong sense of danger from Tartarus. I heard that you have a magical item called Dragon Ball in your hand. Tartarus spoke up, I wonder if I could borrow the Dragon Ball. I learned that in this universe, there is such a thing as Dragon Balls, and it is in Liu Ya's hands. Tartarus naturally had a strong interest in lures. Sorry, Dragon Balls are never loaned out. Facing Tartarus, Liu Ya directly refused, you want the Dragon Balls? That's impossible. Is it? Tartarus narrowed his eyes, then it's not up to you. As a legendary ultimate life form, Tartarus' power is among the best in the Ultra Universe. If Liu Ya doesn't give him the Dragon Ball, then you can't blame him for trying to take it away by force. Boom! In just a moment, Tartarus moved, and his huge body moved with terrifying power. With a loud bang, the lure in sight was about to be completely crushed to pieces. Shoo! Liu Ya dodged Tartarus' attack easily, and then the huge emerald green Qigong bomb came towards Tartarus with an unstoppable force. Tartarus was stunned for a moment, and was soon affected by Liu Ya's super explosive bomb. The terrifying energy impact directly knocked Tartarus out, flying thousands of meters away. Bang! The powerful aftermath of the energy spread out in the blink of an eye, causing severe cracks in the earth. Too horrible! Another alien! It seems like they all came here for the Dragon Balls. Do these guys want the Dragon Balls so badly? The people of the Xiangbing company were quite shocked when they saw the battle before them. Dragon Balls are items that can fulfill any wish. It's understandable that some people want them. Only the god of destruction can master such a magical tool. Rose narrowed her eyes and looked at the figure in the distance. I wonder if Liu Ya can deal with that golden giant. In Rose's eyes, the giant was obviously not a Shenhe life form. The appearance of the giant also attracted the attention of the angel camp and the demon camp. Even the god of death Karl was constantly observing the contest in front of him. Styx Galaxy. Another life form from another universe. Karl could see what was happening on Earth at any time through the big clock, but he soon showed a shocked expression. This kind of power seems to be a life form constructed by the combination of light. How could there be a monster of this level? Looking at the scene on the screen, Karl was shocked. The power of Tartarus was a little beyond his expectations. The dimensional upgrade of the Shenhe universe will bring more challenges. I didn't expect that life forms from another universe would appear so quickly. Although he was shocked, Karl's eyes showed a glimmer. His eyes seemed to be intoxicated by Tartarus's power that surpassed the form of life, as if Tartarus at this moment was a more perfect existence than the void life form. The concept of the ultimate life form is that it has reached the pinnacle of the universe and is the most powerful existence that can touch the laws of the universe. In other worlds, it is also at the level of cosmic gods. Karl believed that Tartarus's power was no weaker than Liu Ya's. Perhaps, Tartarus is even more powerful. At this moment, Karl suddenly felt that the void engine was no longer so useful. All his hard work in researching the void engine seemed to be insignificant in the face of powerful beings that appeared one after another, which made Karl feel a little ridiculous. Demon, Southern Galactic Region. Aboard Devil 1. Queen, I wonder why that golden giant is so strong. Is he a life form from another universe? Liang Bing blinked and looked at the images sent back by Achuo and Dibern at the scene with a look of surprise on her face. That guy's power is definitely stronger than that of the god of destruction. Liang Bing was able to confirm Tartarus's strength through the confrontation on screen. Liu Ya, he should be able to handle that guy. Thinking of Liu Ya's terrifying strength, which was even stronger than the entire universe's combat power, Liang Bing gave up the idea of assisting Liu Ya. I'm just a little curious as to why life forms from another world would enter the Super God universe. Angel Nebula, Merlot Heaven. Is this from Yan? Looking at the video, Kesha's expression became more serious. That golden giant may have bad intentions. Looking at the information Yan Chuan brought back, maybe it was because of the Dragon Ball that attracted the golden giant Tartarus. She frowned, shocked by the scene before him. It's possible. Kesha nodded. Besides, that guy's life form looks quite close to light. The energy in that guy's body is hundreds of times greater than that of the sun. It is quite a headache to deal with this kind of troublesome guy. Even if the power of the four great god-creating civilizations were combined, they might not be able to deal with Tartarus. Kesha was very worried, fearing that Liu Ya might be defeated by the golden giant. That guy is the great god of destruction. As the god of destruction of this universe, he will naturally not lose. She has strong confidence in lures. You are very confident about your little man. Kesha couldn't help but tease. What are you talking about? She looked at Kesha in a bad mood and said, after all, our universe needs him to maintain stability. The blazing sun and the sky. On Lai Yang's side, he is still conquering the Naruto world, while a powerful enemy from another universe has appeared on Earth. Originally, Pan Zhen was concerned about the progress of the Naruto strategy, but he had to turn his attention to the Earth. Boom 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 boom. At this moment, the confrontation between Liu Ya and Tartarus reached its climax. Chapter 85. Boom. The figures of the two men fighting rose from the ground to the sky, and directly came to a distance of tens of thousands meters away. Feeling that massive energy, causing vibrations to the earth, the mountains, rivers, and people on earth all felt a huge terror as if it was about to descend. Military base. The opponent's energy value is rising at a very fast rate and has already exceeded the threshold. It's like the power of hundreds of suns is concentrated on that guy. The terrified Lian Feng and Yukin looked at the detected image values and screamed. Tokyo was also extremely shocked. I even felt fear. He now wished that Liu Ya could deal with Tartarus immediately. The terrifying energy unleashed by Tartarus was completely beyond their understanding. The collision between the two people, if only a trace of energy fell on the earth, could easily split the earth in half. There was already despair in the monkey's heart. He found that he was increasingly unable to keep up with the times. In the past, with his third-generation divine body, he could still challenge Li Yang, but now, Monkey couldn't even challenge him. The Xiangbing company felt the hopeless gap in strength. Now, we can only hope that the god of destruction can get rid of the little golden man as soon as possible. Boom! Under the collision of terrifying momentum, Liu Ya's eyes formed an explosive aura that spread out, rushing madly towards where Tartarus was. Countless transparent air currents bombarded. Commonly known as, kill with eyes. The unimaginable skill made Tartarus stunned for a moment, and then he launched a counterattack, absolute execution. A stream of golden lightning came towards where Liu Ya was, shattering Liu Ya's visual shock. Then, the terrifying lightning transformed from absolute execution formed a terrifying electric light. Boom! Liu Ya raised his hand and easily resisted Abu Salat's attack. The powerful energy impact made the entire ground shake. Even though they were tens of thousands of meters apart, the collision between the two was quite violent. If it's just this level, I won't lose to you. Liu Ya sneered at Tartarus and launched a counter-attack again. Boom! It was another horrific collision. In this battle, Liu Ya did not use any moves. He simply swung his punch and forced Tartarus back. Hateful! Tartarus scowled, then attacked again. At this moment, he no longer maintained his huge size, but had become a legendary ultimate life form. The size itself had no meaning. Faced with the terrifying lure, he, with his huge size, would just become a target and be attacked by the lure. So, in just a blink of an eye, Tartarus turned into a golden stream of light and rushed towards Liu Ya. Boom! Boom boom boom! Every collision between the two was earth-shattering. As the two men fought, the ground collapsed for dozens of kilometers. The next moment, the pressure of the air reached its peak in just the blink of an eye. The super god universe god-making civilization that was watching the battle, as well as the beings on Earth, were all shocked by the collision between Liu Ya and Tartarus. Bang! There were violent sonic booms in the air. The two men retreated immediately after the contact, and then collided again. Boom! The power of Chuanchao is displayed. Facing Tartarus, Liu Ya used his terrifying power. Boom boom boom! Violent collisions occurred in the sky, and shock waves spread out in all directions during the fierce collisions. Boom! Another collision. This time, the two retreated several thousand meters before they finally stopped. The god-creating civilization of the super god universe witnessed this great battle that seemed like a miracle. Too scary, that golden guy is actually on par with the god of destruction. This kind of power is worthy of being a strong man from another universe. Only Liu Ya, the god of destruction, can fight against such a monster. Their confrontation completely surpasses our understanding. The confrontation just now was just a test. Now on, the real show begins. The golden and grass-green figures collided again in the sky. The two of them fought back and forth, and the fight was quite intense. Boom! The power of the hit and the golden aura linger around the lure. With a whistling sound, a punch filled with enormous energy came towards Tartarus. Tartarus, at the same time, was met with Liu Ya's attack. Bang! The two fists intertwined. The collision of the golden aura and lightning energy caused violent ripples in the air, and within these ripples, even cracks appeared in the space. The two forces collided. Roar! Along with Liu Ya's roar, a red breath covered Liu Ya's whole body. At this moment, Liu Ya has advanced once again. This is another leap in the traditional super state, that is, the Super God in the traditional super state. Click. The red aura and the golden lightning aura collided with each other, making a harsh friction sound. Golden lightning flashed with terrifying aura. Boom 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 boom. In just a blink of an eye, the battlefield between the two returned to the ground again. America, a city of buildings, was shattered by the force of the two men. Bang! Under the violent impact, Liu Ya retreated again. His body shook and his clothes were torn, revealing his strong muscles and a body full of violent aura. Tartarus stood there, his chest heaving violently. Obviously, he had just used up most of his energy. Although he was not weak, he was very tired. Unlike Liu Ya, he still looked energetic. It's really not easy. Is this your strength? However, if that's all you have, you can't beat me. A fierce look flashed in Tartarus' eyes, and a powerful force burst out from his body. The terrifying energy ball formed by oblivious particles wrapped around Tartarus, making people feel extremely dangerous. Boom! The two collided again, and the powerful force caused the surrounding buildings to be shattered and turned into ruins. Bang! Separated again. The figures of the two people intersected, and then the dimension seemed to be broken, the surrounding space collapsed, and endless turbulence formed. As the ultimate life form of the kingdom, although not as powerful as the Ultra King in the Ultra Universe, Tartarus' power is also quite terrifying. Facing the lure, I still felt a little bit tricky. But he will never admit defeat. Because I am Absolute Tartarus, the ultimate life form of the Absolute clan. No one can defeat me. Tartarus snorted coldly, looking at Liu Ya with even stronger murderous intent. Chapter 86. The kingdom where the Absolute clan lives is a powerful and mysterious country. However, the existence of the ultimate life form is quite rare. If it were not for the continuation of Absolute, Tartarus would not have planned the huge conspiracy to seize the Kingdom of Light as the second home of the kingdom. Upon learning of the existence of the Dragon Balls, Tartarus was excited at first, and naturally planned to obtain the Dragon Balls from Liu Ya through reasonable means. Liu Ya refused, so it's no wonder that Absolute got angry. Boom! The terrifying forces intertwined and collided with each other, and Tartarus punched out, heading straight for Liu Ya. Boom! This punch seemed to break time and space. Time and space collapsed and dissipated under this punch. Liu Ya looked at the punch and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Bang! He met Tartarus' attack, and the fiery red flames covered his entire body. There was a flash of fear in Tartarus' eyes, because he had already felt the surging power in Liu Ya's body. Violent energy fluctuations spread out at this moment, and the dimensional space collapsed at this moment. The place where the two people were directly returned to the icy polar region. Boom 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 boom. A layer of flaming glow appeared on Liu Ya's fists, his momentum continued to rise, and a powerful wave of power permeated his body. Boom! Another punch was thrown, and this time the two figures were separated again with the collision. I underestimated you. Tartarus narrowed his eyes. Although you are very strong, I still have to kill you. Those who are a threat to the kingdom must be eliminated. If you can do it, then come on. Facing Tartarus' attack, Liu Ya's crazy fist attacked Tartarus fiercely. At an extraordinary speed, Tartarus soon saw Liu Ya's fist containing terrifying power coming at him. Boom! The little golden man collided with Liu Ya in the blink of an eye. The figures of the two flew from the pole to Britain, and then their bodies quickly rose into the air and hit outer space directly. Phantom Beast Kamehameha. In the legendary Super Saiyan God stage, the terrifying energy gathered and came towards Tartarus with an unstoppable momentum. Absolute destruction. The golden lightning stream, under the control of Tartarus, the lightning torrent formed by absolute particles directly met Liu Ya's Qigong wave. Rumble. An explosion sounded, and Liu Ya's Qigong wave was instantly shattered under this terrifying attack. After one blow, there was no winner, and the two figures once again shuttled and collided with each other. In the space, golden and red lights surged, and nearby satellites were instantly shattered by the aftermath of the battle between the two. Boom! A powerful aura lingered on Liu Ya's body. He opened his hands and released a Qigong wave, breaking through Tartarus' defense. Then let Tartarus' body smash heavily to the ground. Bang! A huge pit hundreds of meters deep and tens of kilometers wide appeared on the ground. Steadying his body, the angry Tartarus flew into the air, raised his hand and attacked Liu Ya with absolute execution. The golden lightning glowed with a terrifyingly high temperature, but this level of attack had no effect on the lure. Instead of advancing, he retreated, and his heavy fists were aimed at where Tartarus was. Boom! Tartarus's reaction speed was also quite fast. He dodged in the blink of an eye, but in the next second, Liu Ya's figure appeared beside him. The attack of the lure was like a violent storm, and each one was a fatal attack. Tartarus was not to be outdone, and his fists bombarded Liu Ya like a storm. Bang! The two of them intertwined again, and both of their bodies were shocked. However, at this moment of intersection, Tartarus' body suddenly stiffened. He saw Liu Ya's kick filled with the aura of destruction. Not good. With a warning in his heart, Tartarus quickly changed his position. But it was too late. Liu Ya's leg stomped hard on Tartarus' chest. The terrifying power instantly surged into Tartarus' body, destroying him with ease, making his internal organs seem to be shattered. His body flew several thousand meters away and knocked down dozens of buildings before stopping. Tartarus, who had recovered, looked at Liu Ya's figure with a gloomy expression. Take this move from me. Liu Ya clenched his fists and all his strength began to gather. The shadow of a golden dragon seemed to linger over Liu Ya's body. He clenched his right fist and let out a roar like a dragon's roar. Dragon fist. His body transformed into a swimming dragon, and Liu Ya came towards Tartarus with the momentum to crush everything. The golden air dragon just roared at this moment, and under the impact of such powerful force, Tartarus hurriedly wanted to fly into the air to avoid it. Unfortunately, it was too late. The dragon fist burst is a locking skill, and the sound of a dragon's roar suddenly rang out, as if it was about to arrive in front of Tartarus in the next moment. Are you kidding me? This is impossible. Protective barrier. He felt the threat posed by Liu Ya's dragon fist explosion and quickly deployed a barrier of light. However, the next moment, terrifying and shocking power erupted in an instant. The barrier of light was shattered by the golden dragon of air, and the roar of the dragon pierced through Tartarus' body. Boom! The sky of the earth was suddenly covered with golden light. Tartarus' absolute heart was severely damaged. Demon 1, Southern Galaxy Region. Oh my goodness, this is too outrageous. Liang Bing felt that she couldn't defend against the terrifying explosion of the dragon fist even if she used all her strength. How could that golden guy actually withstand it? On Earth, people were even more shocked by the battle between the god of destruction and the ultimate life form. Who won? What a powerful move! Just by waving your hand, you can release a dragon. This is too powerful. That alien isn't dead yet. It's so scary. The Xianbinglian and the Extreme Martial Arts School felt a great sense of oppression. Angel Nebula, Merlot Heaven. It's obvious that the golden alien may be even stronger than the god of destruction. The destructive power brought by the dragon fist explosion was already extremely shocking in Kesha's eyes, but she still couldn't defeat Tartarus. But, that golden alien also looks injured. She narrowed his eyes. As the god of destruction, he should have other means to deal with that alien. Chapter 87. Tartarus looked a little embarrassed, his ferocious eyes staring in the direction of Liu Ya. He couldn't believe that a so-called god of destruction from another universe could have such terrifying power. Are there gods in the universe as powerful as Liu Ya? As the ultimate life form, he is clearly the strongest and most perfect creature. In an alien universe, humans who have advanced to become gods can actually compete with him. This is simply unbelievable for Tartarus. Could it be that Liu Ya's strength has reached the legendary level? Do not. It is absolutely impossible. The legendary realm is the level division of life in the Ultra Universe. It is incredible for ordinary life forms to reach the initial level of the legendary realm. According to legend, it is an existence that can be compared with the great cosmic Walrajado and the first light of the universe Noah. Today's Tartarus has only reached the middle legendary level. Only by going all out can you reach the high-level legendary level. Legend, Elite, Advanced, Intermediate, Elementary, the division of the essence of life in the ultra-universe. The kingdom of light is undoubtedly an existence that stands at the top of the universe. The kingdom itself is a pretty good universe. In this immature Shenhe universe, it is impossible for a life form as terrifying as Liu Ya to be born in such a short period of time. Could it be the power of the Dragon Ball? A bold idea soon flashed through Tartarus' mind. With the help of special wishing props, it was entirely possible for a young universe to give birth to an existence that was no less than a legend. If the power of the Dragon Ball is really so magical, then Tartarus must seize the Dragon Ball and bring it to the kingdom. Tartarus figured it out and stared at Liu Ya with his violent eyes. Just as he was about to take action, Liu Ya closed his eyes and a purple breath quickly burned in his body. Then, he opened his eyes, and his originally fiery red hair instantly turned purple. And including the pupils, which also had a purple color, the suit of the god of destruction covered Liu Ya's body. Self-extreme elementary. With the power of the god of destruction, Tartarus felt that the violent law of destruction seemed to linger in Liu Ya's body. As expected of an ultimate life form, you can actually survive my dragon fist. Liu Ya said, looking towards Tartarus with a fighting spirit, so, can you fight against the power of the god of destruction? Purple lightning lingered on Liu Ya's body, making Tartarus feel threatened at this moment. Whoosh! With just one leap, Liu Ya crossed 100 meters and arrived in front of Tartarus. Tartarus was stunned for a moment, feeling the horror of Liu Ya's punch. He opened his palms to resist Liu Ya's attack. Boom! The energy fluctuations filled with destruction spread in just an instant, forming terrifying energy ripples. Under the fierce collision, everything around was destroyed again. The next moment, the confrontation between the two escalated higher and higher, turning into a collision of purple and golden light. Under the breathtaking aura, Tartarus felt an extremely strong sense of oppression. Boom! The little golden man attacked like lightning, raised his legs and swept towards the lure. The energy ball transformed from the absolute particles attacked with destructive force. Bang bang bang! Under the extreme self-motivation, Liu Ya's combat effectiveness rose sharply and began a more fierce attack. For a moment, the confrontation between the two spanned thousands of miles and reached the cold outer space. In outer space, they can also let go and fight with all their might. The destructive energy gathered, and accompanied by a violent collision, an asteroid belt was shattered by the aftermath of the two people's power. Boom 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 boom! In the cold starry sky, the intertwined figures of Liu Ya and the little golden man kept interweaving, as if they were tirelessly in the cold universe. Roar! Tartarus roared, his aura rising again. Bang 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 bang! An even more powerful aura exploded from Tartarus' body, absolute power. The strengthening of absolute particles made it inevitable for Tartarus to defeat the god of destruction before him. Boom! At this moment, Liu Ya's will and extreme self-intention state are fused together, and with the blessing of the power of the god of destruction, Liu Ya's aura becomes more and more terrifying. Tartarus' powerful offensive was suppressed in an instant. Boom! The fist attacked, and the purple destructive energy, with a devastating impact, met Tartarus. Absolute defense. While resisting Liu Ya's attack, Tartarus felt a heavy blow from behind before he could react. The powerful energy penetrated his body and made him feel extremely painful. Hateful. The anxious Tartarus no longer wanted to fight. Liu Ya's terrifying strength was beyond his understanding. However, there was no way Liu Ya would let Tartarus go so easily. Call out! In just a moment, Liu Ya's violent attack once again came before Tartarus's eyes. Absolute restriction. With his palms spread out, Tartarus released golden energy waves from his hands, and a ball of light like a chain, imprisoning Liu Ya, and seemed to slow down his movements. However, Liu Ya's breath burst out and broke through Tartarus's confinement. In an instant, he came in front of Tartarus again. Tartarus had no choice but to face Liu Ya's attack again. Boom! The next moment, he saw a ball of purple energy gathered in Liu Ya's hand. Liu Ya coldly shouted the word destruction. The huge destructive energy ball exploded instantly, and the purple destructive energy spread, directly severely damaging Tartarus. The ultimate life form suffered a horrific Waterloo in this Kamigawa universe. Difficult guy. In this situation, Tartarus had no choice but to flee. God of another universe, I admit that you are powerful, but you underestimate the ultimate life form. Boom! The Narek portal opened, and the big monsters from the Ultra Universe, the Space Devourer Rugoset, the Space Dinosaur Zetan and other monsters suddenly appeared. The moment these monsters were summoned, Tartarus escaped into the Narek space. Since you can't beat him, can't you just run away? The seriously injured Tartarus decided to disgust Liu Ya, so he teleported these monsters one by one. With the monster distracting him, Liu Ya had to stop chasing Tartarus. Destroy! The destructive energy balls gather together and wipe out all the monsters that appear. He really knows how to run. Looking at Tartarus' disappearing figure, Liu Ya narrowed his eyes. It seems that killing that guy is not that easy. Liu Ya witnessed the strength of the little golden man. As the Kamigawa universe upgrades in dimension, it will encounter more challengers from other universes, but Liu Ya will not be afraid at all. Chapter 88. Absolute, having experienced an unprecedented defeat, will naturally not come to the Kamigawa universe without knowing the consequences. However, in order to prevent Absolute from attacking D60, Liu Ya must also be prepared for Tartarus to attack again. As the god of destruction, Liu Ya is currently not considered powerful in the wider universe. Liu Ya's goal is to reach a level that surpasses the High Priest. This side of the earth. Everyone has a feeling of surviving a disaster. First, dangerous green aliens invaded, and then troublesome aliens arrived. The extraordinary battle left the entire group of soldiers breathless. Lu Chuang, Ge Xiaolun, and Zhao Xian all realized their own weakness. I also want to become stronger and protect the earth. Every time, Liu Ya's shot would refresh their views. I am really impressed. He is worthy of being called the god of destruction. If the god of destruction could stay on earth forever, we wouldn't have to worry about the earth being threatened by the universe. Ge Xiaolun couldn't help but say that if that were the case, as a member of the Xiangbing company, at least his life wouldn't be so hard. Every time, it was Liu Ya, the god of destruction, who saved the earth. The same thing happened with the Daudi army, when Frieza attacked, and when Majin Buu appeared. Without the protection of this god of destruction, the earth might turn into cosmic ashes. The god of destruction doesn't just manage the earth, but if we have to help the god of destruction every time, it would make us seem a bit incompetent. Lu Chuang was a little frustrated, but his eyes couldn't help but reveal his admiration for Liu Ya. He decided to join the extreme martial arts school and work hard to study the system of Qi. If Lu Chuang only relied on the genes of the no-star god of war, he would not be able to grow into a warrior who protects the earth. It was obvious that this world was changing too fast, causing Lu Chuang to feel a strong sense of crisis. In that case, we should thank the god of destruction. Zhao Xian couldn't help but say, if it weren't for the fact that I couldn't understand that kind of anger, I would have joined the extreme martial arts school. We are protecting the earth in the heroic army, so wouldn't we be able to protect the earth by practicing in the extreme martial arts hall? Zhao Xian's words were echoed by the other members of the Xiangbinglian. Dokeo never imagined that the brave army he had worked so hard to maintain would one day fall apart on its own. I, old son, am truly convinced today. He is even more powerful than the Tathagata Buddha. The monkey was originally reluctant about the lore, but now he is completely convinced. Ding! Character detected, Kesha is sufficiently shocked by this battle. Ding! Character detected, she is sufficiently shocked by this battle. Ding! Character detected, Angel Yan is sufficiently shocked by this battle. A series of warning sounds rang out next to the lore. Liu Ya soon saw that he had won a generous reward. Ding! You have achieved a shocking achievement in the Shenhe universe and maintained the order of the Shenhe universe. Reward: make a wish with the Super Dragon Ball and gain the power of an angel to freely travel to other worlds. Name: Liu Ya. Race: Sun. Items: God of Destruction Set/Angel Scepter. Physique: Legendary Super Saiyan/Angel, to be unlocked. Current form: Normal, Giant Ape Power, Strength will increase over time. Form: Legendary Super Saiyan 1, 2, Legendary Super Saiyan 3, Legendary Super Saiyan God, Legendary Super Saiyan 4, Ultra Self, Trial Version, Ultra Self, Trial Version. Skills, Breath of God, Chi Bomb, Kamehameha, Kaioken, Spirit Bomb, Ki/Kai, Instant Teleport, Combat Melee Skill Mastery, Dragon Fist Burst, Flash Time Kung. Angel Power, 1%. Shock Value, 20,000. The accumulation of shock value remained unchanged, but what surprised Liu Ya even more was that he could use the power of the Super Dragon again. For lures, it is naturally excellent. With the important wishing item Super Shenlong, Liu Ya can also try to use the Dragon Balls to make wishes and break through the corresponding bottlenecks when he reaches a bottleneck. Of course, through Super Shenlong, Liu Ya can also obtain the method to become the king of all. I wonder if I can become the king of all by making a wish? If you can't, it's also possible to learn how to become the Omni King or the High Priest. The thoughts in my mind quickly flashed through at this moment. For the time being, Liu Ya had no idea as to which wishes to fulfill. As for the angelic power to travel freely to other worlds, Liu Ya can use the power of angels to accurately locate certain worlds and travel freely. For example, it can locate the Dragon Ball time and space, the Dolua world, or travel through various universes. Of course, the most important thing is that this ability gives Liu Ya the authority to freely travel between different universes. Styx Galaxy, Karl's side. As expected of the God of Destruction. After witnessing Liu Ya's strength, Karl became obsessed with the power of the God of Destruction. If I could become the God of Destruction, wouldn't I have the power to explore the void? The void is the fundamental secret of the universe that Karl wants to study. In Karl's eyes, only by becoming the God of Destruction can he further explore the mysteries of the universe. Using the data from the big clock, Karl has been searching for how to become a God of Destruction. The only record he can obtain requires passing the test of lures. The God of Destruction is the greatest and most powerful God in the universe. The existence of the God of Destruction itself represents the manifestation of the supreme will of the universe. Since Liu Ya became the God of Destruction of the Kamigawa universe, he has left behind some data related to the Kamigawa universe, but there is more information that cannot be calculated by the big clock. Even the big clock is the most powerful celestial computing machine in the universe. It is all-encompassing and can even simulate everything that happens in the universe. But before that, Karl's simulation had never discovered the existence of the God of Destruction, and the God of Destruction had such a profound impact on the Kamigawa universe. That is, the existence of the God of Destruction has prompted the Kamigawa universe to upgrade its dimension, bringing huge challenges to the Kamigawa universe. Karl is not afraid of challenges. On the contrary, he hopes to witness the scenery of different universes. This will help him better study the ultimate fear, explore the fundamental meaning of civilization, and even the origin of the universe. As a crazy research scholar, Karl naturally has great ambitions. What do you think, the God of Destruction? Karl looked at Boros behind him. Boros had been in the Styx Galaxy during this period, and Karl was helping to continuously adjust and improve the power of Boros' Void Engine. Chapter 89. Queen Kesha, the guy who claimed to be from Namek, has been eliminated, as well as the alien from another world who suddenly appeared. At this time, the figure of the angel was flying high in the clouds, reporting the information of the earth to Holy Kesha through the angel's communication system. Once upon a time, the most powerful being in the known universe was Holy Kesha, the king of the gods. But now, everyone knows that the most powerful existence in the known universe has changed, and that is the God of Destruction. The existence of the Great Destroyer has single-handedly changed the pattern of the universe. Due to the distance, I can't observe more information. Their confrontation is too intense. If I get close, I'm sure I'll be crushed by the terrifying energy aftermath at any time. Angel Yan apologized to Kesha with some guilt. I don't know why, but this is the first time I feel fear, Your Majesty. After hearing Angel Yan's words, Kesha had naturally expected this. After all, he is the #1 God of Destruction in the universe, a terrifying existence that can oversee the Kamigawa universe. It is natural for you to be afraid. As Holy Kesha comforted Angel Yan, her tone was a little lazy. Go contact that god and see if you can invite him to the Angel Nebula. Take advantage of this opportunity, you can develop a good relationship with him. As long as you win him over to our angel camp, we angels will once again return to the top, and then we can restore justice and order in the universe. If I remember correctly, you are still interested in that man. Holy Kesha's words were full of teasing. Ah! Queen! The shy angel Yan said hesitantly, but hasn't King Tianhe already made a pledge to protect him? So am I trying to steal King Tianhe's man? Not really. It's normal for a strong man to have multiple spouses. Besides, he's a very mature and charming man, isn't he? You are not young at 7,000 years old. It is time to consider this. Kesha's words made Angel Yan hesitate. Will he like me? True love lasts forever. What's more, you have to believe that your charm, the charm of an angel, is something that no civilized person of the opposite sex can refuse. Holy Kesha pointed out Angel Yan's concerns. Besides, you don't have to worry about the age issue. He may live longer than you. I understand. Although a little reserved, Angel Yan still made the decision. No one would not like a powerful male god, not to mention that this male god is quite charming. Angel Yan's mind is now focused on Liu Ya. Angel Nebula, Merlot Heaven. It should be okay to let Yan hook up with your little man. The lazy voice of Holy Kesha sounded, and she couldn't help but smile and said, if you can't bear to part with it, I can let Yan give it up. Haven't you already made up your mind? If so, why are you asking me? An annoyed she glanced at Holy Kesha and said, if she can seduce him, then that's Yan's own business. Although this method is somewhat despicable, it is only a small price to pay to make a god of destruction lean towards the side of our angels. Having been the king of angels for so many years, she would no longer be bound by so-called love. However, if they really opened their hearts, she would give everything he had to that person. Through Liu Ya, she witnessed a wider world, and she was no longer satisfied with being the king of angels. Come to think of it, if I became the god of destruction, you would probably support me. She looked at Holy Kesha and said. If you have an idea, I will support it. Holy Kesha nodded with a smile. The angels, as the most powerful god-creating civilization, naturally need a god of destruction. The power of Liu Ya, the god of destruction, is so strong. If the angels in the Kamigawa universe only obtain 1/10 of Liu Ya's power, they will once again regain their top position. God of destruction, I really want that kind of power. As she spoke, there was a gleam in his eyes. He wanted to study that magical power thoroughly. Over there in Liang, the attack on world number 1 has been quite slow. At this time, she looked at the projection screen of the strategy world. In the Super God universe, the battle between the god of destruction and the ultimate life form attracted great attention. However, the strategy of Liang in the Naruto world did not stop there. Reina's order was aimed at the strongest country, the Fire Nation, but other countries were also within the attack range of Liang. After exploring the relevant intelligence and knowing the information of the 5 major countries, Pan Zhen wanted the goddess to return, and at the same time he himself would supervise the strategy for the other world. The purpose is to prove in front of the god of destruction the great value of the fiery sun to the Kamigawa universe. The returning Liu Ya also quickly noticed Liang's attack on the Hokage. It looks like there's still some time before the blazing sun completely swallows up the Naruto world. Liu Ya looked at the information sent back by the 3D image of the strategy and couldn't help but smile. Before Liang's strategy for world number 1 is completed, it's just right to start the strategy for world no 2. As for which civilization will be chosen as the executor of the strategy for conquering another world, the Kamigawa universe as a whole becomes stronger and gains the power of different worlds. For Liu Ya, his own angelic power will also increase. The angel powers that had not reached 1% before have now reached 1%. For Liu Ya, it was a complete pleasant surprise. As the Kamigawa universe expands, the areas that Liu Ya, the great god of destruction, needs to supervise will become increasingly larger. Naturally, the key is to set up other gods of destruction to help Liu Ya monitor different galaxies. Among the 4 great god-creating civilizations, one is destined to be the first candidate to become the god of destruction. Whoever can become the candidate for the God of Destruction first will gain more advantages in the competition for resources in the Kamigawa universe. Next, let's choose an angel to start. Liu Ya thought about it and quickly made a decision to ask the angel to help conquer world number 2. At the same time, Liu Ya also had an idea. That is to let the angels attack the pirate world and use the angels' justice order to cleanse the sins of the pirate world. That would be the best thing to do. The power of angels has already surpassed planetary civilization. No matter how powerful the devil fruits, domineering or ancient weapons in the pirate world are, they cannot resist the power of angels. Just when he was about to contact the angel, Angel Yan took the initiative to appear in front of Liu Ya. Chapter 90. Haven't seen you for a long time. Angel Yan's figure soon appeared in front of Liu Ya. She blinked her eyes, thinking she was looking provocative, but she didn't know that it didn't seem to have any effect on Liu Ya. It's been a long time indeed. When Liu Ya saw Angel Yan, a smile appeared on his face. Why did you think of coming to my side? There was a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. It had to be said that the angel's beauty was quite amazing, and his golden ratio figure was also quite seductive. Sadly, this has nothing to do with it. Facing the alluring angel, Liu Ya still maintained considerable composure. After all, he was a Sun, and he was quite serious when it came to women. Of course, if the angel throws himself into his arms, Liu Ya doesn't mind accepting the angel's comfort. Don't you welcome me? Your Excellency the God of Destruction. Angel Yan said, approaching Liu Ya in front of him, I remember that King Tianhe is your guardian angel, so I wonder if you can add another guardian angel. Angel Yan blinked, looked at Liu Ya in front of him and said, as an angel, my appearance should not be inferior to that of the king of Tianhe. Listening to Angel Yan's words, Liu Ya felt like laughing. So, you're throwing yourself into my arms. The figure flashed, and in the next moment, he appeared behind Angel Yan. I can't help it. Liu Ya blew a breath of hot air gently towards Angel Yan's ear. Angel Yan felt the hot wind coming from his ear. The angel, who had made up his mind, couldn't help but tremble. Then, he subconsciously distanced himself from Liu Ya. There is no fluctuation of space energy. It's incredible. Every time Angel Yan saw Liu Ya use this trick, he was quite shocked. Oh my, are you scared? Or are you not prepared? Liu Ya teased Angel Yan and chuckled, since you want to be my guardian angel, then you are not used to physical contact. His words made Angel Yan remain silent in embarrassment. Although it was the queen's order, she was not used to the angel taking the initiative to throw herself into her arms. You, the angel, took the initiative to tease me. You can't blame me. Liu Ya, with a wicked smile, came to Angel Yan's side again in the blink of an eye, and hugged the soft angel's body in his arms. Woo! Angel Yan's cherry lips were quickly sealed by the man's domineering breath. At this moment, Angel Yan's mind was blank. She wanted to push Liu Ya's body away, but her brain seemed out of control, as if she was enjoying the feeling with Liu Ya. The body that had been forbidden for thousands of years seemed to be awakened by Liu Ya. The strong breath made Angel Yan a little confused. This is blasphemy against angels. Angel Yan spoke with a slightly blushing face. Aren't angels blasphemous? Liu Ya chuckled and played with Angel Yan's delicate cheeks. You said you wanted to be my guardian angel. I didn't force you. Immediately, a beautiful curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Angel Yan looked embarrassed. She wanted to tease Liu Ya and then run away, but she didn't expect that Liu Ya would snatch her away directly. As the god of destruction, the most powerful god in the known universe, I think I should have the right to be willful. Choosing a suitable partner should also be one of my rights. Anyway, I like you. Liu Ya's words made Angel Yan's pretty face blush. I didn't expect it to develop so quickly. The kind of relationship that Angel Yan expects is a long-lasting one. Do you know a saying on earth? Marry first, then fall in love. Liu Ya smiled slightly and kissed Angel Yan again. I know why you are here. It just so happens that I also want to go to the Angel Nebula. By the way, I also want to meet with Kesha and Heii. It was time for him to let the angel start the strategy mission for world number 2. The boundaries of the universe. A terrifying figure appeared at this moment. The difficulty of the game in the Kamigawa universe can be said to have risen again because new invaders have appeared. The new universe is so interesting. The person who came was none other than Cell from another special time and space, that is, the time and space when Son Gohan was defeated by Cell. This Cell is the most perfect ultimate artificial human. The ultimate android Cell has already touched the realm of God and even has a preliminary grasp of God's aura. Then, he unexpectedly came to the Shenhe universe. Hehe, let me take a look at this universe and see if there are any powerful guys there. Cell laughed grimly, and his ferocious aura surged and roared, shaking the sky in the next moment. Then, he felt an extremely strong breath approaching him. Another powerful being from another universe. Boros appeared in front of Cell. Full of fighting spirit, he quickly challenged Cell. Fight me. Looking at Boros's excited eyes, Cell seemed to see the figure of Ascension. Haha, come on then. It just so happened that Cell also wanted to test the power of this powerful cosmic being. Boom! In the universe, a violent collision broke out, bursts of explosions rang out, and the space of the entire universe began to shake. Powerful waves of air emanated from the two figures. The strong shock wave continued to spread, causing powerful shocks throughout the universe. Many living beings in the universe are trembling with fear. So strong! At the moment of the battle, Boros couldn't help but have this thought in his heart. The feeling of oppression that Cell gave him was quite strong, and his violent attack seemed to have no effect on Cell. The gap in power made Boros feel a strong sense of disbelief. But this is what makes it interesting. A crazy fighting spirit appeared on Boros' face. Let me see if you can block my attack. Star-shattering roaring cannon. The energy in the body gathered and turned into a terrifying energy wave, heading towards where Boros was. Ha 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 ha, great, you actually know this kind of move? This is very interesting. Cell met Boros' attack without hesitation, big explosion flash. Boom! The two terrifying energies collided with each other in the universe in an instant, and the aftermath of the explosion shook the universe. The space where the two people were located shattered, and the stars turned into ashes in the turbulence, becoming fireworks in the universe. So strong! Feeling Cell's terrifying power, Boros' heart couldn't help but twitch. That kind of power was so powerful that it was far beyond what he could imagine. This level of strength? It's still a little weak. Cell spoke easily, looking confident of victory, as if he had already defeated Boros. Chapter 91. You actually. Boros looked at Cell in front of him in disbelief. He never expected that he would be defeated so completely. Haha, the creatures in your universe are really too weak. Cell sneered with a look of disdain. But you are still capable of making me take it a little seriously. After saying that, Cell once again gathered terrifying energy, ready to give Boros a fatal blow. At this moment, a purple figure suddenly appeared in front of Boros and blocked Cell's attack. It's a bit too much, Cell, to cause trouble in my universe. Liu Ya said lightly as he looked at the scene in front of him. Who are you? Cell frowned and looked at Liu Ya in front of him. I am the destroyer of this universe, Liu Ya. Liu Ya said, emitting a powerful aura. God of Destruction. Cell obviously knew about this identity and his face turned serious. Humph, even the God of Destruction can't stop me from defeating that guy. Cell said with a sneer. However, Liu Ya did not respond to him, but turned to Boros and said, since you are resurrected, I will not kill you again. I feel like I'm itching to fight this guy. Liu Ya's words made Boros nod. If the God of Destruction intervened, Boros knew that he would not be able to continue fighting. Karl's expression was also a little surprised, but since the God of Destruction wanted to deal with Cell, Karl naturally couldn't continue to interfere. Want to fight me? Cell laughed and said, then it depends on how powerful you, the God of Destruction, are. As Cell finished his words, he suddenly appeared in outer space. Drink! Cell punched the universe hard. Boom! A powerful force exploded, causing the universe to begin to distort. This terrifying power even made Liu Ya squint his eyes slightly. A very powerful force. Liu Ya said in surprise. This guy is really interesting. Cell was equally surprised. He did not hold back when he threw that punch just now, but the god of destruction blocked it with one hand. This guy's power has definitely reached an extraordinary level. You are quite strong, Cell. Let me see your full strength. You can't beat me with just this. Liu Ya's voice rang out. You still have some hidden cards that you haven't used yet. Shuru was surprised. Of course. As Liu Ya spoke, the energy in his body suddenly boiled over. Then let's have a fight. Cell laughed, clasped his hands together, and then blasted forward. The powerful energy directly condenses into a giant sphere. Drink. Liu Ya growled and grabbed the spherical object. Oh! The sphere burst in an instant, and terrifying energy swept around. Haha, this is your attack? It's too weak. Liu Ya sneered. Boom! With a swing of his fist, the powerful force directly hit Cell's chest. Pfft! The terrifying force directly blasted Cell thousands of meters away. Ah! Cell groaned, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes flashed with a gleam of light. Oh? You're not dead? It seems that you are really amazing. Liu Ya looked at Cell with a smile. Although the previous attack seemed to have seriously injured Cell, it did not cause any substantial harm to him. On the contrary, because I used too much force, my arm became numb. Hehe, you are very capable. But, I like it. Cell laughed, and his muscles expanded. The originally thin body became huge. Roar! A wild beast-like roar was heard, Cell's eyes turned red, and his whole body emanated terrifying power fluctuations. Haha, interesting. Liu Ya chuckled. Roar! Then, Cell roared and pounced on Liu Ya again. A punch was thrown out, and the void trembled. Liu Ya raised his arm to block Cell's terrifying punch. Boom! A terrifying aura spread out, and the two figures kept crossing each other. Every collision will cause a terrifying impact. At this moment, the entire universe is shaking. The two of them were moving faster, and finally their shadows could hardly be seen clearly. Bang 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 bang! The attacks of the two men poured down madly, causing a violent roar. The terrifying strong wind blew across the universe, destroying one star after another and turning one area after another into ruins. This is a fight between powerful beings. Even just the momentum that escapes is enough to destroy Wanli. Boom! Finally, there was a loud bang. A circle of powerful energy ripples spread out instantly. The surrounding space trembled, and the two of them flew backwards at the same time. Boom! The next moment, the two figures intertwined again and collided fiercely with each other. The terrifying energy aftermath has expanded to an area of 1 million kilometers. In a short period of time, this galaxy was razed to the ground and turned into a dead and dark area. With a loud boom, Liu Ya and Cell retreated hundreds of kilometers respectively. The two figures reappeared. Immediately afterwards, Liu Ya took a step forward with his right foot and kicked towards Cell fiercely. Boom! Cell threw a punch and took on Liu Ya's terrifying kick. Boom! The collision of two terrifying energies caused the entire universe to shake. Circle after circle of energy aftermath spread out from the point where the two men's fists and feet collided, and planets were annihilated into ashes. It seems that the perfect artificial human is just like this. There was a hint of sarcasm in Liu Ya's words. God of destruction, don't underestimate me, bastard! Cell roared angrily and swung his fist at Liu Ya again. Bang! With another punch, Cell was hit directly by Liu Ya and flew backwards. Liu Ya said this, moved his body, and chased in the direction of Cell. Boom boom boom! The terrifying fist slammed towards Cell frantically. Dong 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 dong! The terrifying sound seemed to tear the universe apart. Liu Ya's fists were as dense as pear blossoms falling in a rainstorm. Cell, who was originally arrogant, suddenly turned extremely pale. Boom boom boom! The terrifying power, every punch that hit Cell made him retreat violently. Damn God of destruction, I am the most perfect android, how could I possibly lose to you? Cell also shouted and faced Liu Ya's attack without fear. Bang 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 bang! A series of intensive fist collisions rang out, and each collision caused a violent roar. This extraordinary war also shocked the Super God universe at this moment. Chapter 92. Humph, it seems I underestimated you, God of Destruction. Cell spat out a mouthful of blood foam, but his eyes were burning with even stronger fighting spirit. His body recovered quickly, and his terrifying recovery ability made the surrounding space seem to tremble. The recovery ability is good, but it's not enough. Liu Ya smiled calmly, and the destructive energy surrounding him became stronger and stronger, as if even the laws of the universe were responding to his will. Humph, just wait, I haven't shown my true power yet. Cell roared, complex lines appeared on the surface of his body, and energy surged wildly as if trying to break through some kind of limit. On the side, the creatures in the universe watched the battle in various ways. Their expressions were shocked, frightened, or excited, and they started talking about it. What kind of power is that, so terrifying? The battle between the God of Destruction and the unknown enemy is literally reshaping the universe. That green-skinned guy looks like an artificial human, but the power he possesses is far beyond our understanding of artificial humans. Lord God of Destruction, please win. Just as everyone was talking, the energy in Cell's body finally reached its peak. His body underwent a qualitative change, and every cell was shining with an unyielding light. Let me show you the power of Super Cell. As he roared, Cell's image became more mighty, and a sense of power emanated from his body, as if the entire universe solidified at this moment. Facing Cell's ultimate form, Liu Ya's eyes flashed with interest. Not bad, quite interesting. Come on, show me where your limit is. After saying that, Liu Ya no longer held back. His whole body was wrapped in destructive power, and he rushed towards Cell like a meteor, leaving a series of explosions in the air. That was the impact brought by the speed of the God of Destruction. Humph, then let me show you the full power of my Super Cell. Cell was not to be outdone and charged head-on. The two sides clashed in the air, and at that moment, the entire universe seemed to have become their battlefield. The light and shock waves of the explosion spread like a torrent, and every blow frightened the cosmic creatures watching the battle. They marveled at this unprecedented display of power, but also felt helpless about their own insignificance. Just as the battle was getting intense, Liu Ya's voice echoed in the universe, Cell, I enjoy this battle, but it is not endless. The peace of the universe needs to be maintained, and your rampage must come to an end. Haha, then show us your true skills, otherwise, you will be the one who falls. Cell challenged, his aura becoming even more ferocious, and it was obvious that he had devoted his whole body and mind to this battle. Then, as you wish. Liu Ya's lips curled up into a cruel smile, the destructive force surged in his body, an unprecedented energy was gathering. Inside Liu Ya's body, as if the Big Bang had occurred, a shocking force was gathering, and an extremely strong storm was constantly gathering. The entire universe seemed to be responding to the energy fluctuations in his body. At this moment, those originally distant and quiet galaxies began to vibrate violently because of the surge of this power. Cell, your power is unparalleled, but you still cannot cross the boundaries of the God of Destruction. The corner of Liu Ya's mouth rose slightly, revealing a disdainful sneer, and his figure flashed, and in an instant he appeared in front of Cell. His left hook was like lightning that cut through the sky, hitting Cell with lightning speed. Suffering such a heavy blow, Cell had no time to react at all, and his body flew out like a cannonball, directly smashing an extremely large planet. Furious, Cell let out a deafening roar, and his whole body's momentum suddenly surged several times. I saw him dancing his hands rapidly, and countless gas bombs containing terrifying destructive power quickly condensed into shape in his hands and were fired towards the lure like a storm. Each gas bomb contains enough power to destroy the world, carrying unparalleled might, sweeping towards the lure in an overwhelming manner. However, facing such a fierce attack, Liu Ya seemed calm and unhurried. He just turned sideways and easily avoided most of the air bullets. Occasionally, a few air bullets hit his body, but they only made his body shake slightly. Liu Ya raised his hand and fired a series of air bullets, easily meeting Cell's attack. The terrifying energy aftermath spread, turning into a shock wave that shattered countless galaxies. The two forces intertwined in the universe, and the resulting shock caused the surrounding space to become distorted. It seems that you have not yet understood the true power of the god of destruction. Liu Ya's voice echoed in Cell's ears. His figure flashed behind Cell like a ghost. With a wave of his hand, a powerful energy wave burst out instantly, knocking Cell away again. Cell's power terrified the creatures in the universe, but Liu Ya's terror also made them see what a real monster is. The battle in their eyes has gone beyond their understanding. Cell roared in rage, and a green shock wave gathered from his mouth, cutting through the sky and heading straight for Liu Ya. That energy seemed to be able to tear everything apart, and the space was shaking wherever it passed. Liu Ya was not afraid of the shock wave. He continued to face Cell's attack and sneered, "Cell, your efforts are in vain." He put his right fingers together, gathering extremely powerful energy, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes, magic light killing cannon. Accompanied by a roar, the terrifying spiral light pierced through the boundless sky with astonishing force in an instant, and rushed straight towards where Cell was like a burning meteor. Cell felt an unprecedented crisis coming towards him. His face changed suddenly, and his original angry expression was quickly replaced by fear. He tried his best to withstand this fatal blow. However, no matter how he struggled, it was in vain. The demonic light cannon was like a sickle from hell, ruthlessly tearing apart Cell's tough body. The huge amount of energy surged out like a volcanic eruption, completely swallowing up Cell. The numerous creatures in the universe could only helplessly witness this thrilling scene, their hearts filled with deep shock and fear. When the eerie flames completely engulfed everything, the entire universe seemed to have fallen into deathly silence at that moment. In the blink of an eye, Cell's huge body was swallowed by the unimaginable power of Liu Ya, and turned into ashes and disappeared in an instant. This horrifying power made every life in the universe tremble. Just after Liu Ya completely destroyed Cell, he went to the Angel Nebula and began to cooperate with the Angel Nebula Kesha to help Kesha invade other worlds. The Super God world therefore radiated to countless worlds, gradually upgraded dimensions, and became the big universe. Liu Ya became the strongest destroyer god in the Super God world and went to the Dragon Ball world, fought Boros, defeated angels and the high priests, completely replacing the Omni King and becoming the All-Sai God.